Warrior fans who are here, rising to their feet, cheering on the defending champions. Happy with the win, happy that the Warriors are back in the playoffs.
Oh, baby, 82 down, and now we got the playoffs. Finally, a tumultuous regular season has come to an end, and the Warriors will get a week off, or about 6 days off, if you want to be accurate, before they take on the Sacramento Kings in the Battle of I-80, something we're going to discuss all week long. We're fired up about that, and the Warriors blow away the Portland Trail Blazers in really, it wasn't even a basketball game. 157-101. They win by 56. They scored 55 in the first quarter. They nailed 12 threes in the first quarter. Now, the 55 points is the most in NBA history in the first quarter. The 12 threes ties for the most three-point makes in a quarter. I mean, they just blew these guys away. They tie a franchise record with 27 made threes. The records go on and on and on and on and on. But the Warriors win 8-10. Did they play great? But now they're starting to feel themselves in. You know what? Wiggins is back. So I say good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift as my headphone has a shortage in it. I'm trying to, there it is. There it is. I found a sweet spot. And hopefully the Warriors find their sweet spot. What up, Shasky?
Good morning. Good morning. Yes, I looked up. I had all the different screens going yesterday, and I'm like, wow, Klay is on fire in the first quarter.
Yeah.
Wow, the Warriors are on fire. Thank you, Portland.
I mean, what a joke.
Is it, though? It's the final couple games of the year. Like I get like people being out. I'm more pissed off at like Dallas than I am necessarily.
See, that's the problem. Dallas is protesting and they're trying to stick the finger at the NBA for some of the things that's gone wrong. And I heard Spinoni talking about Luka Doncic. Listen, when Kyrie Irving got down there, say what you want about Kyrie Irving. Sources from the Mavericks say Kyrie Irving works his ass off in practice.
Okay.
And he put Luka to shame.
Really?
And so now if Luka wants to talk about, hey, I want to leave out of after 2024, ship me somewhere, Dallas may have to think about that. Because I don't know if you can win with him as a number one. Call me crazy. Call me crazy.
No, you're not
but
crazy.
It may benefit them to build around Kyrie more so than Luka Doncic, and that sounds insane.
Well,
but Kyrie went down there and put him to shame in terms of working out, being a leader, knowing how to play the game. Luka's a joke. But Portland, what they did the last 2 nights, 9 guys out on the injury list. I mean, that's a shame.
Well, can I ask, what do they like? Do they owe it to the rest of the league to worry about their own organization?
Oh, to your fan base and I'll put out that product. You got beat by 56.
But don't you also owe it to your fan base to like put yourself in a position to get the right lottery pick? Like the Warriors tanked to get Harrison Barnes.
They did. It happens all the time, but we can't be mad at the Mavericks and not be mad at the Blazers. Well,
the way I would disseminate it is that the Portland Trail Blazers weren't going. Once Dame Lillard was out for the year, their season was kind of shot, right? Like,
he was.
Like at least Dallas, like, what was their excuse?
No excuse. No excuse. They said, screw it.
I agree. It's not great look for either one of them, but I don't know. The Dallas thing is very interesting to me. Back to the Warriors for just a second.
Well, Dallas they also had to take 2 because their pick is top 10 protected. So if they fell out of the top, if they fell out of the top 10, the New York Knicks would have got their draft pick.
I mean, they were in the Western Conference Finals last year.
I know, and they faded. They make the trade, and Brunson leaves, and Luka basically gets hurt. And Luka's, I mean, what happened in Dallas was a joke, and I hope it doesn't cost Jason Kidd his job. But it may.
He's already beefing with management over some of the things, and I don't blame him because that goes on his resume ultimately. Right. I understand where he's coming from. I don't know. When I'm watching that Warrior game yesterday, I was like, for as wild as this season has been, for as crazy, like I was just writing down and I was going through on my phone. I had all these notes about this year, just in general, all of the craziness. Yeah. You look up. And if all right, the beginning of the year, if I would have said to you, Bonte Hill, hey, they're going to be the 6th seed. I think most people, forget all of the nuance, everything. Most people are like, yeah, I'll take that coming off a championship.
6th seed?
I think a lot of people, I'd rather be the 4 or the 3, but I'd take a 6th seed.
I don't know. Beginning of the year, I think Warrior fans are confident that whether they're the 6th seed, 5 seed, 4 seed, 3 seed, 2 seed, 1 seed, they feel like they can run through the Western Conference.
That's what I'm saying.
But the way they attained the 6th seed, the way they did.
Which
but
is
if you
why
go
I'm
back,
happy.
I don't know if Warriors would have accepted the 6th seed at the beginning of the year. I don't really remember. I think I'll speak for myself.
Yeah, what did you
going into the season, coming off that Japan trip, I was thinking, oh my gosh, this team is so stacked. They're going to win about 57 games. I thought they're going to win 55 to 57 games, sleepwalking.
Okay.
Knowing that Klay Thompson was going to play a lot of back-to-backs, knowing Steph Curry may be hurt at some point in the season and miss about 10 to 15 games, knowing that Draymond Green is playing for some new money, knowing that the youngsters are playing for credibility and respect, I thought, boy, they're going to roll this year. They're winning 55 plus. That was my mindset. I thought they were stacked. Now, things happened, and they limped to the 6th seed. But with everything that's played out, you get 6 days off.
That's what I'm saying.
You have Gary Payton II back, who fits like a glove.
Yes.
No pun intended. But he is, look, I underestimated his impact on this basketball team. He is legit. He's going to pick up 94 feet. Dante DiVincenzo's back. Looney's having a career year. I'm excited about this matchup. And so I'm happy with where they're at now, considering, I mean, they won 11 road games this year.
But that's where I'm going with this, B. Like, I actually think, all things considered, we're where we need to be at the right time. Like, that's like, look, we're on the right side of the bracket, right, where you want to be against an opponent that is a very good opponent. You're not dismissing them. You're not disrespecting them. But let's call it what it is. The travel is much easier for an older team.
It is
the
much easier.
Home crowd, I believe, will be raucous and crazy. But if you were to pick one area where there'll be a lot of Warrior fans,
might be Sacramento.
It might be Sacramento. As much as I respect their fans and I think that they're going to show out, I'm really excited for this. I think it's going to be awesome. Steph missed 26 games. Wiggins missed 45 games.
Yeah.
All right? If I would have told Warrior fans, Klay plays 70, essentially, all right? Draymond plays over 70, but Steph and Wiggins
That's the thing.
combined to miss that many, I'd be like, and I still get the 6th seed? Be like, you know what? I think I'll take it.
Yeah. I mean, you'll take it now, but before the year, nobody's thinking 6 seed.
If I told you Wiggins missed that many games?
Yeah, I mean, but see, I would have said, no, Wiggins never misses games. Wiggins has played games throughout his career. Think about his career, 82, 81, 82, 82, 73, 54. And then he gets the trade, right? He gets the trade from the Warriors into the pandemic lockout season. Last year he played 73. The year before he played 71. So Wiggins missing 48. Hey, what?
But that's part of what's baked into this year.
But it's baked into this year. But before the season, even if you said, all right, Ponte, Wiggins is going to miss 40 games, I said, you know what's okay. Kaminga's there. Moody's there. And Wiseman's there. That's what I would have said. Said they'll pick up the slack.
Which one of those three youngsters that had a decent year this year?
Jonathan Kuminga.
How would you rate Jonathan Kuminga's year this year?
I think it's been excellent considering where he's come from. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
You can't control the DMPs.
Yeah, I agree with that.
You can't control the mistakes.
You're talking about his output.
I'm talking about his you said his year?
Yeah.
I think Kuminga's year has been excellent for him.
I think it could have been better too, which is crazy. Had he
Probably
played
could have
more.
been better. Could have been better, but I think it's been excellent.
No, I'm agreeing
his
with
shot
you.
discernment, understanding the basketball game, things slowing down, knowing where to be offensively, knowing how to play defense, simplifying his role, and figuring out a way to get on the floor to help this basketball team. What does Steve Kerr tell him? You want to get on the floor? You got to go play defense. Well, what does Kuminga do? He plays defense, and he picks up 94 feet.
Yeah, I would say
offensively,
top 4 defender on this team.
No doubt.
Throughout the entirety of the year.
Offensively, hey, we can't have you jacking up threes.
Yeah.
You need to figure it out. You got to pass up the open shot. He learned how to do that. So for me on this team, and nor what Kuminga was, say, in November to where he is now, I love where Kuminga's at. I think his second year has been excellent. Now, a lot of people may not agree with that. That's fine. He got better and better as the season went along.
I agree with that.
Moody, all of a sudden, over the last week, he's got a little confidence now. All of a sudden, he's playing well. Last night, he dropped 25 points.
I thought that him being like a rotational guy that you could trust in the final 2.5, 3 weeks, I didn't have that coming. I thought, honestly, I thought he was just out the mix.
Yeah, no, I mean,
I'm glad that he's starting because it
this
gives
is a guy
them
we
depth
thought
on the perimeter.
Yeah, no
it gives
doubt.
them a little bit of a slasher and at least another guy who can hit a 3 on the outside.
Yeah, I mean,
I like it.
This was a guy we thought was ahead of Kuminga going into the offseason.
I know. You're right.
And he got the DMPs. He lost his confidence, but you know what? He's saving his best for last. To the 14 yesterday, 4-7. I love where DiVincenzo's at right now. I love where Dante DiVincenzo's at.
Who would be your, because I've got a couple candidates, who would be your team MVP? Not like your spirit leader, like that's like the McCovey Award, kind of like, who would be your team MVP, as in this team wouldn't have won 44 games without player X? Is it Klay, Jordan Poole? Is it Kevon?
Are we excluding Stephen Curry?
Yeah. I mean, I think it's too easy to point to Steph. I don't know.
I go Klay Thompson.
Do you think he deserved it this year, Steph?
I go Klay Thompson.
I think so too.
I go Klay Thompson. All right, Klay Thompson.
I mean, I didn't have him playing 70. He played 69 games this year.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
And he got rid of the back-to-backs. So he started playing back-to-backs right around the All-Star break, right? And now he joins James Harden and Stephen Curry in the 300 club.
Yeah.
In terms of 300 made threes in a season.
You guys were talking about it in the pregame, and he went out and did it in like 2 minutes.
Fester said he could do it in the first quarter, and he does it in the first 4 minutes and 40 seconds.
It was crazy.
I mean, the guy's insane. And he makes over 300 threes for the first time in his career.
Yeah.
Leads the NBA for the first time in his career. You think about where he's got. I was like, Lubman brought him up while you guys were doing a crossover.
Okay.
Crossed over. And Lubman was like, man, Klay Thompson, can you believe it? And that's a guy, I think that's why.
No, I
the
can't. Can I
dialogue
stop
with him-
there? No,
What?
I didn't. I was way wrong on Klay. No,
No,
I
no,
didn't.
no, I don't
no,
care
no,
about
but
that.
I'm being honest. Like,
No, no,
I'm being
no.
real. Like, I thought him coming back, if he played 50 games, like, that was me, like, going into this year. Hey, he's coming off of 2 devastating injuries. If he plays 50 games, maybe he'll be a 17, 16-point-a-night guy. Like, I don't know. Like, let's just see where it's at. No, for me, he way exceeded my expectations.
Here's my deal with him.
That's what I will admit that.
This is what, and we'll get to RJ
His
Fairfield in just a
rebounding
second.
way better this year than ever.
So my thing with Klay, and I didn't get this, as a fan base, there's a guy you're going to be loyal to. Why not that guy? Why not that guy? 4 championships, 2 devastating injuries that knocked away 2 years of his prime. And that's why I didn't get the impatience with him early in the year, where it's like, oh, you know what, binge, wash this, all the narratives and all the negative things about Klay Thompson. I'm saying, if there's one guy I'm going to be loyal to as a fan, when you think about all the major sports, it's got to be Klay. It's got to be Klay. He's given us everything he's had in that body throughout the duration of his Warriors career. He's been loyal to the soil. He's embraced his community, just like Stephen Curry, taking his boat in the water, embracing the San Francisco Bay Area. Klay Thompson's done all of that, which is why I didn't get early in the years like, why are we so quick to move off of this guy?
Well,
This guy has been a Warrior through and through. And, when Laker fans do that, Laker fans ride with their guys, right? Boston fans just roll with their guys. Yankee fans, all these, and that's why it was disturbing to me. It was like, out of all the guys to be dismissive of, why Klay Thompson?
No, I just think that when you look at how the team was built, if you're a discerning, eyeball, you sit here and you figure like, all right, well, look, you can't keep everybody if you want to win them all. And you got Steph Curry right now, and so you're frustrated that they're not farther along. It's in a different way. It's the same conversation people had regarding the youngsters. They're not good enough to help this guy, Steph Curry, right now. And so you see the sand coming out of the hourglass, and you start becoming irrational. At least that's what I was.
Well, there's a lot of people like you who thought about that and was thinking, hey, man, 5-0, why are you so negative right now? Nobody's negative. We're fired up here talking Warriors basketball.
No,
but we're just speaking on Klay Thompson because he's had a banner year.
No,
is that one of the best seasons of his career?
He's comeback player of the year. I think, in my estimation, if you were looking across sports, name me another person who has a better resume for comeback player of the year. If we were doing like an ESPY award,
right?
Who would even be in the mix?
I don't know.
No, I'm saying,
I don't know.
He played 69 games, averaged over 21 points a game, broke his own record in terms of three-point attempts and makes. His percentage was unbelievable this year. He carried the team, I would say, for a month and a half at minimum.
Right.
At minimum, carried the team offensively. He was the veteran presence on a team that was lacking their mega superstar in Steph Curry and their number 2 best player in the playoffs last year. Like, I don't know, man. I think he is the comeback player of the year in sports. Maybe I'm omitting someone. I would love to hear if there's another person. Pick a sport: baseball, basketball, the NFL.
I mean, this guy shot 41% from 3. He shot 43.5% from the field, which is crazy, right? It's one of his lowest percentages from the field. But you think about his offense: January, best offensive month of his career; February, 3rd best offensive month of his career.
Crazy.
Klay Thompson, the rebounding, you mentioned that.
Yes.
He got better on the glass as the season progressed. He started making plays. One of the big turning points for his season was the team meeting where the team basically said, hey, Klay, you got to pass the ball a little bit because he was shot hunting. He was trying to get it all back from not practicing in the offseason. And I get why he didn't practice in the offseason. Again, he suffered the Achilles injury. He's coming off a championship. He said, you know what? I'm going to chill. I'm going to enjoy this championship. I'm going to rest my body after coming back and helping his team win their 4th championship in 8 years. And he comes back and he's shot hunting. They had the team meeting. And he was his shot discernment got better and better and better as the season went along. Now, he still gets into trouble with chucking or whatnot, but he got better saying, you know what? Let me trust my guys. Let me trust the ball get back to me once I get rid of the ball. So Klay Thompson would probably be my MVP, but Looney's not far behind. Kevon Looney.
Really? Over Jordan Poole?
I would. Jordan Poole deserves consideration.
Okay.
But Looney.
I agree with Looney. He's in the mix.
Looney, the rebounding, became one of the best rebounders in the league.
Yeah. I was going to say temperament is probably his number one. Like, I truly believe this team doesn't stay together and win 44 without Kevon Looney.
Maybe not. Maybe not. Played all 82 for the second straight season. All 82. Big with some big boys.
Yes, he did.
I mean, this guy, and he's going to be get Sacramento with Sabonis.
I think this is going to be a great matchup.
All right. He's very important.
I know.
If the Warriors happen to get by Sacramento in that second round matchup, you may have Anthony Davis and LeBron. You may have Jared Jackson Jr.
My eye is so on that matchup. If the
Lakers get past the T-Wolves, which I fully
assume
anticipate.
they will, and maybe I'm stupid for assuming that. Bonte, I'm looking at that Grizzlies-Lakers matchup, and I'm like, I know the Warriors got to handle their business. I don't want to get too ahead of myself.
Right.
But dear God, it doesn't matter who we play. I feel like, I would love, if we can win, I would love to face either one of those teams.
It'd be fascinating.
We were talking about it yesterday. The fact that the Warriors haven't had like a signature series against the Lakers is kind of wild.
During this whole run.
They've had a decade run, and the Lakers have been nowhere to be found.
Grizzlies, Lakers could be.
And then if it's the Grizzlies, like, come on, like instant.
Well, Shannon Sharp, courtside, Crypto.com Arena.
Shannon Sharp. That's a good. I didn't even think of that.
Dylan Brooks looking. Those guys are funny. Let's go to RJ Fairfield. RJ, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Oh, baby.
What's up, RJ?
Guys, we've been talking about this since January. Good morning. Sorry.
Good morning.
Hey, yeah, we've been talking about this since January. I think I wanted the Warriors in the first round, and we got them. This is, the Valley versus the Bay Area, man. So it's exciting time. But I am a little nervous, though. I ain't gonna lie, just because it's our first time in over a decade, and we're going up against the defending champs. I'm trying to be realistic, but optimistic as well. So it's going to be a great matchup, guys. Just best believe, you're going to be hearing my voice for the next couple games,
No doubt, RJ.
Glad to hear you guys, man.
No doubt, RJ. Thanks for the phone call. Look, man, we're going to break this matchup down. We're going to peel it like an onion, layer by layer. There's so many fascinating individual matchups. And look, Sacramento, they're sleeping. A lot of people are underrating them. Like, they concern me. Because everybody's just made them the mark. ESPN, Fox, we've done it. We want to go point at and they're thinking, we've been the number 3 seed. We have the best road record in the Western Conference. We've played all our guys. We've been consistent. We've got a guy who's the most clutch player in the NBA, De'Aaron Fox, who could break your defense down, which collapses everything and leaves Keegan Murray and Kevin Horner and Harrison Barnes and all those three-point shooters wide open in that place. Go to One Center on Saturday, 5:30 p.m. It's going to be insane. They've been waiting for this for 17 years. 17 years. And quietly, for Mike Brown to lay down on Friday night, said, we don't care who we play. Bring on the Golden State Warriors. That says something to me. That tells me that they're not afraid of the Golden State Warriors. And out of all the teams to play against, and you look at the way they play small with Sabonis at 5, they match up really well against the Golden State Warriors.
I agree with that.
So it's going to be a tough series.
I think when we're looking at, I don't want to get too ahead because we've got kind of all week to settle into it. But these playoff games, the series are so different. You understand each team's sets and their tendencies and what they do well, and then you find their weak link and you try to exploit it. When you're playing one-off games, it's just so different, right? And
it is different.
I'm interested to see what the Kings have in store for the Warriors in terms of their defensive tactics. Like, are they going to sag off Draymond?
Absolutely.
But is Draymond going to be able to keep them honest? Can he hit a couple on the outside? Can he be able to be a factor? Like, there's a lot. To your point on Kevon Looney, can he stay out of foul trouble?
Yeah.
Like, outside of Looney, do you trust Anthony Lamb in the rotation?
No, he's not playing. He's not playing in this series. Michael Green, maybe you dust him off in case of an emergency. We'll see about that. But Draymond and Looney are so important for Domantas Sabonis to make him make plays. to stay out of foul trouble.
Maybe you could get Fox.
Maybe you could get some bonus into foul trouble. With De'Aaron Fox, I think the Warriors
what do you think
probably feel a lot better about their chances because of GP2, because of Kuminga, because of Dante DiVincenzo.
Yeah, I was thinking the same.
And, of course, number 22, Andrew Wiggins. So you feel a lot better about De'Aaron Fox.
Where is Wiggins at?
You feel a lot better about him. I think he'll be okay. Wiggins will be okay. All right, we're going to break this down. Let's break here. There's so much going on. What a sports weekend, folks. UFC, Masters, baseball. You had a lot going on there. The Warriors taking on the Sacramento Kings. Look into what happened in Minnesota. That was strange. I mean, talk about a team just crumbling right before your eyes. What happened up there in Minnesota? We'll get to that.
Worst teammate since Aaron Rodgers?
I don't know, man. I don't know. But this segment was brought to you by Golden State. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. What's coming up on the game is sponsored by the law offices of Robert Goldstein. If you have IRS estate tax problems and don't know what to do, contact the law offices of Robert Goldstein because resolving tax problems is all that they do. Call 1-888-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAX-EXIT. Got a huge guest list. Matt and Kitty, 8:30. Damian Barling, 9:20. Going to be a lot of fun. A lot of fun on the roast on a Monday morning.
There's a reason Golden State has become the trusted partner for professional builders and contractors. The breadth of what they offer is remarkable. Their product knowledge can save you time. They're the largest distributor in NorCal of many of the
This is Klay Thompson, and you are listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. It better not be roasting me if I'm giving them all these intros.
Not.
You know, that relief of the final buzzer going off yesterday at the Moda Center was like, the roller coaster, tumultuous, whatever adjective, words you want to use to describe this season for the Dakota State Warriors is finally over. Now we're in the playoffs. It's Saturday night. It goes down 5:30 p.m. at the Golden One Center. I feel so good. The Blazers, they've been on break for a while. 55 first quarter points. The game was over. I mean, could the Warriors at halftime had just dribbled out the clock every possession and still won the game? They're up by 56 points, man.
I mean,
it's just...
it is what it is.
It is what it is. They shoot 60%. They make 27 threes and shoot 55% for the 3-point line.
It's the last game of the year. Like, if this was like a month away to go for Portland, I would be like, the league's got a problem. Like, it's the last game of the year.
Look at these numbers, though. 55% for the 3-point line. They out-rebound the Blazers 58-30. They dropped 47 assists.
Wow.
All right, yeah.
47.
6 players scored double figures.
What's their career, like the team career high or whatever, team franchise high in a game for assists?
For assists, I believe that tied a franchise high, if I'm not mistaken.
So 47. That's,
if I'm not mistaken.
wow.
Hold
and
on,
that's only
I'll
like 1/3 of their
it.
buckets.
I'll fact check it real quick here. 47 assists, 47
I guess
assists.
half.
Well, they scored 88 bench points. That's the second most in franchise history.
Wow.
88 bench points, 88-21. So 47 assists are tied for the franchise record. It's the fourth 40-assist game of the season, setting a new franchise single-season record.
That's crazy.
But 47 assists are tied for the franchise record. They dropped 47 assists, if I'm not mistaken, against Kobe Bryant and the LA Lakers back in 2016.
Wow.
So that ties a franchise record, 47.
That's crazy.
I mean, look at all these stuff. Dante DiVincenzo, second straight solid night, 8 assists.
Yeah.
Steph had 7. I mean, Kuminga had 6 off the bench. I mean, this is just wild.
Friday night, Draymond fell multiple times, and I got so worried. Maybe I'm overreacting, but I kept thinking to myself yesterday, please just get out of Portland healthy.
Yes.
Just get out of there healthy. Because there was the one where Dre fell on his back. Kuminga fell hard.
Whoa.
Oh, my God.
Well,
I was like, I thought he knocked himself out.
Where Jordan Poole with the ankle, I'm like, all right, Steve, it's time to get these guys out.
Right?
Steve Kerr.
So you were like me.
No, it was just like, what are we doing? I felt like they played too many minutes in the third quarter. Too many. Dude, get these guys out of here.
I was thinking the same thing. I'm glad I'm not alone.
All right, let's get to we got Tim and Riley waiting on hold. 888-957-9570. Come on, folks. Dub Nation, where you at? It's playoff time. What are your initial thoughts on the matchups? You got Clippers, Suns, Westbrook against KD, Kawhi against KD, CP3 against his former team, Clippers, Suns. Then you got Warriors, Kings, and everybody wanted. You make it Memphis and the Lakers at the 2-7 matchup.
I want that.
Oh, that's good.
I want that.
Lakers on the same side of the bracket as the Golden State Warriors.
Thank God.
The Nuggets waiting on whoever, whether it's the Pelicans, the T-Wolves.
I'm thinking it's going to be OKC.
Yeah, I think the Nuggets will be fine in the first round. Once they play the Clippers or the Suns, that's when their playoffs start. So then you got that in the Eastern Conference. Who you got? Philly and Brooklyn. That's a snoozer. Yeah. Cleveland and the Knicks.
See, I think that's a good matchup. I actually really like that matchup.
So 888-957-9570. Your thoughts on the matchups. Kings, Warriors. What are your initial thoughts on Kings, Warriors, the 3-6 matchup in the Western Conference? Game 1 Saturday night at 5:30 p.m. starting at the Golden One Center.
Friday night, halftime. How are you feeling? Confident? Frustrated?
Almost a joke. I mean, I knew they were going to win, but you got to put 24 turnovers. I mean, we'll get to that in a second. Let's get to because Friday night was just like they won, but it was not good. It was not a good performance.
I could feel everyone like clenching up, getting angry.
Like the 510, he's already claimed that I was negative this morning. I don't know how. Comcast Business Text line. I don't want to be negative. They won the game. They turned the ball over 24 times. That was nasty. All right, let's take him to school.
Let's take him to school.
Yep, I got a Spadone. But I'm going to play a highlight. I'm going to play a highlight after the fact because I don't think this should be taking him to school, but it is Jordan Poole.
Cross court to Poole with 7. Poole, dribble, step back, pump fake, fly by, 3, ball, got it!
Wow.
55 points in the first quarter for the Dubs. They lead 55-27. Poole with 12 points. Thompson leading all scores with 17. What a quarter for Golden State.
No, it was fascinating. 55 points. But to me, taking him to school should be this highlight right here.
Kuminga holds it now down to 4 seconds with 3. Gotta go. Dribble drive. Kuminga goes up and jammed it. Oh my goodness. He jumped off for the broken circle. Just hammered that down to end the third quarter. Are you kidding me?
Delivery of the game, taking him to school, highlight of the game, highlight of the year. I don't care. I can't hear that enough. The streets are calling him Ericago.
Whoa.
Fezzy Felf dropped Ericago. I said, ooh.
Con Air?
I like Ericago.
I like that a lot.
I like Ericago. That was taking him to school. And if your business would like to sponsor taking him to school for the Warriors playoff run, be sure to DM us on Twitter at MorningRoast957. MorningRoast957 if you want to sponsor taking them to school.
I was going to go Kuminga the Cobra, but I really like that one.
Yeah, the Cobra one didn't really hit.
That's okay. Can I tell you look, I'm not turning this into a baseball segment. Can I tell you a story about Friday?
On the other side, let's get to Tim in Raleigh, North Carolina.
It's about Sam Lubman.
Yeah, I've heard.
What do you mean?
I've heard the streets are talking. What's up, Tim?
What's up, fellas? Hey, even the alley-oop guys, the guy's head was literally even with the rim on the skill shot. The alley-oop was insane, and it just was like, okay, just another regular play for Kuminga, man. But I think, fellas, we're going to have to dust off the vault and pull out the James Harden, John Morant playbook for De'Aaron Fox, where you just let him go crazy and run himself ragged, go into the hole, doing whatever he wants to do, but you can't let him break you down and get everybody else involved. I think the key to the series is Sabonis because he connects everything for them, and I think we're going to, we just had to dust off. We got playbooks and blueprints for everything. That's one thing about this team with as much as they've seen. So I think that's kind of the one you got to dust off for this series, and I think this week off, I don't think we can take lightly what this week off is about to do for this team. These guys, the week off and the fact that they just driving an hour or 20 minutes up the road, I think that is amazing the way this is going to play out. So I really think that's big time, man. But, yeah, that's all I really wanted to say, fellas. I just wanted to tap into that and see what your thoughts were on that one, man.
No, I totally agree with you, Tim. Totally agree. Thanks for the call. It's all about De'Aaron Fox breaking down his defense. Can you keep him out the paint? Can you force him to be a three-point shooter? What is he shooting? 33% from the three-point line? So you make him shoot. You don't let him collapse that defense, and you make sure you lock on to Keegan Murray, who's a nice player. Harrison Barnes, you don't want to give him open threes. Red Velvet, who does have playoff experience, who helped the Hawks get to the Eastern Conference Finals a couple seasons ago when Milwaukee won a championship. Make sure you're on these three-point shooters. Make sure you don't let De'Aaron Fox eat in the paint. And he's right. Tim's right. Sabonis is the key for them. Well, Sabonis is in foul trouble. Advantage Warriors. Wow. Damn, Lubman.
He's yelling in my ear. I had a point, and I'll say it on the other side.
He nutted that thing.
I don't know what to say. I'm trying to be a team player here with the boss.
Can't tell you.
Trying to hit breaks. I was gonna talk about this specific play that the Kings like to run with Sabonis on the left side, right hand side of the court. But you know what? We'll go to break.
I have no idea.
Just a break, right?
I just screamed in my ear.
Damn. All right, more Warriors Kings. Tyler, we get to you on the other side. 888-957-9570. Your initial thoughts on Kings Warriors, and that's coming up. Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
The playoffs are.
There's nothing like Dub Nation, baby.
We still winning.
I'm big stepping. Go to stay with me and we are bench pressing.
Champs are here.
Big stepping. Hitting big threes, then we full court pressing.
For the first time ever, the Warriors and Kings will meet in the postseason.
Time to defend the title together.
Hear every Warriors playoff game.
blending into the couch, bro.
Now back to the morning roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky. Take it away, Bonte.
Boom, boom, boom.
Devin the Dude?
No, this is the Dre. This is
I know, it's
Devin
Dr.
Dude.
Dre.
Oh, yeah. Devin Dude. Yeah. Devin the II, very underrated. Underrated. This segment is sponsored by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Got Madeline Kitty from the Bay Area News Group. We love Madeline, Nebraska's finest. She's going to join us at 8:30. She'll wake up with us. And then D-Lo, Damian Barley from D-Lo and KC. We were texting yesterday. He's a really good dude, but the trash talk starts at 9:20 with Sacramento. Kings, Warriors. Initial thoughts, 888-957-9570. We got what we wanted for the first time ever, a NorCal series, the Battle of I-80. And I already got the trophy. Grab a slab of that dirty freeway on I-80, and that's your trophy.
Nice.
The Battle of I-80. You know, you got the Bay Bridge trophy with some of the Bay Bridge stuff. Maybe we just grab a slab of the freeway.
Nice. So, quick aside. I know we're going to talk Warriors all week. Got all day. Friday, I go to the Giants game with Sam Lubman. I got a story to tell, and I think this is a funny one.
Oh, boy.
Do you know, have you been to games with Sam Lubman at AT&T?
I have not been. Sam, have I been to one game with you at Oracle
We've
Park?
met up at a couple games, but you've never actually gone to the game with me.
Yeah, it probably won't happen either.
All right. God bless Sam. I love him dearly, but he has this thing where he has to get garlic fries.
Oh,
every time.
every game. Yeah.
Like right away. And not only does he have to get garlic fries, he has to get it from a very specific spot.
Which spot is that?
Sam?
I like to go to the garlic fry stand right behind home plate.
All right. I'm not mad at that.
Okay, but that's his thing. So we go. Now, $9 beers. Everybody made a big deal about $9 beers. Did you know that the $9 beer comes in a smaller cup?
You suckers.
And then, like, just to flash forward a little, JP Money bought Polish dogs. Bonte, this thing was, I swear to God, it was like a 3 or 4 inch Polish dog. It was so tiny. It looked like one of those wieners that you would serve like pigs in a blanket.
Don't
Size
complain.
matters.
You can follow my lead and not spend a dime there, or you can go ahead and get ripped off for Polish dogs.
All I'm saying is that the Polish dog size was unacceptable. Secondarily, we go, and Lubman makes this big deal about how he's got to get garlic fries. Now, I have never in my life at a stadium complained about the food to one of the workers, number one. Number two, return food or anything like that, or ask for more of the portions. I've never done that. I don't have the, not the gumption, but I don't have the wherewithal to be able to do that. I get too insecure. Does that make sense? Even when I'm at a fine restaurant.
You stage fright. It's all right.
Yeah, well, I'm not like, sir, send this back to the chef. Like, I don't do that. He gets garlic fries and chicken tenders. Is that correct, Lubman?
Yeah, got garlic fries and chicken tenders.
Lubman's even lost on a story. He's
I know it's a lot. He's finding
several things going on back here right now.
Yeah, he's finding thread first. He dropped his phone in the water. It's a big thing.
I know.
He gets the chicken and the fries and then turns and goes to take one step away and goes, there's not enough garlic on these fries. This is unacceptable. Turns to the guy and hands the thing back and says, I want more garlic on my fries. There's no garlic
Well, that's
on
not
these.
how I said. I said, could I please get a little bit more garlic on these? I
You
didn't
did
say
not
it. I did not
say it that
demand it. I
nicely.
said, can I please get a little bit more garlic? There was a little bit of a tone to it, but the words were much kinder.
Did you get more garlic?
It did get more garlic.
It looked like they took a spoon out of like the garlic jar and just slapped it onto the top of it. And he was so angry, A, at the size of the fry bowl, and then B, at the amount of garlic that was on there. I have never seen anyone do it. Then he went to go order a soda, and they were out of soda.
Well, it's probably good for you because you shouldn't drink soda. It's not good for you.
I don't drink soda very often.
Right.
You know, but when I do, it's at Giants games.
All right. So where are we going with this?
Nothing like it.
So is that the story?
He returned garlic fries at a Giants
I didn't
game.
return them. I simply asked
You
for
just
them
asked
to
for
get
more
more
garlic.
garlic. Yeah, whoever was in charge of garlicking the fries just it wasn't up to snuff.
And number one, you're snitching on him.
No, I'm not.
Why you putting this business out there in the street?
I'm
the man
asking-
wanted more garlic. He got more garlic. There's nothing wrong
Have
with
you
that.
ever seen anybody ask for more garlic at a garlic fry
Oh,
station?
absolutely.
Well,
you
it's
ever
also-
date a girl?
Well, yeah,
you
exactly.
ever been with a girl at a restaurant? Hey, please, could you put more cheese on this? Could you do something like that?
That's at a
It
restaurant.
happens all the time.
Not at a stadium.
Hey, no, dude, don't hate on Lubman. You know what? I'm Team Lubman here. Lutman, you got skipped on the garlic, and you did what was right. Hey, may I please get a little more garlic?
Well, I think this is the lesson to all Giants fans out there. If you want more garlic on your fries, just ask, and you will get more garlic on your fries. It's literally that simple. I pay for garlic fries, not fries with like little bits of parsley and garlic on it.
There you go.
Was there more
garlic
parsley
fries
than garlic originally?
Oh, there was honestly they didn't put enough parsley on it either. But at this point, it's just like, you know what? I've already asked once. I'm not going to ask twice.
And you know what? And I'm going to come down Shasky's road. You can't come down Lutman's road for asking for more garlic when you basically crap on the size of the beer and the Polish dog. So Lutman is in the right here. Lutman's in the right. He asked for more garlic.
No.
He got more garlic.
Have you ever done that?
I don't recall doing that.
Not someone else. You.
No, I just don't do that.
Why not?
You know, I don't know. I don't know. I don't think I've ever done it. I can't remember it now. I've never been skipped. You know what I'm saying? I may make a comment like, man, those are fat chicken tenders and they're skinny as skip, but whatever. I move on.
I feel you on the chicken tender skimp. Nothing is worse than that. That is because you're paying for protein.
Dude, the chat's not happy with you right now.
I don't care. The chat is there every day. I don't care if the chat is happy or not. The same 7 people commenting from 6 a.m.
to 6 p.m.
will still be 7 people.
It's a lot more than 7 people.
I love them. They'll still be there.
YouTube chat. Just because they're calling you Joe Snitchy and you snitching all up, that's a good one.
I do like that
San
name.
Franceschi and Joe Snitchy. We already know, though. You said this a couple years ago on the roast, and it's never left my dome. If we all robbed the bank, you would snitch on all of us.
Yeah, I'm not trying to do time. I've done time before. If you've done real time, you're not trying to go back.
Yeah, I already know you're snitching.
Yeah. There's a bunch of idiots who didn't snitch on someone who are sitting in prison currently.
Well,
I'll pull a Henry Hill. Him. Sir, it was him.
Yeah, well.
Right there.
Team ain't trying.
He did it.
Wow.
Now send me to Arizona.
Wow. Some story.
Hey, it had a happy ending as far as I'm concerned.
Exactly. Tyler, San Francisco.
Hey,
save
Tyler.
the show. Save the show, Tyler. Please.
Hey, y'all got me lost for words, bro. I know what's going on. Sappy over here roasted on the chat, bro. Come on, bro. Let us live, bro.
Yeah, you go roast the chat. Just because he's snitching. It's because they call him out for being a snitch.
You know it's all just
Takashi Joe Shasky.
Gosh, that's funny.
6'9" Shasky.
I mean, you got to respect Shasky's ability to be able to always bring it back to the Giants.
Exactly.
It wasn't even about the Giants. It was about garlic fries. You talk about the baseball game.
Yeah, we don't even.
We lost 5 minutes of our life.
Michael Conforto became a Giant.
And now I got to walk the hallways in 95.7 the game watching my back because ain't no telling what Shasky snitching on me about. Oh man, Bonte wore sandals into the studio, Matt Nahigan. He should be a dress code. Man, Joe Snitchy over here. All right, Tyler, go ahead.
You got to stop listening to that snitching music, gentlemen. I'm just super excited we finally made it. It's the I-80 matchup that we've been hyping up for the last 2 weeks. KC is finally going to get this smoke out there in Sacramento. I'm not worried about the Kings. We're going to send them home in 6 games, maybe even 5, but I kind of wanted to call up and just go over the road to the repeat with us possibly facing the Grizzlies right after the Kings and, go ahead and give Dylan Brooks a little taste of what he's owed. And then, of course, we might meet Kevin Durant, first time back in the chase, for us to go back to the championship.
Ooh.
Fellas, I'm so hyped right now.
So who wins, Tyler? If the Lakers play the Grizzlies, who wins?
I think the Lakers are going to make them draw blood and take the Grizzlies to 6, maybe 7 games. But all in all, I still think the Grizzlies are going to get the Lakers up out of there. And then, of course, we're going to get that second round matchup that we really, really want. So I'm saying the Grizzlies will get the Lakers out of there in 6 or 7. But don't sleep on the Lakers maybe losing to the Timberwolves tomorrow. That's all I'm saying.
Hey, Tyler, thank you so much for redirecting the show. You got the train back on the tracks.
I mean, that's fine. I don't let 6 people in a chat dictate my content decisions.
Oh, wow. You just steal from the 6 people in the chat. That's all. 888-957-9570. Joey Ratchasky.
Then that's funnier.
Joe Snitchy, Joey Ratcha. Put it on a poll, Lutman. What's the best snitch in there? I can't believe you're embracing the snitch name. I would be irate about that.
Well, it doesn't matter.
Be irate.
It doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter to me because I know who I am as a person. And so if people that don't know me want to call me nicknames, that's fine. I've been called much worse.
Oh, man.
Does the check clear? Yes, it does.
Snitchy. Hey, man, I do not want to be known as a snitch. No. The streets. Bumpy Johnson, you heard of him? He's coming for you. By the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, not snitching music. You're not listening to snitching music.
Everybody's gangster.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game.
They all want to do hard time.
No. Just not a snitch.
Okay.
You don't have to do hard time, but you don't have to be a snitch. KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And do not forget that you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you're there. I'll tell you a snitch story. Third grade, right? This guy named Marlon Kittle, he was the school bully. And I remember he scratched up the map on the wall. And I snitched. I was like, oh, it was Marlon Kittles. Well, lunchtime, Marlon Kittles came to see you, boy, and did me in at the jungle gym. Give me a couple rib shots, and that was the end of my snitching days. Okay. Third grade. Boom. No more snitching for me.
Got it.
Snitches get stitches, even in third grade. So, Lubman, you do what you do with the garlic fries. They skip you again, you go back and say, I need more garlic. You paid your money, you spent your money on that. Especially don't listen to the guy who just complained about the Polish dogs. Unbelievable. Warriors Kings, 888-957-9570. Steph looks healthy. Draymond's going to get a week off. Jordan Poole gets a week off. Lou Dog gets some rest. He'll drink all the fit age in the world. What a season for Looney. You know, you're talking about Klay Thompson a little bit earlier, but Kevon Looney played 82 games in back-to-back seasons, which doesn't happen in today's NBA.
It's impossible.
Which is kind of a joke if you want to be if you want to keep it all the way 100. But Loon Dog with the rebounding.
Is there anyone else? He can't be the only one.
No, him, Jordan Poole.
I know Mikal Bridges had a
Mikal Bridge, Harrison Barnes. Harrison Barnes played all 82.
Harrison Barnes revenge series?
Harrison Barnes is going to be fired up for this one.
I think so, too.
Because remember what Katie Christensen told us on Friday? Color analyst for the Sacramento Kings? Yeah. That when Draymond said, we don't get up for Tuesday night games against the Kings. And she talked to Harrison Barnes. And HB said, oh, yeah, we heard that. And we'll remember it.
Well, isn't that not to defend Draymond to the fullest, but wasn't he saying that flippantly, as in the last 20 years of the Kings, not necessarily this particular?
Yeah, he did have a caveat after he said he's not this. Right. This year's team might be good.
This year's team might be good.
I think that's taken out of context.
It is,
it's
but
basically
you know
what I'm saying.
But you know what? Let Sacramento use that as bulletin board material. They've been kicked all season long. They've been called a joke. Hell, we even lit the beam up on Friday night, and we lit it gold, and we had it lit.
I saw
on the post-game set.
I did.
We were clouded.
I was feeling that.
Did you like Willie Swing as a lefty?
Oh, of course I did. Of course I did.
Willie was in his bag this week.
Anything Mully does, I'm in on. Outside of ripping me, but even then, I can deal with it.
Yeah, he hasn't ripped you in a while. He just said, "Oh yeah."
He always does the roast, and he gives you the look.
Mully don't talk about him.
Is he excited for this matchup?
He is. He's jacked up. Bully's more jacked up that we're finally in the playoffs.
Yeah, that's where I'm at.
And this fake tension.
I agree.
This fake, the
NIT playing.
Who's going to get the 5 and 6? All these teams were taking just to lose, like the Clippers, their weekend. They were actually down to the Blazers at halftime, at home, on Saturday afternoon. They're down to the Blazers. That Blazers team. The same one we saw yesterday. All right? And then they're down at the half to the Phoenix Suns, who are playing nobody. The Lakers, do they really want to win? Do they want to win? The T-Wolves breaking down. I mean, all right, let's get into the T-Wolves. I do want to break that down. I know you got the World South Spinoni. So was that the second quarter before or third quarter when that happened? Second quarter, third quarter, second quarter before halftime. Oh, yeah, because they sent Rudy Gobert home. Timeout happens. And I guess Rudy Gobert is talking to Kyle Anderson. And Kyle Anderson's like, won't you block some shots? Gobert's like, won't you rebound? And Gobert took a cheap shot. And
they're standing on either side of each other,
about 5 feet apart.
And then there's guys sitting down, which they normally would be. And then I think the coach is either kneeling or sitting.
Chris Finch is right in the middle.
Sitting down, trying
to draw
sitting down. There you go. Yes.
And Torian Prince is right there. And Gobert just takes a shot at Kyle Anderson.
And I thought he caught him I couldn't tell if it was chin, shoulder.
Maybe shoulder.
You think it was more shoulder? I don't know if the chin got hit, but it was like a little like short. He got him, and then slow-mo was coming after him.
No doubt.
What?
I think his punches are slow too.
What are you laughing at?
If there's only 7 people in the chat, then there's the 7 funniest people in the world. Because, sorry, man. Where is this? Panoy Mamba on YouTube. Shasky's the one who reads the Draymond Punch video.
That's funny. No, that's good.
That's good material,
That's
man.
good. That's good.
All right, so Rudy Gobert punches Kyle
That's funny.
Anderson.
That's funny.
That is funny. I put a tear in my eye.
Yeah.
Kyle Anderson gets punched. And Torian Prince pushed Gobert off like, yo, what are you doing?
Yeah, I think all of them.
It wasn't like I'm holding you back. It's like, yo, stop that sucker stuff. And so in the locker room at halftime, Kyle Anderson was ready to beat him up again.
Did you see the video that I sent that has no?
No, it got deleted.
Oh, it did? Oh, well, I listened to it like 15 times.
I got it late, and then everybody sent it to me, and I was like, well, what's the video?
So what happened was it clearly the person was recording in their pocket. That's what I thought. They turned the video on,
right,
and it was Kyle Anderson in the locker room. I'm summarizing or paraphrasing here. You guys let this blanker get away with everything, meaning everyone turns a blind eye, and then he says on and on, I'm not letting it happen. I'm done with it. Y'all are going to have to make some decisions this summer. And then he said it again and again. You guys let this guy get away with everything. So it's Kyle Anderson talking about Rudy Gobert. And my impression was not just the locker room, but the team, whether that means the staff, the personnel. Like, they just allow Gobert to be a bully. That's the way I interpreted the video.
Dude,
or I guess it's more audio than video because it's black.
Maybe somebody on the internet has that audio because I was looking for it. When you guys sent it, a couple other people sent it to me.
Wild.
It hit the
you want to
break
talk about
quick.
snitching? Thank God whoever that team employee was recorded that.
Yeah, I hope somebody did. So we'll get to the Wolves sound in just a second.
He's a bad teammate.
But
Can we say that?
Gobert got sent home after halftime, and the T-Wolves rallied to win the game. Now, something else happened, too. Jaden McDaniels punched the wall.
Did you see that?
I don't know why he punched the wall. Did we get clarity on that?
I didn't
But he punched the wall, and he broke his head. So he's out in the play-in game tomorrow night against the LA Lakers.
That's insane.
Insane. So
he's solid.
Very solid defensively. So you have no McDaniels to guard LeBron James. You have no Nas Reed to come off the bench. Gobert and Kyle Anderson are funking. Karl Anthony Towns, we'll see where he's at. But they were able to win that game yesterday against the Pelicans. Now they go to L.A. But nobody believes in them to win that game after what transpired yesterday. How?
Well, I mean, Anthony Edwards, addition by subtraction, I guess, is the argument. I don't know. But like the Gobert thing, they traded all those picks for him, and they gutted their roster, and they gave up valuable pieces, and they're going to face one of those pieces in Vanderbilt, who obviously was moved multiple times. But like the Gobert thing is insane. Now, is he a great shot blocker? Yeah, he is. He is a great rim protector. I mean, there's more to defense than just that. But he's clearly, like, to me, he's a terrible teammate. Donovan Mitchell and him did not get along. It's established, right? And now he's getting into it with, like, of all players, Slow-Mo?
Right.
I didn't even know Slow-Mo had a personality like that. Did you?
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. Wild. Can we hear the Woj report on this
Woj
situation?
is full of crap.
There's
so much more to this.
Yeah, Shams Charania had more to it. There is a lot to it. But, hey, here's a little glimpse of what's happening in Minnesota locker room.
You know, I'm told that the back and forth was about Anderson telling Rudy Gobert, hey, why don't you block some shots? Gobert telling him, why don't you grab a rebound? And then it escalated from there.
Well, it's so bad.
So politely, that's exactly how they said it, by the way. Hey, just go get some rebounds, buddy.
Go get some rebounds.
You get some blocks.
You go block some shots. And then Kyle Anderson was basically saying, like, yo, why is everybody kissing his butt? It's been happening for way too long. You guys kissed his butt for what? Again, I don't think he's a good teammate. We saw Donovan Mitchell in Utah. He's not a good teammate, Rudy Gobert. And a lot of people believe he's overrated. Now, Draymond Green, he keeps all the receipts, right? So Rudy Gobert, back in October when the Draymond Green and Jordan Poole situation happened.
Okay.
Rudy Gobert tweeted out, and here, let me pull it up here. Where is it at? I will find it in a second. Wasting time. Oh, here it is.
Okay.
Rudy Gobert tweeted October 7th, 2022.
This is after the Jordan
Poole, Draymond Green situation.
Okay.
Insecurity is always loud.
And we are sure that was in reference to this?
Yeah. Oh, no doubt.
Okay.
No doubt
I didn't know that. Okay.
No doubt it was. So Draymond Green, yesterday, after the game, finding out what happened with Rudy Gobert, insecurity is always loud.
Oh, so these two hate each other?
Oh, they've been hating each other forever.
Yeah, but now it's like so official.
No, it's yeah.
Wow.
You can't say it.
Wow.
Draymond feels that Rudy Gobert took a couple DPOYs away from him. People in Utah were keeping up for Rudy Gobert. All the screen assist that he has, the screen assist. Oh, yeah, it was a thing. It was a thing. So you had that. By the way, in the Valley.
So now Draymond's go. I kind of love this.
No,
Keep going. This is why this league is insane.
By the way, in the Valley, down in Phoenix, yeah, Bones Highland and Miles Plumlee going at it on the sideline.
What was that?
I have no idea.
The Suns aren't even playing anyone.
Bones Highland and Plumlee's getting into it. Bones Highland gets into his face. Norman Powell pushes him back, saying, yo, sit down. Now, the Suns, luckily, were able to rally. You see Russell Westbrook just kind of watching around. Suns Clippers going to be hilarious.
I think we're not giving the Clippers an appropriate chance in that series.
Oh, I don't think anybody not give them a chance yet.
Well, I feel like a lot of people think that the Clippers are going to be like fodder for Phoenix. I think it's maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm misreading
what's Paul
this.
George's
I'm
status?
not sleeping on Kawhi though.
What's Paul George's status?
I don't know.
Is Kawhi enough?
I just think it's going to be tougher than people think. They're going to take a chunk out of each other.
Clippers said he is improving, but there is no timeline for his return. So that signals to me probably not this series.
Probably out in the first round. I'm not counting the Clippers out, but I don't think they could beat Phoenix without Paul George.
Agreed, but that doesn't mean I don't think it's going to be a sweep.
No, it'd be a 5-6 game series.
I'm hoping 6. Give me at least 6.
5-6 game series. This Suns team. I'm eager to see how they look. And they're in the good. Like, if you're the Phoenix Suns, you have to feel good about the side of the bracket they're on.
Absolutely.
You're looking at the Denver Nuggets. The Clippers and the Suns are looking at the Nuggets saying, oh, we're going to steamroll that team and get into the conference finals.
Their number one thing is like it's CP3's health and it's Kevin Durant's health.
Yep.
Like that's it. I mean, that's really what it boils down to.
That's it. So, Morelli, Bonte, we could get updates for Paul George from his podcast today. Forgot about the PG podcast. What does he call it again? Paul George's podcast?
Podcast P?
Podcast P?
No, I don't know. I don't know.
What we're calling him, Podcast P? Oh, man. All right, we're going to break here. We'll reset. Warriors, Kings, your initial thoughts. We'll slip in some Masters. We'll slip in some Giants. But it's all about Kings, Warriors. What's your initial thoughts? 888-957-9570. Did the Warriors' late season run, winning 8-10, give you any more confidence into them defending their championship?
Oh, boy.
Hey, they have won 8-10.
Team MVP, Fitz has got to be in the mix somewhere.
Oh, Fitz is having.
Be better at your job.
Dude, Fitz makes me feel so good. When he goes, Bonte, you're on it 100%. It makes me feel so good. When I'm on Fitz's side.
What is going on here?
Dude, Fitz is having an unbelievable season.
Career year.
Oh, my gosh. What? If you don't like Fitz, you need to check yourself.
Hey, don't kid yourself. Matt Simons is a quality basketball player.
I love how he's laughing while saying that.
Yeah, he'll lie to make you look good. He don't care.
I mean, this is a man who defended Cohen when needed be.
I mean,
you know this, Matt, because you're a good guard and you're a high-level player.
Jesus. God, I love you, Fitz, because I don't think he believed anything he said there.
Oh, my God.
Hey, man, Fitz is my guy. I ride with Fitz. He's ready for this I-80 series.
Oh.
He's been in playoff mode. You see the game face he has on the crossover?
I'm also going to give you my list later this week of all-time players and staff, people I associate with both the Kings and Warriors. You wait.
Boy.
I've got my top 5 list.
Oh, Gary St. Jean on there? Tim Roy on there? Mike Brown? Mitch Richmond?
Luke Walton.
You took the words out.
Luke Walton is not top 5. He's not top 5. All right, what's coming up on the case? Sponsored by CalHope.org.
Madsen might make that list.
Department of Healthcare Services. Your phone calls, I see them lining up. 888-957-9570. Your initial thoughts on Warriors and Kings as we get the playoffs started on Saturday. Game 1, 5:30 at Go to One Center. Should be a lot of fun. More coming up on the roast.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
The game.
GP2. Oh, he's back. 4 points yesterday, but his impact on the glass.
Truly?
Yeah. He's had a few of them. 8 rebounds yesterday, 4 assists, 4 steals. What about the sequence Friday night in Sacramento? The sequence Friday night in Sacramento, third quarter. Guy blocks a shot on a fast break, gets back on defense, blocks a shot, high fives a Warrior fan sitting in the courtside seats.
That was incredible.
And it comes down and hit a quarter 3. That all transpired in 11 seconds. So in 11 seconds, Gary Payton II blocks a shot on a fast break, high fives a fan, and then hits a corner 3. It's good to have GP2 back.
Yeah.
Just in the nick of time. Jordan Poole's starting to roll. We discussed his fourth quarters, how he's balling in the fourth quarter. Yesterday, a solid game to end his season with. 82-game season for Jordan Poole. Got a game ball from Steve Kerr yesterday.
I thought that was really cool.
Really cool. Looney. Dante DiVincenzo. How about his three-point shot coming back in the nick of time? He was 4-6 Friday night in Sacramento, 4 of 8 the other night against OKC. Last night, 2 of 5. He's dropping dimes. I love where his game is at.
Yeah, me too.
We know about the Splash Brothers. We know about Day. We know about Looney. So buckle up, folks.
Well, I
think we're getting ready for another long run.
I think so, too. And, this year was so crazy. The number one thing throughout the middle of the year, all the ups and downs, primarily downs, it was like, just get to the playoffs, They got to the playoffs. They're the 6th seed. I look at their roster. I mean, we don't know what guys are dealing with that aren't being disclosed. Mm-hmm. Sure feels like they're pretty healthy. Doesn't feel like Steph Curry has, worn down his entire body, even though he had the shoulder and the knee injury earlier this year. He feels like he's good to go. Klay feels like he's good to go. Wiggins is back in the fold. Draymond, I was really worried Friday night because he kept following me.
Yep.
He got hit a lot.
He got banged up, and he is banged up. He's going to need that week off.
The wrist, too.
But you know what? Day-Day's a warrior.
I agree.
Day-Day's a warrior, and I'm riding with Draymond Green in the playoff series. This guy knows how to win, Shasky.
Yes.
We everything that's happened, not to cut you off,
but
everything that's happened with this guy. You don't win 4 championships without Draymond Green.
He's going to be the guy that's going to be guarding Sabonis, I feel, in crunch time.
He's going to have to guard Jared Jackson Jr.
Yeah.
He's going to have to guard maybe Kevin Durant if they beat the Suns. We'll get there.
Those.
Anthony Davis with the LA Lakers.
So I'm looking at this year. I'm like, all right, so the team's pretty healthy. All right. Maybe you could make the argument they're in their best rhythm, at least the last month of the year.
They've won 8 of 10.
I mean, we'll see what ends up happening with the acclimation.
Here's what Kerr said about that.
Yeah.
It's a great sign. We've played really well overall the last couple of weeks. I think we won 8 of our last 10, if I'm not mistaken. And today was guys were locked in right from the beginning. They knew what was at stake and controlled the game from the opening tap. Hopefully that carries over to next week. But most importantly, after a really long and in many ways tumultuous season, we got where we needed to get, and that's into the playoffs, and we've got a chance, and that's all we were hoping for.
So then I look at like playoff rotations, right, Bonte? Like you sit here and you go, all right, usually 8 is like the sweet number, but maybe let's say 9 or 10.
Right.
Steph, Klay, Dre. You feel good about those guys right now heading into this year?
I feel great about them.
Okay, so that's 3. The 4th guy, Kevon Looney. You feel pretty good about him.
I feel great about Looney.
Me too. Let's throw Poole in there. That's 5. I feel really good about Poole right now.
I feel good about Poole, too.
And all the Poole haters, like, the turnovers. He had less turnovers per game than Steph Curry. Now, slightly less. Right. He averaged 20. You don't just walk into 20 a game.
No, you don't.
Right? He played all 82 games. I know. It was rocky, and it was frustrating.
If he started, he would have averaged 25 a game.
I agree with you. All right. Dante DiVincenzo. You feel good about him?
I feel great about him.
All right, that's 6. All right, let's get to Gary Payton Jr. Or the 2nd, excuse me. You feel good about him?
I feel great about him.
Okay. The only question mark of the top 8 guys, would be Andrew Wiggins.
Right.
And only because we haven't seen him for 2.5 months.
Right.
All right. So you're telling me 7 guys I feel really good about heading into the playoffs.
Did you mention Jonathan Kuminga?
And I was just going to get there.
Jonathan Kuminga. I feel great about him.
Of all those guys, he's the youngest player, right? And I'm looking at him and I'm going, I feel great about it. I feel much better about Kuminga than I do Anthony Lamb, than I do JMG right now. So that gives me 8 people that I feel great about, and I haven't even put Wiggins in that category.
And that's all you need to win a championship.
So that's why I'm feeling optimistic right now.
And Jonathan
right
Kuminga,
where they need to be.
You brought up Jonathan Kuminga. Because look.
The ascension the last couple months has been awesome.
Last season was Jordan Poole's coming out party. Postseason. Now, he had an up and down postseason after the first round, but he stepped it. We all forgot Game 5 NBA Finals.
Yeah.
I mean, Game 6 NBA Finals. the Memphis series off.
Yeah.
It was his first postseason. I thought Jordan Poole stacked up very well during that postseason run. This is Jonathan Kuminga's postseason now. He is the ultimate X factor for me in this series because he may have to guard De'Aaron Fox at times. He may have to guard Malik Monk off the bench, who should be the sixth man of the year, in my opinion. He's been dynamic with the Sacramento Kings. When you play the LA Lakers or the Memphis Grizzlies, there's Ja Morant, there's Dylan Brooks, there's Desmond Bane. Well, guess what, JK? You got one of these three guys.
Agreed.
If it's the LA Lakers and you get past Sacramento, it's AD and it's LeBron James or Austin Reeves, who's getting to the free throw line. So he's going to be the ultimate X factor in this postseason run for him, and I feel great about him. And he's your 8th or 9th man.
But that's what I'm saying, and that's why I wanted to list them. Now, when it gets to the playoff time, I think we all know, like, Jonas Jerebko gets called into task because of whatever happens in a series. Injuries, foul trouble, suspensions, like, stuff happens.
Right.
And can I get a moment from a guy like that, right? Last year, Bielitsa had a moment in the finals, okay?
But Moody had a moment.
So this is where JMG, Moody, and I'll even throw Anthony Lamb in there. Could I get a moment from one of those three? I think he can. Like, I feel so much better about Moody today than I did a month ago.
I feel really good about Moody.
No way.
I feel really good about Moody.
Me too.
He stayed ready.
A lot of the little things he does.
He stayed ready this season. So Moody's going into the playoffs with this confidence at an all-time high. He's feeling aggressive. He got a little sniff of the playoffs last year.
Yeah.
Game 2 against Dallas in the Western Conference Finals. That was the turning point of the series. What was that?
It was the sniff.
Oh.
I didn't do that. Someone else. Yeah.
Oh, that was Guru sniff?
See, if we're going to do a sniff, can I get the Scarface at the table sniff?
Yeah.
You know, after him and the dude
that's what I want.
From Bolivia.
Yeah, we play so many. God bless Steiny and Guru. They're coming up from 10 to 2.
Can
They'll be all over to go to say Warriors. But play some of our damn job, Spinelli. You didn't take Steiny and Guru.
When Scarface
do they play our
drops,
drops? Do they play our drops? Jesus.
Yeah, but when Scarface knocks over that giant like container of
I
Coke,
want that.
Yeah,
It's
I
a
want
roasting.
him, and he's just taking huge lines,
huge bumps.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yayo.
And then he's unbuttoning his shirt.
Yayo.
And he's like, they want to go to war?
They want to go to war?
Sosa. He's arguing with Sosa. That's who he's
Okay, hell of a drug. Yeah, it is a hell of a drug.
I contend if you look at Sosa and you look at Colin Cowherd, they're the same guy.
Oh, my gosh. Don't do that to Cowherd.
I swear to God, they look alike.
We need Tears of a Clown at some point this week. Because Cowherd said some reckless things about the Warriors this year.
Did he?
Andrew Wiggins is not coming back. My sources tell me. Well, your sources is wrong. Very wrong. Nick Wright. I don't follow Nick Wright, but the streets are telling me that Nick Wright's been bumping his gums too. Kendrick Perkins. Another guy who's saying the Warriors do not want Sacramento. And Charles Barkley last Thursday on TNT inside the NBA said, guaranteed Sacramento's getting to the second round. Because I know they're going to play the Warriors or the Lakers. And they have no shot against Sacramento. So Tears of a Clown, playoff edition.
Spadoni, can you see my computer here? Sosa, Cowherd. I swear to God, they're the same guy.
Yeah. Max and Cocker, what's happening?
It's the Pinocchio nose.
Max and Cocker, what's happening?
Hey, thanks for taking my call. How you guys doing this morning?
I'm doing great.
Man.
Glad to hear it. I'm almost at work, so I'm going to keep this short and sweet. The Kings have looked good this regular season. Obviously, better than us, in my opinion. And, the regular season doesn't matter to a team like the Warriors. So I think the Warriors have a calculated plan on how to handle the Kings in the playoff series. And although I want it to be a good series, and, I don't want to take that away from the Kings, that they're a good team, I think the Warriors come in and just dominate. So.
What do you think? 6 games, 5 games? What's your early read on this?
I think it goes to 5 games at the most.
Really?
Are we getting a little too early? I mean, we got a whole week. We're gonna do predictions on Monday.
I'm just asking. What's initial thoughts, initial feelings?
I like the matchup a lot. I want to see at least one game to get a feel for it. I still like the Warriors in 5 or 6. Not sure if I'm going to go 5 or 6. I don't know how much respect I want to give to Sacramento yet.
Wow.
I mean, we're the champs. Come on.
Well, Sacramento doesn't really respect the Golden State Warriors, including Kenny Caraway.
Yeah.
The matchups are a good look for the Kings. They're a good look. And if we play the Warriors as a 6 seed, I'll tell you right now, we'll backhand the Warriors. I don't want to play the Warriors just because I have a healthy respect and fear for Steph Curry. I don't want to deal with him in the playoffs. I really don't. But if it comes to that, we backhand the Warriors because the Warriors don't do nothing on the road. They definitely don't play defense on the road. The Warriors too small. Sabonis would eat all series long.
They better not let us win game one.
Oh, so tears of a cloud. Kenny Caraway's a candidate to be on that this season. And I love Kenny. That's my guy. I texted him last night.
I asked him last night who's the greatest rap, and I guess greatest is a loose term, but who's the greatest rapper out of Sacramento? I put
Sebo.
I said Sebo, Brother Lynch, Mozzie, other.
What'd he say?
He said Mozzie. And I think it's probably because of the catalog of all the different artists that he's worked with.
Sick.
Sebo, though, you and me think alike. Sebo was on so many hitters.
Yeah, so and when I think of Sacramento, he's the guy who put him on the map.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
With the big Rolex?
the ball head nut.
Come on.
Fist telling, in the cut. Hey, look.
Him on Tupac's album?
Mozzie's hard, though. Mozzie's good. Mozzie could go.
Yeah, but do their rappers... their catalogs supersede the Bay Area's catalogs. We've got so many more people.
Oh, the Bay Area,
not even close.
I know.
I mean,
I love Brother Lynch though.
Yeah,
him and Tech Nine in the early 2000s.
I'm just trying to give Sac their love. I'm trying to give Sac their love. That's all. But if you're comparing it to the Bay Area, they're getting slaughtered. It's a sweep.
Although I believe Mac Dre moved up to somewhere near Sacramento for a period of time, but
let's go to Robin. Robin in the city.
Hey, Robin.
What's up, Robin?
Good morning. Can you guys hear me?
Robin, if you want Robin, I'll hang up on you right now, but I'm going to give you a shot. You know we can hear you, Robin. We can always hear you.
Okay, the reason why, sweetie, because I be in Half Moon Bay. I be everywhere. I be in the mountains and
I know, it's all good. We can hear you, Robin. You don't have the Metro PCS, so it's all good.
Okay, Sugar, this is what I want to say. First, I just want to say this about Nick Bright, because I've been listening to him, when I channel, surf, whatever. Dude looks like an Afghan dog. All he needs is all this hair on his face. He do. Look at him next time y'all see him. I'm like, he's a Warrior hater. And none of those guys, Kendrick Perkins, none of those guys. JD called, he says, listen, you're going to have a lot of guys pretend like they know Sac. And they haven't watched one damn game of Sacramento Kings up there front. So miss whatever they talking about, okay? And then I want to say, to me, I think that Jordan Poole is the X factor here. We're not talking about the bad Jordan Poole, because the bad Jordan Poole will cost us games. But I think Jordan Poole is the X factor because he's young. If he stays in control, he can break it down. He can break that defense down. He can attack the rim. He can shoot, and he can keep up physically, and so I just think that he matches up well with their players, and for me, he's an X factor. And the last thing I want to say to old boy from Sacramento that was on here talking that smack, so there's a statistic out there that says that, or a fact out there that says that the Kings haven't been on primetime TV since 2002. Well, I want to say to old boy up there in Sacramento, we like to welcome you to the NBA. Hi, you guys.
That wasn't bad.
No, slow your roll, Sugar.
Oh, hey there.
Oh, hey there.
So that made the rounds yesterday.
What?
Oh, hey there.
Oh, hey
Why did
there.
that make the rounds?
Well, first off, Bonte representing an Irish brand and Jameson, and we were passing that around. We got a good laugh. The whole thing.
Who's we?
The family.
Oh.
My nieces were laughing. It was a very Cheers-like look for you. You look like, Tom Cruise in Cocktails.
I look good, huh? I should be a bartender.
But it was just your whole demeanor. They're like, how many times did it take him to shoot this?
Oh, not long. Shoot. They called me One Take Tay in college. Shout out Worldwide Hef. Becca Major.
He be blending into the couch, bro.
Sports reporters class, Marty Gonzalez. Retired from Crowd 4 a couple years ago. Legend. Was my professor. We did videos. Hef and we would team up. And he goes, One Take Tay. That's all we need.
The Becca alums run San Francisco, don't they?
We do.
They're just everywhere.
We're legends.
We're everywhere.
Go Gators.
So the question now is do you have a case of ginger and lime Jameson?
Don't you worry about that.
Oh, hey there.
Don't ask me for a free
I didn't. I don't.
None of y'all get nothing. Drink responsibly, folks. Drink responsibly.
Drink responsibly.
You know what?
Drink responsibly.
Let's go down to H-Town, man. We need to turn this thing up. My guy, you talk about a legendary roaster. he's moving up the rankings.
Okay.
You know, you got your Michael Hernandez's, you got your Jay LaFrays, you got your Tyler Millers, you got your Morellis, you got your roasters.
Chavez's.
Yeah, Ernie Chavez. Can't forget about him.
I'm a roaster.
But you know what? SFA drummer down in H-Town is moving up the rankings for Joe. Dante Wiley's up there too. I don't want to forget about Dante, but SF Bay drummer has been repping the roast hard. SF Bay drummer, what's happening?
Yo, it's good. You know, I got to stay loyal to the soil, even though I live down here in Texas. I'm still a Hunters Point at heart. But anyway, man, the Warriors don't beat the Kings. We ain't got nothing to worry about. 5, and it's over. Kuminga, he really grew. Moody's growing too. It's just going to be some dogs attacking the ball. And I'm not worried about Harrison Barnes. Let him shoot, because we know last time he had wide open threes, he was nowhere to be found. So I'm not scared of Harrison Barnes at all. He can take whatever mental notes from Draymond or whatever. He's going to get pumped. We just know that. Also, next time you talk to D-Lo and KC, they need to get off their high horse. They act like they about to be planning for a championship. After 2 weeks, they need to be putting all efforts into planning the Cal Expo Fair, because that's all that's going down in Sacramento. They're going back to being nothing and nobody. So we gonna win in 5 and move on to the next round. If it's the Grizzlies or the Lakers, it don't matter. We finna eat. So let's go Warriors. Let's turn this thing up and go back to back. And that's what Anthony had a little lamp.
I don't know what Anthony had a little laugh. SFA drummer, though, was in his bag. And by the way, D-Lo will join us at 9:20. Damian Barley, 9:20. ESPN 1320. D-Lo KC, the best show up in Sacramento.
We've got a long way to go.
Long week. Okay. I'm ready to wrap up right
now.
But
I've now started to allow myself to think prematurely about it. And if Steph Curry can pull off back-to-back in this one, that'd be 2 back-to-backs for him, essentially 5 overall titles.
5 titles.
I mean, you're in the Kobe, Michael
Duncan.
Jordan. Tim Duncan never went back-to-back.
No, he never went back-to-back when he got 5 championships.
No, I know, but I'm talking about doing multiple back-to-backs.
Oh, yeah.
That's so difficult.
That is.
One back-to-back is difficult.
Yeah, that is tough.
2 back-to-backs, and then you get up to 5. Like, you're
Magic
talking...
had what, 1 back-to-back?
There was
they won 80,
87,
82, 85, 87, 88.
Yeah, 87, 88. There you go. Him and Kareem. But, man, I've been thinking about it all. Like, man, if they can get this one, this is one of those ones that might put them up there. Would they be the second best dynasty ever? If the Bulls is number 1, most people, even though that team changed dramatically from year 1 to the 6th title,
right.
I
don't want to get there yet.
I
it's
know.
a little premature, but, we may get there. I'm going to wait on that one.
And this will be a little different.
I'm going to wait on that
even the Bulls, they had 2 guys that remained, essentially,
right.
Jordan and Pippen. And I know there were some ancillary pieces, but they changed a lot. They would have 3?
3 core guys. 3 core guys. Well, Looney will end up with his 4th championship.
That's crazy. Wow, 4 for him. That would be crazy. Wow.
Oh,
I mean, you want to talk about a guy whose impression of himself has changed dramatically from year 1 to where he is
the
now.
ancillary pieces. It's been different for the Warriors.
Big time.
Otto Porter Jr., Bielitsa, you had Livingston, and there Andre Iguodala the first time around. You had Bogut.
Mo Spates.
You had Mo Spates.
Barbosa.
You had Zaza. You had JaVale McGee. You had David West.
Nick Young.
Yeah, Ian Clark. Yeah, Nick Young. Hey, Nick Young had a big, what game did he have? Was it a big, game? Was it game 5 in Houston? What game did he have where he was
It was one of the Houston games.
Yeah, it was like, wait a minute, Nick Young showing up?
Well, and then he showed up in a silk outfit walking into the gym.
Hey, man, Swaggy P. Boy, that was content. Whew, that was content.
We gave him, similar to Iguodala this year, we gave him more conversations on air than minutes in the playoffs.
But you know what? Every time you did a video with Nick Young, 500,000 views, your boy did numbers.
Really?
Swaggy P gets numbers.
Why is that?
Everybody loves Swaggy P.
Swaggy P. I still don't understand the Swaggy P thing.
It's Nick Young, man. Spinoni, you love Nick Young, don't you?
Only for the memes. Speaking of snitches, D-Lo. Remember that? D'Angelo Russell, the other D-Lo.
Not going to touch that anymore. That's done. That conversation is done. Because I could go off and on, but I don't need the boss man saying, stay focused, Kings, Warriors, on the big day. And it's a big day here in the Bay Area. We got Kings Warriors. We finally made it to the playoffs. And Stephen Curry was discussing this yesterday. How it's officially just nice to be in playoffs. How the regular season is over finally.
Everything that we've been through this season, it's just nice to be officially in the playoffs and with a week to prepare and get our minds and bodies right for it. The narratives and the excitement and, the historical context of it all, just a part of, this time of year. And it's awesome to know that we're back in the fray and have an opportunity to go hopefully get off to a good start.
And then you brought up Wiggins. We'll get back to the calls in just a second. But Andrew Wiggins, how will he ramp up? Where will he be at? Well, he's already practiced. He scrimmaged 5-on-5. He traveled with the team. You saw him going up to Sacramento and then Portland. Here's what Curry had to say about Wiggins.
We'll have a lot of decisions on what it looks like, but I went through it last year, missed as much time, but missed 4 some weeks, some change. And first game was game 1. There's a lot of adrenaline of what the playoffs atmosphere brings. Wiggs is a extremely pivotal part of what we do and us reaching our highest ceiling. And the way that he plays, I think, is easily to integrate back in because he guards. I have him out there defending whoever the primary scorer usually is. I don't know what his minutes will look like and all that, so that might be the biggest adjustment for him. But the rest of it is we have a certain system, a certain approach, and we've done it in his absence, and I think he understands what it looks like when he's back out there. So to your point, practice time will be helpful and will be important for us to lock in mentally on game plan. But, I did it last year and came back pretty spry those first couple of games. I don't know, starter, bench, whatever it is, it doesn't matter. It's just a matter of being on the same page.
Being on the same page. And now you add in Andrew Wiggins.
I guess what I'm looking for from Andrew Wiggins is, where are his legs at? I think that's the number one thing early on for me. Forget the shot going down and spacing and all that and his timing. Like, defensively, can he acclimate quickly? Because that, to me, is the most important thing.
Yeah, that is. Cardio, conditioning, legs. I think he'll be fine. Yeah, I think he'll be fine. I think the time off, actually. Look, we all forget the right adductor strain was really bothering him. And when he came back after missing 15 games with the right adductor strain and a non-COVID illness, he didn't look right. And then he finally had a big game against the Wizards. And then he was out. Then, poof, he's gone for 7 weeks, right? Misses 23 straight games, 24 straight games now. I think the right adductor now is healthy. I think his illnesses are behind him. And I think he's ready to roll. So that's the one underrated part nobody really discussed was the right adductor strain. It really bothered him.
Yeah,
he was not the same. He got off to a hot start. He was shooting 45% from 3 and 51% from the floor. And then, boom, right adductor strain. He's out 15 games with that and the non-COVID illness. I don't think he was ever right.
And he only had that one good game, essentially, after
the Wizards.
Right? The Wizards game. And then after that, he obviously missed a bunch of time. Right. Man, that's unfortunate. It feels like they're getting a trade acquisition because they haven't seen him for so long. I think a lot of us are pretty much conditioned to believing that, this is their team and we don't even think about Wiggins factoring in. And now that he's back, I think he's going to be a big-time X factor.
And you think about his playoff run a season ago? Like, he averaged 16.5 points per game and 7.5 rebounds during that postseason run. And the numbers don't do his impact justice.
No.
Picking up 94 feet.
No.
Dunking on Luka's head. Shutting down Jason Tatum. Well, Game 5 NBA Finals to 26 points and 13 rebounds. So Steph Curry didn't even hit a 3 in that basketball game.
Similar to like Scottie Pippen, and I'm not saying he's Scottie Pippen, but no one ever goes like, Scottie averaged X, Y, and Z. We don't even bring up the stats with Scottie. Why? Because we look at all the other things that are unquantifiable that don't go into the box score. I think he gives you that kind of impact. Andrew Wiggins does for this team. And then just think about what the spacing's going to look like with him back out on the floor offensively.
Yeah, no doubt.
Once he does get his shot down.
I can't wait. I've got some tips about how we looked at practice and when he was shooting around his first day back in the Bay.
What, you got some tips, some murmurs?
Or some little tidbits, some little nuggy nugs, and they said, Andrew Wiggins looks like Andrew Wiggins.
So you're tapped in.
I'm not tapped in. I just hear some things. Streets talk here and there. And like Snoop Dogg, it starts to get Hutch. Hey, man, I'll lay it out for you guys to play it out.
I have not seen that Starsky and Hutch.
You never seen that one with Ben Stiller and Owen Wilson?
Or whatever.
Oh, the one with Ben Wilson and Owen.
Yeah, I haven't seen that one.
Ben Stiller and Owen Wilson.
Is it good?
Vince Vaughn. Oh, it's
Vince
so
Vaughn.
good.
Will Ferrell cameo.
How did I miss that?
Oh my gosh, Snoop Dogg.
Darn.
Oh man, the Terrarium. Oh, man.
I'm gonna have to
Jason
check that
Bateman's
out.
in it. Oh yeah, it's good.
Oh, dude.
Oh, it's a who's who.
Who's the cop? The cop? You guys deserve each other. The black guy, he's always got the thick mustache. You know what I'm talking about. Oh, man, it's a classic. I love that movie. The original is good, but Ben Stiller and Owen Wilson did the damn thing.
Okay, I'm gonna check that out.
They even got involved with a little book of sugar. That's all.
Oh.
You should check it out.
That's where you need the Scarface sound. Right there, Spinoni.
We don't promote drugs on this show.
We don't.
Unless
Don't do
they're
drugs,
legal
kids.
in California.
No, kids, don't do drugs.
What is the?
I don't even like talking about book of sugar.
What's the Bone Thugs and Harmony at the beginning? We're not about rap. We're not against rappers. You know, we don't promote violence,
thugs,
but we are against those thugs.
Steve Lakewood said. Steve, what's happening?
What's up, Steve?
Hey guys, what's going on? Good morning.
Good morning to you, Steve.
Hey, real quick, I just want to add a few side notes here. I think you guys are a little hard on Anthony Lamb, man. The Lamb burger, he is sharp. He does all the dirty work. He's on point, man. You can't factor him out. Another thing, we don't want to see the Lakers in the bias a corrupt officiating, man.
Hey, you know what, Steve? Fans are a little harder on Anthony Lamb. He's a two-way guy. We act like he's getting paid $25 million.
He played almost 70 games.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to rip a two-way guy like that. Now,
Well,
I know
now
why.
he's a one-way. I mean, he's an NBA guy.
Yeah, he's an NBA guy, but also, I just think there's some of the off-the-court stuff that is lingering that has people saying, hey, this guy's a bad guy. I don't want to get into that. I don't. But on the court, he's a two-way player. We act like he's Michael Cooper or something. Chill. He's not going to play much in the playoffs.
No, he's not. But I think he will have a moment. If they want to go where they need to go, then I think he's going to have one moment, whatever it is, whether it's a big rebound, a 3-minute stretch where he plays defense or he's boxing out. Someone will be in foul trouble. Something will happen. I call him, JMG. I will put Moody in there as well. Those are in case emergency break glass type players. Something had to have gone way off awry for them to get in there.
No doubt.
Wouldn't you agree?
Doubt. Absolutely. Now, Steve also brought up the LA Lakers and how it's a bad matchup, and he brought up the free throw discrepancy. Now, there will be a lot of shenanigans in a potential series against the LA Lakers, and I don't want to overlook Sacramento because they got to handle their business first against the Sacramento Kings. But the whistles will be a factor in that series. The Lakers will get calls. Get ready for that. They get to the free throw line, whether you like it or not. Any little ticky-tack foul, boom, they're getting to the line. So know that going in, that the referees, and that's the other thing going into the playoffs. You heard Fitz talking about the refs yesterday. He goes, this is an important game for the referees, too. They're all fighting for playoff positioning. They want to get on that playoff roster. These are the best refs in the world. I love when Fitz does that. I do, because I like Fitz, man.
Be better at your job.
Those guys, that's a whole other aspect. There's going to be some teams who get robbed of glory in these playoffs because of these guys with the whistles. Just saying.
Does anyone in Warrior Land think that they're not going to beat the Kings?
That's a great question. Great question. Do you?
Are we being too delusional? Because I feel like my particular opinion. There are teams in the regular season who think that the regular season correlates to playoff success. And it doesn't. Now there are teams that are uniquely skilled in the regular season, and then that does translate to the playoffs. I'm not saying that the Kings aren't a good team. They had a great season. They have had a great season. They are a really young, fun, ascending team. But the playoffs are different. And I'm not here to say they're not qualified or they can't rise to the occasion. Well, of course they can do all those things. But you're talking about a minted champion. This is one of the all-time battle-tested champions. Think of the amount of unbelievable series Klay, Dre, and Steph have been a part of. Not wins, not just individual wins, series. How many Rocket series have been just unbelievable? The OKC series is all the games against the Cleveland Cavaliers. I mean, you just go through their resume.
I'll play devil's advocate.
What?
I'll play devil's advocate.
That's why I'm
going to play devil's advocate.
Yeah,
I'm going to play devil's advocate for a second.
Yeah.
Even though I don't believe anything I'm about to say.
Okay, I want to hear it, though. I want to hear the argument.
Business text line 415.
Because I can't muster up the argument for the Kings.
Come on, Roasters. Warriors are sweeping the Kings. Seriously, Jay. Here's what I'll say. The one thing the Warriors have had issues with all season long. Now, they have gotten more athletic with J.K., Gary Payton II, and now with Andrew Wiggins. But young, athletic basketball teams have tortured the Warriors. Triple drive penetration, put of attack defense. has not been there. At times, they've been traffic codes on defense. So can their defense step up? You see the road home splits when it comes to defensive efficiency and defensive rating. It's night and day. They're a top 5 team at home when it comes to defense. On the road, they're a bottom 5 team. So
you got to believe that they're going to raise that up.
You got to believe that. But the Kings, not to slight them, they historically had one of the best seasons offensively in NBA history.
But aren't they a poor defensive team simultaneously?
They are a poor defensive team, but they can light you up. They'll score. They'll score maybe 130 to 133. I mean, they give up 130, but they may score 133. They're that potent offensively. And they have a lot of shooters. So you leave Keegan Murray open. He's going to nail him. Now, it is his first playoff postseason. He's a rookie, so he's never been in the playoffs before, but he's got experience playing in Iowa. He was there for a while. I don't worry about him too much. Kevin Huerter has a playoff experience, Red Velvet, with the Atlanta Hawks going to the Eastern Conference Finals. Sabonis is legit offensively and defensively. Can get cooked, but offensively, he's a bull. He'll put your whole front line in foul trouble. He can hit the mid-range jumper. He's a really good playmaker. Malik Monk off the bench. Whoo-wee. That's going to be an interesting matchup. Who locks up with him? Is it GP2? Is it Kuminga? So they do have guys. Trey Lyles is a nice, tough guy. Yeah. And he gives them length and strength.
Very physical the other night.
No doubt.
So the guy, if you're looking at the number one person to stop, like I think they're going to have a better time with Sabonis defensively than De'Aaron Fox. I think De'Aaron Fox can have a monster series.
He's a problem.
Yeah.
And if the game is close, he's a clutch player. He leads the NBA in clutch points. Most fourth quarter points.
Okay,
most fourth quarter points. When the game is in the balance, he delivers time and time again. And he's a winner, man. I love De'Aaron Fox. The moment I saw him crying, so they beat UCLA in the Sweet 16, Lonzo Ball, and he cooked them. He scored like 36 or 38. He cooked them. They went under the pick and roll all day long, and De'Aaron Fox made them pay. Then they lost, I believe, to North Carolina in the Elite Eight. And Fox was sitting there sobbing, knowing that he was one and done, but he was crying, saying, this is the last game I'm going to have with my brothers. He was sad, like legit heartbroken. The guy just wants to win. I said, you know what? I could roll with a guy like that. He got some dog in him. He's not a punk at all. And so he's a problem. Yeah. He's an elite point guard. Now, right now, I say he's a top 5 point guard in the league.
Well, his speed presents so much trouble, obviously, but then also he's so good at now knocking down the three. Like, that was an element in his game a couple years ago he just didn't have, and so you'd lay off of him. Now you pick your poison. They run one play, the very particular play that they actually broke down on ESPN set. It was really cool, and it's basically Sabonis comes to the elbow, De'Aaron Fox passes him the ball, whoever that wing guy is kind of jumps to the corner, and they become a corner three. The other two guys are sagged off on the other side of the court, and then De'Aaron Fox basically reads what Sabonis is going to do. Either he's going to turn and pivot and square up to the hoop, or he can hand it off to De'Aaron, who's coming off of whatever action, or he could fade, or he could curl. They have this one particular play they run over and over, and there's basically a million different ways to run this one play. And it's their version of a read and react system where it gives them creativity and freedom to kind of run what they want. And it's a very interesting play, but I keep imagining, all right, if you run that against the Warriors, Draymond's going to be all up in Sabonis.
Be all up in there.
But who is going to be able to stay with the foot speed and the creativity of De'Aaron Fox?
It's got to be Andrew Wiggins. It's got to be Andrew Wiggins initially.
I think that's a big ask.
It's a big ask.
I think that's a big ask.
GP2? Is it DiVincenzo?
That's a big ask for even DiVincenzo.
Is it Kuminga? De'Aaron Fox.
They're going to have to be buttoned up defensively. That is something the whole entire series.
De'Aaron Fox is a handful.
Yeah,
I'm not slighting this guy whatsoever.
He's the number one guy I'm worried about.
And so with that motivation, going up against Curry, it's going to be a fun series. But De'Aaron Fox, man, De'Aaron Fox and Sabonis, man, that two-man game is potent.
Who are they going to throw on Curry? I know Davion's going to have his opportunities on him, but who do you think they throw on Curry?
In that starting lineup?
Just in general, yeah.
Ooh.
Right?
Curry should be able to get – they may just roll with Fox and say, hey, good luck.
I mean, I would have him in the pick and roll action and
all
force
day long.
Him, and make him.
I'll have Sabonis too in that pick and roll action as well.
But like I'm trying to get him in foul trouble and then work him down.
No, I'm with you there.
I think their defense can be very much exploited, and I'm very interested to see the chess match between the two teams.
I thought Klay Thompson took it to Keegan Murray last Friday night, showing Keegan Murray, hey, there's levels to this. I'm going to take you down to the block and hit this fadeaway baseline jumper. And I wish Bully was talking about this Friday night. Wants Klay in the post even more because I do think he has a great mid-range game and the back to the basket, 2 dribbles, fade away. Klay Thompson's automatic. So he took Keegan Murray to school. In that starting lineup, the Kings really have no answer for Stephen Curry. Even off night, Davion Mitchell, he can't guard Curry. Stop. He's too short.
But Davion's very physical.
He's physical, but he'll draw the fouls.
He's a guy.
He cannot shoot.
Do not guard him. Yes, that's what I'm saying.
He cannot shoot.
He airballed the 3 the other night.
He cannot shoot
He's
whatsoever.
a little bowling ball, though.
He is. I can't believe they took him in the lottery. But anyway, that's Sacramento's issue. Harrison Barnes. A lot of people are bringing up Harrison Barnes. Where is he going to be at in this series? Because we all remember 5 for 32.
Yeah, well, if he does that
And when we
again,
say 5 for 32, we mean the last 3 games of the 2016 NBA Finals.
and most people remember that.
We all remember it.
And even Game 7, everybody remembers.
He hit his first 3, and then it was nowhere to be found.
I mean,
I tell you a story before the game. I interviewed him.
No.
That Saturday, I was asking about Game 7. You know, how do you get your mind right? Because he was scoreless in Game 6.
I'm well aware.
And he came out and hit his first 3. It was like, HB's back. Then I think he hit one in the fourth quarter. There's HB.
I will never forget how hot he was to start that season. He turned his ankle, and it felt like he never could catch back up.
Nah, he didn't.
And he was so hot that first month.
He didn't.
It might not even have been a month.
Oh, shoot. We got injury report, man. We're rolling right here. San Francisco Stan, Anthony, hang on tight. We'll get you on the other side. We're rolling on Kings and Warriors. What's your initial thoughts? And is there anybody out there, even if a Warrior fan, are you slightly concerned about the Sacramento Kings? I feel a lot of confidence right now. A lot of overconfidence.
I think they've earned it.
All right.
Not this year, but resume.
They've earned it. Yeah, no
resume.
Shasky, stop me if you heard this one before, but we have an injured Giants player to talk about. The Giants place catcher Roberto Perez on the 60-day IL with a right rotator cuff strain. He had to exit Friday's home opener against the Royals after trying to throw out Kyle Isbell, stealing second base. This is not the first time Perez has had issues with his shoulders. He was limited to 44 games in 2021 with right shoulder inflammation. The Giants called up Austin Wynns to fill Perez's spot on the roster. Joey Bart, he's about a week away. Joey Bart.
He went 2 for 3 in his first game for the River Cats. I don't know. Bonte,
call him up. Bring him up. Bring him up.
They've had Blake Sable catch. They've had Perez catch. Austin Wynns is caught. Joey Bart is caught. And eventually you will see Gary Sanchez. They've had 4 catchers in 2 weeks.
How's Gary Sanchez doing in the minors?
I don't know.
The injury report brought to you by
Ramos is up, though.
Boxer and Curran. Oh, yeah, Ramos. Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Got to get Carlos Ramirez, NBC Sports Bay Area, on the show. He'll break down the catching position. He'll break this down. He's ready to roll. He had his box score yesterday. He actually gave me a compliment for the first time ever with my wardrobe. Go figure. It's coming up on the game, sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. Your phone calls coming up next. 888-957-9570. Confidence meter coming up. How confident are you that the Warriors are going to backhand the Sacramento Kings? That's coming up on the roast.
The playoffs are.
There's nothing like Dub Nation, baby. We still winning. I'm big stepping. Go to stay with me and we are bench pressing.
Oh, baby! We made it. We made it. The regular season is over. And now it's time for some playoff basketball, which begins Saturday for the Golden State Warriors up in Sacramento for Game 1 of this first-round Western Conference matchup, a matchup we've never seen before. NorCal battle, the battle of I-80, Kings-Warriors. We've never seen it before. Now we will. And the Kings as a 3 seed, they're feeling good. They said to hell with, we don't care who we play. We'll sit our guys Friday night. We'll get some rest in our last home game. And we hope to see the Golden State Warriors. We hope to see them. Well, be careful what you wish for, because now you got the Dubs who are looking to go back-to-back. That's right, back-to-back as a 6 seed. And it's a lot of people are bringing up the Houston Rockets from 94-95, one of my favorite NBA basketball teams of all time. Hakeem Olajuwon, Clyde Drexler, Sam Cassell, Kenny Smith, you name it, Robert Horry. I love that team. Carlos Herrera. I mean, that team was fun. Came back from a 3-1 deficit against the Suns.
And Carlos Herrera, you threw that in
Mario
there just
Elie.
to showcase how incredible your knowledge of that roster
Mario,
was.
sometimes you got to flex Shasky on the Monday. That's what we do on the roast. We flex, damn it. That's what we do in 95-7 a game, because we talk with you, as Steiny would say, not at you. We talk with you, not at you.
Is that the audience or a guru you're talking about?
Hey, everybody, the audience. They're part of the show.
Guru says he's listening to us right now pre-gaming.
Did he text you?
Yeah. Well, he's tweeting it out.
Oh, he's tweeting it out?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't see that. I got to retweet that. Guru.
I retweeted it.
Shout out Guru. I'm going to retweet that in a second. As I say, good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shifts. Hopefully you had a great weekend. Good morning to everybody out there getting ready for work, driving to work. If you're at work, what is happening? Good morning to everybody, the firefighters, cops, ushers, security guards. Everybody about to make this playoff money. Let's go, baby. And shout out to the YouTubers, Twitch, and the Comcast Business Text line. We love you. We're going to get to these lines here in a second. Good morning to Lutman, Spadoni. He's fired up. And Joe Shasky, he's always fired up off the weekend. We got Kings and Warriors. Kings Warriors as we reset this bad boy in hour number 3. We got Madeline Kinney coming up at 8:30. Bay Area News Group, of course. She's been on the Warriors all season long. We got Damian Barling at 9:20. Shasky, initial thoughts. Kings, Warriors. Regular season is finally over.
I mean, this is long overdue. The Northern California region deserves this matchup. This is going to separate families and friends. And, I mean, how many people from the Bay Area have moved up to Sacramento in the last 10 years? I mean, it feels like a lot. It feels like a lot. And so there were a lot of people that were Kings fans back in the day who became Warrior fans. I'm sure there are a lot of Warrior fans who have become Kings fans. The connectivity between the two organizations regarding GMs, coaches, players, whether it's Gary St. Jean, Luke Walton, Mike Brown, whether we're talking about Harrison Barnes, whether we're talking about Chris Webber. There have been a lot of connective tissues over the years, and I'm glad that we're finally getting this matchup. Now, you got the point guard who wants to be on a Steph Curry level like De'Aaron Fox versus the real Steph Curry. You've got shooters like Murray who want to be a shooter like Klay Thompson. They have a very early 2012, 2013 Warrior feel to them. It feels like they're coming into their own. Like, I think this is a great matchup on almost every single level.
No doubt. You're on the money there. You're right on the money there. And they're going to be fired up at the Golden One Center. It's going to have that We Believe feel in Game 1 up there at the Golden One Center. They're going to be decked. I wonder what they're going to be decked out in. Purple, black, white? What are they going to be wearing up there? But Sacramento's going to be standing. It's going to be a college atmosphere up there. And they get the Golden State Warriors, the defending champs in their first playoff series in 17 years. Sign me up for this one. It's going to be fire.
Well, I think it's not only going to be an unbelievable crowd for Sacramento, you got to believe that even if with that huge drought, there's going to be some Warrior fans in there.
Oh, my gosh. There will be.
Don't you think?
Tickets will be high, but a lot of Warrior fans want to make that drive up to Golden One Center.
My wife's already asking about it.
She wants to drive up to Sac?
Thinking about it.
Really? For Game 1?
We're on the fence.
Wow. Look at Big Money Shasky.
No.
Yeah, the one disappointing aspect of the series is that I won't be able to go up to Sacramento because we'll be doing the pre and post from the studio. Don't have the infrastructure to go up there.
Yeah.
I am missing out on that one because that's going to be a memory of a lifetime for Dub fans if they do go up there for Kings Warriors up at the Golden One Center. But make sure you pay that rent on time before spending money on that ticket.
Well, the rent was paid last week.
Oh, I mean,
or maybe even
Money time!
I know you're on top
Same
of it.
thing.
I mean, you got two houses.
I will say this, though. Today, your San Francisco property taxes are due, so if you haven't made your payment, make your payment.
Oh, boy. That stinks. That stinks. Let's go to San Francisco Stan here in SF. I almost said San Fran. Almost slipped out. San Francisco Stan.
Good morning, Bonte.
Good morning.
Hey, good morning, you guys, man. I just want to say I appreciate your show, man. And I want to give a shout out, man, to Combined Window Cleaner Looney, you understand me? Man, he's continuing to do his thing. And then also, man, I just can't wait until we, man, just prove all those haters wrong, especially when it comes to Kendrick Perkins, man. That Swagoo, I can't wait till we put the glue on Swagoo's lips, man. Shut his mouth, man. I'm out.
Man, he was fired up.
When you look at Moses Moody.
Here's what I'm excited for. I don't think we played this enough today. Let's play at the end of the third quarter.
Kuminga holds it now down to 4 seconds with 3. Gotta go. Dribble drive. Kuminga goes up and jammed it. Oh, my goodness. He jumped off for the broken circle. Just hammered that down to end the third quarter. Are you kidding me?
Tim Roy on the call right here on 95.7 The Game. Also Fitz's call. If you could grab Fitz's call, his was iconic as well on the dunk. Kalena dropped one saying, the bench doesn't even know what to do with themselves. I mean, Kuminga jumped from the dotted line. When's the last time the Warriors had a guy like that? I mean, Wiggins can dunk. I don't want to. Wiggins is pretty nasty when it comes to dunking. So is GP2.
But Kuminga tries to do it on 4 people.
Yes.
At all times.
I mean, we saw it in his first ever game in the California Classic.
Which was?
Up in Sacramento at the Go to One Center. We went up there, Sasky. Shout out to Premier Limos, Steve and company. Shout out to Premier Limos. Getting us up there. Kuminga's first ever game in the California Classic. He tried to dunk on like 8 dudes. And he did it like over and over. It's like, JK, we get it.
Okay, let's just say hypothetically, they don't start Wiggins. Is Kuminga the guy who gets the start?
I think you start DiVincenzo for De'Aaron Fox.
Okay.
And then you probably have Stephen Curry guard Keegan Murray.
Okay.
Because
he can
Keegan,
sag off.
he can, well, not only just sag off, Keegan Murray's not going to do much with the ball. And,
he can, because he'll be in the corner or the wing.
Exactly.
And what I mean by sag off is he doesn't have to be, all up on him.
Now you probably go Klay on. It depends if you start Looney and Draymond together. If you start Draymond and Looney together, then you maybe have Draymond guard Harrison Barnes, and you have Klay Thompson shadow Kevin Huerter.
I feel like we're going to have a clear idea of what Wiggins can do by middle of the week from Steve Kerr.
What is Kerr do here? Now that I'm thinking about it, does he go to the 2 bigs to start, knowing that Sacramento's going to go Sabonis, Barnes, Red Velvet, Keegan Murray, and De'Aaron Fox?
Can I ask? Stop calling him Red Velvet.
I'm calling him Red Velvet. That's his nickname. Red Velvet.
Is he good enough to be considered nickname guy?
I think he's a good player. I think he's a really good player.
Okay, he's solid.
He's solid. Even Kevin Durant highlighted
Red
him.
Velvet.
I'm calling him Red Velvet. We got guys in this league who average 5 points a game. They got nicknames.
Well, like Pooh Richardson back in the day.
I mean, come on. It's Red Velvet. So, what do the Warriors do? Do they split up their bigs?
I'm sorry. Just every time I hear Red Velvet, I start laughing. It's like White Mamba. It's like, come on.
It's Red Velvet.
It's more like a joke.
Oh, we got news from Sham Sharani about Paul George. We'll see about that in just a second.
Oh, do we?
Let me see my NBA beat writers in the tweet deck here. Where are we at? I don't see it. All right, we'll look this up in a second. But does Steve Kerr split the bigs up? Does he split them up?
Does that, if Wiggins, let's just say hypothetically, Wiggins can start, does that change your decision one way or the other?
Well, if you go Wiggins, Klay, Steph, Dre, do you start GP2 to maybe start on Fox?
See, I was thinking GP2 to start, but then I might want the ball movement of DiVincenzo.
Exactly.
And
do
the
you start
offense.
him and you go small? And you have Draymond Green as your small ball 5. And you have Wiggins maybe on De'Aaron Fox or Harrison Barnes. That's the key. Does Steve Kerr go to the big? Because they're going to play Looney off the bench, no doubt. But do you go small and play one big at a time all series long? That to me is going to be interesting.
Yeah, I'm with you. That is something to be monitoring. I feel like we're going to have an idea of Wiggins, and then I think that everything's going to be dictated off that. Like if Wiggins can't start, I think you have to go with Looney.
Yeah. So you go 2 bigs to start?
Yeah.
All right, what's the update on Paul George, Levin?
Yeah, so according to Shams, sources, Clippers star Paul George is expected to be sidelined to begin the first-round playoff series against the Suns, but is making some tangible progress from his March 21 knee injury.
So it's not really an update. It's just him progressing towards practicing, maybe? All right. Let's go to Anthony on 680, and then we'll get to Robert and Mr. D. Anthony, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Top of the morning, fellas. First of all, Bonte slimming down a little bit. You look good in that powder blue last night, young man.
I need to slim down a little more. Hey, Anthony, I need to slim down a little more. A lot of work to do.
You know what's funny, Bonte? As I told the wife, I was like, Bonte looking good. I said, but I could see where I knew it that you wanted to slim down just a little more. But like I said, I could see the work that you putting in. But I wanted to get to this, the Wiggins talk, because I don't think it's really an issue whether Wiggins starts or not, because Kuminga and Wiggins, in my opinion, are very much interchangeable. Now, I'm not talking about, like basketball intellect. I'm talking about just physical abilities. Like Kuminga's 6'8", 6'7", Wiggins is 6'8", 6'7". They both can jump out of the gym, both unbelievably, athletic. So I never worried about integrating Wiggins back into the forward, and if it took a little longer, because I've always thought that Kuminga could play the Wiggins role. But when you talk about who's going to start and who's not going to start, I would prefer not to start GP2 only because he can play in those crunch time minutes specifically for defense in the fourth quarter. So I wouldn't want to use up any of his fouls, any of those quick fouls that, De'Aaron Fox can get, just being a little bit more crafty and getting that I wouldn't call it a veteran whistle, but like, I'm sure he knows how to knows how to get to the line. But when we think about the Wiggins, I hadn't heard anybody really talk about, that Wiggins and Kuminga are kind of interchangeable. And you guys are also talking about Klay Thompson going down to that low post. And I just wanted to highlight his passing. I don't know if he always was a good passer or because of the injury he developed that pass and decided to start doing it more. But this whole season, man, he has been dropping dimes, and it's an underrated ability that Klay has. And I think that would also be great, to kind of run some things through him out of that post instead of him always not really chucking the threes, but when he has a slow start, he can go down to that low post and if need be, hit the turnaround, and then he can pass from the low post. So I kind of like where we're at right now.
Klay's passing, the one element that I was most encouraged with this year is a couple of dribbles and then passing to Looney, passing to the short corner. He did a really good job off the dribble of being able to pass, which I didn't think he had in him.
No doubt. What did you think about Anthony saying that Wiggins and Kuminga are kind of interchangeable? I don't know if Kuminga's there yet at that level.
I hear what he's saying. I just think Wiggs is a more physically stout defender right now. Kuminga might have more lateral quickness. He is very strong. I'm not trying to dismiss him, but Wiggs is just, they're different defenders. They're very different defenders. And I also think that you're also negating the fact that Wiggins gets a veteran whistle and Kuminga gets a rookie whistle. Still. Like, I think that Kuminga's whistle has been horrible this year.
Kuminga shooting very well for the free throw line the last 2 nights. 7 of 8.
I'm talking about him defensively.
Oh, well, no, I know that. I was just moving on to just him and his free throw shooting.
Well, it has gotten better.
You kind of boggle my mind there with the free throws or getting to the line, and he doesn't get the whistle or whatnot. But and you're right, he doesn't get a whistle. He gets a rookie whistle, just like Jordan Poole. But Kuminga from the free throw line, 7 of his last 8 from the charity stripe. So it's not bad. Not bad for him.
I mean, he almost averaged 10 points a game this year. And, you look up, and as bad as it was for what felt like 2.5 months, he sure, took off come February, didn't he?
I think he had an excellent season, considering everything that went into it. The kid stayed ready. The kid didn't hang his head. I know the DMP stunk for a long, long time. I correct myself. 6 of his last 8. 6 of his last 8 for the free throw line. Kuminga, accuracy matters, Shashky. But no, I think he's had an excellent second season. And since January 1st, I was looking at these numbers last night. Just where's Kuminga at? Where's Klay at?
Yeah.
Since the calendar flipped to 2023. And Kuminga, man, has just been deadly since the calendar flipped to 2023, shooting over 40% from the three-point line. All right, 34 games. 45% from the three-point line, Shashky, for Jonathan Kuminga. 12 points, 3 rebounds, 2 assists, 56% from the floor. That's pretty damn good. It's pretty damn good considering where he was at. Remember, the right ankle sprain kind of set him back a bit. He had to get back and get his rhythm. 45% from three in 34 games in 2023. I'll take that all day long.
And he finishes the season as their 5th highest scoring player, which is kind of crazy.
Yep.
I mean, considering, again, all the DMPs, and then how many games did he play? A couple minutes and then didn't go back in?
Yeah, there's a lot.
There's a lot of those.
A lot of those games.
So to see him finish with more points than Draymond per game and Dante DiVincenzo, that was kind of surprising to me because DiVincenzo was on fire for a couple months there.
Yeah, no doubt. He was. No, Jonathan Kuminga he's had a really good second half of the season, in my opinion.
I think he can do more in the playoffs.
The guy can't legally drink yet. And he's
That's
doing what
crazy.
he did. Like, come on, man. Let's go to Mr. D in the city. Mr. D, what's
Mr.
happening?
D.
Yes, sir. How y'all doing this morning?
Oh, man, doing pretty good.
Hey, look. Now, SFA drummer, that's my son. Now, I raised him right? I raised him right.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
You heard that call this morning. But let me tell you something. I think Loon the Goon, he gonna be trouble for Sacramento. And remember, Sacramento said they're going to backhand the defending champs. They said they're going to backhand them.
Oh, yeah, we got the audio.
Now, I know they're trying to get in their head, but listen, you can't get in the champ's head. And I don't think that we should be trying to adjust to what Sacramento is going to do. I think we need to make Sacramento adjust to what we going to do. We own that house. Remember, a lot of people from the Bay moved to Sacramento. I don't think it's going to be the home court advantage that a lot of people think it's going to be. But remember, home court advantage is only one game.
Yep.
If you can win one of those
So
games.
all we got to do is win one on the road.
Hey, and you know what, Mr. D? The Warriors have won 27 straight series. They've won at least one road game in the series, which is an NBA record.
You and I have talked about the comparisons between the rosters, right? And where they're at, and obviously the coaching connectivity, both Chase Center and Golden One, new arenas.
Yep.
And then here's an angle from the 650. Bonte Shasky, Lakeup doesn't want to lose to Vivek Ranadive.
Ranadive. Yeah, Vivek.
My bad.
Yeah. No, you're all good. No, Vivek, no, he doesn't want to lose to Vivek. Vivek, by the way, Stephen Curry against the Kings this season. Look at these numbers. This is courtesy of Warriors World. 33 points a game, 6.5 rebounds, 5 assists, 20 of 40 from three.
Wow.
50%. And you know what? Not a lot of people have an answer for Stephen Curry. But I'm really searching this Kings roster. What do they do about Steph?
That's what I keep asking.
Is it Trey Lyles? No, he's probably too slow.
No. I think they're going to go heavy Davion
Mitchell?
Yeah, and then just say clunk it up. Do the Pat Bev.
Oh.
Don't you?
Guess they have no choice.
But then offensively, they're going to take a step back. The thing I keep thinking about, a little part of me does feel bad for Kings fans. They have wandered the desert for so long, and then you come out and you see the oasis, and standing in your way are the Warriors of all teams. Team in your backyard. It does kind of suck for them. No? Like, it could have been anyone. It had been the Clippers, had it been, let's say the Lakers, the Warriors. Doesn't that change things for them a little?
It does, but you know what? They like the matchup. They feel good about it. They want the Warriors.
The matchups are a good look for the Kings. They're a good look. And if we play the Warriors as a 6 seed, I'll tell you right now, we'll backhand the Warriors. I don't want to play the Warriors just because I have a healthy respect and fear for Steph Curry. I don't want to deal with him in the playoffs. I really don't. But if it comes to that, we backhand the Warriors because the Warriors don't do nothing on the road. They definitely don't play defense on the road. The Warriors too small. Sabonis would eat all series long.
Is Sabonis going to eat all series long?
Well, the more I hear,
you get in foul trouble against Sabonis, it can wreck the game.
Oh, he's a very skilled player. No one's denying that. He's awesome. I think he presents a lot of problems for Looney, Draymond. Like, if Looney and or Draymond can't stop him, who else are you throwing on him? They don't have a lot of size.
They don't.
Like, this is why I think this is an interesting matchup if I'm them. And I'm saying to myself, I want to get both Draymond and Looney in early foul trouble. If that happens, what are they going to go to? Anthony Lamb?
Yeah.
JMG?
We'll see.
Size matters.
Or do you go super small?
So then Wiggins, you're throwing Klay on him? Could Klay guard him for a little bit? I actually think Klay wouldn't be the worst option for a couple of. I'm not saying exclusively.
Yeah, but then you flirt with Klay being in foul trouble as well.
I'm talking about in a pinch.
Yeah. I hear what you're saying.
I'm just trying to think.
No, I hear you. I hear you. If you get into foul trouble, yeah.
So you would rather go JMG or someone like that?
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. Let's hope it doesn't get there.
But this is why when you have the limited amount of bigs that the Warriors have.
You would have to go JMG and just say pray. Pray. But no, it's imperative that Draymond and Loon stay out of foul trouble. Because I have a funny suspicion that Steve Kerr's going to go to a lot of one big lineups. Like, we may see Dre and Loon together at times.
Okay.
But I can see big stretches of these basketball games moving forward that you're going to have Looney on the floor with, say, 4 of the guards or wings, and then Draymond will be the small ball 5. I don't know if you could get away with the 2 bigs in this series.
What do you think the over-under would be in each game if you were to set a line randomly right now? 120 a pop?
120 a pop?
As in both teams would be scoring?
Oh, there's going to be a lot of points.
It's going to be like 250, right?
There's going to be, the over is going to be high.
Like at least 250.
The over in this series is going to be, whoo, 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 whoo. Other notable All-California series, per Sam Lubman. Giants-Dodgers 2021. Saw that. That was pretty cool, even though Dodgers won at 5.
That one hurt.
You had the Babe Ruth series in 89. Didn't go the Giants' way. You had the Dodgers-A's World Series. Didn't go the A's way.
Yeah, Kirk Gibson.
Kings-Lakers, early 2000s. Pretty epic until Tim Donaghy stepped up in that series.
What is this a list of?
All notable All-California series.
Gotcha. Angels-Giants, 2002.
Got that, which didn't make the list for some reason.
Yeah.
Warriors-Clippers, 2013 and 2019.
Game 7, I'm fighting for my life. Black tie.
Sharks against the Kings and the Ducks. I believe the Sharks blew an 0-3 lead against the Kings, right? They blew an 0-3 lead in the best of 7 series, lost 4 straight. Unbelievable. Niners-Rams title game. You had that in 89. You had that a couple years ago.
Why you got to do this to me?
Well, you won 1. You lost 1. So does Warriors-Kings hit as hard as any of those series do?
I think we got to get into the series first before we get a taste of it. I think it's going to be pretty cool though, because there's just so much cross pollination between both regions. Like, so many people from the Bay Area have gone. My sister lives in Roseville.
Yeah.
You know, my cousins moved up to Lincoln. My aunt moved up to Auburn. They all live in that particular corridor. So I think a lot of Bay Area fans that were Warrior fans are now Kings fans, and vice versa.
All right. We got a break here. We got Madeline Kinney coming up from the Bay Area News Group. That's what's coming up on the game, sponsored by the Los Altos Village Association. Enjoy craft beer and live music at the rescheduled St. Patty's Beer Stroll, April 21st, sponsored by Hyperspace, Los Altos, State of Mind, Public House and Pizzeria, and Star One Credit Union. Tickets are limited. Visit downtownlosaltos.org for tickets and information.
Champs are here. The playoffs.
Our run is not done.
Rally Podcast. Got to get that one in this week. Email us at hss@957thegame.com and be featured on the Prep Rally Podcast. Why is it important? We want to highlight you. We want to highlight your kids. Baseball, softball, track and field. It's all going down right now. We need updates, though. What's happening in WCAL, AAA, MCAL, East Bay Athletic League? What's happening in the OAL? We want to know about all that. Email us at hss@957thegame.com. Shasky, Kings, Warriors.
I'm pretty excited.
We actually got it. We actually got the series.
I know. I'm pretty excited.
In the season in which we feel like as Warrior fans haven't gotten a lot of things. We got Kings, Warriors.
Pretty cool. What's the vibe over at NBC? Because you guys are broadcasting both the Kings and the Warriors over there, so there's a lot of cross-pollination.
Everybody's happy.
Yeah.
I mean, it was a lot of fun yesterday at NBC Sports Bay Area because you had the A's, Giants, Kings, and Warriors players, so you had the whole crew there. Mo was there from the Deuce and Mo show. Kenny Thomas was in the building, and he was saying, I don't know if we want the Warriors. We'll see about that.
So he was being realistic?
He was being realistic. He did see us like to be on Friday night as well.
Yeah.
In Warrior colors.
Was Festus out at the Giants game on Friday?
He think he was.
Yeah, because a bunch of my buddies had ran into him, and I saw some photos.
Yeah.
And I guess they were starstruck.
Festus is catching the vibe.
Yeah.
He loved his time at opening day.
Oh, wow. Big strike zone for Festus if he got into baseball.
Yeah, no doubt.
No, it's good to see him out there. He's become a fixture in the community.
No doubt. No, he's a really good Festus, a lot of people were joking last week, oh, man, Bonte didn't have Dibs and Willard back. He's not a good teammate. Well, Festus is my teammate. And Festus, as a human being, is a hell of a dude. What he does in his community with the yoga and speaking engagements, what he does for women, like, Festus is a good dude, man. Very good dude. He's like a Donald Foyle. He's a new age of Donald Foyle.
I love the Donald Foyle.
Yeah, that's all. Just giving my guys
Were
some
you
love.
a part of the reading club?
I wish I was.
Yeah.
I wish I was.
Donald, great guy.
All right. Oh.
Does he still have that blocks record? Is he still all-time leader in Warrior blocks?
Yeah, I believe so.
Still?
Still.
Draymond's got to be somewhere near there, right?
Still to this day. Foyle will block shots. Madeline Kitty, was she ever part of a reading club? Of course, she's with the Bay Area News Group. She covers the Golden State Warriors. Saw her out there bowling in Portland. She's having the time of her life.
Bowling?
Covering the Golden State. Yeah.
You know what they say about bowling?
What they say
when
about
all
that?
the other activities you've done and you're looking for something to do on a rainy day, then you go to bowling.
Hey, how'd you bowl?
Hey, that's exactly why we did bowling.
How'd you do bowling, Madeline? How was your bowling game Saturday?
A 270?
You know what? Yeah. Started off a little bit rough. There was a stretch, though, where I think I got back-to-back strikes and a spare. And then I think I did like 5 straight gutters. So not my best performance, but something that we can build off of.
Oh, yeah, no
Madeline,
doubt.
now I have to ask a couple questions. Number 1, do you use the air blower dryer thing for the fingers? And number 2, are you bowling straight or are you throwing it with the curve, with a little English?
If I'm throwing with a curve, it's not intentional, but that definitely did happen a few times.
Yeah, my bowling game stinks, Madeline.
I'm
You can
not
probably
a good
beat me.
bowler.
Yeah, I'm not good at all. A lot of gutter balls in my game. Follow her at Mad Kitty on Twitter. Does a great job covering the Golden State Warriors.
You
How
bowl
refreshing.
left-handed?
Yeah, left-handed.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I'm good. But I do like the Fred Flintstone twinkle toes right
Oh, yeah,
before I
yeah,
get to the
the
line.
twinkle
And I
toes.
let them. Yeah,
I don't understand why I have to use their shoes, though, but that's neither here nor there.
Yeah, I know. Just let me bowl in my shoes.
Yeah, my shoes have better traction.
Think about how disgusting that is, too, Madeline. Post-COVID, post-pandemic, we're all rocking the same shoes. And
Disgusting.
God, yeah, it is disgusting when you think about it.
It's disgusting.
And they also aren't like fashionable. Like you would think
No.
it's 2023, and why am I wearing these dorky Velcro shoes that they could fully upgrade them? They're from like early 2000s. Let's get some new bowling shoes.
Yeah, seriously, let's upgrade that. Let's evolve in the bowling world. Madeline, how refreshing is it that we're finally into the playoffs after this roller coaster, I guess, tumultuous regular season? Steve Kerr called it tumultuous. I mean, it's been dating back to post-Tokyo in training camp, but now we finally made it to the postseason. How refreshing is it for you as a beat writer?
It feels, I can only imagine how great it feels for the players, but it feels great as a beat reporter that like we finally made it through 82 games. This is my first full 82 game slate too, so I think that was like a grind within itself, but also just with how up and down the season has been, the road and home discrepancy that was kind of unexplainable at times. It feels so good to kind of have this week off to regroup personally, before heading into, a potential run. We'll see how far they go. I'm kind of optimistic now. I kind of was joking that I gave up positivity for Lent, but now that Easter is over, I can be positive again. So
Nice.
I'm feeling cautiously optimistic for the Warriors in this postseason.
I know we kind of opened the show today. It's like, all right, they have a 44-38 record. They're sixth place. But if you look at like the way the season played itself out, all things being considered, they're right where they need to be. Like, they've got a favorable matchup in terms of, like, it's not the biggest juggernaut that provides all these personnel issues. Steph missed 26 games. Wiggins missed 45 games. Klay played in almost 70 games this year and was awesome. Like, all these, Kuminga's coming on. They've got the top 8 guys all feeling healthy, and that doesn't even include Wiggins, who's now returning. They're right where they need to be, right, Madeline?
It just seems like everything is finally starting to come together, because even when you look at, they won 8 of their last 10 games. With that Denver loss, they did show signs of life within the last 4 minutes. They rallied back from being down by double figures to cut it close. And so it just seems like everything is finally starting to click for them. And plus, Dante DiVincenzo is another one that he's been shooting the ball really well. He's kind of been doing everything. I think he had like 5 steals last night. Just a great stat line from him. And then when you start to look at it too, like Jordan Poole has been taking better care of the ball. He's been shooting it better, making better decisions. It just seems like everything is kind of starting to come together. And even when you start to, think about a 9-man rotation, the Warriors have it seems like a pretty stacked 9-man rotation.
Yeah. No, you're right. Madeline Kinney here from the Bay Area News Group does a great job covering the Golden State Warriors, her first full season on the beat, at Matt Kinney on Twitter. You're right. Shasky brought that up. It was like, you got 8 trusted guys, and the unknown right now is Andrew Wiggins. Well, I feel pretty good if Andrew Wiggins is the unknown. I know he's been scrimmaging and progressing. I know he traveled to Golden State Warriors, but you hit on it. DiVincenzo now found his groove. GP2 is now locked in. And Jonathan Kuminga and where his game is at, it feels like last postseason, that was Jordan Poole's coming out party. This season, it feels like it could be Jonathan Kuminga's coming out party. I think he's the ultimate X factor for this team moving forward.
I totally agree with you. And even when you just look at like where Kuminga was at the beginning of the season versus now, I mean, he was picking up BMPs really early on and was frustrated just because he felt like, he should be out there playing and getting an opportunity. And then when he finally did get that opportunity, I think he had a few talks with some of the coaches and Andre Iguodala, and they told him, like, look, the scoring will come. We know you can score. You don't have to prove that to us, or don't focus on that right now. It'll come. But just focus on the defensive end, because that's where you're going to make your impact. And he did that, and he locked in, and he's made great strides defensively, just with his overall awareness and, like, where he needs to be and win. And it's been really fun to watch his growth this year. And you also have to remember, he's only 20 years old.
Yeah.
Like, there's just so much potential with him still. Like, his ceiling is so high. So if he's already, showing flashes of this, star potential early on, like he has this season, and depending on what he does in the playoffs, I mean, he just has a bright future, it seems.
No doubt. Hey, real quick on Wiggins. Where is he at? I know he's been scrimmaging 5-on-5. He traveled with the team. What's your guess with him? You think he's going to start? Is he going to come off the bench? Where do you think he'll be at by the time Saturday 5:30 rolls around?
Yeah, I think that's kind of the biggest question right now, and whether he'll be cleared to play by the first game. I think he will be ready to play. I could see them potentially bring him off the bench, kind of like Steph last year in the first round, just to kind of, he's going to most likely be under a minutes restriction. That might be the best use of his time. Also, the starting lineup has synergy and chemistry with Dante DiVincenzo in it. Do you really disturb that to bring, Dante DiVincenzo, Andrew Wiggins back in game 1? I know that that's something that they're going to work on and focus this week in practice, getting those guys all reacclimated, getting Wiggins back up to speed, and so he could very well start, but I could see them, bringing him in off the bench.
All right, what was your low water mark for the regular season and high water mark?
Ooh, my low and high. Low would probably be, I think it was that blowout loss in Brooklyn.
That's a good one.
I felt like that was rock bottom. It just seemed like, I don't even think they had a road win at that point.
They gave up 91 points in the first half of that game. That's right. Oh my God.
Yeah. and that was, I think, the most and a half this season by any team. It was just ugly. So I would say that was probably the low point. And high point, Klay's had some really big games, which is, I feel like it's always fun to see him kind of have some success, especially just because of everything that he's been through. And I think even just, yesterday probably, knowing that they finally secured a playoff spot and they don't have to mess with the play-in tournament, I think that might be the high point, because it's all over. Nothing that happened in the regular season matters as much as, what happens over the next few weeks.
And that's kind of wild with a team like this has hung 4 batters in 8 years, that it's a struggle to figure out what the high water mark is for this team this season.
5-game win streak.
Maybe it's a 5-game. Maybe it's Christmas Day against Memphis.
Ooh, I like that one.
Maybe it's the Boston game.
That's a good one, too.
Milwaukee coming back from 8 points down.
One of the Boston games that
they lost to one at TD Garden. Yeah, but they won a chase. That was a fun game. Milwaukee. I'm going to go with Milwaukee.
Yeah, the late
down
game
8, and then Steph Curry happened. Yeah, that may be the one.
I happened to be in the building.
But how sad is that? It's been.
Guess I'm the good luck charm.
Battle is always in the building. I mean, seriously, scratching our head after this regular season, how unprecedented would it be for this team to go on a run after that regular season? I mean, even the Rockets, I know a lot of people are comparing this Warriors team as a 6 seed to the 6 seed Houston Rockets in 94-95, but I don't think their regular season was like this one. This has been a complete roller coaster for the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah, it's been absolutely wild. I can't say that I remember the Rockets run because I was a newborn.
Yeah.
But
you're still watching Nebraska football and you're a newborn. Yeah, no doubt. I'm showing my age. I know. I get it.
No, I'm kidding. But it has been just crazy just how up and down this team is. They came in, looking poised to be real contenders and have a strong title defense, and it just seemed like everything, it all fell apart so early, from the Draymond Green and Jordan Poole altercation in practice in training camp, and then the road losses, and it just seemed like they could never put it all together for a full 48. And it wasn't until this last few weeks of the season that they've been talking about this run. Once we get on a run, that'll be it. We'll flip the switch, whatever. And I mean, winning 8 of 10, I think you can call that a mini run, but it just I wasn't convinced until I would say probably the last 2 or so weeks of the season that this team could actually come together and figure it out, because everyone was relying on, their championship pedigree and the experience that Steph, Draymond, Klay, and I don't want to knock that. Obviously they have the experience and they can lead this team, but it was more so just the chemistry, because there was a clear disconnect on the court, and it was the younger guys and the role players, and why it wasn't all coming together in the defense. That was my concern. It wasn't about those 3 guys.
We do this for a living. You do this for a living, and it feels like this is a Beatles level scrutiny for this organization and this team. That player, Steph Curry, those guys, those stars. What do you think's the most, from your perspective? What's the most underreported part of this team?
Good question.
There's no angle, right? We dissect Rocco the dog on Klay Thompson.
I mean, we dissect two-way guys as if they're
bench reactions,
$25 million a year players.
Is there something that we're missing the mark on as a fan base, as a media cover?
You mentioned bench reactions. I remember that was a story early on.
It's ridiculous.
That was.
It was ridiculous.
Yeah, I forgot all about that.
It was ridiculous.
Yeah. I think Jordan Poole and just kind of what he's gone through this season, it's kind of been rocky. He's had to deal with making adjustments to being more part of the opponent's game plan. Just some of the struggles that he's gone through, and kind of picking his brain, seeing where he's at. Obviously, he's an uber confident guy, but it would just be interesting to sit down with him and chat with him about everything that he's gone through this year, from Japan all the way up to this point. So maybe his, growth and what he's learned from this last year is something that could be explored. And then also Moses Moody. I expected him to play more than he did this season. Obviously, he's been playing really well over the last few games, but I was kind of surprised he didn't get more opportunities throughout the regular season.
Matt, before we let you go, you brought up Jordan Poole. Do you think he will open up about this season? You think he'll do that? Because you're right. He's had to start, come off the bench, play with all these different combinations. We know what happened in training camp. He's been the scapegoat for a lot of people with this fan base and media members at that. He told us about it on Warriors postgame a few weeks ago saying, hey, I'm hearing the slander. Do you think he'll ever open up about this season and what he's gone through?
Honestly, no. At least not yet.
Right.
It wouldn't be until, a few years down the line and he was talking to like a trusted media person, or a trusted reporter that he felt most comfortable with being honest. But I don't see him as the type of person that would necessarily, open up his diary and read it aloud.
He's a great kid.
It's still interesting. It's still worth asking,
Yeah, no, he's a great kid. I really love him. I love his energy, but he does seem to be a bit guarded, especially at the podium and sometimes on medium. I don't blame him. Because he is an eccentric kid. I like the guy from his rookie year to the way he spoke at his rookie introductory press conference and all that. Like, he's got a lot of insights on a lot of different things, but just about this season, I don't expect him to ever open up about it.
I would just.
He also just isn't the type of guy to talk about himself.
Yes.
Like he usually, when you ask him a question, even if after a big game about his performance, he'll usually deflect and start talking about Wiggins or somebody else that also had a great performance. So, I think that's the other layer to this is that he's not a type of guy that likes to talk about himself. And I've always had good interactions with Jordan Poole.
Mm-hmm.
So, this isn't a knock on him by any means.
All right, Madeline, get ready for it. What are you going to do with your time off? You gotta get away a little bit. No articles do you have to write?
What time off? I got an article I got to write today. I do think I'm going to be off tomorrow, so I'll probably use that day to kind of recharge and reset. Maybe do some laundry.
There you go. Shasky loves
Maybe
to do
go
laundry.
bowling. We'll see.
Oh, bowling
No,
or bowling.
I don't love to do laundry, but there is something that I find relaxing when I'm folding laundry while watching the game. It calms me down a little, just a little.
Says no whatever. All right, Madeline, get out of here. Go write your article. Thanks for joining us as always.
Thanks for having me, guys.
See ya.
Anytime. That's Nebraska's finest out of Loyola, Chicago, covering the Golden State Warriors for the Bay Area News Group. Madeline Kinney at Matt Kinney on Twitter.
It's interesting, the Jordan Poole thing. Well, we can get into the player and what he did this year and then the level of scrutiny. Like, we've underappreciated how good he was this year. Did he have moments where he drove everyone crazy? Of course.
Right.
No one is saying that he didn't drive us all crazy. But at the same time, he's one of the main cogs that helped this season get to where we are right now.
He played all 82.
Yeah.
Steve Kerr, I love Steve Kerr addressing him and giving him a game ball. Steve Kerr, in the locker room yesterday at the Moda Center, in case you missed it, it's on Warriors Twitter or Warriors Instagram. Steve Kerr had 3 game balls. He gave one to Kevon Looney for playing all 82 games, rightfully so. If there's like a Willie Mack Award or a Lynn Eshmont Award, I think Kevon Looney, that has his name all over it.
Yes.
Kevon Looney's has been unbelievable this
The
year.
Al Addles Destroyer
No
Award.
doubt. I love the Windex nickname.
Yeah, I like that too.
Kevon Windex Looney, because he always cleans up the
Crazy
glass.
Glue.
Yeah, I heard that too. Elbers. Call him Elber.
Elmer. Ooh, I like that.
Ooh. Elber Looney.
He's doing a lot with his hair too. I really like it.
Oh yeah, the hair is banging.
Yeah,
Moondog, underrated hair.
Yeah, very, very underrated.
So he gave a game ball to Looney. Then he gave a game ball to Klay Thompson for joining the 300 3-point make club.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? He's joining James Harden and Steph Curry as the only players in NBA history to make at least 300 threes in a season. Then he gave a game ball to Jordan Poole. Jordan Poole has not had it easy. Now he started 43 games. So he's ineligible for the 6th Man of the Year award because half his games, obviously, he's been a starter.
That's so silly.
And he's averaged 25 a game as a starter.
I mean, the 6th Man award was literally designed for someone like Jordan Poole.
So
what's the over-under? You can't start more than half of them?
I guess so.
That's ridiculous. Talk about a ridiculous rule.
Oh, I like this. Comcast Business Text Line 510 Kevon Looney.
I like that. But what I was going to say.
So Jordan Poole, he gets a game ball. Hold on, let me finish real quick. Gets a game ball, and Steve Kerr made it a point to, hey, it's not easy playing 82. Guys are in and out of the lineup, left and right. They just showed up each and every night while staying in the gym late, while coming to the gym early. Jordan Poole's season, it's been a bit rocky, but you look up at the end of the year saying, wow, he averaged over 20, career high. He dropped him 4.5 assists a game. He shot 87% from the free throw line. The three-pointer started working late in the season. Now you look at his last 9 games coming into the playoffs, Jordan Poole, 38% from 3. Now he's been around the 32 percentile. 38% from three. I'll take that all day long. 85% from the free throw line. 22 points a game. Jordan Poole has saved his best for last over the last night. He's been really good.
And then I was going to say that, there's so much that we make about social media in this era for like young athletes, especially with the NIL. It does feel like we're now more than ever begging younger and younger athletes to be more on Twitter, on Insta, on TikTok, on all those, platforms.
Right.
And I feel like, you're good. Like, to say that you shouldn't be on, no, you have to be to get noticed now. Like, I'm sorry, that's part of the currency. But I also feel like part of that social currency is limiting how much you're on there and some of the things that you say and being a little more guarded. I think it's better for you, the individual, in terms of your own mental health.
Right.
But also, I think less is more. In this era of so much access, being a little guarded, it's not the worst thing in the world.
No, I'm not mad at it.
Now, does Kawhi take it overboard with being super, super guarded?
I'm not mad at that
to some
either.
people, but I think it's refreshing because I feel like Paul George, like we were talking about Paul George. I don't need to hear what Paul. Now, this is just me. Other people, if you want to listen to the product, go ahead. I don't need to hear a podcast from Paul George. Like, I don't. Not while he's playing. Like, JJ Redick, you want to do it while you're not? Fine. Some guys, like Draymond is so outspoken, I want to hear what he has to say. And maybe that's me
Why
with my
not Paul
Warrior
George,
biases.
though? Why not Paul George? I'm interested to hear what playoff.
I don't find Paul George to be an interesting person.
Yeah, but now what he's talking about, I want to get to know Paul George a
listened
little
to it.
bit.
I gave it a little chance. I don't find him that interesting. Evan Turner's another one. He does the podcast with Andre Iguodala. I don't find him that interesting. That's just me. That's my particular, calibration. So I keep going back to the Jordan Poole, and I'm like, in this era where everyone's giving you too much, I kind of like that he's not giving me a lot.
I like PG. I think he comes off as honest, man. And there's this narrative about PG that he's soft or, he's just not a good dude. And I like PG opening up, man.
I think he's an honest, good dude.
I think PG's a good dude.
When I tap into when I listen to podcasts, right? I want to be educated, entertained, or I want to smile. Right? It's one of those things.
Do you think Paul George educates you on the game?
I listened to one of them and it was like, it was okay. Like Draymond's just hilarious, and I get some education and I get some insights.
Speaking of Jordan Poole, by the way, you say less is more. This is an underrated thing. Klay, Steph, and Jordan Poole, most threes by a trio in NBA history. Jordan Poole made over 200 threes this year. Made 210 threes, 12th most in the NBA this season. Steph Curry, despite missing all that time, playing 55 games, made the third most threes, 269. And then Klay Thompson, of course, led the NBA with 301 threes. The previous record holders for most threes by a trio.
Yeah, that's what I want to know.
Was Steph, Klay, and Draymond Green.
Really?
778.
2015,
2016.
Oh, yeah. Okay, the year that he had a monster year. Draymond averaged almost 17 a game.
Yeah, well, 14 a game. And then Draymond averaged 14 a game. Steph hit 402 threes.
Yeah, 402.
So he kind of carried the load.
I have a jersey downstairs that I won in a raffle. You ever do these like raffles where you paid $20, you get 4 or 5 tickets, and we're gonna have a raffle. It's to support Little League team going to Williamsport or something like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
You ever or Cooperstown? That's what it was back then.
Yep.
So I bought all these raffles, and I get a phone call like 2 months later. Totally forgot that I spent all this money on. This was 5+ years ago. And the guy goes, "Hey, you won the raffle. Come get your prize." I'm like, "Oh, what's the prize? You got to come to South City." I'm like, "All right." So I drive to South City. I'm in this guy's garage. He pulls out this huge picture frame, and I can't see the front of it because it's got paper over the picture frame. And he goes, "You win." I go, "What is it?" He goes, "It's a Steph Curry autographed jersey of him breaking the 3-point record."
Wow.
I go, "Really?" All right. I rip it open. I look. It's authenticated. It's got the little, certificate number on the back and all that, and it's stamped. 254 was the number that he had broke it with at the time.
Wow.
Or 252. 250 something for sure. Steph Curry.
Wow.
Yeah, I've got it in the basement. I hung it.
Isn't that Darrell
cool?
Wright? That is pretty cool. Darrell Wright once had the 3-point record
for the Warriors
for a single season. Just in the NBA general. He led the league.
He must have done that 2010?
Yeah, he led the league.
Wow, I didn't know that.
And it was like, how many threes?
150?
190, baby.
He would have been much better in this era.
Oh, no doubt.
In terms of his value would have gone up. I think that he just missed out on this era.
No, he had. I gotta pull that up.
DG saying that Shasky hung it up in his cottage in Italy.
You do have
That's
a lot
pretty
of houses.
funny.
You do
That's
have
pretty
a lot of
funny.
It was in 2011. Yeah, he broke. Jason Richardson had the previous record, 183. He hit 184 in April 6th, 2011.
And Steph did 402.
Wow.
Eventually.
So overall, D Wright had 194. That's crazy. And now 402. 402. The game is taking off. Take it off. All right, you're
that was
listening.
Warriors franchise record, by the way. Not
Warriors franchise record, but he led the league, I believe, at threes. Yeah, he led the league at threes. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and AC1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And do not forget that you can also watch us every day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. 888-957-9570. All day long. What's your initial thoughts on this series? Kings and Warriors. We'll have all week to break it down. Overall, the playoff picture. It's so good to have the playoffs back. Regular season felt a little long this year. A lot of load management, a lot of yak. Now we get down to business. Playoff basketball. Grown man basketball. You get to play a tournament Tuesday. Miami taking on the Hawks in South Beach. And then you have the Lakers hosting the Minnesota Timberwolves at their T-Wolves base. Almost, it's actually amazing that they won that basketball game yesterday. To come back and win and beat the Pelicans after Gobert got sent home at halftime. Jared Vanderbilt breaks his hand by punching the wall. He's out for the playoffs. Nas Reed is already out. How will not Kyle Anderson and Rudy Gobert coexist on the court together? It's just wild times in Minnesota. So Warriors, Kings. Memphis gets the winner of Minnesota and the Lakers. You get Clippers, Suns in a 4-5 matchup, which could be juicy. Westbrook going up against his former teammate Kevin Durant. I think it's the first time I've ever met in the playoffs. Oh, no. Yeah.
Didn't the Rockets play but I don't think he was on
Westbrook
that team.
wasn't on that team. This is the first time they played each other in the postseason.
First time in Kawhi and KD on the court in the playoffs since
2019 NBA Finals.
Wow, that long. 4 years. Wow.
And only, 12 minutes, 13 minutes for KD? And he came out and hit 3 straight threes, and everybody in Toronto.
River dancing in the
Scotiabank Arena. Everybody looked around and said, oh, no, KD's back. Oh, man. So initial thoughts, 888-957-9570. I'll see your text messages on a Comcast business text line as well. That low watermark and high watermark question that Madeline Kitty was interesting. Because when you think about the high watermark, can you even have
I don't even know if
any high watermarks for this team anymore in the regular season?
Right now.
It's right now, right?
Just getting into the playoffs
and having 6 days
right
off.
now, like it's not even a game.
6 days off.
It's nothing but right now. This is the most optimistic I felt since the season started.
Well, Draymond Green, he says they'll use this week to practice.
I think this week will be huge for us, just having this opportunity to practice and, work out some kinks, fix some things that we know need to be fixed. It's really been since the All-Star break, since we've really practiced. It's 2 months. It's a lot of slippage that happens when you don't have the opportunity to practice. So it'll be good for us to get this week under our belt and really clean some things up that we know need to be cleaned up headed into the playoffs.
All right, I'm getting the easy travel schedule to play the Sacramento Kings. Here's what Day-Day had to say about that.
That's huge. It's huge. I mean, we went to Memphis last year. We went to Dallas last year. Boston was far as hell. Denver is not an easy flight and definitely not an easy game to play in altitude. So we had quite the travel schedule for the playoffs last year. To know that, we'll be starting off in Sac, it's huge. That travel starts to add up. And so being that it's a bus ride away, I think that'll be great for us. And hopefully we can fill the stands with some Dubs fans, Dub Nation, and try to turn it into a home game. But Sac has a great crowd. They've been ready and waiting for this for years. And so, it'll be a crazy atmosphere, but I'm looking forward to it.
The travel. It's underrated, man. I don't think the casual fan, will understand what these guys go through with the traveling.
The casual
late
fan.
nights. Yeah.
I'll tell you and I took a flight back from Boston, then you went back over there. I was wrecked for days.
It's not an easy flight.
I don't know how these guys do it. And then they had to go to Memphis, and they had to go to Denver. They had Dallas. Like they were going back and forth. Yeah, this is going to be a lot more easy on their body. The other thing that I think we've underreported, the technicals all start back down at zero for Draymond and Jordan Poole.
That's done. Yeah, I don't even worry about that.
I am very surprised that he didn't get that next technical.
Oh, I'm not. Draymond, I'm actually surprised Draymond got the 1-game suspension.
Well, he only gets texts when he wants them.
He straddles that line. Every single year, he gets to about 12, and then he shuts it down. He knows what he's doing. He's always talking. Yesterday, he missed a layup, and he looked back at the referee like, yo, what's up, man? He's locked in, though. He looks locked in, and he's going to – this rest will be good for him.
He needs the wrist, the back, the knees. Everything needs a deep breath.
He's banged up.
Yes, he's the one I'm most worried about physically.
Here's Klay Thompson on playing the Kings.
Oh, that's who we're playing? Oh, cool. Oh, that's going to be fun, man. First time in NBA history. It's going to be really special. I know the Kings fans will be excited in the playoffs in a while, so they'll be very excited. But that's just great. Great for the NBA, great for Northern California, and it's great for us. We don't have to travel too far, which is very nice because sometimes, flying across the country every other day is exhausting.
And then Klay Thompson, he's locked in. He's excited about being in the postseason again.
I like where we're at. We're all healthy. So excited to get Wiggins back in the mix. Young guys played great tonight, and this week of preparation is going to be so important for us to keep our conditioning up and our minds fresh. But people will forever remember what happens in the playoffs, and we've tended to be a great playoff team. So I have no worries, and I'm excited. I mean, it's the best time to be a basketball player professionally.
And so I keep hearing the word optimism, excitement. And then 8-957-9570. Is this the most optimistic Warrior fans have been all season?
For me, it is.
Wow.
The high water mark was getting to the playoffs, not being in the play-in. Everyone's healthy. I said 8, but I'll throw in Wiggins. A 9-man rotation that I feel great about. It's the most optimistic I've been about the young guys, some of the veterans. They don't look like they're worn down outside of the wrist for Draymond. I feel pretty damn good. The travel is really beneficial to their older bodies. They're on the right side of the bracket. There's a lot going on here that I'm really optimistic. Now, they got to handle business. I think this is going to be a tough series, but...
Optimistic in terms of, what does that optimism lead you to? Does it lead you to thoughts about another championship? Does it lead you to thoughts about a Western Conference Finals berth?
You got to win 16.
Right.
Right? You got to win 16. But... I couldn't even see them winning 8 a couple months ago.
Wow.
Now I could visualize.
What about 3 weeks
16.
ago?
Yeah, that too. I could visualize 16. Doesn't mean it's going to happen, but I can visualize it. I couldn't even visualize it a couple weeks ago. I couldn't. Could you?
Let's take it game by game. It was tough. I knew that Wiggins connected everything. Getting Wiggins back, I think, helped. Without even playing a basketball game.
The psyche has changed dramatically.
It's a steal alert from Jason Dumas that Andrew Wiggins is back in the Bay. And then you get the Woj bomb at 9:44 in the morning here on the West Coast on a Monday saying Andrew Wiggins is back in the Bay. He's going to be at Chase Center. And I was like, oh, okay. Now you got your horse back. Now you got a guy who averaged 18 points and 9 rebounds in the NBA Finals. And if it wasn't for Curry still in the show, would have probably been Finals MVP for his defense that he played out Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown. That's what I started to feel like, oh, okay. Wiggins is back. Gary Payton II looks healthy. Kuminga's playing very good basketball. Jordan Poole, slow down on the turnovers. He's starting to play well, being more decisive. Less slips on the floor. Less turnovers. Dante DiVincenzo rediscovered his three-point stroke. That's what I think the Wiggins report got me feeling really, really good about where this basketball team was. But then you still have work to do, right? Can you get to 6?
Take me back to 2019. Because I remember 2020 down the stretch, he hurt his tailbone. And even though he was on a tear, he was hurt, Steph Curry.
Oh, yeah, 2021.
Last year, he came off the bench, okay, coming into the playoffs. Is this the healthiest he's been in 4 or 5 years coming into the playoffs?
Maybe, but we don't hear anything about the knee.
Yeah, he looks pretty damn spry. His shoulder looks good.
Yeah,
2019, what was he like going into the... I don't remember. Didn't he have an ankle injury?
Yeah, but he was lighting it up in 2019. They basically beat the Blazers. KD sat, I think, the first 2 games of that series. Steph Curry was...
that's 4 years, B.
Yeah, you just look at last season in his playoff run. And, yesterday, right? We always do these moments from Golden Era on Warriors pregame show. And
There's so many of them. A lot of them I don't remember.
And so Steph Curry was the I'm back game yesterday.
Oh, my favorite.
17 points in overtime, an NBA record for a playoff game.
Another game he came off the bench.
All right. And I was like, is that your favorite moment, Festus? He was like, yeah. But then there's Oklahoma City. And then there's 2015. And then there's Game 4 against Boston last season. Coming off the bench against Denver and cooking them. The list goes on and on and on with him.
The
He's done
three-pointer
so
against
much.
the Pelicans.
So what does he have in store this year? Yeah, game 3 against the Pelicans, coming back from 20 down.
Oh, my God. One of the sickest shots of all. And he got fouled on that play.
I mean, and now he's going for great. Now he's going for the ultimate greatness. He's going for that 5th ring. And it's on his mind. He's going to try to tie Tim Duncan and Kobe Bryant and to surpass LeBron James.
Do you think he could ever, because Kobe feels so immortalized as a top 8, 9, 10, 11 player, depending on what your number is. You think he could ever pass him on the list?
He wins this 5th one. There's a conversation to be had. I think everybody, player for player, you're going to take Kobe Bryant.
You think so?
The size, the
and
handles, the defense, and everything. But in terms of impact player, Curry's going to be right there with Kobe Bryant in terms of most impactful players all time.
Yes.
I mean, think about it.
I do think we also scrutinized Kobe through the lens of Michael Jordan, which was unfair.
And the fact that Shaq left and there was that
the
little
Laker
tug and war. Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah.
But, I mean, Steph Curry's tied with for most 50-point games after turning 30.
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, all the Wilt numbers to me are like,
look at all these lists
Paul
this guy's
Bunyan-esque.
on. 3-point lists, Finals MVP, road wins, a 27 straight series. I mean, this is a huge postseason. And think about the hit he'll take if they do lose to the Sacramento Kings. Wouldn't there be a hit that he takes alongside Steve Kerr, Draymond Green, and Klay Thompson?
He's a made man.
They lose in the first round after this season.
Are you really going to say after what he did last year?
Yes, he's a made man. He is a made man. I'm not saying he's not. But he will take a hit for losing in the first round to Sacramento.
See the dummies. I mean, like, come on. Steph's career is not one series. It's the totality.
I'm not saying that.
I know that's not what you're saying. But I'm saying people that will jump on him and do that, to me, I would say, like, okay, you're feeling that way in the moment. Where were you last year when he had one of the greatest singular performances in finals history? Definitely his finest moment. So, like, I don't know. If we're really going to do that, then I'm going to say that the people doing the judging aren't being fair.
But and it's not a hit on his career. It's just like, oh.
Well, because Kobe had losses in the first round.
He did.
I mean, Michael Jordan lost to the Magic in the final.
Second round.
Second. There you go. So, like, everybody's got some losses on their career.
They've got some losses.
You know?
This won't be the worst, though, because they haven't had a lot of bad playoff losses. Not a lot of bad ones.
They've lost at the very end.
Finals, exactly.
Well,
Game 7.
I would say the year
first
that they
round,
lost the playing games were pretty bad. You know, and he had to wear that. LeBron, the 5 rims, losing to Ja. You know, like, those were bad. I know we've kind of skirted over him, but nationally, I do think people ripped him for those. Oh, look, Durant's gone. You can't win one. And that's why last year was so important.
Yeah, that's a good point. All right. It's time for the delivery
It's delivery of the game time. Oh, I love that noise. The delivery of the game is brought to you by Kirby. They're your driveway mechanic. Download the app right now. It's like a food delivery service, except of food. Instead of food, they're delivering the mechanic right to you. Check it out at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com. Now, yesterday, the Warriors dominated the Blazers, and Jonathan Kuminga delivered this hammer-down dunk to punctuate a 34-point third-quarter play at Spadoni.
Kuminga holds it now down to 4 seconds with 3. Gotta go. Dribble drive. Kuminga goes up and jab that. Oh my goodness. He jumped off for the broken circle. Just hammered that down to end the third quarter. Are you kidding me?
Air Congo, the Cobra, Jonathan Kuminga slams one down, and that's your delivery of the game presented by Kirby.
We're not doing Cobra. Air Congo's pretty good. Hey, real quick text before we hit the break. I want you to think about this one. 408 Comcast Business Text Line. Interesting question. Any insight on the careless turnovers the last few games? I'm noticing a lot of miscommunication with Steph running off the ball and his own teammates getting faked out. There's something to that because they turned the ball over 25 times Friday night in Sacramento. That's not going to fly if Fox and Sabonis and Monk play in that game, and they will play in those playoff games. They didn't play on Friday. 24 turnovers. Sacramento couldn't make them pay because Davion couldn't hit the backside of the barn, and Terrence Davis was equally as awful. Turnovers. Take care of the basketball. All right, we will break, Loveman. We're going to break. Damian Barling coming up. ESPN 1320. That's brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
O'Reilly. Protect your vehicle's engine with Syntec and O'Reilly Auto Parts. Syntec Premium Full.
mistaken. And today was guys were locked in right from the beginning. They knew what was at stake and controlled the game from the opening tap. Hopefully that carries over to next week. But most importantly, after a really long and in many ways tumultuous season, we got where we needed to get, and that's into the playoffs, and we've got a chance, and that's all we were hoping for.
This is Steve Kerr, and you're listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Everybody's getting everybody.
That's a dope beat.
This is such a
Gets you ready for the playoffs. Get you ready. I hate that we have to wait until Saturday. We got a long ramp up. I may take a couple of days off this week. I'm not gonna lie to you. I need the playoffs, man. I'm not ready to talk about anything else. Yeah, the Giants lost 2 or 3 to the Royals. Good for them salvaging one yesterday. Michael Conforto, great home run late in the game. DeSclafani looking really good. Masters, didn't watch much of it. Once Tiger went down and withdrew, I was out of it.
Well, you're tripping.
I'm not.
It was a beautiful day.
Well, it looked beautiful. I saw glimpses of it. Koepka choked. Okay, great.
I wouldn't say cheat.
But I think the biggest story to me, I know John Rahm won, but the biggest story is Tiger Woods can't finish a tournament.
Viewership's up, and he didn't even, compete. But I hear you. I understand that.
That's cool. I mean, I'm locked in on
I actually think the game is in the golf game because it's a niche sport. It's in a really healthy spot right now.
No, Damian Barley's going to join us. I think we have him on the line. I should have had him do the Zoom. Should have had him log in on Zoom. We'll always do the StreamYard with him up there at ESPN 1320. And D-Lo, this guy, get to know him. Damian Barley, one half of D-Lo at KC up there at ESPN 1320. And I love D-Lo at KC. Love their show. But D-Lo, man, you guys get on me about the Gucci shoes and the light blue suit. Have you seen D-Lo's drip, Shasky?
Yeah, I'm well aware because it's all over the timeline as people are commenting on it 24/7.
The Louis Vuitton shoes that I saw Chet Holmgren wearing. Chet Holmgren was wearing these Louis V's, and D-Lo's just rocking them on a random Wednesday. A random Wednesday, he's got Louis V's on. I saw him at Golden One Center wave to the crowd like he was Vivek Ranadive. And they were like, D-Lo. He had like this alligator skin leather jacket.
Well,
I mean,
he wasn't even wearing joggers. It looked like capris. I don't know what the hell he was wearing, but I know I can't pull it off.
Hey, I can't pull it off either, but I love me some D-Lo, man. D-Lo, how you doing this morning, man?
It's all about confidence, baby. You can wear anything that you're confident in. If you feel like you look good in it, you absolutely look good in it.
There it is. And the Kings have been looking good all season long, no matter what jersey they're wearing. Now that the dust has settled, and we have Kings and Warriors, it actually has happened. We talked about it. We didn't know if it was going to happen, especially with the way the Clippers were playing yesterday. They could have lost, and the Warriors would have moved up to 5, and then it would have been Kings-Clippers, and we wouldn't have had this conversation. Now that the dust has settled, Kings-Warriors, what's your initial reaction, D-Lo?
I mean, the initial reaction regarding just the series, just on the surface, it's pretty dope. Like, the two teams have never made the playoffs at the same time before. Obviously, the Kings have struggled to make the playoffs, period. And the fact that, their first appearance in 16 years is a goal against the Golden State Warriors, who is, the modern-day dynasty here. That's pretty awesome. Now, taking a step further back and looking at, okay, we're getting past the excitement of the playoffs. We're getting past the excitement of this Northern California matchup. There's some things about it I really don't like for Sacramento, and I promise I understand the context and all of it. I just really don't like the way that Sacramento has played lately, and that's something that was sitting in my head as I was watching the Golden State Warriors score 55 first quarter points yesterday as I was watching them put up 150 something, because that's what's been synonymous with Sacramento all year long. So the fact that I look back and go back to the game that the Kings lost on a Sunday to the Spurs, and it's like, yeah, that's a bad loss. You don't want to have those types of losses to 19 win teams, 20 win teams, but then they come back and then they have the big win against the Pelicans, kind of solidifies everything. We know how hard the Pelicans were fighting for that game. And then, at the time, fighting for their season. And then, even with complete context, it's kind of the thing I was worried about Mike not playing guys on Friday against the Warriors was I feel like this team is really based on momentum, really based on flow, and that game had no flow to it. And then you have the first half of this game against Denver yesterday where everything looked solid, and then you scored 28 second-half points. Like, that's terrible. I watched the second unit of the Golden State Warriors just pick up where the starters left off. And I look at these guys who could potentially be earning playoff minutes coming up in this series where you're going to have to score points against the Golden State Warriors, come up short. So I was a little frustrated in that regard. Overall, it's obviously an exciting series. I'm excited so many people from the Bay Area will get to be down here, and we'll kind of get to do this thing together. I understand it's old hat for you guys, but it's new for us, and it's exciting. But in a wider lens view, I'm really uneasy about the way Sacramento was playing, and even more uneasy about the way the Golden State Warriors are playing right now.
I feel like we have all week to break down, personnel, matchups, lineups, etc. I want to get into the psyche of a Kings fan right now, or I guess a Sacramento native, because there's this like big brother, little brother thing with LA and SF, and we kind of explored it a little bit with KC last week. And there's obviously some sort of territorial bragging rights and a little brother, big brother thing regarding Sacramento and the Bay Area. And so many people, like my sister, have moved from the Bay Area up to Sacramento. So do Kings fans, those that are native to the area, are they kind of like, oh, God, we're so happy to be here and we want to play whoever, but why the Warriors? Why this team? Because they're so, their fan base is so big. Like, could it have been any other opponent? Are there any people feeling that way?
Sure. Like, I think there's a wide variety of emotions going on with this. Like, I think with the Warriors, there was that, oh, God, like, how many Warriors fans are going to be at the Golden One Center?
Exactly.
It's going to be our first playoff game in 16 years, and there's going to be Warriors fans everywhere. I think that is sitting in people's head a little bit, but it would have been the same, deal if it was the Lakers. Like, I don't know that there's a big brother, little brother thing with the Bay Area, because I feel like so much of it at this point is intertwined. Like, so many Bay Area people live here. Like Joe just said, your sister moved from the Bay Area to Sacramento. My sister moved from Sacramento to the Bay Area. Like, my mom lives in the Bay Area. Like, this is it just everything is so like mixed together, and we can talk about housing and housing prices and where all of the investors in Sacramento just happen to be from Silicon Valley. Like, we could do all of that like all day. I think the bigger thing is the fan base. And because the Kings have been so bad so long, a lot of Kings fans, understandably so, went to the new hotness that started to emerge in the NBA in 2013, 2014. You had this baby-faced assassin who turned out to be the greatest shooter of all time, one of the most exciting players we've ever seen. Like, of course, like, I don't blame any Kings fan who gravitated to supporting the Golden State Warriors. And I think for those that rode it out, for those that dealt with the 12, 13 head coaches, the multiple general managers, the multiple relocation sagas, the guy puking at half court, like, for those that dealt with all of that, they're the ones who look at it like, we're going to have to deal with all these bandwagon clowns coming in here to our arena, probably driving up the ticket prices and making for a obnoxious Saturday night on primetime television.
Going to be a lot of fun. Game 1, 5:30 p.m. Saturday at the Golden One Center between the Kings and Warriors, a 3-6 matchup in the Western Conference. Damian Barling here on the Morning Roast, co-host of D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320. You do a terrific job up there from 12 to 4. What a good listen, man. It's a really good show with D-Lo and KC. D-Lo, Vivek Ranadive, let's go there for a second. How are Kings fans feeling about him? Because you mentioned all the stuff that's happened, the firing of coaches, all the different coaches, you name them, Luke Walton, Dave Yeager, the list goes on and on and on, Mike Malone. How are Kings fans feeling Vivek Ranadive today as the Kings clinch their first playoff berth in 17 years?
It's really funny, man. They're almost not acknowledging him. Like, we brought it up out the gate, like when the Kings clinched and it was official, and it's like, this team's going to the playoffs. We brought up Vivek that first day, and I'm not sure that he's been mentioned since. And I felt like he was, like, Kenny and I are really just kind of alone on this island where we feel like he's been unfairly criticized over the last handful of years. About, like, because there's nothing more than rumors about him meddling in team business. Like, every time something went wrong, they blamed it on Vivek Ranadive. And I can give you a couple of great examples. Like, if there was a popular consensus in the fan base, right, Vivek was always on the other side. Like, every time, 10 times out of 10. I went on the radio when we got down to there was an initial list of coaching hires, and obviously Mike was a part of it. Mark Jackson was a part of it. I think Steve Clifford was the other veteran coach, and then there were the young guys like Darvin Ham, Will Hardy. All of the young guys were eliminated like right out the gate, and it became the three veteran coaches in Clifford, Mark Jackson, and Mike Brown. Once it was established, okay, those are going to be the three coaches, I was adamant, Mike Brown is the guy. It's not Steve Clifford, with all due respect to him. Right. He is not the type of coach that this team needs. Mike Brown is that guy. This is the opportunity I think Mike has been waiting for. This is the opportunity that the Kings have been waiting for. This is perfect. Well, lo and behold, as that narrative starts to pick up, and it's like, Mike Brown is the guy, Mike Brown is the guy, all of a sudden, who was the most controversial figure of those three? It's your boy, Mark Jackson. Mm-hmm. Well, guess what the rumor was? Vivek Ranadive wants Mark Jackson. Now, let's fast forward to the draft. The draft, the Kings personnel, they're really big on Jaden Ivey. Mm-hmm. They're really big on Jaden Ivey. Jaden Ivey's the guy. He's going to be the one, unless, I don't know, man, that Vivek Ranadive, he's really into Keegan Murray. He's trying to push Keegan Murray into the front office. He's trying to push Keegan Murray as the guy. Now, when Keegan was drafted and he turned out to be the player that he is, and nobody said anything about that. That rumor has never been brought up again. Never again mentioned was there a rumor out there that Keegan was Vivek's guy and the front office wanted Jaden Ivey. So to me, none of this stuff adds up. Everybody has an agenda, and I think there were some, there were just some insecure individuals who had very minimal roles in the ownership group, and they have media personnel that they like to talk to, and their favorite pastime is bashing Vivek Ranadive. Vivek very, very rarely speaks publicly. He very, very rarely speaks in front of the camera. And I think it's absurd for so many to think they know what he's thinking. And I think he's been unfairly criticized. I think I think he was once labeled the worst owner in sports, or maybe close to it. Maybe it was the worst owner in the NBA. And that's ridiculous. Because when you look around at what's going on with some of these other organizations, like you can talk about Sacramento, and you can talk about how things miss. I've had interactions with the guy, and I find him to be very personable, very easy to talk to. But you look at Mark Cuban. You're in a city, you're in a market like Dallas, Texas, and you can't get free agents to sign there. You can't get anything to work within your organization. You can't get anything to click. But you got that one title to bail you out. You look at some of the ugliness that has surrounded that Dallas Mavericks organization, and you're going to tell me that Vivek is the worst owner in basketball just because he might have been bad. He might have trusted the wrong people. He might have hired the wrong people. He might have been too quick to do a few things. Like to a long-winded way of answering your question, no one is talking about Vivek Ranadive, and that's probably a bit unfair right now because there is nothing more than he wanted. There's nothing more than what he wanted than to win. That's all he wanted to do was win, and he's finally gotten this team to a point where not only are they a playoff team, but I think with the right moves this offseason, they could be a very good team moving forward as well.
You know, it's funny how Sacramento has operated in their existence. It feels like some of their best moves have, yes, developing and drafting De'Aaron Fox was incredible, but like you trade for Mitch Richmond, you trade for Chris Webber, you trade for Sabonis. How big of a trade was the Sabonis trade, and what was the trickle-down effect?
It was massive. It was absolutely massive, and I can point to the trickle-down effects for you, Butch. Go to the first game he played. I believe we had a back-to-back against Minnesota, and it was the second night of a back-to-back. The Kings had lost the first one. The season was already kind of done. Everybody kind of already knew that, but it was Domantas Sabonis, I think, had been in town for a couple of hours, but he was cleared to play. Like they did all of the post-trade stuff, and he got out there. The Kings won that night, and there's a moment I think every Kings fan will remember where the game ends and De'Aaron, he just hugs Domas. And there was a moment, like we call it the hug herd around the world. you could see like De'Aaron wrapping his arms around him like, oh my God, I'm playing with a real NBA player right now. And it was jarring in Bonte, but you guys know, like, we watched the league, like we're aware of what goes on in Indiana. I'm a huge Russell Westbrook fan, so I saw Domas in Oklahoma City and all of that. Mm-hmm. But I did not realize how good he was. He is so good. He has changed he is the reason the trajectory of this team has changed. He is the hub. He is the centerpiece. The fact that he played virtually 3/4 of the season or whatever it was with with like a broken hand and just kind of or thumb and had that thing taped up for the whole season. Like he he makes everyone better. When you look at the Kevin Huerter, Keegan Murray stat of 200-plus threes, and you see that Jordan Poole and Steph are in that company, and you see Anthony Simons and Dame Lillard, those are the only other two sets of teammates in that company. And then you realize Kevin Huerter, Keegan Murray, those are scoring options 3 and 4 in Sacramento. That's a credit to Domantas Sabonis and De'Aaron Fox, but specifically Domantas Sabonis and what they've been able to do this year.
And you made another underrated trade was the Huerter trade coming from Atlanta. I don't get why the Hawks did that. That's a sneaky deal. We said that right away, Butch. Like, man, I think Red Velvet could do something up in Sacramento as a 2-guard, and he's had an excellent season. Last but not least, D-Lo, and we appreciate the time. You're on fire right now. I know you're getting ready for your show, but the Beam. You guys have become the darlings of the NBA. Everybody, Worldwide Rob, the NBA Nation has taken this, and I know we made fun of you guys Friday night, lighting the Beam up, and I know you didn't like that.
We heard you. Yeah. We heard you. I ain't say something. We ain't heard you.
But the Beam has become one of the great gimmicks. I don't even want to call it a gimmick, but like you had the rally monkey with the Angels. The Giants fans can't stand hearing that. The Beam, when it first happened, what was your thoughts, and did you believe that it was going to take off like this?
Well, so I remember opening night against Portland. My girl Kendra, who is just an incredible person who heads up the DEI department with Sacramento. I'm really close with her. She was telling me before the game, she was like, yeah, if we win, we're going to light this purple beam into the sky. And I remember looking at her like, I'm sorry, what? She's like, yeah. Every time we win, we're going to light a purple beam in the sky. And I'm just like, all right, okay, whatever you say. I couldn't fathom, like, what, like, they're shooting lasers into the sky? Like, are they even allowed to do that? What does this look like? Well, the Kings lost that game against Portland. If you remember, the Kings lost their first 4 games of the season.
That's right.
So by the third, like, I forgot about the beam. Like, I just forgot about the purple thing they were going to shoot into the sky. And then they get their first win, and it appears, and it's like, oh, okay, like there's a beam in the sky. So the reason it worked is because the Kings won.
Right.
That's why it worked. Like, if the Kings were winning at a clip that they were winning at last year, no one would care about the beam. But the fact that they lost their first 4, then they started winning. They lost that game against the Golden State Warriors in San Francisco on November 7th.
The 2-minute report, I know, did not look good for the Golden State Warriors because you guys got jobbed on a couple calls there late in the game. But continue, D-Lo.
It didn't, but there's another observation I picked up about that game. We're going to talk about it later, by the way, with Bonte on D-Lo and KC. But after that game, the Kings won the next 7. And in the middle of that was the Brooklyn Nets game on national television where they just destroyed Brooklyn. That's what set the beam to the next level. That was the moment where everything changed. That winning streak, because the beam was getting lit every other day. That's when it started to become a thing. That's when the songs started to be written about it. That's when the Light the Beam chant started. And it's a great gimmick. It's literally when you walk outside in Doco in the evening after the Kings win, it is just jubilation. It is just so much excitement. But it worked because they were winning at the clip that they did, and that 7-game win streak is really what set everything off.
Man. And now you guys got a rap song, and you're hosting the playoff series for the first time in years, in 17 years, taking on the Golden State Warriors. 5:30 p.m. Saturday night. Golden One Center is going to be electric. D-Lo, can't wait to talk to you later. Good stuff here on the roast, man. You're on fire right now.
I appreciate you. Butch, we're going to get you later this week, and I'm going to tell you in front of everybody right now, we want you both on Friday. Clear 20 minutes, clear 30 minutes, do whatever you got to do. Bonte today, Butch will get you scheduled this week, but we want you both on the show on Friday. And next time, I heard you, send the Zoom link, and I'll jump in there with you.
Yeah, no I will not be as friendly as you were today. I'm coming for all of it.
I'd imagine as we get closer and closer to Saturday, these cute little, Bonte's my guy, Butch is my guy, Goo, that's my guy. By Friday? Oh no! By Friday, it's gang warfare.
Oh boy, I already told Mo yesterday when she was doing Kings pregame, hosting Kings pregame. I said Squeezing Burger doesn't even allow me there no more. They won't put cheese on my burger. They hate me in the 916 right now. So already know. Warning signs have been thrown out there. Like the beam and everything, levels to this. Oh, yeah, it's going to be on the popping Friday.
Public Enemy 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
D-Lo, take care. I'll talk to you later.
All right, fellas. Appreciate it.
See you, buddy.
Damian Barley. Friday, their crossover. Oh, it's going to be lit because Sacramento's chat gets wild. It gets wild.
Bonte.
You ready for this?
Bonte.
You ready for this?
I have to admit.
What?
It's cute that they think that they have a chance. It is. It's pretty cute. We're not losing to the Kings. The Warriors dynasty is not they haven't lost to a Western Conference opponent ever, okay? And during this Curry run, it feels like. And they're going to lose to the Kings in the first round.
Hey, man. Frisco Shasky appearing on a Monday morning.
They
I love
are adorable.
It. I love Frisco Shasky. San Fran Shasky's in the building Friday. San Fran Shasky's out the door. We got Frisco Shasky now. Talk that talk.
It's not even talking that talk. It's called read the resume.
Did D-Lo get to you?
No, it's just Kings fans.
I wanted to hear their story. It's a cute story. They deserve some run. Had a nice season.
No doubt.
I'm sure people were saying the same about the Warriors back in 2012, 2013. Oh, it's cute. Look at them being a little pesky 6 seed. Oh, yeah, they beat the Nuggets in 6. Oh, they gave the Spurs a run for their money. It's a cute little story. They're kind of in that same spot.
I mean, just think about this. If this were the Spurs dynasty at the end, okay, wouldn't we not give them the benefit of the doubt?
Probably.
Okay, why do the Warriors not get extended? In fact, the Warriors have had more success in terms of reaching the finals than even the Spurs did, which is an incredible sentence to say out loud. Like, it's okay. If you can't be arrogant with this version of the Warriors, when the hell can you be?
We should be arrogant.
When can you be?
Hey, look, man, I've always been cocky about it. You guys were getting on me last season about being cocky, saying they were a championship
There's a
team.
time and a place to be arrogant and confident, and right now's that time.
Is it?
Yeah, it's Hatfields and McCoys.
All right.
It's the Bay Area versus the little,
Warriors
cool
are
story.
Warriors are heavy favorites
It's a
in the
short
series.
poem that's going on up there. We're building a novel.
Warriors are heavy favorites in this series. Heavy.
Warriors are tied with the Nuggets for the favorites to win the Western Conference.
come on.
It's the Suns at plus 200, and the Nuggets and Warriors at plus 300. Then it's the Grizzlies plus 600, Lakers plus 900, Clippers plus 1,200. Then you get the Kings at plus 2,000. They're right with the play-in teams, basically.
I do want to explore the similarities. There's some differences, a lot of differences, but there's similarities between what Sabonis has done for that roster, that organization, and what David Lee did for the Warriors to kind of jumpstart their thing.
And De'Aaron Fox he's not Steph Curry, but he's the guy who said, I want to do this in sack. I want to win in sack. There's some dark days up there for De'Aaron Fox. He got blamed for a lot. A lot of that fan base wanted Halliburton to be the point guard of the future, and not De'Aaron Fox. And they traded Tyrese Halliburton and was like, why? And Halliburton was shocked. He loved Sacramento. But as D'Lo said, Sabonis has come in. He's an all-star. He's going to get paid soon. I mean, he's going to be a handful for Draymond Green and Kevon Looney. Now, Kevon Looney and Draymond Green are always up for a challenge. And I'm not betting against Day-Day in a playoff series.
That's what I'm
Again, Draymond Green, you don't win 4 championships without Draymond Green. And despite everything that's happened with Draymond Green, all the podcasting, what happened to Trady Kemp, the shot, everything, it's kind of glossed over Draymond Green having a very, very solid season. Maybe one of his best seasons. Like, if you had to rank his seasons in over a decade, this would probably be a top 3 season. Would you say top 3, maybe top 4? And it's bigger than the box score. You can't just look at a box score with a guy like Draymond.
But I'm just trying to think, I don't think they needed him as much as they needed him this year during the Durant years.
Yeah, but they did need him. They did need him, though, because Steph Curry was out.
During the regular season.
During this year?
No, I said this year they've needed him more than they did
the Durant years.
During
no doubt.
Some of the Durant years.
Yeah, no doubt.
In terms of the requirement needed from him. I mean, his best season, without a doubt, is the 73-win season. That's... No, you can't even. I don't even know how that's even up for debate. He was spectacular that year. This is probably one of his top 3 seasons. You're probably right. I'm just racking my head around it, and I'm you're probably right.
All right, 2015-16, he averaged 14 points a game, 8 rebounds, 9.5 rebounds.
He was better this year than he was last year.
7.5 rebounds, 7.5 assists in 2015-16. Now look at his 3-point percentage this year. Shot 30% from 3. Took a little dip over the last couple weeks. Now, 2015-16, he shot 38% from three. That's insane. Draymond Green was once a 38% three-point shooter. This year, he got back in the 30s. You'll take it. The field goal percentage. He's never shot more than 52%. He did that this season, 52.5% from the floor. Draymond Green, career high for him. Assist for the 5th time in his career. He dropped over 500 assists. This year, the assist numbers are 6.5, 6.8. Not bad. Not bad at all. Draymond Green's had a spectacular season. So that's why with Sabonis and how good he is, playoff Draymond is just different. He is.
Contract year.
Contract year. He can opt in.
Well, I guess
opt out.
Is
get
it
new
considered
money.
a contract year if it's an opt out?
It's a money year for him.
Yeah, that's for sure.
It's a money year.
Money time?
It is money time for him.
Money time! Money time! Like, I just keep going back to like the Yankees in baseball, right? When they get into a playoff series in the 2000s, we were like, hey, they're the Yankees. Right? Like they get the BOD, the benefit of doubt.
Get it all the time.
Okay? The Patriots, we gave it to them for 20 years.
Patriots are past.
As long
Pats are
as you've
past.
got Belichick and you've got Brady, you've got the Patriots going far. You just can't knock them out. The Spurs, we did it with them. We did it with LeBron for many, many years. Why doesn't Steph and Dre and Klay get that same benefit of the doubt?
I think they do. I think
they do too.
I mean,
ultimately, I do too.
Right. I've been giving them the benefit of the doubt until we see it. Again, until we see them lose under Steve Kerr in the Western Conference, how can you bet against them? They haven't lost one series in the Western Conference under Steve Kerr. Not one. They won a road game in 27 straight series. Can I not be confident about this bunch? And with the West being as wacky as it was this year,
yeah,
the Warriors get the Kings who haven't been to the playoffs in so long.
If you were to rank teams that were coming for the Warriors stuff, there's not a team in this Western Conference bracket that would be in the top 5 of the opponents that they faced in the last 8-9 years in the West. Now, the Warriors may not be as good as they were over the last 8-9 years, but I don't think there's one opponent who'd be in the top 5. Rockets, the multiple versions of the Rockets were better than anyone coming out of the West this year, right? Oklahoma City?
Oh, yeah. No doubt.
Could you make the argument that Memphis was better last year than they are this year? I think JJJ's better.
I think Memphis is better this year than last year, though.
No Steven Adams.
No Steven Adams, but
and
you know what?
Jaw's been in and out of the lineup.
But Tyus Jones is better.
Okay.
Jaw's actually better.
I'll listen to that. Tyus Jones
Desmond
is better.
Bane's better. Dylan Brooks is better.
Okay, so you think they're better than
I think
they were
they're a
last
better
year?
team. I still think the Warriors have the advantage over them mentally, and they'll figure out a way to win in 6.
I would put that Spurs team with Kawhi before the injury ahead of any of these teams in the West.
Not even close.
Right?
Hell, Kawhi and I may have won that series if he didn't get hurt.
I'm kind of with you.
They were up 23, buddy. They were rolling. The Warriors are rolling right now. They're 8-2 in their last 10. Their bench scored 88 points yesterday. Second most in franchise history. 27 threes yesterday against Portland. I know it was the Portland taxi squad. Hell, Kalina probably could have went out there and played. But it ties a franchise record. 47 assists ties a franchise record. 56-point margin of victory. The largest margin of victory on a road in franchise history. 157-101. 157 points scored are the third most in franchise history. So it's not about what the other team did or who they played. Same thing Friday night in Sacramento. It's how do you look? How are the Warriors looking ahead of the playoffs? Well, Friday night, they didn't look their best. 24 turnovers. Did not look good. They gave up 18 offensive rebounds to the Stockton Kings, not the Sacramento Kings. Got to clean that up. But yesterday, they got back to their good habits. Ball movement, three-point shot making, solid defense. That's what you need. You cannot turn the ball over against the Sacramento Kings team. You just can't. Fox is quick on the break. Malik Monk finishes. He'll dunk on your head. So it's going to be a very interesting series that we'll break down all week long. We got final thoughts coming up. 888-957-9570, Comcast business text line. And, of course, Steiny and Guru will take your calls all day long. 888-957-9570 as we get ready for Kings and Warriors.
I know we're up against it here. Giants Dodgers do anything for you? Urias versus Webb?
I guess. Yeah, I'm
really mad at Major League Baseball schedulers. This is how low they think of the Giants. We're going to start you off with the Royals at home. I'm talking about at home. And then we're going to go Giants-Dodgers for 3 weeknight games?
Look.
What?
I love Giants-Dodger games.
What?
I'll watch the Giants-Dodgers
You get
tonight.
Urias, Ginger Guard, and then you get Kershaw.
I'm not mad at that. Who's Ginger Guard? Dustin May?
Yeah, Dustin May. They call him Ginger Guard. Sorry.
Okay.
It's like the spin on Syndergaard.
Yeah. That's pretty good.
Isn't it? It is good.
But you know what? I'd be lying if I said I cared. I got the NBA hoodie. It's playoff time. It's where the big boys make their money. We got 2.5 long months, folks, of grown man basketball.
I agree.
40 games and 40 nights. Remember that? Well, that's where we're at. We may get Memphis Lakers in round 1 alongside Warriors, Kings, Clippers, Suns, and whoever the Nuggets plays.
Speaking of legacy games, if LeBron doesn't win the play-in.
Oh, my.
Whew. After putting a King's crown on himself.
You know, the Giants, they picked the right time to lose the series to the Kansas City Royals. I mean, they went life and death with the Royals just to not get swept. So you're asking me if Giants-Dodgers does right now, Sasky? It does nothing for me.
We only get 2 home series against the Dodgers this year, and one of them is right now.
That's sad.
Isn't it?
And I can care less about it. I'm sorry, I don't.
No, I'm not mad at you. I'm
just saying, Kings, Warriors. We got the battle of I-80 right in our laps. Sacramento and the Warriors. And Sacramento believes they're going to destroy the Warriors and end the dynasty. The upstart Kings with Mike Brown and Leandro Barbosa and Harrison Barnes. And Giants-Dodgers? Oh, man. I don't even feel buzz in the streets for this series. The streets don't even care right now about Giants-Dodgers. And the playoffs don't start till Saturday, and yet I can't sleep right now because the NBA playoffs are finally here. Final thoughts, Spinoni. What the heck was going on? You guys all right back there?
He said that I had a live read, and I'm like, I don't have the live read.
Oh, I have a live read. Yeah, I already knew that. Lovin'. Good job producing.
It was
You're
a
doing hell of
miscommunication sensation on the log. Shout out Tim Roy.
You're doing a hell of a job, Lovin'. Hell of a job.
Loveman. Take a deep breath.
Well, that was my Spadone will take the fall for that. All right. I will take the fall.
Final
for that.
thoughts, just so people can have their, get some of their opinions as we fire away on the Xfinity Fast 5. Why the heck was Gabe Kapler pitching Ross Stripling in the 8th inning?
Of course, it's a Giants.
I am. I'm going to go there because I got to get this take off. What's the point of having a bullpen?
Consideration.
What is the point of having the Rogers brothers shoved down my throat on every YouTube video with whether it's Amy G or Laura, like all these different people? You're going to have these guys in the bullpen. That you have Brebbia, you've got Alexander, you've got all these arms. Camilo Duvall could have came in for a 4-out save, and you're keeping Ross Stripling in, not for 1 inning, for multiple innings, and then you're in the back afterwards in the clubhouse saying, well, we wanted to get him some work. Newsflash, Gabe. It's the regular season. You're trying to win games. Ross Stripling's the best you have to win games in the 8th inning? Unacceptable.
You know what?
Infinite number of outcomes.
I'm not even screaming. It's just unacceptable.
Lubman in the thread said, I need to go take a walk after the game. And I'm like, dude, it's game 8. I'll take a deep breath.
I had to go do an outdoor activity.
It's game 9.
I called it in the group thread. I said, Ross Stripling's about to serve one up. Yank him.
Well, it was actually a decent pitch, but Perez is a low ball hitter, and he golfed it out. I kind of laughed. I chuckled because
of course you did.
I'm here for the chaos of Shasky and Lutman. These guys need to take a walk at the game 8. There's 153 games left in the regular season.
Did I lose my mind?
Both you guys did.
In the thread?
Both you guys. Oh, in real life, you lost your mind too.
Ross Stripling.
I know you. My final thought, we got Kings Warriors. Let's play out basketball.
I know.
It's the journey. My final thought is I'm locked in. I'm locked in on what's happening Saturday to go to One Center, and I can't wait to talk about it. I can't wait to experience it. Now, I'll be in the studio here in San Francisco, but boy, it's going to be a lot of Dove feds up there to go to One. But only what you got.
We didn't mention it today, but Odell Beckham Jr. to the Ravens.
Weird.
Sneakily, Lamar Jackson also coming back. They were hanging out in an IG post, partying together. Lamar going back to Baltimore?
Odd amount of guaranteed money. A lot of money for someone who hasn't played a lot.
Very interesting.
Lubman, what do you got? Fast 5.
I was listening to Damian Barling talk about the origin of the of lighting the beam, and it kind of reminded me of when Miami brought out the turnover chain. You know, when you have a thing like that to really kind of celebrate success in a season that goes so well as it did. You know, I'm really happy the beam has worked out for the Kings, and I hope that the beam has a better overall life after this season than the turnover chain had when it was in Miami, because it got south really fast.
Crystal ball.
That's good. By the way, has Gabe Kapler lost the love, like that luster from the 2021 season? Are fans starting to be out on Gabe Kapler?
There's a lot. there's a lot that gets into that.
All right.
That is your Xfinity Fast 5.
Hold on real quick. We got one text to read. Can't read it because this thing is, the mouse is tripping. Let me go. Oh, here it is.
Yeah, okay.
520 Comcast Business Text Line. Okay, this computer just crashed. I'll go ahead and read it.
Warriors are taking over Sacramento and Golden One and ending these Kings in 5. That is from the 520, and that is your Xfinity Fast 5 presented by Xfinity. Let me get the read up so I can do
Brought
this correctly.
to you by the Next Generation 10G Network, only from Xfinity. The feature starts now.
Hey, if there are some positives for the Giants, Yastrzemski does look like he's still alive, and
Anthony DeSclafani.
Not only him, Minaya as well. Minaya looked outstanding. That might have been the best Minaya outing we get all year, but he looked great. You got to give him his love. Eight strikeouts, elevating
he used
the
it up in a
fastball.
loss to the Kansas City Royals.
Hey, Bobby Witt Jr. had a home run in that game.
He did.
He's a baller.
He did.
He's legit.
All right. Warriors are Kings, folks.
They also had 5 infielders.
I could count on for Steinmetz today. He ain't talking no damn Giants today. It's playoff
You
basketball.
gave me, I got 45 seconds in.
You got 45 minutes. Well, it felt like 45 minutes.
45 seconds.
He ain't talking no Giants baseball.
Quicker than the pitch
Royals, Royals, Giants. It's Kings, Warriors, baby. Let's go.
Can you imagine a rainbow of flowers?
In a crystal blue sky.
Filled with music.
And all your friends are there.
And everyone is laughing with joy.
And the whole world is clean and sparkling and singing like Pavarotti.
Put on your wings and fly.
Invite us to your
tell you what. I'm ready to come out with a Bonte Hill, oh, babe.
You trying?
I'm telling you. We got,
great. Baby.
We got action. You know what, Guru? And I don't know why. A couple weeks back, I'm not sure why. You said, Steiny, come on, Steiny, come on, you want it. Come on, we want Sack. And I was like, it doesn't matter. Phoenix, be great. Memphis. I don't know why I can't say this in the moment, Goo. You were right.
Man, because we got it. First time ever. And the Clippers, when they were down, I'm like, they want Sack. But to their credit, they won. And now we got a week of build-up. And I was in the building Friday. That wasn't what it's going to be this Saturday at Golden One. But Steiny, this is the first time ever. What do we dub it? The I-80
Is that the road that goes up there?
Help us, yeah.
I-80 series.
What do we call it?
I think we can do better.
Yeah.
Maybe something like, come up
Kings
with a name.
Warriors.
Come up with a name for
the
this.
real March Madness, baby.
By the way, let there be no doubt. You can check it out right now on YouTube. Steiny and Guru. Boy's in his gold.
Oh, Warrior gold.
Boy's in his bag. Boy's in his gold. Let there be no doubt.
Let's go.
King's got nothing.
I need you to
I'm kidding about
fear.
I'm kidding about that.
No, I'm not. I feel like the Warriors this is the best thing that could happen to them, Steiny. Just from the travel standpoint, Dre already said that. And the Kings, to me, I don't want to disrespect them.
It sounds like you're going to spend a week doing that.
I feel like their playoffs was the regular season. They had a great season. But if you're telling me they're about to put 4 up on the Warriors in 7 games.
They score a lot of points.
Well, they did in the regular season.
Yeah.
Can they duplicate that? Saturday night, Steiny.
All right, here's what we're going to do. We're talking Warriors, Kings. That's what we're doing.
Talking offs.
888-957-9570 is the number. You know that number. You can jump in at any time. Warriors, Sacramento Kings. They've never gone to the playoffs in the same season, let alone had a series against each other. Let me tell you what else is going to happen this week. And I hope the Bay Area can be mature with me. I think it's going to, let me tell you something. I like Sacramento as a city.
I raised a kid. I
like Sac.
Okay.
Believe it or not, 6-7 years down the line, I'm winding down a little. I could see myself up in Sac.
What does that mean?
It means, shutting it down in Sac.
Okay, gotcha.
2 hours closer to Tahoe.
Wow.
You're still close enough to the Bay.
Yep.
Weather's a little warmer. Sac, I like you, buddy. I do. And Kings fans, we're more than welcome to jump in here. Absolutely. We need Steiny to trash the Dubs, guaranteed to make it a long run. Those days are over. Let me tell you who I'm not talking to this week. Whitney Sandretto.
Oh, boy.
She's going to have Whitley, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Did I say Whitney?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Whitley. Whitley Sandretto. You ain't going to find me this week.
Well, no, this is how you fix it. You say Warriors in 4. Haven't I taught you anything? Warriors in 4, Steiny.
Wait, dude, please let me alone. Just let me alone this week.
Dude, you caught hell last year.
You know what?
I tried to throw you a life preserver. I couldn't.
Did you?
Yeah, I tried to. Your mentions were just flooded.
There was cement in that life preserver.
Hey, Steiny, man, oh man. But we got it. We got a series.
I was telling JD about a week or two ago, and I said this, I think, on the air too. This is huge.
I respect that.
But stuff's gonna happen in this, over the next 2 weeks. And I don't know what I'm going to say, but there are going to be things that are gonna emerge.
Okay.
That are going to make us realize how many people are into this series.
No doubt.
Is what I'm saying.
No doubt about it.
And I don't even know what it's going to be yet. I'll tell you what. If you're a Kings fan, how you not trying to take a cowbell into that game on Saturday?
Well, they're a legal one, but man,
exactly.
Steiny, I get you.
Exactly.
Well, I'll tell you this. I was there Friday night, and the Warriors were in their virgin white uniforms. You don't wear those on the road. Saw our boy Ritter in the media press room, Steiny.
Were you working the room?
Your boy was rather quiet.
You?
Yeah, just taking it all in. Raymond came and sat, but we chopped it up. Yeah, we talked about you a little bit.
What?
Just talked. He asked where you're at. I said back in the Bay.
He knows it's Sacramento.
We should go out and watch the game together Saturdays, 5:30.
Here's what I'm thinking.
I'm being
Just do
real.
a show up there on Tuesday. If game 2's Tuesday, why don't we do a
Now,
show
that's a
from
hell
up
of
there?
an idea.
10 to 2.
Why don't you bring this up in the Thursday meeting?
Because
I got you.
I don't know. Yeah. Not sure. Let's go to, hey, Rick, man. Start us off, Rick. Let's go.
Ricky.
What's up, Rick? Are you kidding me, Rick?
Come on, it's playoff
Rick.
week. Game 1.
That's a bunch of crap.
Yeah.
Jeez, it's like Doug in Berkeley. Doug's in Berkeley. What's up, buddy?
Doug's in Berkeley. I'm here, guys.
How are you, buddy?
How you doing?
Hey.
We're excited. We are very excited.
How could I not be? How could I not be great? How could you not be great?
Thank you.
After the events of the weekend.
Thank you.
Come on.
What in particular?
You got to be pumped.
Yeah.
Hey, listen. Let's. I'm looking for a good series. Let's put some respect on Mike Brown's name. Okay.
Yep.
All right. Let's give the guy
Coach of the year.
Credit for the excellent job he's done this year. I think, and he knows the Warriors. He knows what we do. He knows our passing lanes, our cutting lanes. I think it's going to be a good series. I hope it goes 7 games. Of course, I want us to win. I'm no question.
Sure.
But I hope it's a good, exciting series. And I'm happy for Sacramento. I'm happy for Mike Brown. I got friends in Sacramento. Go
friends
Warriors.
in low places.
But it couldn't be better. I actually prefer to face Sacramento first rather than face. I'm glad we didn't slip into 5th.
All right. That's fair. Appreciate it, Dougie.
Dougie. Yeah, I love Dougie, but hell no, you don't want a 7-game series, Dougie.
Yeah, you do.
You want 4. Warriors in 4.
Good. Monster.
I just like the.
What do you like?
Nobody scares me on Sacramento from a physical standpoint. Like Sabonis, you're great, but you ain't taller. You ain't Embiid.
I think he's 6'11",
but you ain't Shaq.
He's all of it, as they say.
No, he's a damn good ball player, but from a physical you ain't Kevin Durant. How about that? Because Steiny, I was like, oh my God, you telling me you about to come out to shoot with the Suns? This is going to be great. Get back on defense. Let's see De'Aaron Fox in the half court. Keegan Murray Sacramento has to prove not to us, but to themselves that they could play free-flowing like they did in the regular season to get the 3rd seed in the playoffs, Steiny.
I'm fighting back against that.
That's a mental.
I'm fighting back against the experience.
What word am I looking for?
Pedigree?
Hurdle.
Pedigree?
Yeah, mental hurdle.
You like championship pedigree.
No, I like styles make fights.
You,
and I like this for the Warriors.
That's what you leaned on all season.
Well, we get to see Wiggins.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. By the way, here's the one thing about the Kings, and I know it's being billed as champions versus upstarts. Harrison Barnes has a ring. He's been in the postseason. Sabonis has played in 3 postseasons. My boy, Red Velvet, Kevin Huerter, played in an Eastern Conference final.
All right.
Trey Lyles is a couple games under his belt. I get it. They're not the Warriors. Nobody's going to be the Warriors. But I think the idea that the Kings are going to be shocked by the bright lights.
Yeah, I guess that's like.
It could be. I do think experience is going to be a factor, but I don't think it's going to be the glaring difference in this series where, like, the Kings turn it over more than they have all year and don't shoot it as well as they have all year. But
that's what I'm talking about, though, those things.
Because the Warriors don't play defense, keep in mind.
Yeah, and I was in there Friday, and that was a 5-point game with sacks. Barnes was out there, and I was trying to be Dr. Phil in my seat, like, what must he be thinking when it's really go time that he has a chance to beat the team that he won a championship with? Like, to me, that's heavy. Now, he may compartmentalize and it won't be anything, but I got to tell you this. I've been talking for the last 2 months about the final exam, and at every turn in regard to the Warriors on the road in the regular season, I've been wrong. They just have not answered the bell every time I thought there was an opportunity to send a message. I mean, this can go for a high school series or a college, but Steiny, is somehow they go to Golden One on Saturday at 5:30 in the evening and win that game.
Okay, they're up 1-0.
Yeah, but forget the up 1-0. You got control of the series until game 2, but you already have shown the world or the rest of the playoff field, hey, we just won a game on the road in our first opportunity.
I mean, it would
that's
be big.
there for the Warriors. You know?
Sure. And you know what else could be there? Is Sacramento 139, Golden State 104.
Man.
Who knows? KT, let's go to KT in Oakland. Hey, KT, how you doing, brother?
What's up, Steiny? How you doing?
Doing well.
All right, I got the series, the name of the series for you guys. You got the two best teams, the only two NBA teams in Oakland. So we're going to call this the Northern Cali finale, the Warriors in 6.
That might be it.
That isn't bad.
But he said 2 teams in Oakland. Or did I hear wrong?
Cali. Teams in Cali.
Oh, in Cali.
Cali,
Okay,
yes.
look at
The Northern Cali
I'm
finale.
going to steal that one. Yeah. I'm going to go to Twitter now.
You know what?
I'll cite the sources.
Tell you what, KT. And
The
I know
Northern
KT.
Cali. Do you?
Yeah.
You know a lot of our
I do.
interactors.
I met a lot of people Saturday.
Dude, you sent me a picture.
We got to get into that at some point.
Oh, my. Like, wow, look at the smile.
I'll just tease it.
You look like the Joker and Batman now.
I'll just tease it real quick.
You were in my hood.
So I went to a function on Saturday. I'll get into all the details, but one of the themes of the day was there was a large contingent from a place whose name comes up here a fair amount. Chaplains.
Hit my spot.
Chaplains in the Union.
Talk to me, Stoddy.
Let's just say this. I met a lot of people from Chaplains this weekend on Saturday.
Okay.
And as you like to say, your name came up.
Talk my city, Steiny.
Rafi in Berkeley. We'll get to it later. But I was surprised. Chaplains, do they know goo or not? We'll talk about it. What's up, Rafi? How you doing, buddy?
Always nice to check in, start the week off. Rarely what I call on a Monday. I got a few quick things just to touch on for the playoffs and the Warriors. Just the first thing that I just want to finally get off my chest is I'm a little bit tired of people kind of talking about how the Nuggets, are going to seize up or can't handle bright lights or not playoffs or doubting them.
Kings or Nuggets,
never
Rafi?
been to the playoffs.
Kings or Nuggets?
They've never been to the play. The Nuggets. I just wanted to chime in on the Nuggets.
Okay.
Before I popped in on the Kings
Gotcha.
Warriors just because everyone on the station's always popping off on the Nuggets, and I'm tired of it. Honestly, they are
JD.
Okay. They are a strong team. They're healthy for the playoffs. Here's what I think about the Warriors is that, I think they are finally set up. I am sick of the regular season kind of not meaning anything, but they have slow played their way into actually a very favorable position. And each year, I think there's maybe 5-6 teams that can win the finals. And I think it depends largely on luck. I think that all the teams are essentially equally good. And the top teams. And I think that the Warriors are playing themselves again into a very lucky situation, a good first-round draw. Wow. Steven Adams out for a possible second-round matchup. And I think the key to this series, and I think the key to the Warriors doing well, and we'll see them do well, is if they can win in the first 3 quarters. I think if we see them going long games with heavy minutes on the big 3, it's not going to work out for them kind of no matter what happens.
Appreciate it, Rafi. I'm kind of with Rafi. I think there's been too much Nuggets slander.
You think so?
Yeah, let's see what happens.
Because they got the number 1 seed. I just don't like if the Nuggets have to play, and they won't. It looks like the Lakers in the first round. It looks like they might get because if the Lakers handle business against Minnesota, they would play Memphis. But I'll tell you this about the Warriors.
Okay.
And it's appropriate fear. I am and respect the Kings. But if the Warriors were to get past that, the Lakers could be lurking. And with LeBron James and AD. And
there's always going to be a good team lurking.
Oh, well, doctor, go ahead now. He didn't like that Nugget slander.
Well, here's what I don't like. Did the Nuggets... Well, first of all, the Kings, same thing. Down the stretch, were they great? Not really. But,
they could afford to be. Not to be.
Exactly. Yeah. By the way, here's a question for Warrior fans. You guys playing well right now? Warriors?
You won 6 out of your last 8.
Warriors playing well right now? That seems to be conventional wisdom, right?
Yeah.
All right, let's go back. About a month. They beat the Milwaukee Bucks at home. No Giannis. Then they beat the Phoenix Suns. No Durant.
Oh, boy.
Then they lost 3 in a row to the Clippers, Hawks, and Grizzlies.
Yikes.
Then they beat the Houston Rockets. Oh, by the way, they fired Steven Silas today.
Damn.
They stink. Oh, they beat the Dallas Mavericks, who probably went, 5-18 down the stretch? Okay.
Didn't have Kyrie.
Again, not taking anything away. Just,
no Kyrie.
Just observation. Yeah. Beat the Mavericks. Okay, they come home. They get down 11 to Philly. They win. No James Harden, no for Philly. Still, let's not take anything away from that one.
Guys are good.
Minnesota Timberwolves. Oof, that was a brutal loss. Pelicans. Hey, we're down 20. Uh-oh. Oh, come back and win. San Antonio Spurs. 3 quarters. Oh, we come back and spit on the... Okay. Denver Nuggets. Well, we lost to the Nuggets. They're a good team. Oklahoma City Thunder. Down big.
Look at you.
Down 4 at the start of the 4th quarter. Come back and win. Sacramento Kings. They didn't play great, let's be honest. And then Portland was the glorified scrimmage. So, are the Warriors playing well just because they've won 8 of 10?
Well, you forgot the right on the table for all those games.
Oh, tell me.
Please, add this caveat.
Oh.
No Andrew Wiggins.
Well, wait a minute. You're worried about Wiggins.
No, I just want to see how it looks about him getting reacclimated to the offense. That's all. It's not a worry that he can't play. It's what version will we get. So I'll take that all day as opposed to not having him. But, Steiny, it's the second season. All that does not matter. It goes down.
It doesn't matter how you're playing.
I believe not.
All right.
And
you might be right. I'm not saying you're wrong.
To the caller's point about Denver and Sac hadn't been lighting it up on fire, but all that's out the window. Get marked, get set, go. So here we are. I am so excited this week, Steiny.
Yeah.
The finale in NorCal.
You're not. You're not excited about this week, and I'll tell you why. Is because it's going to be very soon where you say, I just wish the game were tonight.
No, we're going to the Giants game tomorrow.
650. Matt, I've called out Guru multiple times on the Comcast business text line
like you.
About chaplains. I even offered first round on me, Guru, through IGs and DMs. I've been going to chaplains 5 days a week since 2016.
I'll be there.
And I've never seen Guru. Let me ask you this, 650. Were you at the wake on Saturday at Harry's Hofbrau, 650, for a gentleman named Owen
Rest in peace.
Owen Toy.
Dude, that's my second spot.
Which?
Chaplains. I was there Friday night. You don't even know this, pal, when they have a live band.
Don't get mad at me.
No.
Don't get mad at me
some calls.
Because nobody there knows who you are.
We're going to hear from chaplains today. How about that?
So anyway, I'll just feed the Bay.
We're going to hear from chaplains today.
I'll just feed the Bay little nuggets. Like a dealer.
You can stick
like
it
a little
to me
dealer.
early.
So I met a lovely young lady. Diana, who works at Chaplain's.
That's the picture you sent.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Yeah. What does that mean?
It means...
Did you want my face on the wall, Sonny?
It means...
Like
It means...
What do
I don't know. There were 15 people that worked at Chaplin's there, and I went to about 13 of them try to strike up a conversation about my man, my partner, regular.
I don't have an ego, so
a lot
maybe
of puzzled looks.
They didn't know me, Steiny.
A lot of puzzled
That's my
looks.
spot. Ask Curly, do they know me at Chaplin's? We may be doing a
John
remote
Curly?
soon. Yeah. He's
What does he
talking
know
to the
about it?
owner, Alfred. My guy.
I met Alfred on Saturday.
Oh, well, there it is. What are you laughing at? You a boy.
Keith. What's up, Keith? Talk to me, buddy.
What's up, Stein Guru?
What's up, baby?
Talking to you guys again. I just have one question and one comment. The comment is, Guru, Steiny, you guys know how the Warriors do. Last year, Steiny was a little nervous about how we coming into the playoffs.
Yep.
Everything worked out perfectly. This year, same thing. You can't say everything didn't work out perfectly. You got Wiggins coming back. You got us going against the most inexperienced team on the Western Conference. And Guru, to pick up on what you said, I believe Game 1 is a must-win. That's not for the team, but just for the playoff opponent's future from the Kings. So if we win game 1 on the road, everybody knows Warriors back, baby. Do you guys think it's a must-win game?
I don't, Keith. But thanks for the call. I don't. In fact, you're going to call me crazy. But this is you know what I think
said the same thing.
You know where I think the Warriors' experience really pays off? They're in a 7-game series. You know what that means?
What?
They know somebody's got to beat them 4 times.
No doubt.
Like,
That's
if the
heavy,
Warriors
man.
go in and lose 139-105 game 1, they're not going to shrivel.
No.
They're just not. So, that's the thing to me is the Warriors, there's a sense of urgency that they kind of don't have once the playoffs come because they know they've got 4 games to get beat. So, I think that's one of the great things about the Warriors, and I don't even know if they have. Have they ever been down 2-0 in a series in their dynasty?
Ooh. I want to say
they were
down 3-1.
I truly believe they could get down 2-0 to sack and still win the series if they have to.
Right. Well, you know what? I'm not mad at anything you just said, but to me, let's just say they were playing the Suns. If you look at their regular season, what was the title of the Jam? Their road record, Stoney, 11-30. So to me, I think they have something to prove to themselves that, okay, that was the regular season. And I told you, I've been banking on it's go time. So why not? Obviously, you want to start off with a win in the series. But if they somehow get that win, game 1, I mean, then we're going to be like regular season. Yeah, okay, miss me. Because this team, you talk about the trio, Looney, the Big Four, they've always won a road game in a series since this thing has started. So I love the Kings, and maybe I'll be floored or shocked. But, Stoney, I just think the Warriors are going to be able to breathe, to be able to do some things. And now Klay Thompson, I know yesterday that was incredible. It was a scrimmage. But still, I told you, Stoney, there's not a shot he won't take or I think he can't make. And with him, Curry,
but you
and
act
Poole,
as though that's a 100% good thing.
No, I just don't think the Kings have as much. They did the regular season scoring, but now we're talking about Lyles.
Kevin
We're talking
Huerter will
about
beat
Malik
Klay
Monk.
Thompson in a shooting contest.
Yeah, but I can see Huerter getting that tight real quick. Or
tight?
Yeah.
You mean Kevin Huerter, who
he's a baller.
basically beat the Philadelphia 76ers
but this
to get
ball
to the
could
Eastern
feel
Conference
like,
Finals?
This ball could feel like 60-pound weight because it's the Austin. They're at home.
Kevin Huerter went to Maryland. Big-time
Turpin.
program. Klay went to what? Washington State?
Klay was a baller.
Listen, I'm going to have to stick up for the Kings while I think the Warriors I'll make my I don't know if I'm making a prediction.
Oh, we'll do
but Kevin Huerter's a good player, man.
I love him.
He can make shots.
Yeah, but he doesn't have the offensive
you better be careful.
Offensive resume is the Big Four.
A resume.
Yeah, no doubt.
That's not his fault.
Yeah.
He's only
can
25.
Can he get in fuego in a game?
Yes, he can.
Yeah, the Kings could be up 10 with like 2:30 left in the fourth, and I'll believe the Warriors still have action.
Are you going to denigrate the Kings all week?
No, I've given them love at every turn.
Well, it doesn't sound like it.
Wait till my
doesn't
prediction.
sound like it.
It's coming.
Doesn't sound like it. RJ in New York. What's up, RJ? RJ, going once. By the way, you know who's overrated? RJ Barrett.
But he's a lefty.
He's
when he's on, though, he looked nice.
RJ, you there or no? RJ, you can call back.
Yeah,
day late and $1 short, just like RJ Barrett.
Yeah. You getting some
quite
hate,
frankly.
Stoney.
From who?
The Yoon.
What are you talking about?
The way you're trying to make it out that they don't know who your boy is. So,
yeah. I got you.
Yeah. Just
I'll tell you what.
Later, just before we get out of here, tell them you're playing.
Listen, I'm going to tell you something right now, and this may hurt you, but I made an imprint in the Yoon this weekend. On 95.7 The Game.
Never had a girl for dangle your feelings?
I made it up.
This is Kevon Looney. Welcome back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game. Take it away, Steiny.
Dude, what was that? I don't remember.
That was Loon Dog or Lunatic.
No, what you said.
Remember
about a girl fidangle?
Yeah, and you were like, "That's not a word, dude."
No. I thought you used it. I didn't know you. I didn't know you used a word like that with the opposite sex. I thought it was something else. Like Warriors are fidangling their playoff position.
Oh, I've been fidangled with my feelings. Because you have to. Come on.
Not anymore.
Well, of course not anymore.
I'm an Iron Man.
But yeah.
I don't let people in. That's the easiest way not to get hurt.
And you think the world's ending? Oh, my God. Don't take me back to those dark times, Donnie. Incense burning, friends going to the club, and you stay at home making excuse.
In the fetal position.
Yeah, it's hurt.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Matt Stein, Matt Down, the Guru Johnson with you. Warriors, Kings. Man, never said that ever before in terms of the playoff series. Coming up at noon, James Hamm. He covers the Sacramento Kings. He's a Kings insider for ESPN 1320. Also worked for NBC Sports Bay Area covering the Kings. We got him at noon, and I just think it's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be a lot of fun, and here's what it feels to me. It feels like Warrior fans are pretty confident.
And there you go. Is that disrespect? Because that's where I'm at. Had this been Phoenix, I would be shaking in my boots. So am I disrespecting the Kings?
When you say you'd be shaking in your boots,
that Kevin Durant,
that is disrespecting the Warriors. Don't you get it? Don't you get it? You can't say as a Warrior fan, if we'd gotten Phoenix, I'd be shaking in my boots.
Let me tell you how.
That makes it sound like you don't think your team is very good.
That you are so wrong. What it is I put myself in a Warrior uniform on defense. And then I'm thinking, like, whatever part of the game it is, who's going to stop 35? And that's a fact. Nobody can but himself and the refs.
Who's 35?
Durant.
Oh.
Yeah.
I didn't know what team you're talking about.
Well, KD.
I'm thinking,
but now,
that's Curry.
I'm like,
30's
Sabonis,
Curry.
Cute story. Fox, you're fast. But Keegan Murray, you're a rookie. Bright lights. I can see Draymond. And then they just.
Draymond goes to Keegan Murray?
Without doing
that would make sense. Keegan Murray's a rookie. But that's the kind of guy Draymond would go after.
Trey Lyles, like, give me that. And hey, Kings are a great story. I just feel confident.
Let's go to Brian in Palo Alto, spice things up a little. Mm-hmm. What's up, B?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Hey, man. We're in a good mood, Brian.
Yeah, I'm in a good mood too. I think, Steiny, obviously you're playing sort of devil's advocate. That's all good. I think it's irrefutable the team's gotten better defensively in the last 15 games. And I was at the Warrior King game the other night, and Gary Payton Jr. is just absolutely a force multiplier when he's on the court defensively. First off, he sort of plays well with everybody. But, man, when he and Steph were on court together, like Steph was, plus 33 in that game? And a lot of that was with GP2 with him. And so what GP2 does is when Poole's bad, which is almost every road game, you don't need to go down with the ship with him because you can bring Payton in and then you add Wiggins, right? And then you have even more defensive options. They've gotten better defensively. They're pretty good offensively. The turnovers, I think, are the wild card for them.
All right.
They're going to turn.
What about Klay? I heard you on the phone. I heard you on the phone all last week saying Klay basically stinks.
When Klay plays within the offense, right, and trusts the ball will find him, and he's not shot hunting, I'm all good with how he's playing.
Hey, B, you know what I got?
Be front running a little bit.
Hey, Brian, here's what I got. If that.
He front running a little bit.
He didn't like that.
No, he laughed though.
I think Brian wants to be the opposite of a front runner. All right, Brian, don't be a stranger this week. All right.
And
what do you give me for this?
Last thing about the call though.
Oh, because I had a
Poole on the road yesterday. I'll be quiet. Go ahead. He was incredible.
That was
16.
That's the kind of game you could have gotten 16.
Maybe 12. But go ahead, Steiny.
What do you give me for this, Bay Area fans? Now you got to be a little older and know our history. You got to know our history. The Golden State Warriors history. Tell me what you all think of this. So I'm thinking of the Kings. And they got, okay, who do they got? Well, they got Sabonis. Okay, what is this guy, Sabonis? 6'11", 6'10". They could take it outside, hit that little feathery. Strong inside. And I'm thinking, who's going to guard Sabonis? And I hear the normal names. Dre, Looney.
That's the first thing I thought.
You heard it here first. You know who's going to guard Sabonis? A fair amount. Gary Payton II. They're going to pull a little
okey-doke.
Nowitzki, we believe, on the Kings.
Man, he was flustered.
Nowitzki was 6'10", 6'11". They put somebody smaller on him. The quickness bothered him. The quickness bothered Nowitzki. Steven Jackson was tall enough at 6'8" to be just a little bit smaller than him, but he was quicker than Nowitzki, and they spun him, and they really just had him out of his game. Can Gary Payton II, can he guard Sabonis?
But he won't do
for
it out
how
the
many
gate.
stretches?
Yeah, he won't do it out the gate because Payton won't be starting.
You don't know that. You know what? And that's another thing that I was thinking about on the driving in. I was listening to Bonte and Shasky, and they're just mentioning players. You know, where's Wiggins at right now? Is he going to start? Is he not? Payton. Listen, the one thing we know about the Warriors is they'll change that starting lineup if they think they need to. So I'm not sure. I mean, Payton II could get a start.
But Looney would be perfect, though, Snotty.
For what?
To guard him.
Good chance he's going to create some foul trouble.
All right.
Sabonis. Here we go. RJ in New York. What's up, RJ? How you doing, man?
I'm doing fine. Thank you for this. Sorry for disconnecting early. How are you guys?
Hey.
Doing well, man.
I just wanted to bring up 2 points. One is about what Steiny was saying earlier. I don't think you could discredit for the teams the Warriors played. You know, every team is injured. Every team is resting players. How different of a conversation would we be having if the Warriors lost those games? Because that's exactly what we've been criticizing them all season for not beating the Orlando Magic, for not beating the Detroit Pistons, and now they do it, and now they're getting criticized. So that's my point number one. And my point number two is I think this run is looking very similar to the 94-95 Houston Rockets, who finished the lowest seed at the 6th seed, and they ended up winning the title. I think the Warriors are in the exact same position. They have the opportunity to play the same 2 teams that they played last season, which the Rockets did, if the Grizzlies and Nuggets come out. And I think, you know, we're talking about the road struggles. I think they could have played like they did last night all year long. I just don't think that energy was there. Draymond said it before the season started. How am I supposed to wake up? And the Houston Rockets that season, they played every round without having home court. So I think the Warriors are in the same exact position. I think they're going to win another title here.
Appreciate it, RJ.
I like it.
We'll see.
And in an era, Snotty, of shooting, we're still in that era of the 3-ball, the Jimmy. The Warriors, no matter who they play, when they step on the floor, sir, they have the 2 best shooters on the floor.
Do they?
And then if
Do they?
the splash cousin is on, that's just more coming off the bench talking about Poole. DiVincenzo, who's all of a sudden, he's a flamethrower. So that's what I know. It's not just offense. I'm not that guy.
No, you are. You're quintessentially that guy. You hate defense. You give it no credit. You're about the highlights.
Yeah, but I play in the paint.
I wouldn't disrespect the Kings.
But you will give me the 2 best shooters, no matter who they.
The Golden State Warriors.
Steal.
I'm not giving that to you right now.
Well, you don't have to. It's a fact.
No, I'm going to use yours. Yeah, Klay Thompson and Steph Curry have better resumes than anybody on the Kings. They do.
Okay.
They have better shooting resumes. Okay. You don't think Kevin Huerter could shoot better than Klay Thompson in a series if things drop?
No, I mean, that could very well happen. I don't expect it.
I'm trying to. You know what? We got all week, Evan, to dissect this. Where Guru's coming from this weekend? Because I'm gonna.
You know where I'm
feet to the fire week for Guru.
Please.
Because there's something here where he's gonna play the middle, ladies and gentlemen.
You're on the. I've never been on no fence.
Oh God, you were straddling.
Please. Remember last week you told Jay, we had a nice laugh about that. So, JD, it's something Guru's doing I can't figure out. That was pretty funny.
I love reading texts about myself. Steiny's not only trying to claim to be a Bay Area person along with us who have been here for decades longer than him. No, you haven't. Is also trying to claim to be a part of Sacramento now.
No.
Let me tell you something. Go ahead, dude. Call me what I am, Mr. Northern California. I'm sorry that I'm well liked in both the Bay and the Capital.
You do
and you
not
know what?
know that's
Go
false.
north. Go north to Lassen. They like me up there. Go to the border. Go to Weed. All right? Go to Wairika. They like me up there.
So you
Don't
didn't
be
mention
jealous.
Chico.
Don't be jealous because I have a lot in common with Northern Californians. We share something, a bond. It's hard to explain
Drew
to an
down on
outsider.
YouTube, Matt NorCal Mets.
It's Matt Steinmetz.
I'm going to give him a
Oakland,
2.
California, in the hizzle. I never said that. Somebody did that. Dell's in Walnut Creek. What's up, Dell? What's to talk about Wig?
Wiggs. Yeah, I want to talk about Wiggs. First, though, you guys made a comment about having some trepidation about Kevin Durant, which is fair.
That's Guru.
But just get out the tape of the Boston-Brooklyn series last year. First time I ever saw in his career, they shut him down. They made the volume large. So do that. Anyway, Wiggins. The Warriors' record when Wiggins was playing was 500.
Correct.
We need to see playoff Wiggins from last year for him to really make a difference. I believe he can do it. But he's got to step up and be playoff Wiggins from last year, because before he went out for this protracted period of time, he had that injury. He wasn't himself.
Facts.
And he didn't make a difference like we're counting on him to make a difference in the playoffs, and I believe he will.
Great call.
Appreciate the call.
Yeah, all valid points, because Wiggins was a badass from go last year, Steiny.
I know people are, if you think the Warriors have played pretty well the last 8, 10, 12 games, they're 8-2 in their last 10. All I would say is I think they're going to have to play better than they played in the last 10 games to beat the Kings.
Man.
Well, then that's all I mean. And I'm not trolling when I say, are the Warriors playing well? I don't know. Were they really good against Saturday?
Right. But it doesn't matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter.
No, but it does if you're saying
they had a lot of turnovers, got away with it.
It matters how you're playing going into the playoffs. That's all I'm saying. If you think it matters, I'm not buying the Warriors.
Because we could do the
I don't
same
necessarily
thing with
think
Sack,
it matters.
Steiny.
Exactly.
Yeah,
you can do the same thing with
a couple
Denver.
games. Yeah.
Look who it is.
Who we got?
We got Albert in Oakland, the owner of Chaplin's.
Alfred.
What's up, Albert?
Alfred from Union City.
What's up? Hey,
you guys
calling
butchered
you
that.
Albert. Look at
Hey,
you.
Alfred, you know what? They
Alfred, my boy.
schnookered me in the studio. What's up, buddy? Nice
What
meeting you
up,
on
man?
Saturday.
Yeah, no, I'm excited for this upcoming series, man. This is like a big time for us for our restaurant, and I need to see you and Guru over there so I can both buy you guys a drink, man.
Hey,
I
Alfred,
think
you
it's a
know
good
me. I'll
possibility.
be there. Hey, listen, real quick, a little slander from my partner. He said he was there Saturday, and it was kind of crickets when my name come up. I was like, now Alfred knows who the goo is.
Yeah, man. I've known this guy for at least 4 or
Alfred.
5
Talk
years.
to him,
I
man.
remember when his boy came over and was talking about him when Guru was in the competition to win a radio spot.
Talk to him, Alfred.
Yeah, he won it.
You must have been talking to a different
long
Alfred
time,
Steiner.
and I finally met him like 5 years ago.
Yeah.
So hold on, though, Alfred.
Yeah.
He even he brings his pops down there.
Look at Alfred Norton and Chaplin. Steiny, who were you talking to?
Alfred, yes or no? Yes or no? I said,
It's
hi,
over.
are you the, he said, yeah, I'm Alfred. And I said, do you know somebody named Darryl the Guru Johnson? And did you say, I don't know names, I know faces?
Well, what, on Saturday?
So you
Yeah,
weren't,
yeah.
I meant the manager. I meant the manager.
Okay. Oh, hey, I knew it. Hey, I appreciate you, baby. I was like, Alfred is my main guy, dog. Hey, Alfred, I don't want to give it all away, but we may be seeing you sooner than later at Chaplin's.
Yeah, no, I hope so, man. Bring Steiny down.
All right, I'll bring him.
So, Alfred, who did I meet
Oh,
then
God,
on
so
Saturday
dirty, Evan.
at
Thank
the
God.
wake for Owen?
You. Oh, gotcha. Probably my manager, Randy.
Okay.
Yeah, the thing for Owen, yeah, he was in the front. He was the one that he spoke for Chaplin.
Okay, gotcha. I heard him.
Manager.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that was a nice ceremony.
Keep up the good work, baby. Yeah.
Alfred, thank you so much, buddy. Appreciate it.
That's my city, Donnie. Come on now. Boy.
How come Harry didn't know you?
Who's Harry?
Henry. I'm sorry.
Are we sure his name was Henry?
Donnie, I don't know.
No, shoot, I missed it.
It's like, boy.
Let me tell you something.
Yeah, I'm just going
to put the rat on the table.
My boy Alfred.
Their staff who was there on Saturday was an unbelievably attractive.
Oh, okay.
Unbelievably attractive cast of workers at Chaplains.
Yeah.
And all I know is
you had a beverage or two.
All I know is none of the people you'd want to know who you were did.
The owner just called. We go back to 2012.
Who cares about the owner? I showed you Diana.
Oh.
She couldn't pick you out of a police line.
Please, yeah. You took that L early. First, you got the name wrong. Right.
No, I didn't.
Ask the guys in the back, your friends.
Randy, I met. Randy was a nice guy.
But the owners.
Randy was the guy who said, I don't know names.
I'm VIP, Donnie. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah. That's great. My boy had to call. Heard the slander.
No slander.
Well,
there's no slander.
You insinuated they didn't know the
the slander on you.
Yeah.
Yeah, slander on you, not on Chaplains.
No, it's phenomenal.
I've been there, by the way.
And he knows Norm. I take Norm
That's pretty
there.
cool.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. Steiny, Kevin Herter can't carry Clay's jockstrap. All right. Well, apology not. We'll see. I mean, dude, I'm reading the 415. Steiny, Kevin Herter can't carry Clay's jock. All right. What do I say to that? Yes, he can. No, he can't. They're both pro players.
Yeah.
That's going to go a long way. Who's going to have a better series, Herter or Clay? Who shoots the ball better? That gives that team the advantage.
And the listeners can answer.
Yes, sir.
And I mean this, Donnie. How much of what Mike Brown knows inside and out about the Warriors could possibly help? Or are you going to, because I feel like this ain't high school. These are grown-ass NBA, the 4-time champs. What Mike Brown knows, his intel ain't going to help his team, or do you think there's something to it?
There's something to it. Of course there's something to it. Will it be the difference in the series? And listen, Warrior fans know this well. Don Nelson knew the Dallas Mavericks inside and out, and it showed. So I don't know. People that can go back to 2007 with We Believe, does that cross your mind at all? Oh, Mike Brown actually knows us pretty well. Don Nelson knew the Mavericks pretty well.
Yeah.
Or we just thinking about stuff to talk about. Like the one thing that I do believe is a factor is, yes, you can say experience. To me, experience goes to the Warriors. We'll give them that, no doubt. But the one thing the Kings have over the Warriors is they've been relatively healthy all year long. They've got their rotation set. They've got their minutes set. They've played with the same personnel all year. They know how to play with each other. And the Warriors, they're getting healthy now.
Yeah.
They're going to have to incorporate Wiggins.
That's big.
They're going to have to figure out how much Payton going to play this game, that game, the other game. Again, I'm not saying it's a difference in the series. I'm just trying to bring up things that I think could end up being a factor. And the experience goes to the Warriors.
Right.
But the what's the word? The cohesion right now, the continuity in a way goes Sack. At least just for this year. Just for this year. We got to talk about Wiggins. Like what's his role going to be? Is he starting game one?
For that not to be set in stone, let you know that if you're going up against the Warriors as opposed to last year at this time, I'm hoping that goes good, that transition. But the fact that it's even a question, Steiny, that's got to be something in the Kings' favor. Now, he could pick up right where he left off last year, but to the caller's point, last time we saw him, he was coming off that adductor injury. It was slow. So that is a big factor. And I know you say I'm scared. I ain't scared. I just want to, like you talk about that cohesiveness, they don't have that because they got to reintroduce him back into the lineup. And I'm wondering how many minutes can he go, Steiny? He didn't play these last 3 games.
Don't worry too much about that. I'm getting sick of that, actually. Wiggins, he missed some. Okay, he was hurt. Now he's coming back. Just like other guys. Paul George is coming back at some point. Wiggins will come back. He'll be who he is. Right. He'll either be better than he was. You know what? I see what you're setting up.
What?
You're setting up. Wiggins wasn't 100%.
But that would mean the Kings would have to win 4 out of 7. Stop it. I just don't see it.
You don't see it.
I don't see it,
You're
man.
not giving
I
him a
just
chance.
don't.
You're not giving
I
him a
don't see
chance.
it. When you hear this prediction, that'll speak for me.
Sabonis is 7-1, Steiny. Look it up. Well, I actually did. Looking
What'd
at
it say?
Basketball Reference. They are in conjunction with the NBA.
Any nicknames?
And
Remember
6'2".
Remember those ridiculous
6'11".
nicknames?
6'11", 650. Sabonis. It'll be fun.
Yeah, it's going to be more than it's
It'll be
already fun.
Look, and I've said this before.
The finale, and I forgot the slogan.
The Northern Cali finale. Now, ideally, it'd be
I'm
the
gonna
Western
tweet that
Conference
out,
Finals.
Scotty.
But
Stay
it's
off
not
my
yours.
picture.
It's KT's.
Yeah.
You didn't make that up.
Who tweets
you
it out
do this
first?
a lot.
I'm going to
If you
cite
ain't
my
cheating,
sources.
you ain't trying.
Yeah.
All during the Warriors dynasty, when they were in a series that they would end up winning, everybody would talk about matchups and this, that, and the other thing, and who's going to go. You know what? Here's how the Kings have to win this series. I said this 8 years ago when the Warriors played a team. You know how it's got to happen? De'Aaron Fox has to outplay Steph Curry. Kevin Huerter has to hold his own against Klay Thompson. Sabonis is going to have to find a way to be effective when Looney, Draymond, or Payton. To me, there's never an easy way out. Your stars have to be better than their stars. And over the course of the last 9 years, there's not been a team that's consistently been better than the Warriors' stars.
I'm not mad, and I'll give you this. If the Warriors play like they played these 82 games, even at home, because you just cited they were down to OKC by 17. Minnesota had them down. We saw the Pelicans come in here. All I'm telling you, and I've been consistent with this, and the fans is, I think the second season to champions that have won it before is go time. But if I'm wrong, and you're telling me attrition, age, and this 82 games, that's the real Warriors, well, then Sac has a hell of a chance.
Of course.
I just think the Warriors are going to hit that switch and not be that team that we saw for 82 games that broke my heart at every turn when I tried to read them and say it's go time. They're going to win on the road. They ain't playing. And yeah, they've come back and won the Pelican game. But I'm like, how are you down? The Minnesota, how are you down at home? But you got out of it. But this is what I'm talking about, Stoney. We will not see that Warrior team. The careless turnovers, which they had, I think, 18 to 20 turnovers Friday against Sacks.
Sounds like you don't think they're playing great going into the postseason.
I just want you to know, I don't wake up and don't put on my Warrior underwear. And no, I'm just telling you, I look at all of it. But what outweighs everything is they know now.
Okay.
It ain't no margin of error. Let's go take game one. Right. Remind the Kings that they're the little brothers. This is what we do. Up 1-0 Warriors. Yeah. Alfred made my day.
You're going to get your foot caught in a trap this week. I can tell. I don't know what it is.
Dude, I just pictured a bear trap.
I did too.
Dude, I've
that
seen
thing
those.
That claws.
Oh, Steiner, you can't get out of it.
You're gonna. Evan, he's gonna make a mistake. I don't know what it is. Because he's gonna be hard to pin down guru this week.
You made one today, Steiner.
Here it is, 888-957-9570. You know Goo as well as I do.
That rhymes.
What's he up to? What's Goo up to? Oh, I know what it is.
They didn't play it at the parade.
I know what you're endeavoring to do.
We got to go, Snotty.
I know we do. So I'm okay. Shame on me. I should have had this.
Alfred,
I should have had this at 8:30 in the morning. Oh boy! All right. What's coming up next is I'm going to tell you. Okay, I know what Guru's up to here. I know what he's trying to get done. It's all sponsored by Save Mart.
It's a trap.
me what I am, Mr. Northern California.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I tell you what, every once in a while you hear yourself and you're like, man, maybe the people are right. I am a jackass.
You think?
You're going to have I may call Guru Walenda this week. The great Walenda. Remember him?
No.
Tightrope walker. He was the greatest tightrope walker of all time. The great Walenda.
I don't know how many.
You're going to have to be walking a tightrope this week. Who wants to be loved in both markets?
Oh, I just told you what it is. It's going to stay on mine.
It sounds to me like you're ready. You need.
I fired my shot, bud. What more don't you get? I'm telling you, they got the best draw they could get because Sac. They don't got that nasty. They don't got that They don't got that defensive dog or dogs.
Just like the Warriors.
Nah, they got watch. You got your boy unleashed. I don't give the Kings much of a chance, man. You can have fun with that if you like.
Well, it's gonna play out over time. I give him this. He came out and staked his claim early to the Warriors, which is surprising. Because he does, this guy Guru, let me tell you, he's got action in Sacramento.
Yeah.
Are you worried about that action drying up if they all find out you're rooting for the Warriors?
It's the Bay on mine, man. You gotta look at you laughing. You ain't gonna get my blood pressure.
Hey, let's go to
tired of getting pushed around.
Let's go to Reverend Earl.
Uh-oh.
Is this the Reverend Earl from Chase and Oracle Arena?
Yes, sir.
Hey, Earl, good to hear from you.
Brothers. Yes, sir. Thank you. I'm calling you this morning to discuss what we talked about in the Easter service yesterday regarding Mr. Wiggins. First, I would like to say, Brother Steiny, we agree with you that Mr. Guru does remind us of Stephen A. Smith a lot because usually they are both loud and wrong, and they are front runners. Now, what I would like to say about Mr. Wiggins is, we don't understand at church the fervor around him coming back to the team. He's not that good. Last year was an aberration, and the year before they should have traded him. I think they can beat this team without Wiggins. I think they should trade him immediately and finish the dynasty. Put JK out there, and don't talk about getting rid of Moody either.
Father, what wine are they serving at the church? Because you didn't have too much of it. I mean, come on now. You can rip me, Steiny. But when you talk about Wiggins, come on and trade it. Come on, Father. I don't know how much wine was flowing at the church yesterday. That's too much now.
It was Easter.
I'll tell you what.
Come on.
209. The Reverend coming in hot.
Yeah.
Wow.
Hot and something else, Steiny.
And I'll say it stinks.
Come on now, Trey.
I'll tell you what. Chalk that up for the most surprising call I've ever gotten.
I need some of what he's sipping on, Steiny.
Oh, gosh. Oh, this is so funny. Let's see.
I was going to say, Reverend, can we do a prayer? I was going to do that before we got up, but I think he was running material. That was material.
You're not. Please tell me you're not one of those guys.
We say a prayer before we
God,
eat dinner.
if you get me out of this mess, I promise I'll go to church from now on.
No, Father.
And then he gets you out of the mess, and you're still playing tennis on a Sunday morning.
Oh no! Wow, Steiny, you don't bless the food.
What was your sermon yesterday at Easter Mass?
Father, thank you for allowing us all to come together. I know you're looking.
That's a pre-meal prayer.
That's what I just said. Do you bless the food?
No. I'm asking, what was the homily about at Mass yesterday?
I didn't go.
You didn't go to church on Easter?
No. Went to the Church of Masters.
Jay in Hawaii.
Shout out John Rahm.
Yeah.
Did you watch?
I know everything.
Yes.
Look at Steph. Steph picked him to win.
Quite a lot of it. Hey, Jay, how you doing, buddy?
Reverend.
Hey, guys. I had a hot take for you guys for Game 1. It could be a hot take, but maybe I think it's realistic. But I think the Warriors come out and get Game 1. I think Game 2, Sacramento's going to have a lot of doubt in my mind, and the Warriors going to smell blood. I think this thing could be a sweep. That's how confident I am. If they get game 1, Sacramento's going to come out in game 2. They're going to have doubt in their mind. Warriors going to smell blood in their water. And there's no way they're dropping game 3 and game 4 at home. What you guys think about that?
You know what? And Jay, I appreciate the call. Like, I know a lot of people, like, we already had one, got to win that first game.
Well, Anthony doesn't agree either.
Like, nobody knows how it's going to play, obviously.
But do you feel Sac has any doubt because this is new to them?
No. I mean, doubt? No. Respect?
Like,
yes.
Could they come out tight? The Warriors could come out tight.
Coming out tight is not necessarily the worst thing in the world. That means you're ready to play, you understand the stakes, and you're feeling it. To me, you get those little butterflies, that's when you know you're ready. That's when you know you're ready. Mm-hmm. I like, when we talk about scenarios, I'm dead serious. I could see a million different scenarios. You know what I could see? I swear to God, you know what I could see? I could see the Warriors getting run out. Game 1? Run out of the building. And then coming back game 2 and winning, 109-104, and we come back to the Bay, 1-1, and everyone said, 28 series in a row now that they won. Like, the one thing that I've always believed about the postseason is there is no connection between one game and another. You can get beat by 30 and come back and win the next night. Because the playoffs are kind of when you can throw up the white flag early if you think you have no chance.
I was listening to Mully and Bonte yesterday, and they were talking about how many points to expect in this game. Steiner, you guys are going to laugh, but this is what I was talking about when I think we're going to see the best version of the – now, obviously, they have Wiggins available, but this will be the best, most stern Warrior defense than we saw all year.
Well, it's interesting. You don't know that. And, in fact, I feel
it's a thought that I have.
I know. You've had it all year. And how's that thought working for you?
I failed at every turn.
0-82?
Not 0-82, but
3-70.
Man.
What's up, Steffi? Steffi in Emeryville. How you doing?
I'm doing great. I have 2 comments on Mike Brown and one on Wiggins.
Okay.
On my guy Wiggins, you were just talking about feeling. Don't count out a son, an NBA son, being able to play what could be the last time his father sees him play in this series. The spirit of being able to take care of business is one thing, and the inspiration of the man who got you where you started and ended up is different. And the second part is Mike Brown. Don't we think that the Warriors, Steve Kerr and company know that Mike Brown knows their moves? And so it's one of those, they know that you know that we know, and so we change what it is.
Right.
So it'll be interesting to see what it is that Kerr and company will come up with to counteract what Mike Brown might know from before, but not now. That's all I got.
Great
Good
call.
stuff, Steffi.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
She went deep,
good stuff.
Yeah.
Good Steffi.
Yeah. She went deep.
Is that a 3?
1.
Good stuff. Good Steffi.
But you didn't
That's a 1?
Yeah, you didn't trust it.
No.
Because it started with an error, but then you fixed it.
Yeah, you got me. James Hamm coming up at noon.
Yeah.
He's a Kings insider for ESPN 1320, formerly of NBC Sports Bay Area, knows the Kings inside and out. Interested to get his perspective. It's going to be a lot of fun. Stuff's going to pop off.
And I love this for Harrison Barnes, too, though, Snotty. Of course, the Black Falcon. He has success here. He got a ring, damn it. But just, could you imagine what he's thinking if somehow his team could just put an end to this and beat the Warriors? You talk about fulfilling. Come on, man.
It's a good point.
It's like seeing your ex somewhere with somebody else and they're doing better than you or you're doing better than them. That stuff, you do. Come on, people calculate that stuff.
I would think so.
Well,
I would think Harrison Barnes would like to win this series.
Man.
Absolutely. Absolutely, positively. And he's got a little bit of history. You think Harrison Barnes, dead serious, you think Harrison Barnes knows or knew it was just a segment of fans that blamed him for stuff?
No doubt about it. And I told you it was unfair.
5 for 31 in the playoffs. Hey, the playoffs.
Look at the
playoffs.
last 5 minutes of that game.
I know.
If we want to put some rats on the table.
Don't ever blame Curry. Let's go to the fifth best player. Why did you lose to Cleveland? Let's make sure we don't do anything that upsets the big team.
Fences had some bad fouls on Braun.
I mean, let's face it. It was Festus. It was Anderson Varejao, and it was Harrison Barnes. They cost the Warriors.
And how about Steve Kerr not calling a timeout?
No, he's still here, though. He's still here. Chucky's in North Oakland. What's up, Chucky? How you doing, my man?
Abby Davis.
All right, I'm doing good, man. How you guys doing?
It's playoff time, man. Chucky.
Hey, it sure is, man. First, I got to say, man, I just got my feelings hurt, man, from that caller, man, talking about Wiggins, man. Dude, he lost his rocker.
The Reverend. Right? I don't think he was a Reverend, right? That was material.
But yeah, man, the Warriors, man, they've been through some mess this year, man. That's an understatement. And so it started off with Draymond with that punch. You know, and like Steiny said, because you guys been speaking on that, you know, I spoke on that pretty much. Steiny was saying it was something going on before the punch, and I totally agree with that. So, and then the injuries, Wiggins gone, you know, and the contract stuff with Poole. So I think, man, they got they overcame a lot for this year, man. And so accepting the fact that they got that 6th seed, that's huge, man, being where they came from this season. And I want to say, man, I'm going to go ahead and give game 1 to Sacramento. Reason being that if Sacramento going to win a game, if Mike Brown is going to win a game, it's going to be that first one because he know the Warriors. He known for defensive strategy, so he got to come out his toolbox, and he should have something for Klay, for Steph, you know what I mean, take advantage of Draymond's weak spots. So he got to have something that we don't know about, and just to confirm that, that's why he sat them his big boys, because he ain't worried about the Warriors, and that's who he wants. So that's what I think is going to go down. And I got a question because you guys are way more informed than me. My question is, what sports franchise, it don't have to be basketball, that went through some similar stuff that the Warriors went through this year? Thank you very much.
I mean, I guess the caller earlier, Houston. I mean, I think we'd have to go back to the Washington Bullets. Won 44 games and won a title.
I thought he was talking about the punch. I was going to say the Timberwolves last night.
The Yankees and the
Billy
Raiders
Martin.
And the A's.
Wow.
Swinging A's of the 80s could do it.
Swinging A's for real.
I mean, Michael Jordan punched Steve Kerr. They made it happen. So I don't know. I mean, you know, to me, I know this is going to sound simple, but I mean, I really do think the Warriors are either going to do it or they're not, obviously. If they do it, the story's going to be how they overcame. If they don't do it, the story's going to be about how there was too much going on, that they couldn't get it done. There's, to me, no other way that it's going to play out.
What about last year taking so much out of them? Like, that's really in my mind.
That's kind of the second
why
thing.
they're not that good on the road.
Well,
it's either a mindset or a lack of focus. But when we talked to him face to face, he said he thinks about it. They have talks about it. So that gave me more concern. Like, okay, you guys couldn't kind of fix it in the regular season, but now all you have left to me, Snani, is okay. It's playoff time. Ain't no ifs and let's go. And if we see Sacramento put up 130 or 134, then I'm going to be like, Steiny.
Maybe there is no switch, Goo.
And I'm ready to say that if it plays out that way.
Oh, you mean after you see it happen?
Yeah, no doubt.
Then you'll say it happened.
Right. No, I'll be like, you were right.
But
there's a switch.
But the only thing, well, that's the thing. It's like you're not allowing for there maybe not being a switch. And I'm not saying there's not. Maybe they do have a switch.
I'm concerned that you might be more right with that than I thought when you first initially said it. How about that?
Warrior fans, do you think this team's actually been different the last 10, 12 games?
Oh,
I kind of don't.
I'm right with you.
But by the same token, they got wins they had to get. Maybe the Warriors play Oklahoma City and they're like, hey, it's a big game tonight. And they're all like, yeah, it is a big game tonight. So let's make sure we're ready to go. And then they get down and they say, well, now we really got to get ready to go, and they're still good enough to do it.
Let me run this by you. So Andrew Wiggins coming back is a big deal. I've talked about it. It is a big deal. But what if I told you my X factor, bigger than that, and why I'm confident, Stoney, and I want your response to this for real, is Klay Thompson. Klay Thompson now, it's not just Curry or bust, Stoney. He's shooting, to me, and he's at a place mentally, I believe, that he could average 24 to 28 points a game in this series and give you 6 or 7 minutes of hell in regard to getting hot or closing the games. And I just feel like the doubt is now, does that mean we're going to get the production? I don't know, but the doubt is gone. He seems like he is in a place since he's come back, Stoney, better than he has, than we've seen it. And for me, that's why I'm like, okay, now you're telling me a team's got to stop Curry, stop Klay, stop Poole if he's hot, a little mixture of Kuminga, Looney. Like, I need to see it. But Klay Thompson is giving me the confidence. It's bigger than the 10 to 12. And I ain't mad at anybody out there saying, oh, these last 12 games have, got me thinking. It's Klay Thompson's play.
Brett in Walnut Creek. What's going on, Brett? How you doing, my man?
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
How are you?
Now, the Warriors did go 8-2 in their last 10.
Correct.
That is saying something. And if my memory serves me correct, they were winning all 10 of those games late in the game. So they have, to me, I wouldn't say hit the corner, but they're definitely showing up at the right time, and they're healthy. With that said, the Kings are not going to be any team to sleep on. They are hungry. They're a young team. They're well coached. They play well on the road. I think it's going to go 7. And I think I agree with the caller before. I think Sacramento's going to get game 1. Thanks, gentlemen.
Appreciate the call.
Wow. Klay?
No.
Oh. What happened?
Sabonis is 7-1.
Oh,
I'm looking at. Listen,
I don't believe he's 7-1.
Apparently, he's listed. You can find him listed at 7-1.
That ain't true.
See, this is the. Okay, I'm looking at Basketball Reference. 6'11". He's 7-1 other places. Who the earth cares? He's big.
Tall man.
Oh, Louise Roberson. Hey, Louise. Hi, how are you? Does Steiny even watch Warriors games? You know what? I probably missed about 4 in the last 19 years, come to think of it.
Pretty good ratio.
Yeah, I've probably only seen, 1,650 out of 1,658. Why?
Someone having fun with you.
And I'm having fun back. You see me with a smile, Goo. You try to get this smile off my face. Not even Dub Nation can do it.
I'm shocked that you haven't mentioned, I know we're talking hoops and playoffs, John Rahm. Like Saturday, who did you have?
Scheffler.
Oh, okay.
But,
well, Tiger didn't make it.
He did make it.
He's winning in the game of life. Yeah, no doubt.
He withdrew.
Yeah, but he's winning in the game of life.
The one thing you should be surprised I haven't brought up is how did I bury this lead?
What do you got?
My boy Finchy has the T-Wolves ready to go, baby. They are feisty. They are ready.
With the wrong people.
Hey, you know what? This is.
I would never swing on you, Steiny.
This is Reading, Pennsylvania. This is where I come from. All right, people need to recognize. You know what? Rudy Gobert is indispensable to that Minnesota team, and Chris Finch from Reading, Pennsylvania, looks at him in the eye and says, "You know what? We got the biggest game of the year in a couple days, and you can't play in it. You know why? Because that's the right thing to do." Gosh, what a coach he is.
Well, he out tomorrow.
Who?
I said he's out tomorrow.
Who?
Gobert.
Right. Finchy kicked him to the curb. Try to get him.
What was he thinking?
Gobert?
No, yeah. He wasn't. He fired. That thing made its rounds too, Stoddy. Good Lord. And they still got action. He'll be, I believe, if they lose to the Lakers tomorrow, he'll be in that second game Thursday.
Probably. And then they'll play the winner of what? Pelicans?
OKC.
OKC.
Yeah. I'm going for OKC there. Zion, he's done, right, Steiny? It's a shame. How the hell you been out since January with a hammy?
I wouldn't call him done. He's 22.
That makes
23.
it more done.
You think?
What's taking so long?
You ever heard of a guy named Grant Hill?
No, Grant Hill was like a thin mint. We're talking about a triple cheeseburger. He looks like he's growing.
Well, he's a young kid.
In the wrong places.
You know what? This is it. Did Steph Curry have the same body at 21 that he did at 28? Can you let Zion grow into his body, please?
So how many years you giving him? Have
About
you seen
7.
his ratio?
Giving him about 7.
And he's already gotten paid. I'm mad because I want to see him ball. We all do. But the science behind what he does, and he don't got the. You think he's honestly? I'm an honest question. You could say what you want about Kyrie Irving. We talked about him last week.
Mm-hmm.
I honestly believe that man works on his craft. It's obvious. Is he perfect personality-wise? No.
Wait, who are we talking about?
Kyrie.
Why?
He's in the lab. He works on his game. Do you think
he's
Zion's
in the lab today.
working on his body, Steiny? I don't believe he works on his body.
believe
he's not a gym rat.
I believe that Zion Williamson is a lot like me in terms of his working out.
Which would be?
When you get older, you want to stay in shape. But the more you try to stay in shape, the more you break down because you can't handle it. In other words, I'm old now.
Right.
I can't go for a 6-mile run every day.
Gotcha.
I'll get hurt.
But you ain't 22.
Well, but that's kind of
that's why this is alarming that he's
joking,
young
but
and
I'm
it's
not.
happening, but he's big boned.
Right. Okay, so he's heavy, and now he goes to get in shape, and he gets hurt because he's heavy, and he's not ready to do that. I don't know.
I just don't think his body can handle it, man. The way he plays.
Yeah.
By the way, per Shams, Zion looking nowhere close to being able to return to the court.
He's been out
Hate
months.
to see it.
Yep.
Hate to see it.
That check cashing.
All checks in the NBA guaranteed. Guaranteed. In fact,
not the dollar amount that he has.
See, and this is what you do. I hate to do it because now everybody's going to say I'm a hater. Klay Thompson doesn't play for 2 years. He still gets $85 million ripped off to him, peeled off.
Yeah.
So, but you want to get on Zion? Sometimes people get hurt. Come on now.
I'll be there when I be there.
And sometimes people eat themselves out the league.
You're right. Klay doesn't have to worry about that.
And he don't like gumbo. I don't know. I don't think he does, Klay.
Oh, my God. Gumbo's so good.
Look at you. Be careful,
Gumbo
Stoney.
is so good.
Yeah.
By the way, Matt Steinmetz here. I need a haircut.
Go down here.
You know what?
What's the name? I want to say.
Don't say the name because
I can't remember.
You know
the
what
name.
I think.
Go to Marky D and DNR.
I think somebody's trying to schnooker me with the haircuts. They're not cutting it as short as I want, so I go back sooner. And
Well, you got to
more
tell
money
them I
there.
ain't leaving when they give you that little mirror. How I look? Take some more off.
See, that's the difference between you and me. I'm so codependent. I walk out of a haircut place hating my haircut, and I'm just like, I'll just get it next time.
Gutless.
I am gutless. There's no doubt. I could be looking at a bowl cut and be like, nice job. Here's your nice tip. I once got a haircut, paid, walked out, and walked to another barber right away.
That's not a true story.
That is a true story. People are like that. Some people. Hey, what's coming up in the game? It's brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. James Hamm coming up in a half hour. 888-957-9570 is the number. You want to call about the Golden State Warriors, Sacramento Kings. First time in history. That's right. We got history. I told you about my big tip, right? You don't know Matt Steinmetz. You don't know me.
Steiny and Guru will get you through.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Spinoni, I've heard that take before. Dalai Lama, a little overrated. It's not an original take. Overrated. Thank you, 510. I think I'm going to go do that. I think I'm going to go see Angie at Royal Cuts.
In the town.
Are most salons and haircut places closed on Mondays?
I want to say black barbershops are, they don't open on Monday.
I should probably stay away from that, asking why and stuff.
Because they work Monday's their rest day. Sunday and Monday. So I didn't have to throw the black in there. That's all I knew.
Matt Steinmetz now, the Guru Johnson. James Hamm coming up at 12 o'clock. Kings Insider, ESPN 1320. And he also is NBC Sports Bay Area, formerly wrote for the Kings. He's good stuff.
Yeah.
Good stuff. You know what's funny?
Tell me.
Even though you mentioned Klay Thompson made $80 million for 2 years when he didn't play, like people get mad at that. It's a fact, people. It's a fact. You know what else is a fact? Warriors don't win the title last year without Klay Thompson.
Bam. Bam.
Stop trying to paint me.
But when you say it the way you do it, like he
well, no,
wanted
you're
going to
get on Zion Williamson for not playing and getting a big fat paycheck. We've got to be consistent.
I brought that up because let's keep it real, Steiny. The apples and oranges. One is perceived to be a lazy eating ass, and the other had 2 catastrophic injuries to his body. That's right. When you break it down, they both didn't play. But I don't think Zion's in the lab. I really don't. Look at him. He looked like he's playing Madden and drinking 40s. Come on, Zion. We want to see you play.
You weren't that hard on Klay.
Again, he couldn't control those injuries. Jesus.
By the way, Luka stinks and Kyrie's
what did they do
worse.
Friday? Put it up. They quit.
Oh, wait
Jason,
a minute. Are the playoffs still going on?
Jason Kidd, remind me not to call you.
Are the
when I
playoffs still going to be going
rob
on?
A bank.
Even though Dallas isn't in?
Why would Kidd
Are they continuing with the playoffs? I thought they were going to be called off
but we're
if Luka
talking
didn't
about
get
what
in there.
they did where they called the dogs off and sat everybody.
Yeah. Oh, that's your team, though. Oh, that's your team.
No, I was Kyrie and Luka.
Jeez.
And Jay Kidd said, I'm doing what my bosses told me to do.
Jay Kidd's a great coach.
He's a champion.
I'm going to take that back on Jason Kidd.
You think he's in trouble?
No, I think they brought him back already. They announced it. Javier in Vacaville. Oh, Javi.
Our guy.
What's up, Javi? How you doing, man?
Niner takes.
How you doing, Mr. Thomas? How you doing?
Doing
What's
well.
up, baby?
Guru Johnson.
Yeah.
So, I'm going to open off with a great IA series. And, I'm going to be real. I opened up the call with some grace, but now I'm going to get right to it. The lack of competency and the ineptitude displayed of the Kings not getting, I've heard the Kings are going to lose in 5, the Warriors are going to beat them in 6. The Kings have the number 1 rated offense in NBA history and NBA efficiency in regards to offensive efficiency at 118.6. They have the only NBA rookie to ever make 200-plus threes, which also he has the rookie record for most most NBA three-pointers made in the season at 204 on Keegan Murray. And the Kings have the only 3 players in the NBA this season to have 400-plus free throw attempts in Harrison Barnes, De'Aaron Fox, and Domantas Sabonis. Now, last time I checked, the Warriors don't have good interior players. So I don't know how or who are going to defend the Warriors defensively to stop these 3 interior players in the paint. But I'm curious to hear the logic of how the Warriors are great in what they've done this year, who they are, and what they can do. But who's going to stop that machine that they call the Sacramento Kings offense? They're so worried about the Warriors not having to worry about defense because the Kings don't play defense. Well, last time I checked, the Warriors won a third amount of games on the road that they did at home. So they're going to beat the Kings in Sacramento? I don't see that happening. Like, have you been in that arena this year? It's going to be a big wake-up call to Warriors fans. They realize, we went 11 and what on the road, and we got to play in Sacramento? We went 11 and 30? Y'all got to be rational with how you guys are overall diagnosing the series and evaluating it. Like, the Warriors had their hands full. Like, who's going to guard De'Aaron Fox? And don't say Gary Payton. Don't believe me, Gary Payton. Gary Payton's a good little defender. De'Aaron Fox is all NBA this year, the most clutch player in the league. Like, go look at this. We can laugh.
Javi. No. Hey, Javi.
Don't hang up on Javi.
No.
Javi, you're so fired up, and the stats are correct, but there's no part of you, as smart as you are, thinking, well, can they duplicate that in the playoffs when the intensity is turned up? That's talk to me about no part of your being is thinking that way. Can they play the offs like they did the regular season where they were just free-flowing?
Oh, he's gone.
Oh, we lost. He's a good little defender, Gary Payton.
Yeah, he said I laughed.
Yeah.
It was funny.
Come on, Javi.
Like Gary Payton II's a good little thumper.
De'Aaron Fox is a boatload. He led the league in fourth quarter scoring. He don't need to, Stoney. So
please.
Beep beep. You know what that is? Beep beep.
It's the Road Runner.
Ah, my boy. 2 peas in a pod, dog. That was my Dwayne Wade lob to you, and you came and dunked it. LeBron.
You threw a pass?
Wow. I didn't play this weekend. Gyms were closed.
Why?
Easter.
No, gyms closed on Saturday because of Easter. You just didn't want it enough.
Oh, no.
You're like Zion.
Now, I don't know when to believe you. It was a church we play at on Saturday, so the church was closed.
No, it wasn't. I'm telling you right now, I don't believe you. This is when Goo gets really pissed at me.
I have a new leash on life.
Because it's like when I said no,
so
that's
good.
not.
I got golf lessons today. I get my clubs. I'm free. Hey, maybe you're right. Maybe it was open and we just didn't know it. Right?
City boy,
our guy.
Let me guess, City boy. Sabonis is 7-1. How you doing, buddy?
City boy.
Good. I'm fired up. I cannot wait. I mean, this regular season has been just a trudge,
man.
And we're finally here. The playoffs are here. It's the first time ever playing SAC. I mean, it's a lot of fun, and I respect this Sacramento team. I love Mike Brown. It's going to be a great series. But I just wanted to say, Steve Kerr, I mean, this guy, I don't think he gets enough credit for stepping up his game in the playoffs. And, I mean, I promise you, he's going to be ready. He's going to have some stuff up his sleeve. And I like that, he kind of coaches a little bit how Matt used to play basketball,
Oh.
And he kind of starts as if he's floundering a little, and then once it gets to crunch time, he turns it on and flips the switch. And I think you'll see Steve early in the series is going to play kind of vanilla, and I guarantee you he's already got something up his sleeve for later in the series. But can I give you my key to the series?
Absolutely, yeah.
All right, so my key to the series, not bonus. We got to let that guy eat, and we got to stay home on those 3-point shooters because Bogdanovich, Monk, and Keegan Murray will eat us alive if you're leaving them. So I really think that you just don't double in the paint. You let Sabonis get his 30 and 12. And contrary to what the last caller said, I think Gary Payton in spots will be on Fox, and he can slow him down. I mean, nobody's going to stop a tremendous offensive player like Fox, right?
Right.
But it's all about making him less efficient, and I think Gary Payton can do that. So I think that's the key to the series. I think the Warriors in 6 because I don't think we're going to want to go play a Game 7 in SAC.
Yeah, City boy.
Great call. Made your day.
See, I think, I agree with Payton. I agree with him on Payton. Think about this. Payton can cover. Not that he can. He's going to guard De'Aaron Fox. He might guard Sabonis.
Yeah.
Think about that.
That was your. I jotted that down. Listen.
By the way, City Boy's right. I wish more people could have seen me play. Go ahead.
Well, at least you weren't like Bob Myers. When it was crunch time, he didn't want to rock. At least it sounds like when it was crunch time, you stepped up your game.
One of the things about Bob,
remember
I played against him.
Oh, my God, I wouldn't admit that, Bob.
Black and white tape.
I think I played against him once.
Oh, wow.
But he didn't have the opportunity to play with me.
Oh, so y'all never...
I could have made him money down the street.
Now, did you play with Barnett?
I could have spoon-fed. Yeah, I could have spoon-fed Bob. I spoon-feed. That's what I do. Whatever the game dictates, I'll do it.
Look at you. Now, I was about to say something, and you interrupted me.
Yeah, good. Join the club.
I was like, what club? Oh, real quick.
Let's not go there.
This is...
Let's not go to interruption.
This is heavy. You ready?
Give it to me,
Evan
buddy.
Spadoni, watch out. I will tell you something that's bothered me and been a constant this whole season from the Warriors defensively, and City Boy got me thinking about it. Steiny, if I see another wide open dude shooting a three-pointer against the Warriors, I put all that under the umbrella of regular season. When it's go time, it won't be that. But if you're telling me the Kings are going to get those looks that all the Warriors' opponents, even at home and on the road, have gotten, then there's trouble ahead. So I can't wait. That will be, we will know. They got to close out, man. And JaMychal Green, I'll never forget. Yeah, Draymond pulled me to the side and said, hey.
Oh, God, you've said this story about 48 times.
I was like,
seriously, you mention this every single show.
Add 10. Yes, it's about 60. But, dude,
hey, JaMychal, we're not ready.
Like, hey, say that. We got the offs. That's what see, Javi guy, King fans, I think they're ignoring the fact, see, and I'm on the other side of the street. I think the Warriors can change who they were because it was lackluster defensively in the playoffs. Why do I think that, and why do they get the benefit of the doubt? They got 4 titles. Why I think the Kings might get lemon booty is the stage. And if the Kings were playing Phoenix, we'll ask Hamm coming up here, like Steiny, that mean when you see a team do it collectively for the first time, sometimes it ain't even about your opponent, it's the stage. Now, they may be, Mike Brown might be, please, but I can't wait to watch to see, is that going to be a quarter, maybe a game? But I believe if the Warriors come back here 1-1, Steiny, mission completed.
15 minutes, we got James Hamm, Kings Insider, ESPN 1320, formerly NBC Sports Bay Area, covered the Sacramento Kings. I'll say it. Can't wait.
Man.
It'll be a lot of fun.
Art Scott, can't wait.
So Friday at 5, sorry, my bad. Saturday at 5:30. That's ABC, isn't it?
Yeah. I think Doris Burke is doing the game.
All right.
Love her.
She's one of the best.
Yep.
Absolutely no doubt about it. Jesse and Vallejo. What's up, Jesse? How you doing, man?
Hey, first-time caller. How you guys doing?
Doing well, thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Hey, I want to talk about Draymond Green and whether he opts out this year.
Sure,
a
why
lot of
not?
people are saying he can't play anywhere else. But what do you think of him playing in Sacramento?
Ooh, thanks for the call. Talk about wrong time, wrong place. Just say something, Goo.
I'm mad at you.
That's the kind of thing where
but
we're
I'm
really
mad
going
at
to talk
you
about
right
the
now.
off season. Why?
Because I said leash on life.
Leash?
I meant to say it. No, it's leash.
Oh.
It's
Well,
lease.
no, it's both. Both works.
Oh,
No,
all right,
right.
well, I'm good.
Oh, no, I'm wrong. It's lease.
Yeah, so you ain't listening to me. Somebody says, "Stop, you let Goo get away with that one." But
Steiny
you know
just
what I
missed a
meant.
good one. Guru just said he had a new leash on life. You know, technically he could. Literally, he could still get away with that.
Least, though, I'm gonna be real. See, I can admit my errors.
Maybe Norm,
who's been to Chaplin's, Alfred, man, you made my day.
Filmo,
Mike, yo, break him in. Do you see the parties he's going? We gotta go.
He didn't invite us. I know why he doesn't
puts
invite
them on
me.
the gram for us to show.
I know why he doesn't invite me.
I'm listening.
Yeah,
Tell
you
him.
know. You know why.
Don't get scared.
You know why.
Bring him on.
Filmo. You know why.
Steiny, I know why you trying to say because you white, but you can come, Steiny. You a real one, bro.
I did not say that at all. You're just, you know what? Hey, Filmo, seriously, it's like, I feel like I'm dead serious. I feel like if I come to one of your parties, I'm going to be the oldest guy there.
Who cares?
It's a guy by the name of OG Pollard. He's an old white dude.
He can dance.
And he's at the party. He could dance a little bit, Steiny. Don't come out there doing them weak-ass Pennsylvania moves, bro. We ain't doing that. But come out here, you feel me, do the schmees. You know what I'm saying? I teach you how to get low. I'm a Filmo. Only dance I really know how to do to perfection is to get low. I could teach you that.
Wow.
All right. Say to the bigger figure.
Hey, Mike, before you go, before you go
he's got a few things to say.
Yeah. Hold on, I got some. Mike, do you get tired of that life, the circuit of the partying? Because I used to do it, and it was a lifestyle, but do you ever get tired?
No, my passion is to talk on a mic, Guru.
Oh,
When I'm
wow.
at the parties, I'm talking on the mic, and I'm hosting a party. So that's my passion. I just want to spread my gospel across the country because, man, if you come to one of my parties, man, I'll be saying some wild stuff on the mic, man. Little booties matter, man. Just know that. Little booties matter. Real booties matter, too.
Oh, that's great stuff. Go ahead. What you got?
Anything else, Phil?
Hey. Yeah. Oh, no, I just want to say, Steiny, man, we got to get on the links, man. We're going to have to teach Guru some things. But I be needing real professionals on the golf course, Steiny, because I don't be having no etiquette, man. I be messing up my
Gotcha.
Be like, dude, you got to learn. You got to do certain things a certain way. You
You're
just
right.
can't do it.
Yeah.
So, you feel me? So,
yes,
you
I
gotta
do.
Get Guru out there, have some fun.
Today
Tell you what, Philmo, thanks so much, and you bring up a great point. And Philmo, I'll be like, you know what, Philmo, I'll be like your daddy, like my daddy was to me. And he said, son, you want to play golf? Learn the rules first. Then go play golf. Don't go out there without knowing the rules and the etiquette. So somebody needs to get you a handbook.
Well, I'll tell you what,
because
I won't be doing today.
I could see you shattering
You
that.
have radio. Remember, I got mad at you for saying radio was allowed.
It is allowed.
Not when I play.
Oh, really?
You hear the birds and all that. I can't believe music's allowed.
I've told you why. Have you forgotten?
Yeah, I have.
They're trying to make golf a little more fun, upbeat, hence the Live Tour. So they're music. Karika Park, you know what their motto is? The fun starts here. They encourage.
Wow.
I mean, I'm not saying it's a concert out there. Right. You're not bringing the Rolling Stones with you.
But the people behind you, can they hear your music?
No.
Oh, okay. That's what I'm talking about.
It's only your foursome.
Yeah, Mike's party.
In your case, it'd probably be a twosome.
We got to get to there.
I have trouble
seeing
you.
I got clubs today, baby.
Trouble seeing you have three guys to play with.
Yeah, I got to keep them in the trunk.
Do you have enough friends to play with? Because it's not really that fun playing by yourself.
I said Brooklyn, Dodger Pete, Frank Gotti, which is 49er. It was a 49er
Frank
Frankie
Gotti
Street.
was a mobster.
But it's 49er Frankie Street name. But Frank Gotti, all my boys golf.
Michael
TC.
Vick? You know Michael Vick?
I said Victor Bannerman.
You know what? I got to tell you, I get a kick out of all these names you always use.
Ron T. Then I got a circle where we just hoop.
His next friend's going to be Art Vandelay. I swear to God.
Hell is smart.
Antonio in Oakland. Let me guess. He thinks the Warriors are going to win.
Think who?
Warriors are going to win. Oh, yeah. Right, Antonio?
No, man. The Warriors are going to get swept in 4 games, man.
No, this ain't Antonio.
I'm so pumped up. Hey, Northern California rivalry, because we never got to see a Niners-Raiders Super Bowl, Giants World Series recently. And so this is the closest thing to that, man. And the Kings have a 24-17 home record. That's not very good, man.
Correct,
man. A lot of people say about the Warriors road record, yeah, but the Kings, they're not that dominant at home. The Warriors are going to win 2 games in Sacramento. I guarantee it, man. And shout out to Klay, leading the league in three-pointers after he, came back from that injury. Similar to Nick Bosa, coming back from injury and he's the player of the year. I love it. Thank y'all.
Thank you. Klay Thompson's player of the year?
No, he said came back and then got that award. Klay is, man, I'm telling you, man, I don't.
He makes a lot of shots, but he takes a lot of shots.
Matter. Shoot. Ain't that what they say?
Yeah.
And real quick, nothing will compare to the Bay Bridge series, people. We had the A's and Giants in the World Series.
I thought.
Where you thought I was going?
I thought you were actually talking about the preseason games. Where it's like, hey. Here's a piece of the Bay Bridge that nobody wants.
And the earthquake ruined it. Speaking of which, we've been having tremors left and right out here.
We have? I'm terrible at feeling tremors.
Are you? Well, you're probably
what?
If you go to the Regal Beagle and have a few, you're probably not going to feel it, you know. I'm just saying, not that you.
I'll tell you what. I was pretty responsible Saturday. Friday was another story.
Well, you were solo. How did that go? No Easter dinner, which probably was a good thing.
You and I had one after the show on Friday.
That was a good.
We wrapped it up very quickly.
I'm noticing we have better times when they're shorter. Like I was like, damn, I wish I could have went back.
We had been together for 4 hours before that, so it was like our final hour. Lauren Hill.
What's your major?
That's a 4.
Thank you.
Where is she?
I don't know, but that's it. What
the Fugees, man.
Maybe one of the greatest albums in my lifetime.
Do you really mean
yes,
that?
I am.
We need to do a podcast then when we do a show.
First you get the money, then you get the power.
Okay.
Let's hear it. Final
Keep your
hour.
eyes on.
Yes, good
What do you
Lord.
know?
Please.
Young guy.
Evan's
like
a musician. I tell you, at the company
Miseducation
party, I
of
gave him a
Lauren Hill.
ride and I was rapping for him.
You didn't tell me.
Yeah, I forced him to listen and to put on the little beat.
No, he was solid. It was a Friday.
Ran a couple
Almost.
red lights. Other than that, we were fine.
Told him to keep going straight.
Tell you, Friday night, let me tell you.
You got action in the town or out here?
Grand Lake in Oakland.
Look at you.
Grand Lake in
Giving
Oakland.
back.
Mm-hmm. You're out in Grand Lake in Oakland.
So you had no curfew?
None.
Wow. Did you utilize it?
Not really. Well, I did for
Well,
me.
that's responsible.
I stayed out till 9:50.
Oh, good Lord, Stotty.
Late night.
Oh, my God. I slept till like 11 the next day.
What was your score yesterday?
Well, I'm sorry.
Your score golfing yesterday.
You know what's coming up next, James?
Oh, boy.
91.
We're in a yeah.
91. I mean,
I ain't mad at you, but damn.
You know what? Here's the thing. I feel like I've had some bad luck. I've had some bad
So
luck.
you're not
and I don't
taking
get
ownership when you say that?
No, but
Sounds
I'll like hit
you.
into the sand and I'll be like an unplayable lie. I have to take it. But you know what? Let me tell you something. I remain number one on the list of guys you want to play with most.
Who determines that?
I do.
You got to survey other people that are around you. You don't just get to put yourself up there.
Sure you do.
Oh, man.
I am a lot of fun to play with.
Sure.
There's no doubt about it. All right, James Hamm. James Hamm, he knows the Kings inside and out. Formerly of NBC Sports Bay Area. Now he's an insider for ESPN 1320. Warriors, Kings. Mm-hmm.
Holy cannoli. This is crazy.
back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, welcome back. Matt Steinmetz, Darryl the Guru Johnson with you, and we've got James Hamm. He's a Kings insider for ESPN 1320, also formerly of NBC Sports Bay Area, where he covered the Sacramento Kings. James, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it, man. Hello. We got James? All right, we'll make do. We'll figure it out. James Hamm covered the Kings for at least 10 years.
Man, how
I may have overlapped with him at NBC Sports Bay Area.
Oh, so you know him?
I know who he is for sure.
Gotcha.
I think I've only met him one time.
I saw him in the. He was at the game Friday.
Yeah,
I should have went up and introduced myself, but your voice was in the back. Anyway, your voice is in the back of my head.
So I think I'm going to try to get that haircut tomorrow. I'll go back to Oakland,
do it today,
and
right?
then they're closed.
Yeah,
today.
Told you.
But then we're supposed to. Should we break the news? There's no way that if I click my Zoom on in here, I'm going to be able to hear him, right? Mine has nothing to do with it. Okay. We're going to
the Dodger game.
Are we?
The Giant game, the Dodgers.
Giants-Dodgers tomorrow?
Yeah, baby.
See, here's the problem.
That's
if I go
a
get a
rivalry.
haircut at 3 in Oakland
You'll
tomorrow.
be fine. Me and Evan will
I
hold
know,
it down
but then I'm in the city.
It's called
drive
Bart.
back to Oakland.
Or it's called Bart.
Then drive back to... You can't take Bart to the Giants.
You take it here to Montgomery and then
it's
get
a mile walk. Please.
Oh, Stoney, stop.
That's too far.
Yeah, come on.
That's
now
too
you're being
far for
old.
me. Yeah, I'm doing it on purpose. Yeah. The one thing I want to talk about with James is Sabonis and who's been the Kings' best player this season.
If you ask different people, you get different answers.
Exactly. Exactly. So we're going to ask James in a second. Right. I'm distracted here because I thought we were going to get it. Okay.
Well, we got it.
Do we have him? Not yet. All right. Maybe we're going to use the conventional phone line. Sacramento Kings, Golden State Warriors, Saturday, 5:30, Golden One Center. That's when it all starts. ABC, and first time they've ever played. We got James?
Yes.
Hey, all right. What's up, James? James Hamm joining us on 95.7 The Game. He's a Kings insider for ESPN 1320, formerly of NBC Sports Bay Area, where he covered the Sacramento Kings. And, boy, I don't even know where to start, but I'll just start here. You know, it's never happened before, these two teams in the postseason. Is Sacramento kind of jumping right now?
Yeah, Sacramento's off the hook. They're so incredibly excited. And it's been something that's been building all season. I mean, starting back in January, February, you started to see this fan base really come back to life after years and years of being mistreated and kind of left out in the cold. And they're so excited right now. It's a good time to be in Sacramento. Sellouts every single night. They keep increasing the capacity of Golden One Center because there's so much demand. I think we're up to like 18,333, where it started in the 17s. So yeah, it's definitely a good time to be in Sacramento.
James, I want to talk to you about Fox and Sabonis and Keegan Murray, but a big player to me in this series is Harrison Barnes. He's like the vet, and he's already won a championship with this Warrior team. Talk to us how important he is to this young team, and also how you expect him to perform.
Yeah, I mean, I think Harrison is the seasoned vet that's been around for a long time in Sacramento. He played 82 games this season, which is absolutely spectacular in today's day and age where guys just take time off all the time. And he's just the steady influence, both on and off the court. You guys had him when he was young, but what he's become as a pro, as a community leader, as a locker room leader, as someone who teaches young players how to take care of their bodies and maintain. It's just, he means so much to this roster. He's a really good player. He's going to get overshadowed in this series by a lot of, flashier players on both sides. But he's the stabilizing force. And, you talk about him, making the playoffs and being part of the championship team. He hasn't been in the playoffs in 7 years. And I think that's something like this team just does not have the playoff experience. And it's something that, maybe you don't know what you don't know. But I did the math, and Golden State's roster has 817 combined playoff games, and the Kings have 185. And if you take out Dellavedova's 52 games that, and Dellavedova, he doesn't play for the Kings hardly at all, but then he broke his finger and he's out for the playoffs. But if you take that out of the 180-something games, the Warriors actually have 4 players who have individually have more playoff experience than the entirety of the Kings combined. So the Kings, without Dellavedova, have 133 combined playoff games experience. And, Curry has 134. Thompson and Green have 145. Andre Iguodala has 177. So this is really, it's going to come down to whether the Kings get caught up in the shuffle of being in the playoffs for the first time, and whether a guy like Harrison Barnes can kind of keep the ship going the right way when times get tough.
James Hamm joining us on 95.7 The Game. He's a Kings insider for ESPN 1320, knows the Kings inside and out. If I were to ask you who the Kings' best player is, how would you answer?
It's kind of a coin flip, but really watching Sabonis play each and every night. I've watched Fox, his entire career, but watching Sabonis play over the last year and a couple of games, he's just so unappreciated around the league. He's such a lunch pail guy, and what he does on the court each and every night, he's almost a triple-double every single game. And, he's got 14 on the season and something like 65 double-doubles, but those 14 triple-doubles, he was so close to getting like an additional 18 triple-doubles, whether it was 1 rebound short or 1 assist short, so many times this season. And what he does on a nightly basis, it's not flashy. He gets hit in the head every single game. He's lost to contact probably 10 times this season from getting smacked in the face, but he just brings it every single night, and he's so physical. And, he's played through an avulsion fracture in his thumb for months. That happened back in, late December, early January, and he would have been shut down for 6 to 8 weeks, and it would have ended the Kings' potential playoff run here. But he's played through it the whole time, and he's just a warrior. So when it comes down to him or Fox, I'm going to give it to Sabonis just because he's such a hard-hat guy. He just absolutely impressive to watch on a nightly basis.
James, let me run this by you. I told my partner, the Warriors, you look at their road record, they've stunk. But I feel like because they're 4-time champions, they can reach into that bag, and I'll give them the benefit of the doubt that it's the playoffs. They can flip it. But the Kings have just been a locomotive offensively. You're around this team all year. Do you feel like, they could be tight? Or do you feel like, you're going to get the same Sacramento Kings in the playoffs as you did the regular season? How are you feeling about that?
Yeah, I think Mike Brown is going to do everything in his power to normalize the playoff run. And, he's been through it with not only the Warriors, but the Cavs and, the Lakers, he's got so much experience that he knows exactly what to tell this team to expect. And, this team will not go through the motions. They're going to come out they could come out tight and miss 3-point shots, but it's something that I think people miss. The Warriors are, number 1 in 3-point attempts, number 1 in 3-point makes, number 2 in 3-point percentage. The Kings are right there with them. They're number 5 in makes, number 6 in attempts, number 9 in percentage, but the Kings are number 1 in 2-point field goal percentage. This is, we talk about how great this Warriors run has been, and I covered it for many years. As soon as my Kings season would end, I would jump right on with Monty Poole, and I would work with him on the Warriors beat all the way through the playoffs. I was in Toronto. I've been to Portland covering this team. I was in locker rooms when they won. So I know how great they are. I'll tell you, the Warriors offense has always been incredible. They never did what the Kings did this year. The Kings offense this year was better than the Warriors offense in any of their great years. And that's saying something. Whether it translates to the postseason, we'll have to see, just because the Kings haven't been there before. But they're such a finely oiled machine on the offensive end, and it's really wild because most of their rotation is new. They're new to each other. Herter and Monk joined the team during the offseason. Keegan Murray, the rotation, even if you throw in Sabonis and Trey Lyles that came over the deadline last year, Fox missed most of the end of last season. So the fact that they've been able to piece this thing together, I'm excited to see what they look like in year 2, year 3 of this group being together. But I think that they can go in and they can play. And we'll have to see whether that means they can beat like one of the great dynasties in the history of the game. But I'm not going to count them out before it starts.
James Hamm joining us on 95.7 The Game, Kings Insider, ESPN 1320. And you're younger than me, James, but I don't know why this thought came into my head, but I'm going back to 2007 when the Warriors were playing the Dallas Mavericks, and the Mavericks had Nowitzki, a 6'11", 6'10" guy, big, very multi-skilled. And the Warriors guarded him with Steven Jackson, somebody smaller, and they went small, and the quickness bothered Nowitzki a little bit. What's happened this year if and when somebody tries to go small against Sabonis? In other words, I could actually see the Warriors trying to steal some possessions with Gary Payton II on him, believe it or not, and hoping to speed him up a little bit. How do you think he'll respond if that's the case?
They're going to get thumped. Like the way, I'll tell you the way to stop Sabonis, because I've watched it all season long.
Yeah.
If you put a tall, skinny guy on him, a shot blocker, he'll bully him underneath the basket and dunk on him. And what he does there against the long, slender guys, he just dominates them. If you put the big, thick guys, the Steven Adams, the Loonies of the world, that's how you slow down Sabonis. And if you try to go small on him, like, look, this guy is so incredibly skilled and he's patient. You know, I think that even going Draymond on him is going to be a mistake. Like, he will be able to score on Draymond, and
that's kind of what I was fishing for, to tell you the truth.
Yeah, he'll be able to like orchestrate the offense with those guys, and that's the thing. I'll also tell you, like, one of the interesting things that you'll watch with the Kings offense is they've inverted the pick and roll. So the Kings don't run a traditional pick and roll where the guard has the ball and he's playing off the big and the big is setting the screen. What they do is they give the ball to Sabonis and then they play the guards off of him. And it's something that, like, that's why their offense is so good this year, because Sabonis has the ability to make the right decisions all the time. And he's setting screens, but he's got the ball in his hands, and he's, you know, the DHO, the dribble handoff, is what basically the Kings offense has been predicated on this season. You'll see it and you'll be like, okay, this is interesting, but why does it work so well? And it works so well because, again, they've taken the pick and roll and they've turned it on its head. And that's something that, like, it's really tough to defend. And it's why no one in the league has really come up with a solution. There's been a couple of zones that slowed them down. Teams that switch everything on occasion, it helps. But, like, it's a tough offense to sort of sink your teeth into, especially when you have a talent like Fox that can score and get downhill on you at any moment, and then you have shooters everywhere.
I mean, in a little way, it sounds somewhat like the Warriors used to use Bogut and Draymond Green to initiate for their guards, Curry and Klay Thompson, a lot of times.
Oh, yeah. And you're going to see a lot of, you know, the Warriors offense hiding within what Mike Brown does. I mean, he spent 6 years there as an assistant, and he's known for his defensive prowess, but he has not been able to figure out this team and how to get them to play defense for 48 minutes. I mean, we saw the shootout against the Clippers where it was 176 to 175 in double overtime. Just that's how this team is kind of built right now. And until they get, like, more long and athletic defenders, you're going to get into a lot of shootouts. So I don't know that you want to get into shootouts with Steph Curry and Klay Thompson. But at the same time, the Kings are a team that just has proven time and time again this season that they're up for the big moment. And they get better each and every time they play their opponent. So when you get to game 2, game 3, game 4 against the same opponent, the Kings have shown that they learn very quickly and they're able to make adjustments. The one thing about the Warriors series is it was so early in the season before the Kings were the Kings and before we really knew who the Warriors were. And then this last game that we saw, you just throw that one away because the Kings ran out there without any of their main core players. So it should be fun to watch how this series develops and how they go back and forth and organically how this series develops.
James, I got a home in Sac, so, you know, I'm always hearing from King fans, and I can remember the Mike Malone, the Jaeger, the doubt, you know, about Vivek Ranadive. And, Warrior fans have Joe Lacob, and he's built this into what it is. But can you talk to us about how proud or what feeling Vivek must have now with the new arena, the light, the beam, and the fact that, the Kings finished with the 3rd seed?
Yeah, to a certain degree, you feel bad for Vivek. He's made plenty of mistakes. Like the Michael Malone situation, I've been here for all of it. Mike Brown is my 9th head coach, and this is my 13th season. And coming into this year, it was bad. What the narrative is about Vivek, about the meddling, about him always having his finger and who's going to be the coach and who's going to be the GM and all of these things, right? And I think that what you forget is, again, you have a house in Sacramento. I worked at the Downtown Plaza. I helped build it in 1993 when I was coming out of high school. I worked at Copeland Sports. I remember what the Downtown Plaza looked like and what the whole downtown area looked like. What he's done to transform that entire area, not only the arena, but the Sawyer Hotel, all of the restaurants, all of that entire area, it's just absolutely amazing. And I think, unfortunately for Vivek, he really has got kind of caught up in the losing. He hasn't been appreciated for the things that he has accomplished, and he's been more of a punchline than anything else. And so I'm happy for him because I think at the end of the day, owners do make mistakes, especially when they're new. He hired the wrong people multiple times, and that's probably been his biggest downfall, is inability to hire the right person. But at this point, I think he finally got it right, and he's taken a step back, and he gave Monty McNair his extension. And Mike Brown was the perfect coach at the perfect time for this team. And so they've hit all of these things out of the park, but he's also let Monty McNair do his job. He let Monty McNair go in and trade an absolute fan favorite in Tyrese Halliburton for Domantas Sabonis. And look how it's worked out. So I think the hands-off thing, a little bit, it may have opened things up for him to realize that there is a different way to run this franchise and to be successful. And hopefully he's enjoying this as much as everyone else is in Sacramento.
Hey, James, thank you so much.
Appreciate
really good
it,
stuff, great information, and enjoy the series. It should be a lot of fun.
Yeah, anytime you guys need me.
All right, James Hamm, 1320 ESPN Kings Insider, and also formerly of NBC Sports Bay Area, who covered the Kings. I'll take him. I'll take James Hamm. I'll take him.
He feels confident in Sabonis, Tony.
I'll take him.
He said Sabonis might eat.
On Draymond.
Yeah, on him. And if you can do it on him, you can do it on anybody. But he sounded confident.
And, of course, Sabonis 7'3". He grows 2 inches
should have asked him
every hour in the show.
Oh, boy. I cannot wait. Starting Saturday.
It's going to be a lot of fun. Really
yeah.
Is.
We don't know when game 2 is because I think
according to my sources, definitely Monday or Tuesday.
Okay. Because they got to wait for these. I keep saying cockamamie playing game. I'm excited about the playing game.
Don't ask JD that kind of stuff. Why would you put me on the spot like that? You know it's JD. Well, he's the one who knows.
I've worked with people that didn't have egos, and then I worked with people that thought they didn't, but they really did. That's you, because it was an us thing. It wasn't about putting you on the spot. It was us, and we're a team, and we got guys behind me, Stoney. We got Evan.
They're overrated.
And the Italian Stallion Spadoni. It ain't just you and I. That's how I look at stuff. That's why I like the meetings on Thursday.
Here's the
we all get involved.
Bottom line is, if we didn't have those guys, the show would sound the same.
Evan, he's speaking for himself. What about his home run call in Santa Clara over the?
I didn't hear
dude
it.
is going places. Just don't forget me, Evan.
Quietly, we've been saying that for about 4 years. He's still here.
Still waiting.
Evan, what a jackass.
Who?
You. Evan's talented.
I think it is.
Because I would tell him
how
if
much
he's
fun I have. It's not easy living like a jackass all the time.
Straight from the Jack's mouth.
All right, let's go. 888-957-9570. Let's talk Kings, Warriors. Who's going to win this series? I'm not going to tell you what I think right now, but here's one thing I do think right now without making a broad statement. All right, the Kings are supposed to be better offensively, right?
Yeah.
Maybe they are. But I do think the Warriors defensively could be better than the Warriors were during the regular season. Not even a huge deal. I feel like the Warriors' offense is close enough to the Kings, and then the Warriors' defense could be better, which would give the Warriors an advantage.
All right.
I like that. That's just my general thought.
Warriors favored. They're 6 seed. What is it, Evan? Help me out. I think it was minus 150 to win the series.
I think it opened at minus 250, but it might have been
What
down.
about game? So you're telling me the Warriors are favored in game 1?
No, the series, to win it.
Yeah, to win.
But how does that work? What's the game where the Warriors will be favored on the road?
Well, I assume
game
1.
So you could be favored
because
I'm sorry, I don't understand. The Kings are favored to win in SAC game 1.
I would believe, but overall, Vegas is saying the Warriors will win out. They'll get to 4 first.
Okay, I got a dumbest question going. If the Warriors are the favorites to win a 7-game series, don't they have to be favored in at least 4 of them?
You would think.
It also depends on how much they're favored by in those games. Like, for example, game 1, Sacramento's favored by 1 point.
Okay.
So they're the favorites, but I imagine Golden State will be favored by multiple points at home.
I got you.
Incredible, right?
Quietly, Sacramento, thanks to John Dickinson, told us that they are tied for the worst home record of any playoff team in basketball, though they do have the best road record in the West.
Well, that's the kind of thing that's interesting. The Warriors actually got the worst home team to play against, and they're the worst road team. So who knows how that's going to
And just when you look at the totality of the Kings season, Toddy, you would think they had the Warriors home record. You know what I mean? You come to Golden 1, and we debit you a loss. That was bad. I tried to use bank and
one of the things even great announcers sometimes script things. So don't be afraid to write it down first.
Oh no, then that would be, dude. The stuff is off the top makes it golden, and the show.
All right, I'm going to read this text 408, but I know I'm going to need an interpretation from the Comcast business text line. The number 6 seed Warriors are minus 300 on the series price to beat the 3-seeded Kings, parentheses plus 230 in the first round. Since 90, no top 3 seed has been this big of a series underdog. Okay, so you bet 100 to win 300? 100 on the Kings, and they win the series, you win 300.
There you go, right.
But you have to bet 230 on the Warriors to win 100?
No, you bet 100 to win 230 on the Kings. You bet 300 to win 100 on the Warriors.
You know what? I'm going to go to my grave never having really figured that out.
I think you got it.
All right, so I got to bet 100 on the Kings, and I get back 230.
If they win.
That's why they have plus 230, Snotty.
Let me tell you who ain't betting on that game or series. Your boy's going to have to get a feel for it.
But Vegas is telling you they don't think the Kings can get to 4 before the Dubs.
Yeah, I'm curious what people think as to why the Warriors are such heavy favorites.
They
were.
And not everybody's like you, Stoney.
What the hell does that mean?
From Reading, PA, that think last year's championship is just down the drain, like that pedigree.
Nobody said it's down the drain.
Or championship blood. Vegas is telling us that. Stoney, just think what the Kings are trying to do. And you're
trying to beat a team that's over the hill. What's hard about that?
Please.
Mm-hmm. Oh, relax, Bay Area. No, I'm just kidding. Sabonis playmaking is going to shock you, Guru.
Oh,
That's just from the
I've watched him play. Will it equate to the offs when the Warriors are vested and ready? I can't get over Javi. GPT, he's a good little player. All right, Javi. Dude, that was just the way he said it.
I like to use every once in
He
a while.
texted in on the YouTube, too.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. If you're into this series, if you like the Kings, give me one thing where you think the Kings have an advantage that maybe we don't know about down here as Warrior fans. And then if you're a Warrior fan, what makes you think we're going to win this series against the Sacramento Kings? 888-957-9570. It's all brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Go Dubs, baby.
love them waves, man. Good night.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on
That's my
95.7
God.
The Game.
Yeah, that's funny. My main man, AJ Cruz 1212, says, Goo, you need to ditch the waves and grow it out. You might strike fear into people's hearts. Something like that. I don't know.
Dude, I'm getting a lot of like Zulu on YouTube. Trim the mustache. I got it like a Frenchman. I love getting a lot of love from the opposite sex. Yeah. I don't care what y'all think.
I hate it.
Who cares? I want you to hate it. Because if you like it, then I'm white. Steiny, I love you, but come on now.
Dude, I'm just saying.
Anytime, I want you to not like it. That means I'm
you
doing
don't.
it right.
No, you don't. Because I got
what
I
other
got my
man
finger
would you
on
say,
the pulse.
You know what? Goo, I really like that mustache.
Well, no, I think you got better. Like, you have something I'll never have, and that is the facial hair option.
Okay, I got you.
I can't do anything.
Yeah.
I am who I am.
I can't get a beard. I get the mustache.
I could in theory not shave for 4 months, and you might see some hair above my lip.
Gotcha.
Maybe.
All right.
You can, like, even a little Fu Manchu coming down, I think would look good on you.
But I can't get it here.
But why can't you get and you can go to YouTube.
I'm going for the Frenchman look.
No, I know. I don't make it. You need them. You need
not the Raleigh fingers.
You need the mustache thicker toward the edge of the lip.
Yeah, I don't.
That's what I
love it. Because then you call that a lip sweater, and that's too much. I don't.
No, I'm not. You're not Tom Selleck or Ray Ratto. All right.
Shout out Ray.
I'm just.
They calling you Tom Selleck if you had a stash.
I can't grow a stash.
Loco Moco.
Oh. Okay. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go. Let's go. Warrior fans. You think you just got to, it feels like Warrior fans, 5 or 6. No, 5 or 6 we'll get this done in. Maybe. I'm going to throw something out to you, Goo. You tell me.
Go ahead.
On the scale, is it important or not? 888-957-9570. The one thing I think the Kings do have going for them that maybe is a little underrated.
Okay.
They're the healthiest. They've been the healthiest team in the NBA this year. They're going into the postseason like knowing their rotations. Everybody's pretty healthy. Does that bother you at all, or is that something that we need to put into the equation?
I'll give it a little something because I think on the rear end of that is the Warriors with Andrew Wiggins back, and you could make that same argument, and Gary Payton back. So I believe that's not enough or heavy enough for them to win the series. And you let me know, Stoney, because you just said it. Can I give you what my gut's feeling on a Monday, and then Friday you'll give me my last final. We'll do our last final predictions.
Sure.
I really think the Warriors are going to win this in 5.
All right.
Okay, and that ain't, you know me, I was scared of the Suns, blah, blah, blah. I just think everything that I've been saying, that pedigree, that blood, Curry, the Splash Brothers, the emergence of Jordan Poole, and his ability to stop any game and get his ass to the free throw line bodes well. Looney, Dre, I just feel like Sabonis is going to need another Sabonis for the Kings to take the Warriors to the brink of elimination. And he's great. I just don't feel like they got enough of just him. Fox, probably the fastest man with the ball in his hand, baseline to baseline. But I think the Warriors know where they're coming from. And I feel like the Warriors in 5. And that's no disrespect. It's just a
that'll
feeling
change.
right now.
That'll change. You're like the weather in Cape Cod. You don't like it? Wait a minute.
I've never heard about the weather in Cape Cod.
Yeah, you can use it other places too. Interesting take here from the. You look like a little like Richard Roundtree. That's going. I'm sorry, plus size version of Richard
Billy
Roundtree.
D. Williams, the Orlando Calrissian. That was a little too much.
Wait a minute.
That was my guy.
If you let your hair go, it would look like Billy D. Williams?
Better.
What are you doing?
Well, it's longer right now. If I comb my stuff back, I got a Fridno, and I'm on the Gidno, headed to the Stidno.
I don't know what he's doing.
If you didn't know. Yeah.
What's it take? What kind of a person are you to take the time to text and say, Steiny with another genius take? Maybe they can, maybe they can't. What a gutsy take. Hey, 650, talk on the radio for 4 hours and try not to say one or two things over the course of that time that don't sound asinine.
You haven't been saying like a lot today.
I'm working on it.
That was great.
I'm working on it. Banya's put a thought in my head. Now, the problem with this is going to be if I need to be self-conscious about not saying like, I'm going to have to talk a little more slowly.
But Mark's such a professional. If it was as bad.
He was a professional.
Always. That's our guy. I talked to him Saturdays, Donnie. Yeah, I'm sure he called after that Giant game.
What Giant game?
The one Kapler blew.
Oh, well, Kapler's
the fans
playing?
were booing.
Kapler's playing?
No, he's the maestro of the bullpen. Let Strickland out there, left him out there too long. Fans didn't like it.
He didn't leave anybody. The computer left him out there too long.
I'm going to give you a one. Anyway, you had never heard that about the like, so it ain't that bad.
No, I never heard it, but I know that I can fall into that.
It's your crutch?
Yes.
Yeah. So you couldn't be a rapper then?
No, I could.
If you had to think quick on your feet, you would like.
No.
Think about what I'm saying. MC like.
Oh, I get you. I get you, 650. I see where you're coming from. You little punk, aren't you? Little punk. little punk on the Comcast business text line thinks he's going to take me out of my game.
Yeah, that's what they're there
I'll
for.
take you down to the low post, and I will spin you around in so many ways. I'll flip up a little lefty. I'll take a little half hook righty. I'll get you up in the air with a head fake, and I'll put my shoulder. I'll put my shoulder into your chest.
I knew it.
I'll get the foul and knock the wind out of you.
You want to play again?
Matt in Oakland, what's up, Matt? I play Nerf basketball pretty good right now. What's going on, Matty? Hey, what's up?
So I do think that Warriors win in 6. My biggest concern is dumb shots, dumb passes. If they're sloppy. Either way, which they can be, then the Kings can absolutely beat them. But then I think they end up playing the Lakers because I don't think Memphis can beat the Lakers, and they're going to kill Minnesota. But then Phoenix, who knows?
Oh, well, Minnesota doesn't. Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Matt. I forgot Minnesota's not eliminated if they lose. I just forgot that.
Oh no, but that makes the Lakers number 7,
exactly,
doesn't it?
Yes, yes, it does.
Okay, so then I think they will beat Memphis, and then I think the Warriors will beat those guys, and then Phoenix, who knows? Flip a coin. But that's a pretty good season, given all that's happened, and that's what I think is going to happen. If they're not sloppy, not worried about the defense, I'm not really worried about their shooting, but yikes, those passes across court and stuff, that's what's going to kill them.
Appreciate the call, Matt.
Can I tell you what I was looking at Friday night at Golden One? Joe Lacob was front row, sitting with a friend, and I had, me, I'm nosy.
Who?
I'm gonna show you a picture.
Is it a man or woman?
A man.
Okay.
And when Jordan Poole had a bad game. I think it was 0 for 10, 0 for 9.
He didn't shoot well.
Okay, he didn't.
I think he was locking people up defensively, though.
Oh, okay. Every time he made a error or a bad pass. Lakers, I'm watching just like, look, I'm in the chair that people can see on YouTube. The body language from Lacob was like he was tired of it. And I was like, wow, this is interesting. So that was a takeaway I had from the game,
That Lacob doesn't like Jordan Poole.
No, I didn't say that, and he loves him. He paid him. But you can tell Lacob don't like these turnovers. And they had quite a few.
What's new?
But they're Martin Luther King with turnovers.
What does that mean?
They overcome. You got it. That might be a 5, Scotty.
I think you needed to break.
Evan didn't like it. Because normally Evan, when he give you the cheat
shall's a big part of that. That's a big part of that phrase. Huge. One of the key words in that phrase. Oh, Nico in Sacramento. We haven't heard from Nico in a while.
Sacramento.
Nobody calls it that.
Man, how you doing?
Doing well, man.
Super excited to be on with you guys. Guru, hey, first of all, why do you always get an extra hey every time a girl comes on, man? I feel like I deserve some of those.
I haven't noticed that.
Cool.
Yeah, I'm just cordial.
I always notice that. But Steiny, come on, man. I wanted you to come on and down the Warriors and tell everybody how the Kings are going to win and whatnot, and then of course say you're kidding you did in all the other series, but you're just out here pimping the Warriors. I don't see it like that. I really feel like I'm trying to be real. I feel like the Kings could just outrun the Warriors. all game long. Like, I feel like Mike Brown needs to go into his Coach Carter game one mode and just tell him, go out there and run. Just run. They can't beat you. No, like, I feel like Steve Kerr runs the fastest 40 on the Warriors. Like, it's for real. Draymond looks like he's running in mud. You got to just run him to the floor. No one can stop Fox. It is real. He is that quick. Only one that can do it is GP2, and he's a bench player. So that's all they need to do is keep running it down the Warriors' throats and beat them to that position, beat them to the loose balls, and beat them everywhere, and they can beat them. But, you know, Warriors in 6. But also, Guru, come on, man. Can we get some locks, bro? It's playoffs, baby. Let's get some locks on live air. I don't want to follow your Twitter.
Yeah. Nico, you just said Warriors in 6, I thought.
He did. Sneak that in.
Yeah, of course, Warriors in 6. I'm just giving you the reasons why the Kings can win.
Oh.
You know what I'm saying?
Well, that's all I'm doing.
You know what I'm saying?
That's all I'm doing, Nico. Appreciate the call.
No, when you paid that 100, you
I don't
went
know what's
to
going to
defamation.
happen. What do I think about this series? I do think I think the Kings can beat the Warriors. I don't know if they're gonna. I think they can. It's funny, man. You get into a series like this, and all of a sudden something exposes itself early in a series, and you go, uh-oh. And there could be a million of those things. One would be, let's say Nico's right, and all of a sudden it's the third quarter of a game, and the Kings are up 4, and they go, like, there's a chance the Kings could make the Warriors look old. There's a chance. I'm not saying it's going to happen. There's also a chance that the Warriors are good enough defensively and better executing on offense that the Warriors just have control of the series from the get-go. Like, that's what we're going to find out.
I just think of everybody coming in off the bench from a Warrior standpoint, like Kuminga. I don't think outside of Sabonis, Sacramento has the bodies to kind of discourage him from being ultra aggressive. And I just, when you do the flip thing and I look at Sacramento, I'm like, man, it could be holy hell for you. You know, a guy like Sabonis, if they give you Dre, Looney, GP2, and if you're talking about, you said GP2, like, there's just more options, Steiny, for the Warriors to stop what the Kings are trying to do, as opposed to Sacramento trying to go, stop Steph, the passing, all that. And Wiggins is now back. I can't wait to see him play.
Of course you can. Nobody's ever said that before. I can't wait to see Wiggins play.
The fact that he's been gone so long?
I mean, Kuminga, I can't wait to see Kuminga. I'd be like, you know what? I can get, he's exciting.
So if Evan was gone for an extended amount of time off the show,
right,
you would say, I can't wait for Evan to come back. I miss him. Well, that's what I would
Evan's
do.
more dynamic than Wiggins.
He was the second best player on the team last year.
And Evan was a number 2 on a college baseball team as a starter. 7-4 his senior year.
Give that ERA.
He just won. That's all Evan did. Cares about an ERA. Kept him in games.
I love Evan. That's my guy. Kept him in games.
Kept him in games. I mean,
that time he filled in for me again, and you asked him.
For one of the, it's within the realm of possibility. Maybe the Warriors can't get De'Aaron Fox under control.
Okay. All right.
Those little guards, those kind of guards have given the Warriors trouble. Now you're going to say, since we've had Gary Payton II, Steiny. Okay, right. And now we talk about that. Can Gary Payton II stay in front of De'Aaron Fox? Yes or no? Can Gary Payton II stay in front of De'Aaron Fox?
You're talking about Russell Westbrook in his that's where De'Aaron Fox is at in regard to speed. So it's going to be hard. But I'll tell you what, it's not one man's job, Stoney. It's what you do on the other end, and can you get back and put De'Aaron Fox in that half-court set? But if you're telling me it's going to be a track meet, advantage Kings.
Yes. But then that's when... But that's the style the Warriors don't mind playing either. And then it just becomes a matter of not necessarily defense in terms of shutting the other teams down. It becomes who just gets the timely stops.
Wow.
That's going to be a lot of fun. I'm looking at the TV right now. Sabonis.
7'1" Sabonis. I got you.
Depending on who you look.
What did you make of Gobert hitting his teammate, honestly?
I think we're getting ready in Minneapolis to win some games. That's what I think. I think it's, it's funny. If this were a football team, it'd be like, this team, they need somebody else to play. They hate each other now so much. They need to hit somebody on the other.
Right.
But Spadoni with the worst take of the season.
What? Oh,
Easy.
yeah. I saw it.
Hey, Steiny.
Simmer.
Finch has lost the Timberwolves.
I backed him up.
I'm like,
on that.
why?
Right,
He
go
goes,
ahead.
Gobert punched slow-mo. He's lost the Timberwolves. And all I like to do is remind people of these sickening double standards.
And you did tell him.
Not once did I hear Steve Kerr's lost the Warriors because Draymond punched Poole. Oh,
You see, I laughed after that. I
Maybe
was like,
it brought to get exactly.
I give you that one. Point Steiny.
Thank you.
But what
Practice
about
different in the
McDaniel
game.
hitting the wall?
That one I didn't see.
That's stupid, though.
Who was
Now
the
you're-
Evan, who was the reliever last year, or within the last 2 or 3 years? Reliever on either a World Series
We were
team or
talking with
NLCS or
Bonte about
ALCS.
this.
Who was the guy?
Devin Williams for the Brewers.
That's
There it is. Look
right.
at the
The guy who
youngster.
set up Hader.
Look at him.
Right?
Who is now a Padre.
Oh, not after that, but yeah.
Well, and Hader wasn't himself either.
I would never do
Now
anything
Pine.
that's stupid.
Yes, you would. You've
But
never
let me
punched
punch the wall. I told you I
What's
throw
the dumbest
stuff.
thing?
I throw stuff.
So you
I broke
break
remotes,
something.
and I don't even. Yeah, but I would never harm my own. Like, what was did McDaniel want out?
He got mad.
Right.
We all do dumb things.
But don't do something to where you lose.
Well, of course he didn't want to. He did a dumb thing.
Like knock over a table or flip a spread. Let me hit the wall.
I'm not
sad
gonna-
to inform you,
I
young
can't
man.
stick
You got a
up for
broken
him, but,
wrist.
I mean,
Yeah,
we
okay. I
all do-
appreciate you not.
I mean, we all do dumb things occasionally.
Do you remember when
Speaking
Amari
of dumb
Stoudemire
things, yeah.
punched through a, what was it?
Amari
plate
did
glass
do
to
that.
get through the fire
Oh, my
extinguisher. Like he lacerated his hand before a playoff
Amari
series.
Stoudemire. Remember? I forget who they were
I
playing.
think they're playing the Heat.
And he cut his. Come on.
I guess the model to pattern yourself after would be Dirk Nowitzki. Punch the wall when you lose. Punch the wall when you're eliminated.
All right.
All right?
But now let's be honest, Evan. You included in this. You think his teammates are mad at McDaniel?
I would be, but okay. But
Who do you think
okay,
they're more mad at?
so you're mad.
Gobert or McDaniel?
That's a great.
Maybe they're mad at slow-mo.
What if they're mad at
Slow-Mo
Finchie?
called him the B word.
Oh,
And
Well, that'll get
apparently
you punched.
Draymond called KD that.
exactly.
Mm-hmm.
I just think
I'd never hit you.
this is
Sonny.
vintage
Not public.
Timberwolves to me.
Don't,
Dude,
you're
I'm
trying to
looking at
make
my
this a
guy. I'm
positive.
looking at my guy Finchie, and Gobert like had to lean over Finchie to throw the punch, and stuff like
I did.
It's almost like he wasn't surprised. It was like
that was festering.
This is the first time. He was like, I was wondering when this was going to happen.
He was trying to drop a play.
And then Gobert got pushed by his own teammate. What's my guy's name with the pushed him? So they got some issues. Yeah. I'd never hit you or
Dirk threw a
Evan.
chair. No, I know he punched
That's
the wall.
fine.
He autographed them.
Didn't Matt Barnes say he threw a chair like in the hallway after that We Believe series or something?
That Dirk threw a chair?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you meant that Matt Barnes threw a chair.
that's all
Matt
fine.
Barnes has thrown about 4
He threw the
dozen
ball at
chairs,
Kobe.
probably.
Kobe didn't flinch. That was great.
He didn't throw the ball.
You know
well, he
that.
wasn't in his face either. See the second camera.
I did.
You saw half the story.
You look at rest in peace, Mamba.
Guru threw a medicine ball at John back here.
Oh my gosh, remember that? I really thought
You
I
gave
was
him you concussed him.
Still in protocol.
Really?
Yeah, he didn't milk it. Thank you, John.
See, just when you think you know it all. Really? Nowitzki didn't punch it? I thought he punched the wall. We believe.
Might have done both.
Now they're saying he threw a trash can. He was really mad. He did a lot of different things.
What's the greatest Oracle story from a visitor? Can you remember?
Yeah.
Cleveland, when they were down 3-1.
I wasn't even thinking
They
that in a
put
million
the
years.
money in the roof or whatever, and they came back. They all had $100. LeBron. They all put up. Tyronn Lue put $100 in, left it up in the roof, and they've meant we're going to handle business, and we'll come back and get the money. And they came back, and the money was still there, and they won.
Do I not know sports if I have no idea what you're talking about?
No,
I have no idea
You
what
never
you're
heard
talking-
that story?
No.
When they lost, remember in Phil Handy when they were fighting each other in fighting, and they got their ass kicked here in Oracle. They all took $100. Every teammate and coach put it in the ceiling.
What
'cause they were
ceiling?
in the Oracle visitors locker room.
They're up at the catwalk?
No, in their locker room.
Oh,
And then
okay.
they said, we'll come back and get it because we're going to handle business in Cleveland, which they did, and came back and won it in Game 7 and got the money. You can Google it. Yeah. That was like, damn, is that a real story?
888-957-9570 if you have any corrections to Goose story.
No, that's it. Yeah, they took the pot, put it in there, said we're coming back. Because had they not handled business at home, series would have been over.
Which year?
16. Yeah. 16, baby.
Yeah, was it before or after Game 5? But
I don't know.
It was.
This is all irrelevant to the game itself. You like to talk about money and the ceiling and cookies on Halloween. I like to talk about the game.
Candy.
Was it candy?
Because I know the store. I didn't get that reference.
Remember that the Halloween, the R.I.P. Warriors, Cleveland after they beat the Warriors.
That's what I don't retain. That one.
I barely retain it too. I barely retain much. I know that. All right, 888-957-9570. Show's moving today.
Man.
Dude. It's almost 1.
I think we're excited.
I am.
Yep.
I am. It's going to be, I don't know if it's going to be a great series, but to me it's going to be an interesting series. And I'm really, really glad it's Sacramento. It's going to be a lot of fun. Atmosphere in the Bay.
Here we go,
and Sacramento.
Lou took the wad of cash. Senior Vice President Tyronn Lue of Communications, Tad Carper, says it was $4,500 and hid it in the ceiling of the coach's dressing room in the corner of Oracle Arena's visiting locker room. They were like, where's the money going? They came back and got it, Jack.
All right. Now I get it. It's like when a team only packs one night's clothing when they can clinch
I'm
after.
going to give you a 5
something.
on that, right.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. And here's what's coming up on the game. It's brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. Warrior fans, biggest thing that scares you about the Kings. Kings, why are you worried about the Warriors? On 95.7 The Game. AJ Anunoby. out on me is a better handicap in golf. Who the F cares?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, Matt Stein, Matt Dowell, the Guru Johnson with you. Playoffs are set. Well, not quite. Play-in is set.
Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, Jack.
Who plays tomorrow? Oh, Kings. I mean the
Lakers.
Timberwolves and Lakers, right?
Who's the in Toronto and who they got? Chicago.
Atlanta?
No, Chicago.
Where's Atlanta? Who's Atlanta getting beat
I got to
by?
look it up.
Probably Miami.
Oh, you're right. In South Beach.
Andre's in Oakland. Hey, Andre, how you doing, man?
Yeah, how you doing? Well, I think that if Draymond don't get any suspension, because they hit Draymond pretty hard against, hit him in the face, and he didn't get a foul call. So I think the referees have a lot to do. If we have playoff referees, maybe so, but the regular season referees is a little skep, because they don't give the Warriors the calls, and so if they get the Warriors in foul trouble, that Sabonis is just have his way. So, but I think that with Kuminga and Draymond and Payton, I think that
Wiggins
defense will hold up. I just think they just need to make sure the referees don't do that like they do them in regular season.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
so demoralizing.
He's on to something.
And it's Hawks and Heat tomorrow.
So demoralizing.
What?
The refs. We're talking about the refs.
People care.
We don't even have a game to assess. God, I can't. What? You think Sacramento's not worried about not getting any calls against the 4-time champions?
Go, Ed Malloy!
Ed Malloy's a damn good ref. School needs to be in set. Give me Kyle Shanahan anytime I can educate you.
Actually, the more the better,
Thank
so I
you.
can help educate.
I guarantee, no, and I'm dead serious. I guarantee you the Sacramento Kings are worried about the whistle they're going to get against the defending champions. Would you agree with that at least?
Well, I wouldn't agree because we know, me personally, and Fitz, we know that Steph doesn't get a whistle. So I don't think the Kings got anything
We
to
had
worry
somebody
about.
walk out on Friday.
That's right. But they came back in.
Why do you do that? You only,
Night-night.
I know why you did that.
Ask me a question.
So you're gutless.
No,
You wouldn't have brought that up if you knew the boss were here, because you know that's off limits when the boss is here.
saying that Steph don't get a whistle
For the 88, and what? You
asked
know
me a
what?
question
Hey, you
now.
know what, Goo? You're right.
See, that's all.
Yeah, you're right. Steph
But no,
Curry.
really, I'm
Damn porcelain doll.
We didn't say that. He could get a better
I
whistle.
mean, think about how good he really could be. Think
He
about
said
how good
Dwayne Wade.
Think about how good Steph really could be if the refs didn't hate him. Wow.
I didn't use those words.
They do.
That's a big strong.
They do. Agreed, Guru. Oh, you'll get a lot of people agree with you. Yeah,
It averaged 40.
Yeah, it's a gutsy
Yeah,
take.
no doubt. Fitz said that on
Gutsy
Willard
take in the
Gibbs.
bay.
Look at
My man Goo. Gutsy take in the bay. You don't like criticism, do you?
You didn't see that. I love constructive criticism. Did you look at the man's biceps? He looked like
Whose?
Jesus, Steph, when we were doing
Look
the
at any
interview.
NBA player, they're scratched out.
Stein, look at you.
You know
It
it.
was like, man, Passions of Christ 3 stars
Go
Steph
ahead.
Curry.
Let's go. You said you want to talk about the playoffs? Go ahead, man.
Oh, I was wrong. I got your Hawks are tomorrow night.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I got that wrong.
All right, so what do you think? Give me a take on the playoffs, Goo.
If the Warriors don't come out the West, I honestly believe the Los Angeles Lakers are coming out of the West. I think they can beat Denver. I think they can beat Memphis. And they give the Warriors a nightmare of a matchup. That's if everybody's healthy. So with that, I am curious to see what Kawhi Leonard and Tyronn Lue, kudos to them because they were down 9 at different junctures of that game yesterday as I watched on Easter. And I'm like, oh, they're mailing it in. They want Sack. So they must not want De'Aaron Fox to worry about. And they're going to take on Kevin Durant, Chris Paul, and Devin Booker. But, man, I just feel like this second round, I can't overlook the Kings, Donnie, from a Western Conference standpoint, is going to be must-watch TV because it's either Memphis or LeBron James. and that's me jinxing the Lakers saying they're going to win tomorrow. But I think they handle Minnesota, especially without McDaniels and Gobert. Like, that ain't going out on a limb.
No, it's not. It's absolutely not. And then that means the Lakers go to 7. You're right. They play Memphis, and then we'll wait to see if it's Minnesota or either the Pelicans or the Thunder in the.
Who would you like to see? Denver. I'm rooting for the Thunder.
Denver's going to dismantle any team.
I'll give you that.
I think. Oh man, I had something. Shoot. Dang it.
Masters.
And I can't even blame you on this one.
Masters.
It was about the playoffs in and of themselves.
Okay.
So the other one, we got Denver against Phoenix against the Clippers.
Gotcha.
Is
4 and 5.
To me, the series where it's going to make some people worried. Because I think, believe it or not, I think Phoenix is going to handle the Clippers. In 5.
Yeah. Okay. You ain't the only one saying that.
I do.
I didn't feel that way.
That was so great. That was Kawhi. This the most important game you played, Kawhi, against the Lakers?
No, it's not.
I didn't feel that way.
That is so great. You love me?
Oh, by the way, you got to. Steph used to get foul calls when he jumped into defenders, but they fixed that for the most part across the league. But they still doesn't get the foul calls for a lot of other things. Yeah, okay. It's almost like he's singled out Steph with the officials.
Funny, man.
Sacramento top 5 in free throws this year, by the way.
Uh-oh.
Now let's try to figure out why. Because they shoot a lot of threes. Let me just off the top of my head say, if you go to the stats, I got to believe Sabonis and Fox get to the line at least 15 times.
And Harrison Barnes
them.
was the third on that
What?
team. Yeah, the Hamm told us.
Really?
Harrison Barnes. I almost fell out my chair. I said, it's not. Yeah, Harrison Barnes was third on that team getting to the stripe, so he's getting calls.
What do you think for Jonathan Kuminga? What's his role going to be? Is he going to start? First of all, is Wiggins starting Saturday? Somebody said Wiggins played 5-on-5 yesterday, a scrimmage, right?
That was
Can confirm, yeah.
Great.
And a lot of 3-on-3, so he's getting his work in every which way.
Yeah, he is.
Okay, if he let's just say Wiggins comes off the bench, I think Kuminga starts. It could be
Kuminga
Gary
4.
Payton II, but I think it'd be.
But so no Looney. You're not starting Looney.
I'm having Looney come off the bench. Because if anybody's going to get in foul trouble with Sabonis, I'd rather it be Kuminga than Looney. Just for
so Kuminga's not going to cover De'Aaron Fox at all.
I can see
trying
him
to shadow him.
Yeah, I didn't.
Or is he too quick?
I think he's too quick.
But what about for Payton?
That'll be. I think that.
What about for Wiggins?
Those two are ideal.
I don't know. It's going to be
epic.
I hope so. I hope it is epic. I hope it's a series to remember. I hope it's a series that
it's
close.
Never happened. You covered the beat. You know the king. Those teams. We brought up Reggie Theus. We gotta have Saint on this week. He's happy.
I'd rather have other people on.
Well, I just called an audible. He'll be on.
Think about it. The guy I want on is Vivek Ranadive.
Oh, that would.
Because he used to be a minority owner here in Golden State.
You met him? He had the 4-on-5 in San Carlos or Menlo or somewhere.
Yeah, it's an area that's got a gate. Put it that way.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
They say he's a good dude. He had that 4-on-5 concept, remember, from his girls.
Yeah, like Grinnell College. We've seen that. He
please break this. This was incredible. He was getting killed for this.
It was a CYO team.
Yeah, but he was trying to implement it with the king. That's how the story got out.
That's exaggerated a little bit.
All right.
Let's exaggerate a little bit.
I didn't know you knew him.
Yeah, really well. Like the back of my hand. Actually, that's not true.
Get us some tickets for Saturday. Front row.
You didn't do that, did you?
No, I'm talking to Vivek. Ranadive. That's a name your boy got from the beginning. Look, that is Ranadive. I've heard so many people butcher it. But, I'm not the type to correct. But Vivek. Ranadive.
Vivek, short I, not V. Vivek.
I'm going to have to go to the lab with the first part. Study Vivek. I got the last name, though, Jack.
Does Steiny saying he met an owner mean like how earlier he confused Alfred, Albert, and Randy?
That was great, man.
I remember important people's names. I'm just kidding.
Wow.
Chaplains.
I know everything.
You and me, Steph. That's why we're two peas in a pod.
I asked you a question
That's why I'll
about.
be on the float with you this year.
You think you predicted Warriors chip? We'll save it for Whitley because she said she had something for you. But you think they stay over in sack or they after game one?
I can't imagine a less pertinent question.
When we're talking about travel.
I'll bet it depends on when the game is, Tuesday or Wednesday. On Tuesday.
Well, that we know. Or Monday.
If they play
Tuesday.
Saturday and it's Monday, they're probably saying Saturday.
Yeah.
Maybe not, though.
You would be right.
Dude, do you realize that, like,
I do it every day.
Listen, you're Draymond Green, all right? And I've seen
Day.
First of all, you have an option taking the bus up there. They have a team bus, but you don't have to. You're Draymond Green, you're Steph, and you know how those guys, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm lumping them all in together.
I'm headed to the crib.
DiVincenzo. You know how those guys drive. NBA players drive so fast. I'm telling
Otis
you.
Bird III. I'm sure they'll sleep in their own beds.
They're going to get to Sacramento. You can get to An NBA player can get to Sacramento in a car in about 41 minutes.
Do you think they fly?
Yes, in their cars.
That's an occasional
They go
five.
so fast.
Now, how do you know that?
Because I know. Trust me.
It's about an hour, 31-minute drive.
Not for an NBA player
going 80
on the day
80.
of a game.
I
Knowing
don't know
if he gets pulled over, could probably weasel out of it with the reason. Plus, you're driving up. Keep in mind, when you're driving up to Sac for a game and you're a player, you're completely sober. You get pulled over, Drake. That's one of those Draymonds. Just
please
try to keep it under 140.
If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying.
Try to keep it under 140.
Mr. Bridge says, what's TNS think? Going back from Friday's show.
I actually didn't talk to them about it.
And the most non-pertinent question is, what uniforms are they wearing?
You know?
No, but they better not be in their home white, the Warriors. Kings need to wear their white. I went there, I was like, where am I at? Chase or Golden One?
Why does that bother you?
Because you're supposed
What? You're supposed to what?
70s, 80s, you knew what you were going to turn. You knew what the Celtics were going to be in their road greens or their home whites. Speaking of which.
Okay.
I got to, Evan, please listen to me. I always told you I wanted to write film. Like in my mind, I have movies, scripts. I just don't know how to
I've never
write
heard
them
that
out.
before, but go ahead.
I went and saw the movie Air with Little Daryl. It wasn't about Michael Jordan.
Thank God.
It was about not giving up and identifying your dream and a want and getting rewarded for it because you went against the grain when everybody told you couldn't do something.
Right.
I had thug tears. Little Daryl didn't know. It was Matt Damon. He put on some weight for this flick. It was incredible. J-Lo's ex, Affleck.
Don't just say it's incredible. We explain why.
I just told you why. They against all odds, Tom. That's what.
Well, what's the movie about if it's not about Jordan?
Getting
Don't
Michael
get
Jordan
mad at me.
And they had all
I'm
the people.
asking you questions,
I didn't know
Roger Ebert.
John Stockton was in Jordan's draft. I didn't know Melvin Turpin.
Oh, John Stockton got booed when he got drafted.
You kidding me?
You should have seen the highlights from him out of Gonzaga at the time. Gonzaga was not the Gonzaga of now.
Oh no!
It was almost like it looked like it was spliced microfilm.
They were in there like, tell me where Gonzaga's at. And the guy like, But anyway, Snotty, you got to watch it. And Viola Davis, who played Mrs. Jordan,
I like her.
You'll love her in this. She did her thing. It was Matt Damon.
Michael Jordan is so non-compelling.
They had a guy, Jordan. You only saw him like 2 times.
Oh, he's not really in it?
No, he didn't even say a word.
It's not about him.
It's about Nike. Who was do you know Adidas and Puma? They were breakdancing there and and you're wearing them now.
Nike still hasn't made a shoe as good as the Adidas Superstar.
You don't believe that?
I absolutely believe that.
And
you know what? The original Chuck Taylors are still the greatest shoe of all time. The greatest sole in a basketball shoe that's ever come down the pike. The grips on the Easy Evan.
He hit it quick.
Easy Evan. The grips on the bottom of the Chuck Taylors. No, nothing gave you more traction like that.
None of you have an arch in your foot.
Yeah.
Did you have Dr. Scholl's back in the day, Stoney?
No.
Okay, well, you need those if you're trying to play. If you're trying to wear Converses.
We toughed it out. By the way, I not only made. I'm not going to get into it.
Leroy coming hard on the.
What's he
go
say?
See the movie. I'd like to go with you and
You know what? You know why I'm going to
do the baseball game first.
Didn't you see my text? You said something about air, and I said, "Relax, Guru. I'm going to go. We'll talk about it later."
I cannot wait.
I said I'd go. You know why? You know why I am going to see it? I was on Twitter, and our good friend of the program, Howard Eskin, saw a sneak preview and was glowing about it.
Is this true?
Yeah.
If it won Howard,
so once
you know.
Eskin started to glow about it, yeah, I'll go.
Not me, huh?
No.
Leroy.
You say every movie's great.
Steiny Goo. It's your boy Leroy from the 510. Are we serious? Come on with all the Sacramento Kings stuff. The Warriors will sweep them. The Kings don't play defense, and if the Warriors just milk the shot clock on offense and take quality shots, he must be at work. This should be a sweep. I hope Bobby Jackson makes an appearance. He was one of my favorite Kings. What happened this week?
That's what we said last week. I'm sorry, that's what you said last week.
Throwing darts.
Sorry.
That hurt.
See, this is where people think I'm a hater, but my first reaction to Leroy's like, I'll bet on that. Yes, I would bet money that the Kings are not going to get swept. Does that make me a Warrior hater?
Frisky. I won't do that, but I'll take 5.
No, the bet wasn't 5.
Yeah, I know that. We still got to.
I gave you the Don't try to do to me what I do to you.
People want to know where the 100's at.
What 100?
Curry, the one you gave me.
I don't know where it is.
I'm the treasurer.
The minute it touched your fingertips, it was gone.
Let me get 102.
It was absolutely positively gone.
J-Lo and Ben Affleck are married.
I also have a compliment to give you.
The hair?
You know what? Actually, I don't have a compliment to give you. Never mind.
I don't want it.
Really? It was so. I'm
got me thinking about the Chuck Taylor. Seriously,
they're the greatest shoe.
Why
of all
did
time.
they transit? Nobody. I don't think there were Achilles injuries like they were back in that day, like they are now. Well, they weren't. No, guys weren't jumping out the gym. There it is, Evan.
You ever hear of Connie Hawkins?
Man, the biggest hands they say in the game.
I love he actually did. He was unbelievable. He held a basketball like a baseball. Even though you just annoyed me, I do want to give you your props. You know, I have my friend Harry,
our guy,
who gets in back and forth with me.
Go ahead.
In fact, this is such a good one. I may,
Evan, wow, you're getting some love.
This is such a good one. I may read aloud.
Well, that's the whole point.
Well, I can just give you the gist.
They're saying Dr. J changed the shoe game. Now, why would you just...
Don't talk about that. Dr. J. You're talking about him for? Not even a part of this.
Snoop Dogg of the NBA.
I don't know what that means.
Style. Afro. Dude, I watched the Doctor documentary. It was incredible how he dressed and came to the facility, Steiny. I just hate he was in the ABA.
That's because it's the only league he could play in.
Stop him.
The ABA.
Dude, so you're going to
I'm going to be dead serious with you about the ABA.
George Gervin.
Yeah, yes. I tweeted that
the top of the ABA was terrific.
Okay.
They didn't have the depth of the NBA. And so the Stars, somebody make sure Rick Barry's not listening to this. The Stars thrived because the depth of the league wasn't great. So the Stars' numbers were overinflated.
I could not care less.
I can't believe I can't find this email, and I'm trying to buy time.
Yeah.
You're going to be so happy.
Come on, people.
Can we talk about this from the 707 Comcast business text line? Can we talk about the massive dunk by Jake? That was a dunk.
I found, just in time, the email from a friend of mine who listens to the show, and I really do respect his opinions. Hey, couple of things. So I heard some of your show yesterday. I have to say, I disagree with what Guru has to say about 99% of the time. But
left that out.
Yeah.
But I'm skipping some other stuff. But my 1% showed up yesterday when Guru was saying that the Kings would rather avoid the Lakers instead of play the Warriors. You couldn't see that, and you got all over him, but I agree with Guru. Because of the way you feel, you must think I'm an idiot picking the Lakers in Milwaukee in the final Why would the Kings prefer the Warriors over the Lakers? Warriors are the worst road team, and the Lakers have 2 superstars. So there you go.
Well,
congratulations. We found somebody who agreed with you on a
That
tape.
was an insult at the end of the day.
What was?
The 99.9 spoke louder.
No, just 99.
Anything.
No, it's just 99. You had a full percent.
I don't give a damn.
You had a full percentage.
Yeah, damn.
Yeah, he'll about 3 years from now.
Please, just wait. Just tell me when you go see that flick. Air.
I will. Right. I will. From the 510, Steiny's takes are always about playing the numbers. He always takes the field. Duh. Klay, duh.
Analytics.
Always takes no sweep. He's just trying to play Moneyball takes. Gutless.
They called you Moneyball.
What is wrong with being rational when it comes about partying? When it comes to partying with your money, possibly.
No, I get that.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Well, you don't get that. That's your problem. What are you going to bet on tonight that you don't know about?
Dodgers Giants.
Of course you are.
Already locked and loaded this time.
Who you got?
Who cares?
4:30 on IG. Evan.
It's not a 4:30 start.
That's when I roll out my video. Games is 6:45. I'm a Dodger fan. Now,
what's the
as
video?
much as you talked about hey, and I'm getting mad at you, MatthewSteinmetz.com, we ain't been hearing much.
No, I know.
What's going on? No, seriously, like you had that thing pumping. Writer's block. I get his time.
Not so much writer's block.
Just take a playoff.
No.
It's not like I struck.
By the way, is your boy listening, John?
Oh yeah, is
your boy John? Hey, John, is your boy listening?
Who the hell is John?
I thought I wrote his name down. Oh,
just ask him.
He is listening. Hey, congratulations to my main man, Andrew Ship. Andrew Ship had a hole-in-one at number 6 at the North Course, Carica Park.
Wow.
Par 3.
He had to spit a little chicken out, getting everybody drinks.
Did he, John? Do you know that? Did he have to open up the wallet?
I can confirm tequila shots were taken.
Nice. Congratulations, Andrew Ship. It's a way to do something that you have no idea about, and that's to give thanks to the golf gods. See, you just take. We've been over this. We've been over this.
Well, you can't have kids and just take. When you have kids, you give yourself up, and then you do it with friends and family. So once you have kids, you can't have that. You can't tell me that because
you just be a bad
father. You
give
yourself up all the time.
No. What? Did you call yourself a fashion plate?
What?
Somebody's really on you about your dress. You must have inflated your. Anyway.
You just look for the bad.
What is going on
Walt Frazier, the original fashion plate in the NBA, not Guru.
No, I said Snoop Dogg was Dr. J. Yeah. Remember he had the afro? He was clean.
I got you.
I bet Jay with Doc was getting action, Jack.
I got you. All right, 888-957-9570. Next segment, it's that shorty, 12 minutes. It's the one where all kinds of stuff can happen. And then, of course, we have the changeover at 1:42. Come on, everybody. You know it. You know it. You know you're excited about Kings Warriors. Mm-hmm.
The days I think you complete me. Today's not one of them.
Stiney, are you ever in a good mood? I'm in the best mood of my life right now. Are you kidding?
I don't care.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Guru, you were at the game Friday, right?
Yep, in the house.
At Golden One Center.
JD.
What was the atmosphere like?
You could tell it was incredible, and I'm just, you asked me a question. If I'm a Kings fan, I'm a little skeptical of how many Warrior fans will get into that building when it's game one, because I felt like there were more than a few. But you could tell it was tainted because Sac wasn't playing their big boys. But I just kept looking at Harrison Barnes. He was out there, like, what's going through his mind when it's real time? Like, what he's really trying to pull off and how satisfying that would be if he could knock the Warriors off. So, other than that.
So it felt like there were maybe more Warrior fans than you thought.
No doubt about it. And I can't wait to this Saturday to see. I won't be in the building, but, you know.
Now, you know that for sure?
Can I be honest with you?
Yeah.
You know I like to be at the house with my beverage, bathroom,
all right,
dumbbells, no food now. Dumbbells. I've been putting in work, Donnie, and I got my lessons today for the 10th time.
Well, it's interesting. Like, you say you've been putting in work.
You see these?
I haven't heard a word from Bonte, but it's obvious he has. I love the way Bonte is going about getting in shape and trimming down and keeping his mouth shut while he's doing it. You know what I mean?
You're doing a great job.
Like Bonte, I came in the other day.
What are you trying to do here? You're trying to pick at me.
No.
Dude, I know you.
You don't know
looks
me.
good.
You don't know me.
I text B yesterday, that light blue suit.
Oh, fire.
Muscles never forget. I like your sweater.
I'm in Warrior Gold today. What do you think, Dub Nation?
You might need some new Warrior Gold.
What are you talking about?
Because it ain't hitting like it's had its best day.
This is brand new. I've worn it 4 times total.
But it's a dull like gold. You want that bright.
Yeah, it's like honey mustard.
Let me tell you. You know what?
Honey mustard.
Oh, it must have just looked bright when I'm in the front row.
Right.
With the lighting. With that Warrior lighting.
It was bright this, Donnie.
Yeah. So.
Ritter said, what's up?
When?
Friday. I saw him in the media room. We talked it up.
That's too late. Yeah, same sweater from the game. You're right. Thank you for noticing. Mm-hmm. It's going to be so much fun. So much fun.
Dissing you, Goo. No, he's not. I know what he's doing.
Who said that?
Chris A on YouTube.
Chris A, you know what? Take it somewhere else. Take it somewhere.
No, 925 views.
Oh.
Yeah.
Sorry, the other dude.
Yeah, Chris A.
It's 925. Get with a program. Let me guess. You're a first-time listener.
I'm going to be mad if I come in tomorrow and you and Evan say you ain't going to the game. To the baseball
Giants game?
Yeah, we're going. How much baseball you been watching? I've been
let me guess. You've been nailing it.
No, I tape it. Then
sure
watch it.
Yeah. Gotcha. What was I going to say?
Big win yesterday for the Giants.
Oh, it was the first must-win of the year. They don't want to lose touch with 500. No, serious.
Well, they are.
Neither did the A's. What are they?
What
2 and 7?
happened?
2 and 7.
Can I bat? Can I throw a pitch? What is going on? Fitz voice.
He could use you.
I'm going to slow down and let you get through this. Go ahead, Steiny.
925. Been here, Steiny. All right, 925. Guru and I have a relationship. Stop trying to break us up.
That's all. But the Alfred thing really hurt me.
But you know what we are? We're like what's it called? Benifer.
Some calling us Splash Brothers.
We're Ben Affleck and Jennifer Lopez. Like, we are a couple that everybody envies because somebody wants to be with you and somebody wants to be with me.
Well, that would mean you got a bunch of other partners if you're J-Lo.
What do you mean?
She's been with, yeah.
Really? Oh, yeah, Ben Affleck's only been with one.
No, but none we know about. A-Rod. What was the other dude, original one?
That's not fair to her.
Mark Anthony.
Yeah, Mark Anthony.
Let's not do this.
J-Lo looks great.
Of course she does.
She used to be a fly girl, dude.
Jeez.
On In Living Color.
I don't know what that means. I'm sorry.
Damn it! On Living Color, one of the girls that was dancing.
Jim Carrey?
Yeah. Jamie Foxx.
I don't.
Tommy Davidson. Jim. Yeah, you said Carey. And the Wayans. Dude, a lot of talent off that show.
The Wayans?
Yeah.
Ben Affleck was also married to Jennifer Gardner and has kids.
That would be Garner, no D, I believe. Do I have to correct you guys left and right?
You know what I meant. That's how I live my life. I'm 50 years old. Damn it, you could Google the stuff.
Poor John just comes in here. He sees us once a week now.
Well, you did it. Put your other D.
I shouted out his buddy, though.
Oh, you
so,
did
hey,
do
John,
that.
seriously, were you playing with him or he was playing in another foursome?
I was. Yeah, it was my first hole-in-one I ever witnessed. I felt like I hit it.
Yeah, it's pretty fun. Yeah, you know what? It's better you didn't because you got to drink for free.
There you go.
Touche.
Hey, I had some.
Give it to me. Liquor?
Yeah.
Henny?
Give it to me. No.
Cognac?
God. My boy Kane
wine
hooked me
spritzer?
up, and I called him
Who?
yesterday. Kane. Carrington.
All right.
I'm talking, I think of it.
Ciroc.
No.
All right, while you think of this, I'm
I
going
got
to
a
tell
video
Michael
he said-
Allen
all right, hold on.
he can stick it right up his Guglioni. Steiny dishes it out but can't take it. That's not true.
Some people, I've been hearing that.
That's
I
a
know
bunch of
it, but I
crap.
can't remember. I told we got in a fight.
That's
I
a
said,
bunch of
you
crap.
Can't take, it felt good.
I
Remember
can take
said, you
anything.
I know you can.
In fact, one of the reasons I'm Teflon is because I take myself less seriously than anybody in this place.
Don Julio Steiny. Oh,
I've had
it was
that once or
smooth,
twice.
boy.
Yeah, I've had
it was
that. Had
feeling
that-
good.
You know what?
The whole night, if you know what I
You know
mean.
what? Last time I had Don Julio, we believe
Come
in
on.
Dallas,
How-
Texas,
Oh,
game 2.
You were getting after it.
Get
then.
serious. No, I'm sorry. It's after game 1.
You and who?
What if I?
Statute of limitations. Come on.
You know who I was? Okay,
Can you
know-
remember?
Oh, absolutely.
Well, damn,
I have 5
Evan.
pictures from the table. That would be Travis Schlenk was in there.
Okay.
Somebody who just got fired was there.
Steven Silas.
Stephen A. Silas
Wow.
was there.
Young Steven.
Russell Turner, who's now the head coach at UC Irvine.
You got a great memory sometimes.
All the assistant coaches.
No, Don Nelson Jr.?
No, he was in Dallas.
Okay.
He was in Dallas. We break here, what, about 43?
Dude, I had some Don Julio's. It was smooth, Steiny.
Texline might be onto something though.
What's that?
Well, you know, you dish it, but you can't take it. Is that why you like Jordan Poole so much? You just always chirping.
That
Chirp,
is
chirp, chirp,
wow.
chirp.
And you defend him at every turn.
All the time.
That's a low blow.
Yeah, we want an answer. You look perplexed.
That's a low blow.
It's valid, though.
No, it's not. What, Evan? What? Go ahead. Stick it to me.
No, I wasn't.
I
I was
can
trying to
laugh.
set you up for a layup there as to, take some criticism so that you can show that you can take it.
Of course I can.
Look, Joe Lacob.
Yeah.
Dude, I got
4-1.
dubs in 5. Hurry up, Whitley.
And that'll change.
Could be a sweep.
That'll change. How many times do you think Guru will change his prediction, including during the series and then after?
How many times did I try to get out the bet? None. Well, Wiggins was the only time.
Tried to get out to bed for 3 months.
Yeah.
Don't do that.
Until Wiggins came back.
Don't do it.
How many games?
Steiny only knew the white guy on Living Color. That's not true. That's not true.
Oh, man, that's the stuff
About
I was starting, though. Tap me into that.
I knew.
That's pretty good.
You know what?
Oh, boy.
I knew weigh-ins. I just didn't know which one of the 7.
No, that's
All right?
how many there were. They
I
all
know.
bubbled off of
You
that.
just say when. It's like, hey, Jackson's. That counts. Tito, Michael. It all counts. Counts. As
Yeah, Stardy, your boy wet his whistle with that
Tell you
drinky
some- Let me
drink.
tell you something, Sack. I may come up. I may.
Make an appearance.
I might.
Dude, Saturday, you ain't got no work Sunday? Let's get after
I'm
it.
golfing Sunday.
Well, you could
Oh,
drive
no, I'm
back.
not. I'm golfing Saturday.
Well, you
Early. I can do it all. I can golf and then head up to Golden One. Just gotta get tickets. I'll call. Good. A lot of people I can call for tickets up there. What are you looking at?
this long Dear John text. I don't know if it's to you or me.
Probably me.
Most radio people can't take it. That's why they pick and choose who to have on air so they can spin it in their favor. That's just the radio business, guy.
No, thanks a lot, 5-1. Glad.
Yeah, you know what I do.
All right, when we come back, hey, we got changeover, and if you know anything about the changeover, you know
With a guest appearance.
anything can happen on anything. Hi.
What did I do wrong?
This is a legacy game.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Baby.
What are you doing?
This is Biggie.
Don't tell me who it is.
This is Biggie.
That's the one from New York, right?
There you go.
And then Tupac's the one from out here.
Tupac's kind of from both.
Anybody from Chicago? Was it best?
Common.
Oh, I like him.
The actor.
I like
Look
him.
at that guy Will in the
let me
building.
tell you something. I'm going to be honest with you.
I hate when you say that because I feel like you're lying to me.
You say that every time. Yeah. Willard playing with a little fire. Now, not quite to the extent of picking Dallas in 6.
What's up, baby? Yeah.
But let me tell you what word could come back to haunt Willard, and that word is adorable. He's called the Sacramento Kings adorable.
Yes.
Oh, boy. He's being condescending, yet he thinks he's not.
Yeah.
No, actually, he knows he is. He's a smart
My
guy.
boy brought that up in the media room in Sac when I went to check out the Warriors Friday. K. Diddy, the adorable.
Yeah.
Did it come up?
Yeah, it came
Who
up.
said it?
K. Diddy.
Oh,
we were talking. He said,
yeah.
"Gooey adorable." I heard Willard. I said, "Wow, Larry, I just think this is a great draw for the Dubs. I really do."
Wait till you hear this.
Turn on my mic.
Yeah.
It's like welcome to Radio
Damn.
Radio 101.
Damn, rusty
Mic
much?
on. Okay. This sets up so nice.
Look at
This sets
it.
up so
Look at
First
the
of all,
smile.
I got family beef here because my brother, who's a judge, grew up.
Oh,
we grew
you
up.
have beef with the judge.
Yeah, seriously.
Damn.
Seriously, I got beef with the judge. All of a sudden, I'm gonna have parking tickets,
Yeah,
all kinds of,
Man.
no, but my brother, who we both grew up diehard Warrior fans. Now he lives in Sac. He's like, he's like every time 19 texts from him in the last 6 months, like 18 of them say like the beam. I mean,
When he switched?
Yes.
He grew up a Warrior fan and he switched?
He grew up a Warrior fan and he switched.
That already makes him wrong.
You can't.
That already makes it. No, it's not. Why is it allowed?
You can't do that, Steiny.
Switch.
He moved to Sac?
Yeah, he moved to Sac. He lives in Natoma.
I say
How
that.
would you feel about me if I got a gig in Boston and then next year I'm like, Sox, Red Sox.
I call you Kate
Fenway
Scott.
Park.
Wow. Occasional 5, Steiny. That was she's working.
That's a former partner of mine right there.
I lived in L.A. for 20 years.
Preach to him.
And I did not ever allow blue in the home.
So when I moved down here, I wasn't allowed to become a Warrior fan.
You didn't.
Well, I was gonna, but apparently I couldn't. And now because I couldn't, everybody hates me.
Okay, wait. This is a good question. That's a fair question. That's a fair question.
I think so.
If you grew up your whole life in an area, that's your team, man.
Wow.
That's your team.
That's your team.
I don't think he should switch. Now, he has kids. My brother's got 2 boys.
Well,
if his boys want to be Kings fans, let him be Kings
Well,
fans.
it's up to them.
Yeah.
It's up to them.
But he should be a Warrior fan.
Yep.
He should be like, I'm a Warrior fan, but you know what? We're real close to Golden 1, and you can be a Kings fan. But no, he's all in on Kings. So
That's where I live. I had a home before I got into business. I never once. There could be a great story, follow, but it's Warriors on mine.
Yeah, it's got to be Warriors, and it sets up beautifully for the Warriors.
Yeah, pick one.
This to me was the whole thing for Golden State. If Golden State got Phoenix and Denver in the first couple rounds, as opposed to Sacto and Memphis, I love the Sacramento Memphis combo in the first.
I
two
was
rounds.
scared of Phoenix.
It's not just that. That whole side of the bracket, because let's be honest now, especially with the implosion that was the Minnesota Timberwolves yesterday on multiple levels.
What happened?
The Lakers. What do you mean, what am I talking about?
Finch has him ready.
You got Gobert punching a teammate on the sideline.
Wow.
You have your best defensive player upset by it to the point that he punches a wall and breaks his hand on the
How
way.
dumb is that,
to the,
Larry?
I mean, come on. Like
Seriously.
they're done.
Larry.
They're done. The Lakers are winning.
Hold this
tomorrow
train
night.
of thought.
They
Hold
were
this
never
train,
not
Larry.
done.
You know how in football training camp,
Right.
when they're practicing against each other all the time, and they
Love
just
it.
need to play somebody else because tempers are flaring.
That doesn't bring McDaniels back. He's out.
That's football.
Right.
Football different. Listen. The Lakers are going to beat the Wolves tomorrow night, and what it sets up is a 4-team group that is about as juicy of an NBA playoff that you can offer from the jump. It's 2 young, up-and-coming, brash, it's our time teams that love to tell you about it, versus the old guard.
Yeah.
The Warriors play the Kings, the Grizzlies play the Lakers, and here's the Grizzlies and the Kings as the two home teams, and Vegas favors both of the road teams in this situation. And what I would tell the Grizzlies and the Kings, and especially the Kings, this is what's good. If you're a Kings fan, here's why you're going to throw up in your mouth about this. This
adorable.
Matchup. It's not because I'm calling you adorable, because you are. But here's the deal. A Kings fan, more than any fan in America, is afraid of the refs because they've been there. If you ask any Kings fan,
going Lakers?
The last time they were good, they all agree across the board in Sacramento. They got reffed right out of the playoffs because the NBA wanted the Lakers to move on.
They're forever have not in their minds.
Man.
So you're all happy that you got the Warriors. Let me ask you, Kings fan, who do you think the league wants the Grizzlies or Lakers to face?
The Warriors.
There's
no doubt.
There's no doubt. So I'm not calling corruption before the series even starts. But you think you want this? You don't want this.
Look at you.
You do not want this.
Here's the one question I have.
I don't know.
What's Wiggins bringing in this series? How much is he playing? How much is Kerr going with him? Personally, after watching the game the other night, I finally got a chance to see Moses Moody get some run. I would like to see Moses Moody play some minutes that should go to Wiggins, at least that Kerr has suggested are going to go to Wiggins. Yeah. I'd like to see Wiggins slow played in the first round. If you
can afford that, Larry.
Yeah, well,
I mean that's their MO anyway, right?
That's not the indication I was getting. I was getting the indication that it's like when the playoffs start, it's full bore. Wiggins in the lineup. Wiggins getting major minutes.
I was hearing he may not start.
What does he do this week? I mean, I've heard also the same thing.
5-on-5 today and 3-on-3.
Yeah, when he is fully in shape, then yes, it's a full go. Is he going to be there? Kerr came on with us Wednesday and was like, he's got to do this a bunch of times before we put him out there. I would assume he's in that starting lineup. If that's by metrics the best starting lineup in the NBA, then you got to put it out there in the playoffs, don't you?
I'll be there when I be there.
Oh,
yeah, no doubt.
That's what you got to do.
And if I'm the Kings, I told Stan, he thinks I'm like scared because the Wiggins thing is so huge on what's he going to be? Like, is he going to pick up right where he left off last year in the playoffs or what we saw this year? That don't make me a bad person. And I want to see it. And it's going to be a big component on if they can, go back to back. So he looked a little smaller, not bad small, but I was like, okay, where's he at? I want to see it.
I mean, that's kind of Wiggins. Prime. That's kind of Wiggins all the time. What's he going to be tonight? I don't know. I don't know.
First of all, is he going to be the Wiggins that he's been through most of his career with the Warriors, or is he going to be the Wiggins that we saw last year in the finals? Who rebounded
like a menace? Or the first half Wiggins that came back after that adductor that, he wasn't on his game.
Right.
Yeah, a little rusty.
You know what I'm smelling? Evan, I'm already smelling it, and I can smell it. Wiggins as a scapegoat.
Oh, stop.
I'm smelling
they won't
Wiggins
even need that.
as scapegoat
They won't even need
back
that.
to Wiggins. I actually think Wiggins is the perfect player to come back in the playoffs on any kind of terms because he's not, and I've said this a million times, he's not going to disrupt your offensive pecking order. Defensively, he's going to improve your team if he's like last year. I mean, the only thing I could see is maybe he's not making threes because he's a little bit rusty, but he's not going to F it up. You know what I mean? He's just not going to come out and go 3 for 14.
Once again, though, Steiny, I mean, if that's the case, then, why are people paying such fat cash to see all these regular season games? So you're telling me a guy can take 7 weeks off, not play a single tune-up game, and it's like, hey, bro, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Wow.
If it doesn't matter,
I hear you.
If it doesn't matter, it doesn't matter why am I paying $1,000 for tickets?
That's exactly what he's saying.
I know.
And if it's not, I'll say it for him. The Los Angeles Lakers are now the 4th favorite in the West to go to the NBA Finals. They completely slept until February.
Right.
They slept until the trade deadline.
Oh, I mean, Pelinka deserves
that is a fact.
He doesn't just deserve Executive of the Year. He deserves to have the Executive of the Year award named after him if the Lakers go on and go to the finals or do something big.
They had the best deadline.
They were done. I saw them early in the year before the trade deadline. Before the Hachimura deal, the Lakers were on life support.
And I
now-
don't like their matchup against the Warriors. 3-1 against the Warriors this year, but this new Warrior team, I mean, even without LeBron, they came in here and beat them. They got everything, Willard. They got champions. They got size. They got athletes.
They got rid of Westbrook.
shooting. Yeah, well,
Get rid of Westbrook.
yeah. I'm rooting for that guy, but I'm at the end.
Rudy Gobert yesterday for me.
was that?
Kyrie Irving and Russell Westbrook make their own fraternity now, which is that you can watch every team and every player immediately gets better when they get away from them.
I have nothing.
Watch
I love
it.
all three. I have nothing for you.
Follow their track. What did the Celtics do when Kyrie left?
I think that
they went to the NBA
people
Finals.
are talking about
Seriously.
the needle,
Like-
the vaccine. That was where he was supposed to be the guy, and he was still in his prime, the mentor. And then the moment you leave, they start balling.
And the Mavericks, that was unequivocally the most embarrassing finish to a major professional sporting season I've ever seen. And this investigation should not take their draft pick away, but they should freeze it. You may not move up and go get Victor, even though you've only got 3% chance to do so. You
can't
cannot.
get it.
You
can't be
cannot
the one.
advertise to fans who are on the way to the game, thinking that tonight's the night we chase the 10 seed and get to the postseason, and advertise with a press conference. Yep, sorry, my higher ups told me that everyone
Jason
sits.
Kidd said
but,
it.
But Luke will get one quarter if you get your seats on time, and then
And they
he's
had
going to
to
sit
lead.
too. I mean, no, you do not get to do this.
Let me ask you guys this. Is Kyrie the convenient scapegoat there? I mean, Luka
Yeah,
is
he
the
is.
guy.
Oh, no, you're totally right.
Come on,
Yeah,
man.
Luka's
I don't
first on
care
my
if
list.
Kyrie's there. Luka is the guy. And,
right.
and since he wasn't the guy, he's got to wear that.
Well, no, there's no question about that. However, Kyrie's not in. Look at Kyrie's last three moves. Disaster, bigger disaster, biggest disaster. And now he's a free agent. Any GM who signs him should be fired.
I know.
But you know, there's
Any
a
GM
line
who signs
coming,
him.
Willard. There's a line coming.
Yeah, because there are a lot of idiots in this world. I mean, why
I don't
on
know what you-
earth would you bring him to your team?
Okay,
good question.
Give me one
'Cause he
good
can
reason.
ball.
Yeah,
I mean,
maybe you like Uncle Drew.
Westbrook,
I don't know.
dude, I told
Westbrook
Westbrook
he goes,
was
he's not blockbuster. I said he got a movie.
It's the worst movie of all time. Hey, I got to ask you.
You
guys
got to
this.
see Air.
We're
Go
all,
ahead, yeah.
we're all in
It's all
agreement.
queued
I mean,
up.
I haven't even asked you guys this, but we're all in agreement. Warriors are taking Kings down in the first round.
I got him in 5.
6.
I got him in 5 too.
I'll go 6.
You got 6.
I'm
Steiny?
waiting a
He got
little bit, but I'm waiting a little bit.
Okay.
I think I love
Steiny
this
says
Steiny.
Mavs in 7. Go ahead.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
No,
a
but
year over. It's over.
Kings in
If
3.
Sacramento,
Probably gonna pick the Warriors.
if Sacramento were to get this done,
Yes,
how would they get it done?
I think.
Tell him what you said earlier.
Okay, so again, like everybody's gonna. There are some things that could happen. Like you ever watch a series and like you watch first game and you're like, oh boy, I didn't see that, and then it goes that way. I think there
Make
could
them
be
the
a
goal.
case where the Warriors' age shows against the young.
Against the backcourt, you mean?
Yeah,
Gets
they-
a-
yeah,
yeah,
if I just
Herder
run it all,
against Clay and Steph.
I don't disagree with that, but isn't that, I
That's
mean,
a big ass.
that's not the Kings. That's the Warriors, and that's kind of the point. This series is, Kings, you can be as mad about this as you want. This series is about the Warriors. You summon the energy, or are you old? It's one or the other.
Yeah.
And that will
You
be
gonna
our
contest threes,
and that-
Warriors?
right.
Yeah.
Are you playing defense or not?
Okay.
We'll find out Saturday.
No doubt.
Are you playing four? Because if you play 4 quarters of defense, you're
You'll
winning
win.
this series.
I believe
because Sacramento can't.
I,
They
to me,
literally
That I
can't.
agree with.
I think Keegan Murray, to me, is the guy I'm looking for because he played way better than I thought he was going to play this year. I mean, you're talking about 41% from 3. If he's making those kinds of shots, if HB is the opposite of what HB was, he was with the Warriors in the playoffs. Those are the factors right there that worry me a little bit. But I like Golden State because I think Golden State's bench is really, really good. And look what look what the defense has turned around into in a short amount of time since Payton has showed up. I mean, it's night and day.
Yeah.
And here comes Wiggins.
And to your point, I told Steiny and the listeners, every turn, every road game, the 2 Memphis games, I was like, oh, I got my pulse on the Warrior team. That road stuff is over. And then they get beat by 20. This is it. This, like Saturday at 5:30, I want to see the Warriors contesting the 3. So then I can say they were kind of sleepwalking, not on purpose. Now it's go time. But Willard, if we come back here on Monday and they give up 138 to Sac and it's
they
wide
might.
open threes
Oh, they
left and
might.
right, then I'm going to be like, Steiny was right. This is who they are.
Sacramento.
Don't do that after one game.
Sacramento, right. I'll tell you
Larry,
why. He's right, and I'll tell you why. First of all, Sacramento is going to go north of 130 in this series at least a time or two. Yes, they will. And that's why the Warriors are not going to sweep or even gentlemen sweep, in my opinion. And think about what the Warriors are going into Saturday night, right? These are fans who were in college the last time the Kings were in the playoffs, and now they've got babies. They've got children and problems and taxes and all. I mean, the angst, the energy that the Warriors are going up against in that building, that is 16 years of anger that is about to be thrown. And I know there'll be a lot of Warrior fans in the building, but that's going to be an environment now. That's going to be an environment.
Oh, yeah. There's a lot of doubt there, though, man. I mean, there's a lot of doubt.
Like 80 pounds.
All it's going to take is one huge energy Warrior first quarter, and there's going to be people sitting there going, uh-oh.
Oh, sure. Sure.
But that'll wear off.
They need to start fast.
Because let me tell you what's going to be a miserable couple days. If the Warriors win game one, those next 2 or 3 days are going to be a nightmare for Sacramento.
Yeah.
So
the down
and Warrior fans can be like, we messed around all year.
Yeah. No, go
all year.
Go further.
And we got the home court.
Go further, because even if they win
and we
game
may get
two,
the home court next series.
Even if they win game two, that won't make it go away. They're going to have to sit in that for a whole week if they lose game one. I agree with you.
Yeah.
Well, if Memphis beats the Lakers, they would have home court.
I actually see a scenario where the
Lakers
Warriors could theoretically lose the first two and still win the series, believe it or not.
I do too.
Because
Sacramento's not like outside of what I just said in game one. Sacramento's not a great home team. That's not a great.
Right. Yeah.
It's not a scary.
Their
home
road
environment.
record was better, but you would think it was like Chris Webber in their prime. Like you go to Arco, it's over. But
the other thing I want to see is, and it's probably not fair, but Sabonis. I like him. I don't love him. I feel like he has a little bit of hollow numbers to his game.
Which ones?
Everyone. I mean, first of all, I thought he averaged over 19, so forget points. But just the assists and the rebounds.
To me, the assists. If he is,
well, let's say
7 assists a game.
No doubt. I'm not saying
if he's distributing.
Here's
that's
the one
gonna be a
thing.
problem.
I believe he will be the guy. He's either going to hurt the Warriors in a big, big way, or the Warriors are going to have control of the series, and we're going to go. Sabonis had 23, 11, and 6. So. They lost by 9, and I know that's a lot to just put on him, but there's a difference between putting up numbers and really hurting the Warriors, getting guys into foul trouble, making the Warriors change. Can he do that? I don't know. I'm looking forward to see him playing in a series. I really am.
To me, Sabonis, the rebounder, I'm expecting they're going to get all kinds of second and third chance opportunities because I think he's that good of a rebounder, but. To me, Sacramento's not going to win this series unless Sabonis does in this series what he did all year, and distribute and pile up huge assist totals.
I always say this, and Warriors' last 10 years have been the best team. There's no doubt. How do you beat the Warriors? You have to win the matchups against the big boys. How does Sacramento win? De'Aaron Fox needs to be as good as Curry this series. Simple as that. Yeah. He has to be. You're not going to
get Curry in foul trouble.
Yeah, you're not going to win the series, with gimmicks and stuff. Sabonis is going to have to be a problem. Fox is going to have to be a problem, and then one other guy has got to come out of nowhere for the
Monk.
Kings.
I got to ask.
Murray or Barnes. Yeah.
I got to do this. We're as a show going to the Giants and Dodgers tomorrow. We'll be in the house.
Look at you.
So,
what does that mean as a show? Just the two of you?
No,
or are there other humans?
Everybody, Evan, and
E-Dog.
Donnie got the kids, so he ain't going.
Okay,
but
so
he's part of the couple show.
Right.
So listen, I got 3 kids. No favorites. Love them all the same. I love all sports the same. I know it's hoop, but guys, I was invested in that Giant game Saturday, and I saw Strickland giving up that bomb before it happened.
Yep.
Now,
what's he even doing there?
2 innings, but hold on, everybody was available. I'm not saying they're 4 and 5. They're bad. I'm not saying that. No, yesterday was a big win. But I felt like Kapler ran from the media Saturday after that blunder that I blamed it on him. And then yesterday, this just me, help me process this. Then you're giving a State of the Union in the dugout as if you're 8-2. I just didn't like those optics.
Well,
is that just me? I just, like Saturday, I couldn't find you after the game. And then
what happened after the game?
I didn't hear from him.
Well,
it was like way late. Oh, I guess he said this, and they were trying to work on some things. Like, dude, you had your whole bullpen available, and you let Ross in there, who gave up 3 home runs all spring and the game in New York.
And the inning before.
But yesterday, you come back and win. I thought they lost. And then you're just in the dugout, just like, I don't know, man. And I know Kepler
I can't stand that they don't get sky high in baseball for every game.
Where were you when it was bad, Larry? I guess I'm asking.
The other one I was thinking of is
my bad. But
why Farhan? You didn't want Aroldis Chapman? Why is Aroldis Chapman in Kansas City if you're trying to compete? You needed that lefty, and you're going with Ross Stripling in the 8th inning, and you could have had Aroldis Chapman throwing 101, and he's pitching for Kansas City. You tell me you couldn't outbid Kansas City for Aroldis Chapman? So I think it's on both those guys.
I don't mind who they have in the bullpen. I think they need, like you just said, they need to use them. Ross Strip, I was in the building Saturday. I had the whole family there. I had the whole family there.
Yeah.
And thank you. My mind, as soon as Stripling, when there was one runner on, you're like, okay, if he gets another guy on, they get to get him out of here because the next guy, I feel like, is going to hit a 3-run homer. And this day, which felt the whole day, it's one of those like lazy sort of like, you're like, oh, they're going to win today. Like it just had the game the whole day. As soon as Wade put it in the water, you're like, this is their game. Plus, they had won every even-numbered game all year long.
They thought it was their game.
This is just their game. And then the second that it was like they went out there, the pitching coach comes out to talk to him. I'm like, no, not the pitching coach. You're not letting him throw to this guy, are you? And then
you have one thing in mind.
What happened? By the way, you had the genius catcher of the era in Buster Posey. You played this team in the freaking World Series. Buster Posey got Sally Perez out consistently with high stuff up above his hands, and instead you go golf.
He tied him up. They tied him up in the World Series.
Exactly.
What do you say we let these guys do their show?
Okay.
No, you got something else to say?
No, that was it.
Well,
I think Steiny wants to leave.
And I think as you,
I got golf
the
lessons
precedent's been set. I mean, if you want to stay by yourself, go ahead.
I got golf lessons.
Guru,
Look at that.
Kruger.
The spot is hot.
He'll just keep talking.
The spot is hot.
He won't stop.
I'd be a great cop.
Something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I want to talk Warriors and Kings, but can we complete that thought just real quick? Because I do want to. This isn't to defend. I agree with everything you just said about Kepler on Saturday, but then in the very next inning, you load the bases with nobody out. And I understand there'll be a few times for every team all year long, you load the bases with no one out, and you don't score. You didn't put the ball in play. You didn't even
story of their year.
Put the ball in play. I think that hitters look to me like they're conditioned from the 3 true outcomes from the last few years, and now that the shift is over and everything, guys are going to take some time before they change their swing back to Tony Gwynville, who couldn't even play in today's game, right? Because you're not swinging for the fences all the time. I mean, that was twofold. Yes, should have made the pitching change, but come on, you also got to score in the bottom of the 8th inning.
Right. And let's talk about that for a second. The Giants have averaged like 11 strikeouts per game. They're striking out over 11 times per game. That's just too many. I mean, that's just way too many. But yeah, I mean, it was Tyro, it was Crawford. Who was the third guy there?
Was it Sable? Might have been Sable.
Sable was the last guy.
Sable.
Yeah.
The
Crawford one is the worst.
Yeah,
one,
by the time he got up, I'm like, he's gonna strike out.
Yeah.
He's gonna strike out. But anyway, hi Larry. It's Larry Kruger, everybody.
What's up, Mark?
Say
Good
hi to
see
Larry
you.
Kruger.
Hello, everybody.
Yeah. What's going on? YouTube, Twitch. Thank you for being with us. Comcast Business text line at your disposal, and so is the phone line at 888-957-9570. And we have got to hear from you today. And the question will be, how do you think the movie is going to end? And here's what I mean. This is what I would be really worried about. Thank you, brother. I would be very worried about if I were a fan of the Sacramento Kings. The Golden State Warriors this year are a movie script. It's very, very clear from the beginning. Before they'd even played a game, we've got one teammate punching another. It's the perfect setup for how can they navigate their way emotionally and physically back from something like that. You have a little bit of The Last Dance sprinkled in. You've got major iconic stars getting injured. You've got one who's come back to play at a level that no one thought possible. All of them still playing at a high level. But then you factor in the young guys and their development. And then you've got one star who just disappears. And nobody even knows where he went or why. And he's gone. And then poof, here he comes back exactly when you need him the most. And then your geographic rival right up the street, the brand new guys who've never been there before with young stars show up for a potential changing of the guard moment with your two most bitter rivals waiting for you if you get through this series, the Lakers or the Grizzlies. The whole thing is a movie script. And usually when there's a movie script in the NBA makes sure that that script plays out. That's all I'm saying.
You're saying that it's a fix and that the Warriors are going to win because of a fix.
That's too strong. That's too strong of a word. It's too strong of a word. But
the league wants the Warriors.
Does a Kings fan not feel some angst? Like, that's the one thing I haven't heard that I don't understand.
Do you think they're more fearful of the series being taken from them by the refs in the league, or more worried about just the Warrior that the regular season really does mean absolutely squat, and they kind of know it, and they have no experience, and the Warriors have all the experience.
It's all of those things. It's all of it. I mean, what's the number one thing that a Kings fan is worried about? Like right now in this moment, they won't admit to any of it. They won't admit there's so much false bravado coming out of Sacramento. It's hysterical.
Like Metu guaranteed they're going to win the series.
Of course. And I saw something from the locker room just a few weeks ago. They literally have a motto, and we can't say it on the air because we get fired or dumped or whatever, but it's bleep them. Bleep them. If someone thinks that you're not ready, bleep them.
Right.
If someone thinks you're not good enough, bleep them. Well, fine. You can bleep them all you want. But the idea, look, maybe the Kings are going to win this series. I'm not arrogant enough with these Warriors. Are you kidding? I'm not convinced of anything, but the idea that the Kings as an organization and their fan base knows what's about to happen, how could they? You've never been here before. You never experienced anything like this.
Right.
Ever.
No. Yeah. No, there's no question. I kind of think Steiny had a little verbal foreshadowing with his comment. Is that the Warriors season has been about, do you believe? They're daring us to not believe. Right? They're awful all year on the road. They were daring us to just say, put a fork in them, they're done. I think this series plays out exactly the same. They lose game 1, they probably lose game 2. They come back 0-2, and Kings fans are riding high and talking big smack and all. And by the way, I think this is going to be the launch point for a beautiful new rivalry because I've been in Sacramento. I've lots of Kings fans. The Warriors are not their rival. There's lots of people up there that like the Warriors as well as the Kings. It's the Lakers that's their rivalry. They have the hatred for the Lakers. It's not for the Warriors. It's for the Lakers. But after this series, when the Warriors come back from 0-2 and send them on to Cancun, you know what? It's going to be that's going to be switched from Lakers to Warriors, and it's going to be on. And that, to me, going forward, I think it's going to be an awesome thing to watch.
So many of the NBA rivalries. This is actually interesting. We could throw this out to everybody, too, at 888-957-9570. I agree with you, and I made this statement. I go, look, if the Warriors lose this series, who do you think I'm pulling for the rest of the way? It's the Kings.
Yeah.
There's no hatred there. This is actually based on geography. It's based on young versus old, and it's just sort of based on circumstance. But that's the way most NBA rivalries are. They evolve. They're for hire. If you ask a Warrior fan right now who you hate the most, there's no question.
Memphis
Grizzlies.
Yeah. Dylan Brooks. I hate Dylan Brooks.
Where does that come from? They're in Tennessee.
Right.
There's no rivalry there, but there is right now. At other points in the last decade, it's been anywhere Chris Paul plays, right? It's been the Houston Rockets.
Daryl Morey.
The Lakers are sort of sitting there at times, but it's never really worked out where both teams are good at the same time.
Right.
Same as the Kings.
It's more, the Warriors are more like, we're taking your spot, Lakers. And the Lakers are like, hey, we're not relinquishing our spot.
Or sometimes it's west to east. It's been LeBron at times. Like, obviously, for 2-3 years, it was like the Cavs and the Warriors.
Yeah.
And that was the thing. Outside of Lakers Celtics, how many NBA rivalries really are there that are sustainable, that really get people's juices flowing? Are there any? I mean,
I don't know.
Boston and Philly?
That's Larry Bird, Dr. J. That's decades ago.
That's decades ago. And those cities, Philly, Boston, New York, they all just battle in all of their sports. But outside of Red Sox, Yankees, I don't know what quote unquote rivalry.
Eagles, Giants, and I
guess, right?
In the same division.
Yeah,
they played in the playoffs.
I like what you're saying in that like I don't think this is a rivalry, but maybe a temporary one is born out of it. But that only works, quite frankly, if the Warriors win the series. Because the Kings will be here again next year. Like, they're growing. They're building something. I think they're going to be around for a while. The Warriors are, there's a clock. There's a shelf life on this, however long it goes. And maybe it's up.
Well,
I don't know.
That's the drama here. Because if you had said Warriors Kings, let's say in December when the Kings got off to a nice start, it'd be like, oh, that'd be an interesting series.
Right.
But you've always thought Warriors would be the higher seed. But now it's Sacramento's trying to establish themselves. They're tired of the Warriors. They're tired of the Warriors getting all the love. And this series is going to leave bitterness. I don't know if the Warriors are going to be rooting for the Kings and Warrior fans will be rooting for the Kings if the Kings move on here. Because if the Kings move on here, it's the end of the run. If the Warriors move on here, it's the regular season means jack.
Yep.
And I look at it like all these teams are searching for the treasure, and the Warriors are the only team in the West that actually has the map. And everybody else is just like eager to get the treasure, and they're enthusiastic and they're energetic and they're mean well, but they don't know where that map is. The Warriors are like that marathon runner who's running their 5th marathon, and everybody else is running the marathon for the first time. So they know exactly how their body needs to feel. They're totally in tune with where they're at and how much energy they need to expend, so on and so forth. Well, these other teams are just like, I'm just going to keep going. I'm just going to keep going as long as I can.
They're searching.
Yeah.
I mean, the Dallas Mavericks are like, well fine, Luka, we'll get you Kyrie. And now luck. Now what? Now you gave away 2 of your best defenders. You have Kyrie Irving. He's a free agent. Luka's sitting there with his palms up like they always are after every single play. And you're a disaster all because why? Because you got to the Western Conference Finals a year ago and quickly realized you're still nowhere close. And so they're all searching. I don't know what the magic potion is. And maybe it is that it just needs to time out. Maybe the Warriors thing just needs to time. That's what happens usually in the NBA. The Bulls weren't done until they just imploded themselves, right?
Yeah.
LeBron didn't stop winning or a team doesn't stop winning with LeBron until he leaves and goes to a different team. And then that team starts winning. So that's, to me, the question of this series is are the Warriors simply ready to time out, or like you're saying, does the regular season mean bubkiss, and are they now going to turn it on and play hard defense? If they can summon even a shadow of the defense that they played in the playoffs last year, then they're going to win this series. They're going to win this series.
I mean, Sacramento's sitting there going, we got next. And the big question is next right now? And how much does the regular season matter? Does the regular season matter? And Sacramento's truly the better team, and the speed of Fox and the athleticism and the youth of Herter is going to be too much for Steph and Klay? Or are Steph and Klay going to be like, we're still the beasts in this room. We're still going for 50 combined points. We're still on our game. That makes me think it's going to be a Warriors series because I just can't picture Fox and Herter sending Steph and Klay into the offseason.
I mean,
it's hard to picture.
I think that's the phrase that's in my mind. When you say you can't picture it, again, I go back to the movie. So how does this movie end? 888-957-9570. It's been a movie. How does it end? Or at least, what's the next scene? Because the idea that all of these things would happen for 10 years, and then even the things that have happened this season, the idea that this is how it would end seems unlikely to me. It seems unlikely to me. Because if that's how it ends, then it was actually rather feeble. It really this season was a house of cards. To get to this point where you worked your way out of the play-in tournament, you end up with the team that Brian Windhorst 2 weeks ago called the mark. It's the team that everybody in the Western Conference wanted in the first round because they have no experience. They don't play that dominant at home, and they don't play defense. Those are the three things that win in the playoffs. So that's what a Kings fan doesn't want to hear, but is Al Gore the inconvenient truth. You can be all kinds of good. Like they get so defensive on social media about Fox and Sabonis. You haven't watched Fox and Sabonis. Yeah, I have. They're very good players. But there are three characteristics that go into winning in the playoffs. Experience, defense, and defending home court. They don't do any of them. They don't do any of them.
I know. No, they don't. I mean, which is amazing because Mike Brown is known for his defense. He goes to Sacramento. They're scoring 119 a game or whatever. You know?
Right. He hasn't been able to figure it out yet.
You know, the one thing I loved about what Mike Brown did this year, Mark, was Mike Brown did what Steve Kerr has done, which is NBA seasons are long. And the one thing about Kerr is he's kept the thing together. His teams don't fracture. So there's all kinds of talented NBA teams that do fracture. And Sacramento was one of them. Even when they weren't talented, they were fracturing. They just 3 weeks in the middle of the year, they just don't win a game because the bottom falls out. Guys are fighting and pointing the finger. Mike Brown kept that team together and kept them all together as the whole season went through. I'm eager to see. There was also one key point. I don't know if you're watching the Warriors probably even closer than I am, but it was a couple weeks ago, and it was Kerr in the post game. And he's always begging and trying to, after some of these losses, begging his team to give him more energy. But he got deeply personal, and he just called him out. It was that game where it was like they looked great until the mid-second quarter, and then they just shut it down until the 4-minute mark. And he went in the postgame and he called him out. And I forget exactly.
Is it the loss at Denver? The loss at Denver?
I forget which game it was.
Just like a week
and
a half ago?
Yeah, it was about 10 days ago.
Yeah, he called them mindless.
He called them mindless.
That was the Denver game. That was the Denver game.
To me, that was a different point. It was like Steve getting to, guys, I'm not begging anymore. Now I'm just going to be downright insulting. I'm basically putting my finger in your chest collectively and just saying, that ain't good enough. And I'm kind of calling you all out. And I ain't doing it at practice behind the cameras. I'm doing it for everybody to see. And I think I've seen a different Warrior team from roughly that point. Now, granted, GP2's impact and the defense that he's played has had a big impact. But, man, Kerr has begged this team to play this year. It's like a jockey who's going to the whip, and he just hasn't been able to get it going. But in this last stretch, they did get it going, and I think it's going to be enough.
It's all sponsored by calhope.org. Larry is in for dibs. Your phone calls are welcome. What is the next scene in the movie? Where is it going next? 888-957-9570 is the number. Kendra Andrews is going to join us in just about 45 minutes. We look forward to that. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Life is...
DiVincenzo as Williams hustles back on defense, gets the ball to Looney. The Thompson fades left off the screen and buried him. There is number 300 on the season for Klay Thompson. His 303 to make it 23-14. Warriors on top. He's got 17.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, again, as we tell you every day, we're streaming live on YouTube. It's a great way to bring in the show. You get to see all the weird stuff that happens in the studio. Today, you get to see how good-looking Larry is. And if somebody lets one slip, if somebody cusses, you get it. Nobody else does. It's like you're in your own exclusive little club, right?
It's like YouTube rules.
Yeah, there's like a lot of emotion this week. The Warriors are playing the Kings, so I don't know. Is somebody going to come on and throw out a bomb? Maybe.
I've been saying every night on YouTube, "F the beam."
Oh, have you read that?
Yeah.
That's
which, by the
for
way,
real?
yeah, I have, because it just annoys me. But I'll say this.
But do you actually do you say F the beam, or do you actually...
I say the word.
You say duck the beam.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I really
wow,
do.
you're racy and edgy now.
I'm very racy.
Look
very
at you.
edgy.
I didn't know that
but
about you.
You know what? Whoever came up with that marketing concept...
The light the beam?
That guy needs his own corner office.
Totally.
That guy needs to be promoted.
I told Lucas and the guys, it's
a great marketing slogan campaign. It's awesome.
Who's in charge of this? Not just who came up with it, but who lights the beam? Is it a button? Is it a switch? Is there somebody at the bottom with a flashlight and an amplifier? Like what is this?
And does it lean on SMUD? I mean, like now, if you're like one of those people in SAC, does your lights like kind of flicker when they go to the beam?
Exactly.
If you're an atomist, does it kind of flicker on you?
Have there ever been any malfunctions? Has the beam ever not lit? These are the answers that I want this week. I want this person on the show. Who lights the beam? It's like they're dark man. How come nobody knows? Has this story not been told? Has it been told up there? I would imagine it's been told up there. It's become the whole thing, right?
And is it only on the outside, or can they go inverted beam?
That's another good question.
Yeah.
Can you see the beam from inside the arena? I don't know.
You can see it from miles away.
Yes, you can.
Miles away. Sacramento's relatively flat, but you know what I'm saying.
That's a good point. Yeah. There's fewer lights there. That's true. So like and subscribe for all of the 95.7 The Game content on YouTube. We'll take your calls today, 888-957-9570. So you said something, though, about the Warriors, and I got to at least wonder aloud about it. You said after Steve Kerr called out the Warriors after the Nuggets game, said they made a bunch of mindless plays, and yeah, he did have a different vibe to him, that suddenly it's been a different Warrior team since then. Well, I think, if I'm remembering correctly, the Warriors have only played 3 games since then. The first one was where they gave up north of 70 points in the first half to the Oklahoma City Thunder, and then they were able to grind back and win the game. And granted, they had to do it without Klay, so they were hampered, but a home game, and they were able to grind back and win. Still gave up 126, I think, in the game to the Thunder, but they
made the Thunder, basically submit, though, right?
They did.
Then the Thunder pulled their guys off the floor, didn't they?
They did. But they also they didn't play defense for 4 quarters. They played for 2, and they won, and that's kind of been their MO. The next 2 games, yes, they won on the road against 2 teams that completely punted. They totally punted the games, and in one of them, the Warriors took a second to really grab control, and that was in Sacramento on Friday night. I don't know how much we learned about these NBA teams that were winning last week, because more often than not, they were going against teams that were totally punting the game to them. And sometimes they still had a hard time winning. Someone on YouTube just moments ago, when I was saying that that everybody had marked the Kings, they're like, well, not the Clippers. They went out and they won yesterday. I found that a lot of people don't know the dynamic that was in play in the Western Conference yesterday. The Clippers could not comfortably lose to the Suns and stay in the playoffs. The Pelicans and T-Wolves are going down the stretch in a very close game. If the Pelicans win that game and the Clippers lose to the Suns, the Clips are in the play-in tournament.
Right.
So they had to go win. But believe you me, I'm sorry, Kings fans. Everybody wanted you. It's a fact.
Nobody believes.
Everybody wanted you. Now, you get to go prove them all wrong, but everybody wanted you.
Yeah. My thing on the Kerr thing wasn't necessarily how they played, though I did kind of think that they played differently. But you're right. It was more about Kerr has covered them, and now he isn't covering them.
Okay.
You know what I mean? It's like, hey, guys, I'm going to cover you. I'm just going to shrug my shoulders when I get the questions in the post game, and I'm going to kind of make up different, theories and different, thought processes that could justify what we're seeing and what we're not seeing. But I ain't doing that anymore. I'm just kind of calling you out. And I kind of felt like he was like calling his guys out. I mean, mindless, calling your team mindless from the mid-second quarter to the 4-minute mark of the fourth is that you ain't covering anybody there. There's no coverage there. So I thought that was huge. Then you mentioned the Warriors haven't necessarily played well. I agree. But let's look at the Portland game. It wasn't just, you can't control what the other team does. You can only control what you do. The Warriors have started some games a lot this year where it's like they're digging themselves a first quarter hole. They're sleepwalking through. It's like the opening tip is not the opening tip to them. Look how much energy they came out with against the Blazers at the beginning. So that's what I got out of that. Yeah, the Blazers were doing what the Blazers were doing, but it was the Warriors' energy and the way they just absolutely crushed them from the beginning. That's more playoff. That looked like a playoff tune-up more than just another regular season playing out the string.
Yeah, we've been conditioned for 10 years that this team is going to be the best version of itself at the right time and summon the energy and all of that stuff. And I don't really have much of a reason not to think that that's going to happen again. But, Steve Kerr reaches a point where it's like, look, I can't protect you anymore. I can't help you anymore. Everyone's thrown their hands up about this road thing. Even with the last two games, they finished 11-30. It's awful. Just an awful, and nobody seems to know why. They can't put their finger on it, at least not as a group, or maybe they're not telling us. We've all had our guesses. Not that long ago, it was, look, they don't, there must be some sort of fly in the ointment here. There's something about the chemistry that's off. Is it the pool thing from the beginning of the year? What is it? We've all sort of guessed, or maybe it's something that is a little bit harder to explain. I don't know, but we're here. Like, this is the moment we've been thinking about and talking about for 6 months. We've arrived. Can they make the playoffs? Will they make the playoffs? Will they stay out of the play-in tournament? Will they get the Kings? All of these things are now here. And so this idea of whether or not a switch exists or whether we're in the last dance and whether this team has chemistry, it's all out the window now. I feel like sort of what you're saying is the last handful of weeks especially, every time the Warriors play, you sort of can fall back, well, regular season, right? Draymond, I have a hard time getting out of bed for games in March. All these quotes. It's all over now. So Saturday night, we find out if something is actually wrong with this team or if they've just been playing possum for 6 months.
The Warriors have done a couple times in their run here where the series starts, they get beat by a game, and all of a sudden there's like a wake-up moment, and their coaching staff makes the adjustments, and then they take off. I'm not sure how this series is going to go, but it wouldn't shock me if Sacramento won two in a row, and then the Warriors won 4 in a row to respond. That would not surprise me. If they made an adjustment between game 2 and game 3, they won the 2 in Oakland or in San Francisco, and then all of a sudden they come back and they just kind of have so much momentum off those 2 wins that they carry it right on through. But to me, if there's anything I can point to as far as why I feel good about Golden State in this series, it's the presence of GP2 and what it's done to their defense. Defensive rating, 114.4 for Golden State, 14th in the NBA. defensive rating since GP2 has been there, 107.2, first in the NBA. I mean, so you went from a mid-pack defense to the top defense with the addition of GP2, and we know how special he is. I guess my question would be, how do you think Kerr will utilize this awesome weapon that he has? And also, I was going to say, the other thing I think is, I love what I'm seeing out of GP2 and DiVincenzo together.
Yep. And now you're going to get Wiggins back.
Yeah, I mean,
you actually have the makings of a decent defensive team, which, as we know, no one ever wins unless you're a top 10, top 12 defensive team. Nobody wins a title from the teens or the 20s, which is where Sacramento is. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, so what's going to be the impact of GP2 in this series? Who's he going to be on, and how are they going to utilize him? Part of me says, you know what? Slap him on Malik Monk, because Monk is their one. Sacramento's bench is pretty thin. Malik Monk, if you can turn off his water, I don't think Sacramento can beat you. But that's a harder thing to do. It's easier said than done. But GP2 is the kind of player that should really bother a 6'3" scorer like Malik Monk, who loves to hoist and not be, nobody be physical with him. So do you put him on Monk? Does he spend any time on Fox? That's the other thing I kind of like about GP2 is that if you're one of these teams like Sacramento, like Atlanta, like Memphis, these teams that initiate tons off their alpha point guard, and you can throw GP2, one of the greatest on-ball defenders in the league, on that guy for a period of 10 minutes, 12 minutes, you might be able to win the series on that factor.
I mean, there is an X and O interesting thought here. And again, like sometimes when it ends, you can't figure out why. But if we do want to go to X's and O's and personnel for a second, it's been a middling to bad defensive team all year. But all of the sudden, GP2 is on the team and Wiggins is coming back. You also have DiVincenzo, Draymond, Looney.
Kuminga.
Thank you, Kuminga. You actually have maybe more defensive-minded players on this team than any of the other teams in the Western Conference. And so I don't know if it'll all come together, because when it doesn't come together, you usually can't figure out why. But they have got everything they need. They have everything they need to be the team that they need to be at this time of year. The only other team right now in the Western Conference defensively that sort of gives you pause is actually the Lakers.
Yeah, because they're linked now. No, seriously, the length that the Lakers have had. But to me, the one key factor, we know the Warriors are going to dial up their defensive intensity, but can they defend without fouling? Mm-hmm. That's the issue. Is it going to be a gigantic parade to the foul line in the other team's favor? How many fewer free throw attempts can you take over the course of a series and still win that series?
Wow.
So to me, if you say what's the factor, I know Golden State's going to I know they're going to be more focused, more intense. They'll be dialed in. They got better defenders now, Wiggins and Kuminga and GP2. But are they going to get calls, or is it going to be gigantic foul trouble?
Well, I mean, in theory, this is when the whistle is a little bit more hesitant. Now we're in the playoffs. Let you play a little bit more.
Right. Should favor them.
And the later you go in the series, whether this is true or false, I know where a Kings fan mind will be. I'll predict this. One of the games past Game 4, there will be a game where the entire Kings fan base is all over social media screaming that the NBA wants the Warriors in the next round. And by the way, they do.
Yeah. Which is,
I don't know if it'll mean anything for the calls, but they do.
I know. They do. They do.
The whole country does.
And that is something that Sacramento is going to be making that claim until they win the title.
Right.
Right? Because they're always going to be Sacramento. They're not a gigantic TV market. And if you really believe that the NBA manipulates the thing or cares about the TV market size and who winds up advancing in their playoffs, and it is a TV show at the end of the day, and they're looking for ratings, but it's also a league, and the league has to have credibility. A lot of people would say it's heresy for us to even go down this road and discuss this at all.
Well, I do think it's more often than not, it's just stuff that goes through people's heads at a time where, every fan hates the refs at the end of every playoff game. That's just kind of the rule. But the other truth of the matter is that look at all the other teams that they're going up against, and all of them have a marquee star. And we've already done this show, so I already know that Sacramento fan gets all mad when I tell them that De'Aaron Fox is not a marquee star. He's not. He is a fantastic young player. But if you think that his name value matches any of the other Western Conference's top star, you're flat wrong. From Jokic to Ja to Kevin Durant to Kawhi Leonard to all of the Warriors to LeBron and AD.
Is he even their biggest star? I would think it's Sabonis is their biggest
Either
star.
one. Pick whichever one you want. They don't have the name value yet. Now, this is their opportunity to go make it, and I would guess they're not quite ready to do it yet.
I hope the league understands what the obvious optics are, and I hope there's nothing that anybody can point to in Sacramento at the end of this series to say, we got screwed here by the refs. I hope the league doesn't give them anything like that, because I don't want that to. I mean, I hate that.
I know, but that takes away. It's inherent, though.
I know, but it takes away from the. First of all, it devalues the team that wins. It makes everybody act like it's all predetermined. I mean, at the end of the day, do we really believe that? I don't believe that.
I don't believe that. I mean, look.
But I mean, there's no question that 02 Kings had a legit beef.
They had a legit beef. I mean, but all kinds of teams have a beef at the end of games and whatnot. Like, do you look back on the Shaq Kobe era and think that it's tainted? Do you think it's somehow not worthy of what they achieved? I don't.
No.
Did I watch the game and feel like the whistle was pretty quick? Sure. It was a parade to the free throw line. However, Shaq and Kobe were also pretty good at drawing fouls. Most of those were fouls.
Where the NBA's got a problem on their hands, and they've been denying it, burying it for decades, and so that at this point they don't even view it as a problem. But I mean, the late David Stern called Tim Donaghy a rogue, isolated criminal. Unfortunately, he made like 7,000 phone calls to a guy who's very much still officiating and gets a lot of big time plum assignments in the playoffs. So
right. You can name him. His name is Scott Foster.
Right, and then so it's like that already. That right there, kind of that, and nothing to see here. There's nothing to see here. There's no connection. Well, we never really investigated that. Why did they make so many phone calls? Why is this guy still so prominent? I don't know. It's so there's some. They're kind of dangling there a little bit.
I guess. I don't know. Is your perception that there's any multi-billion-dollar entity in the world where funny stuff isn't happening behind the scenes? I mean,
sure, but I mean, we're talking about a competitive endeavor. We're talking about an actual game, as opposed to just business. Yeah, there's people that do things in business for their financial advantage all the time, but we're supposed to believe at the core of professional sports that there's a legitimate, on the level competition, which is why Pete Rose is not in the Hall of Fame, which is why that was such a serious transgression, because it's like, you know what, you broke the cardinal rule that you cannot break. If the competition has no integrity, there is no competition.
Right, but it's the cardinal rule that you cannot break in public. It's not the cardinal rule that you cannot break. I mean, the NFL is over here going, Calvin Ridley, we're not going to see you for a year and a half. And it's all brought to you by DraftKings. I mean, what are we doing here?
Right.
I don't think it's actually a problem. They just want you to think it is. So, but I get you. No, I'm not a conspiracy theorist.
I'm not either.
But funny stuff is always going on.
Yeah.
Always. Right? I mean, always.
I mean, the only thing I'll say about the NBA versus other sports is that there just seems like there's makeup calls. Like, I don't feel like, a guy hits one down, a guy doesn't get a corner pitch in baseball. Does the next pitch go to him? Does it fit? I don't know. In the NBA, sometimes it feels like, well, that was a makeup call to create, because of this call that was just made. And that's the culture that exists among the officials. And I kind of believe in it. And I've heard NBA players talk about the makeup call. And these guys are open in dialoguing about I got a makeup call here. And people will reference it.
I just think sometimes it's subconscious rather than conscious. Like, the officials are human. If they make a call and then they realize, and sometimes they do, they realize that they messed up. I remember playing high school ball. There was like one stands out in my mind because this was, I think, the only time this really, really happened to me. But like I blocked a shot and it was the cleanest. It was as clean as your white towels when they come out of the dryer. I'm telling you, it was clean. Whistle. And I went crazy. Like I didn't get a tech or anything, but I did that whole lap around the court thing where you're just like, what on earth? And the official after the game was like, I totally messed that up. I mean, it's my bad.
But after the game, it wasn't next time down.
No, but the
you
point
got to call in your favor.
But if you're a human and you're feeling that on the court, I messed that last one up. Are you going to like actively be like, I need to go get a makeup call? Or just the perspective that you have through life, are you going to be like a little quicker on a whistle involving that person on the other end of the floor because those emotions are like buried in your belly that you messed that person up? I think that might be the makeup call. I don't think they're trying, like, I got to go do a makeup call, but they just kind of do it because they know when they messed up.
Well, and the whole idea, and people who watch, the game will say, oh, you know what, it all evens out over time, but it really doesn't. It doesn't even out.
It evens out for the good teams in the big cities.
Exactly.
Not so much for the other ones. All right. Those of you on hold, Jody and beyond, stay right where you are. 888-957-957. We come straight to your phone calls next, and then Kendra Andrews is going to join us in about 20 minutes as well. We are presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. Hey, look, everybody, it's Larry Krueger in for Dibs on Willard and Dibs.
So, yes, it was after.
Cross court to Poole with 7. Poole, dribble, step back, pump fake, fly by, 3 ball, got it! Wow. 55 points in the first quarter for the Dubs. They lead 55-27. Poole with 12 points. Thompson leading all scorers with 17. What a quarter for Golden State.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Come on, man. The Blazers yesterday were funny. It was funny. I saw Kuminga one time. He had a wide open dunk, and he just didn't even do it. It was almost like he's like, I feel bad. Let's just pass it out to Poole. And then Klay hit a 3 or something like that. We're cruising around. We watched the game yesterday. Lovely Christy comes over. The kids are there. We're watching the game. The Masters, the Giants, the Warriors, all of it at once. I take the dog out. You know Penny. I take Penny out to do her thing.
The fake Penny.
No, she's Penny. And listen, she could outrun your dog. So
Penny
she gets her name. If we just put Penny at the end of a beach and say, who gets
because the audience
fastest?
know that I had a dog. We used to be on almost like our show, then your show, and I had a dog, and it was named Penny. It was during the pandemic, and I talked about her all the time. And then you got a dog, and what's her name?
Yeah, her name's Penny.
Her name's Penny.
Well, you would have a case if I had anything to do with the naming of the dog.
That's all right. My wife and I are thinking about having another kid. We're thinking about Jude.
Oh, really?
Go Jude, yeah.
Go for it, man. Go for it. Actually, I have an idea. I can just lend you Jude and give me a day off. How about that?
Actually, my staff saved me a few bucks, actually.
Boy, that made me look bad. Anyway, point being, speaking of Jude, he was the one. I come back in the house with Penny.
Right.
And he goes, Dad, the Warriors are about to break an all-time NBA record. It's a minute and a half to go, and they need 3 points to have the biggest first quarter in the history of the league. And you know how when it's coming from a kid, you're like, okay, somebody on TV said, like,
Fitz.
I go, yeah, Fitz probably was like, well, the Warriors have never scored more than 51 and a quarter. I go, I don't think this is like the highest scoring first quarter of all time.
Was it just the Warriors' highest scoring quarter?
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, it was the entire league.
National Basketball. So I sunned him. I'm like, yeah, Jude. Like, I go, it's probably like a Warrior team record. And then off I go.
Cute kid.
Cute. Yeah, but that's sweet, kid. I love that your eyes are nice and big. Walk off into the bathroom, and I come back, and they're like, no, like they just said it again. And then Christy's like, confirmed. They're 3 points away from the highest scoring first quarter ever. And right as she gets done saying it, there's Moses Moody. 3 ball, swish. I'm like, oh my God, the Blazers are just standing there watching this game. 55 points
in a quarter.
In the first quarter?
That's awesome.
Oh my God.
It was a show. Well, you know, when get to the end of the year, certain teams are playing, other teams stop playing. There was evidence of that.
Well, I mean, that's the thing about the play-in tournament. I'm like, I think it's done a good thing more by and large. It's been a good thing. It's created some interesting games. That New Orleans-Minnesota game had a lot of stuff to it yesterday that was really cool. But so many of the games that teams need to win in this final week, they're going up against everybody's B and C team. There's so many teams that just kick the end of the season. It was good. It could have been better. I'd say about the final week.
I'm surprised the league didn't send out some internal memo saying, you know what? No, play your guys because there's a week off. There's an entire week to lay around and do nothing.
Yeah, and their team would be like, and we are incentivized to do that with what? This memo?
I don't know. You know, have you seen all those people that are sitting in the stands? Those people pay, I don't know, a grip of cash, and that's the reason you're making $40 million, Jack.
So you're going to go after their morals?
Well, I'm just saying,
owners of NBA teams. I mean, Mark Cuban.
We're partners, right? I mean, you get a certain amount of the basketball related income, right? Isn't that part of the CBA? I mean, isn't that make you officially partners in this multi-billion-dollar endeavor? Isn't that enough to make you, I don't know, play hard? I mean, Draymond should have been fined when he came out and said, I don't get up for games in March. Really? The guy sitting 3 seats away from you just paid $2,500 for a pair. Maybe you ought to play hard in March, or maybe don't say that you don't.
Brother, I'm with you. I think the Mavericks.
The optics are terrible.
I think the Mavericks should not be allowed to move up in the lottery. Their punishment should be after this investigation. They should be slotted right where the math says they are and not allowed to move up. I firmly believe that. I'm with you. However, what you're saying is you want to appeal to these NBA teams by saying, come on, do the right thing. They're not gonna. They're not gonna because they're incentivized to not.
Well, then de-incentivize them to do it.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, if they only speak one language and the language is greenbacks, then take some of the greenbacks away and throw in a huge, significant fine, and suddenly guys will play.
Can you imagine if the Mavericks win this lottery? Can you imagine if they get Wembanyama out of this? It would be brutal.
It would be brutal.
It would be brutal. Yeah. Let's go to Jody in Albany. Hey, Jody, welcome to the show. You're on with Willard and Larry Krueger. What are you doing?
Hey, Joe and Larry, thank you. I'm hanging out in Albany with the sun, shine, and it's beautiful.
Wait a minute. Who's Joe? You're Jody. He's Larry.
I'm Jody.
Hi, my name's Mark.
That's Mark.
Right.
It's Mark Willard.
Yeah, Dibbs is not here.
And his name's also not Joe.
Right. He's not Joe. Mark Grandy is our technical director.
I call him Joe.
We've got John on the phones. There's
Who
no
I've
Joe.
always called Joe.
Lucas is our producer. He's in the other room. Matt Nahigian's our boss. He's in like Hawaii or some crap. Okay. Do we have that all set now?
Okay. We do. And,
Got it.
And let me tell you, my weekend, I just did Easter service for a Christian church and Passover service for a Jewish temple, and I met 75 people, and my names are completely confused.
You're forgiven. You're
All
forgiven.
right, yes.
You're forgiven.
Yes. He has risen and you're forgiven. Anyway, go ahead.
Anytime you go to the religion card, and we're just going to back away slowly.
That's exactly. Let's go to break, Mark. Go ahead.
Did you hear the religious controversy on Willard's show?
Exactly.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. And I'm not even religious, so there you go.
Oh, there you go.
Perfect.
Really explains a lot.
Let's get.
Glad you're in church all weekend. Anyway, happy Easter. Go ahead.
Happy Easter. Happy Passover. Shabbat Shalom. The thing is, I was
Ditto. Back at you. Go ahead.
The idea of Scorsese, right, doing The Last Waltz, and his filming of this particular moment, right? It could have been a train wreck, and it could be beautiful. It turned out beautiful. And what's interesting to me is that everybody's writing off the Warriors, or not everybody, a lot of people, and sort of indifferent about it. But I just feel like we're talking about Easter. This could be a redemption story. Not only a redemption story this weekend, but last year. Everybody forgets about last year. My gosh, that team was amazing.
You know, Jody, here's one thing, though. I know it always feels like this to almost every team. You watch. Somebody will win something. It could even be a play-in tournament. And they're going to be on some post-game sideline reporter's
Nobody
microphone.
believed in us.
We shocked the world. The Golden State Warriors are the fourth favorite to win the title. The world has not written them off. The world has not written them off. We feel that way because, A, we sort of think we might be ready to write them off. And all of us have friends or family members who are not Warriors fans who are like, come on, man. You're not winning the title out of the 6th seed. They're broken. They're old. They're over the hill. Right? KC comes on the show last week. If the Kings play the Warriors, the Kings will backhand them. Draymond is cooked. Okay. Okay. Everybody's got these people, but the world is not writing them off.
Chill.
The world thinks the Warriors have a better chance to win the title than the Denver Nuggets. They're the 1 seed.
And the Warriors are favored to win this series.
Right. The Warriors have a better chance to win the title than the Philadelphia 76ers, according to the world. So the world's not writing them off. The world thinks it goes Bucks, Celtics, Suns, Warriors. Here it is. That's your favorites to win the NBA title. We've not been written off,
right.
Dub Nation, at all.
People love that. They love they counted us out. They left us for dead. No, what?
Not really.
Who was it that said that? Just was it in the NCAA tournament or somebody recently just said everybody had quit on us. They'd given up on us, and it was like, dude, was it Kansas City? The Chiefs?
Oh yes, it was. It was the Chiefs.
The Chiefs.
That's right. What
Kelsey
player was that? I don't know if
somebody with the Chiefs was like,
came on.
Nobody. Oh, it was Kelsey. They didn't believe it. You've been the favorite all year.
Nobody believed in that.
You guys have been the Vegas favorite all year.
Yeah. Who's writing us off? Nobody. That's who's writing you off. Yeah, nobody. So just because we've all got people who think the Warriors probably aren't going to win, by the way, I'm one of them.
You don't think Golden State's
going to win the title? I'm not writing them off. I wouldn't pick them. I wouldn't favor them.
We don't believe? Is that what you're saying?
I mean, look, every team.
You're an afternoon drive on the flagship station.
That's right.
And Joe Lacob's driving around right now listening to a host
I think it
who
is.
doesn't believe in his Joey Light years.
Yeah.
You don't believe in that?
No, I did not say I don't believe.
You don't believe in Steve Kerr? Steve Kerr's driving around right now.
Mm-hmm. Hi, Steve.
Mark Willard on our flagship station
said on
believe.
this station a week and a half ago that he knows everything.
Draymond Green and this old media guy.
Steph.
Not calling you old,
Yeah,
but
why you got to be old?
But old media.
Yeah.
You know,
I don't
some
even-
guy on old media
I haven't even planned my
who
50th birthday
represents
yet.
us doesn't believe in us.
I'm representing.
You're like a Benedict Arnold.
Yeah.
You're not going to be sitting in Joe's seats anytime soon.
Do you realize that every NBA team has plus odds to win the title? All of them. So in other words, all of them are less than 50-50 to win the title. So from that perspective,
Do you know what the Warriors were last year going into the playoffs?
Better than they are now, but I don't.
Yeah.
I think they were the second favorite, maybe? Second favorite?
Okay.
I think, yeah. All right. Make sure to check out our merch store, okay? 95.7 The Game merch. I'm just here for the $9 beer. I saw the $9 beers over the weekend at a Giants game, but you can get shirts and hoodies. Get yours today, 957thegameshop.com. Kendra Andrews going to join us next. Larry's here for Dibs. It's Willard and Dibs.
Chance are here.
It's JP with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Willard and Dibbs.
No slander here. No slander here. The Warriors are taking on the Sacramento Kings. It's such a fascinating little happening, like the fact that never before have both even been in the playoffs at the same time. And then when it finally happens, they play each other. This is going to be an experience unlike any other for sure. Let's talk to Kendra Andrews about it, who has been with the Warriors all year. ESPN does a great job in and out of the facility there and can add some perspective to all of this. Larry Krueger in for Dibbs. We'll get back to your calls at 888-957-9570. But hey, Kendra, thanks for coming on. How do you think this matchup landed with the locker room?
Yeah, I mean, I think the team is pretty happy with it. I was walking out with Draymond Green last night as he headed to the buses, and I asked him, I said, look, when that game is coming down to the wire, that Clippers-Suns game is coming down to the wire, are you rooting one way or another, right? Because they could have been facing the Suns in this first round, and Draymond said, look, every team in each series is going to present its own version of challenges, so just because the Kings historically haven't been in the playoffs, haven't been as competitive until this year, they're not taking the series lightly. It's going to be a series with explosive offensive power. I mean, these are two of the highest scoring teams in the league, and that should set itself up to be a very entertaining series to watch.
Kendra, how much do you think tempo and the bat? Sometimes you play your tempo, you get it, you have an advantage, and you mentioned these teams can score. They can, do the Kings play the up-tempo better than the Warriors, or does nobody play the up-tempo as good as the Warriors, and the Warriors will feel free to get out and run with Sacramento?
Yeah, I mean, better is a hard, like you said, it's hard to really fully judge if it's better or worse, but I'll say that it's right there up with them. And when you look at, again, like possible matchups in the Western Conference, I don't think there's anyone who can run with the Warriors like the Kings. As you said, like you think back to last season's playoffs and you look at how the Warriors defeated Denver, they forced them to play their game by playing quick. Well, the Warriors can't say, hey, we're going to fight. Sorry if you hear a TSA announcement. I'm in an airport right now.
No problem.
They can't say, hey, we're going to run them to the ground, because the Kings can keep up with them. And again, I think that's going to make this series just so fun to watch. How De'Aaron Fox and Stephen Curry and Jordan Poole, how those guards play against each other, how the small big men like Domantas Sabonis and Draymond Green, just those unique power forward center positions, are going to play against each other. It's going to be, I think, probably one of the most high tempo and exciting, fun offensive series to watch.
Kendra, it's interesting because they did what they had to do over this final 10-game stretch. They go 8-2. But you know some of the idiosyncrasies of who they played and what those teams offered. So I'll just ask you in a general sense, you feel like the Warriors are playing well right now or not?
I think they are. Like you said, you look back to their last game of the season, the Portland Trail Blazers, and you look at the way they were shooting, and all of a sudden you go, oh my God, like that is the best that they've ever looked. And then, as you said, well, you look at who they're playing, so you have to take that with a grain of salt. That being said, they're getting there, right? They're taking steps forward. I don't look at this team and say they're in dysfunction, they have no hope. They could very well go on another deep playoff run. There is nothing that suggests that they can't. And just the way that they have been progressing over the last couple of days is good. Of course, there are still things that they have to figure out. They're not perfect. And unlike last season's playoffs, where, you were waiting for Steph to come back from his injury, he's back game one of that Denver round one series, and they just took off. I don't think it's going to be as dominant as that. You'll bring Andrew Wiggins back into the fold, and that should definitely help. But again, I think they're taking the correct steps forward as they enter the playoffs, but they're not at their peak level.
Sabonis is going to be fun to watch. Obviously the Warriors have Green if they want to go fast. They've got Looney. Do they start with Looney and go to Green? And I guess what part of Sabonis's game concerns you most? Is his ability to garner extra possessions by rebounding, or is it more as a distributor?
Yeah, it's hard to tell which way that Steve Kerr would choose to go, because he has been going back and forth a lot, and even recently on whether he's going to be starting big or starting small. And again, you bring Andrew Wiggins back into the fold, and what does that make the starting lineup look like then if you're going to go small? It's something that we have to ask Steve in terms of what I think is the scariest part of Sabonis' game. Of course, him rebounding is scary, but I think the Warriors can combat that well. You know, Kevon Looney has just been an absolute menace on the glass this season. For me, it is the distributing, and it's the way that he really sets up their entire offense. His pick and roll with De'Aaron Fox is just incredible, and the way that those two guys garner so much attention. Well, then you have all these other capable shooters on that team that they find and get the ball to. So for me, it's Sabonis' threat as a facilitator, but then also when he decides not to dish it out, he can score himself, and so his overall, all-around game is something that makes him very fascinating to watch.
ESPN's Kendra Andrews, all over the Warrior Beat, is with us here on Willard and Dibs. Larry is in for Dibs on 95.7 The Game. All right, I'm going to admit it, Kendra. I need to be convinced. I've watched the NBA for a long time, and what always works in the playoffs, aside from great talent, experience, defending home court, and playing defense. The Kings do none of these things. Why am I supposed to believe that the Kings are actually dangerous in this postseason?
It is something that you're going to have to, I think you have to see it in order to fully believe it. Look, I remember having conversations with people at the start of the season, right, when the Kings got off to this incredibly hot start with their hot offense, and you say, it's not sustainable. They can't keep this up for 9 months. And then they do. And as you said, you're completely right that the playoffs are so different. You have to play defense. But I'm not counting out the Kings and saying, the Warriors are going to sweep them or Warriors in 5. I think this is a series that could go to 6. The Warriors have also really struggled to win on the road, right? Now, Golden One Center will be a softer, road arena for the Warriors in this series because there's so many Warriors fans in Sacramento. But I'm not saying that the Kings are completely out of the picture, but I also understand why the Warriors are heavily favored.
I kind of look at Malik Monk as a wild card factor. I mean, this guy went for 45 in a game earlier this year against the Clippers. Is it as simple as stick GP2 on him and try to turn off his water? How do you think they'll defend Monk? Because when he goes off, you look at those games, they're winning most of them.
Yeah, he's definitely someone that you don't want to let get going. You can stick GP2 on them. The thing with the Warriors, when you look at their defense, is they have so many capable guys who can defend guards, right? You also have Dante DiVincenzo, who's really been good defense. I've mentioned Andrew Wiggins a couple of times, who'll be coming back, and they can take turns. So the Warriors have the benefit of having a steady rotation and flow of guys. Okay, who do you want to stick on De'Aaron? Who do you want to stick on Malik Monk? You have options, and you're not going to be limited to just one thing.
Kendra, you did mention Andrew Wiggins a couple of times, but let's go a little deeper. What do you think the plan is?
The Warriors are planning on having him back for game 1, right? That is the absolute plan. I've been told that, maybe he could have, he's looking good in his scrimmages and his practices. They wanted to play it really safe with keeping him out of that Portland game, but the Warriors are happy with his progression. So if he's gonna be starting or not, I don't know. I remember when Steph Curry came back from his injury heading into the playoffs last season, they opted to bring him off the bench for the first 2 games. So that's not out of the question for Andrew Wiggins, who missed 2 months, right? But the good thing with Andrew Wiggins is that he was able to work out while he was away with the team. So the team is feeling comfortable about bringing him along a little bit quicker, and having him ready to go in game 1.
De'Aaron Fox has just been a revelation. I think maybe the best thing Mike Brown did all year was just put the ball in that kid's hands, and then they just ran, rolling downhill. And can the Warriors make him expend energy on the defensive side of the floor to try to negate some of the explosiveness he has on the other end?
Maybe. I mean, again, I think it kind of goes full circle back to what we were talking about with pace, right? The pace that this series could be played at. If you're chasing around Stephen Curry and Jordan Poole all night, that does take a lot out of you. And if that's how the Kings decide to match up and defend the Warriors, then it is going to take a lot out of him. But it's the thing with De'Aaron, and what I've observed, is he is just like a little Energizer bunny, right? He is always moving. But again, that's not chasing around guys like Stephen Curry and Jordan Poole in a 7-game series for 30-plus minutes a night.
Kendra, I'm curious about your view on what has been the big talking point of the whole year. They can't figure out why they can't win on the road. We also know how this season started. It's led a lot of us to say, boy, there's something in this chemistry mix that doesn't feel right, and maybe that's why they struggle away from home. Do you share that idea? What's your view on this?
Yeah. I mean, I think that there's definitely some truth to that, and I think that you can decipher that from some of the language that the team has been using all season when describing their losses and when they've struggled. You hear the word fractured. You hear the word no communication. You hear, the word scattered. You hear the word disconnected. Like, you hear all of those types of things that is so much the antithesis of what the history of the chemistry of this dynasty has been. So when I hear the word fractured or scattered or we're not communicating, you do think, okay, well, why is that? And you, like you said, you go down the laundry list of things that have happened this season. And that's not to say that they are not, trying to come together and make another championship run, because they are. But again, when you hear those words consistently used from October, November, all the way up into April, it's not nothing.
Kendra Andrews, ESPN. Thank you for hopping on, especially from the airport. Thank you for squeezing us in.
No problem. I'll talk to you guys soon.
Thanks, there Kendra. She goes. Kendra Andrews, ESPN on the Warrior beat. Look, I don't know what it is as far as why some of these things only show themselves in certain spots, but like, what are the characteristics of the Warriors this year, and what do you sort of tag as the reason as to why? The two characteristics are, when they get on a plane, they stink, and when they get on the court, they take a minute before they're actually playing well. In other words, like, they're bad in the first half and they're bad on the road. And what do you point to with those things?
It's a great question. I mean, I would say generally lack of energy and focus, especially defensively. I mean, defensively, when you think about the level that they're probably going to play at in this series, and then you're going to think back to the last couple months of watching them just play matador defense, lose guys in the half court, give away all kinds of layups, and it just seems like their attention to detail, they're not tied together on the defensive end of the floor. Now, why? I don't know. But to me, the biggest question in this series is Wiggins, and what can you expect from him? Is he going to give you what he gave you last year, where he was just a killer on the glass and defensively and like led their charge? I mean, he might have led them to a title last year. He was definitely one of the key figures. Is he ready to do that again? Is he going to be this incredible rebounder, or is he going to be the kind of guy that's, occasionally drifts in and out? He's always been incredibly talented, but I thought last year in the playoffs was the best I've ever seen him play for long stretches.
I agree with that.
On the glass and defensively. Are we getting that again? Can he flip that switch? Or we're getting Wiggins back, but is it going to be the Wiggins that was so valuable last year in the playoffs?
You probably get some of it. You're not going to get it every night. I mean, that might be true with all of them, right? Which Jordan Poole are you getting? Which
he's
Klay
playing
Thompson.
well, but he's playing better.
He's been good, but it goes night to night, it goes quarter to quarter, all that stuff. You got this thing where you think they're going to lose the first two games. What's going on there? What's that?
Because this is the theme.
I think it's a split in the first two games.
Here's the theme of this season: the Warriors are better than this. The Warriors are better than this. When are the Warriors going to play? When are the Warriors going to play? We've been asking ourselves that all season long, and I think that we're going to now say, we're going to convince ourselves it's a second season, it's a totally different deal. And I think it's going to be a little bit more of the same. And when Steiny said it, he said, I wouldn't be totally shocked if they fell into an 0-2 hole and dug themselves out. I mean, it's like they waited and waited and waited and waited to flip the switch. Only at the very last stretch of the year did they appear to get to a different level. Now they're getting guys back, and they're still kind of, Wiggins is not going to play any tune-up games. I just think Sacramento could absolutely, beat them in the first couple games with a ton of energy. And then when Sacramento's riding high, feeling good, their fans are talking trash, Golden State finds a way to win game 3, change the momentum, make some adjustments, come back with a game 4 win. Now we got a 2-2 series. Now Sacramento's thinking about it. I think that game 5 in Sacramento is going to be a classic, and I think the Warriors will win it.
Okay.
I think Warriors finish at home. I could see. I predicted Warriors in 5 because I thought it's going
to be hard to do if they lose those first 2 games in Sacramento. I'm just letting you know. It's going to be tough.
But I could picture them just, they can't get pushed any further than losing the first 2. I guess
obviously.
You could lose the first 3, I guess. But I don't see them digging out of a 0-3 hole, but I think they could dig out of an 0-2 hole.
Well, here's the thing about the Western Conference that I find so fascinating is we've sort of decided that if you were a part of this clam bake down in the play-in thing, with everybody all bunched up over the last month, then you're one team. And if you were one of these top 3 teams, then you've solidified yourselves as kind of like those are the good teams that were above it all. The whole thing is one just big mess. It just so happens that Denver and Memphis, and to a degree Sacramento, like they did enough early on to avoid that mess. But that does not mean, and I think Vegas is showing you this, it does not mean that those 3 teams are set apart from the rest of the conference at all. The Kings won 4 more games than the Warriors this year.
Did you see JD's tweet on this, by the way?
Which one? I saw a lot of he's been tweeting out all kinds of good analytics stuff.
JD's all over.
Yeah.
JD pointed out that it really, Sacramento won 4 more games than the Warriors, and they went 4-0 against Orlando and Detroit, and the Warriors went 0-4 against Orlando and Detroit.
Against the rest of the NBA, they're the exact same team.
Exact same team, except for how they played Orlando and Detroit.
Right.
Which is kind of revealing, actually.
Well, and here's one thing. Look, this is going to, once again, you adorable Kings fans.
Which is just such a backhand.
But they are.
Carmichael Dave's driving around listening to that going, what?
Oh, listen.
Willard's talking and we're adorable.
KC already came on. I'm sure D'Lo will this week, too. I think he was on, in fact, with the morning guys. I'm sure they'll be on every single day this week. They do an awesome job at 1320.
You're talking down to them by calling them adorable.
I do not want anybody in Sacramento to think that this isn't a wonderful achievement. But as I've said a few times over the last few weeks, if you are walking down the street with a baby in a stroller and somebody stops and goes, oh my gosh, your baby's adorable. Is that a criticism or is it a compliment?
It's a compliment.
And is that baby or is that baby not brand new to the party?
Okay.
That's it.
But there's an element of talking down to them because adorable is like nobody's threatened by the baby that's adorable.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Plenty of people are threatened by the baby. How about the parents who haven't been to sleep in 3 weeks?
Yeah, okay.
How about the fact that another human being poops and you need to go clean it up? It's gross. There are all kinds of threatening things that are adorable. Okay? I am not talking down to anybody. But
I will not let you run the people of Natomas into the ground. I will not allow that.
This adorable franchise that has taken everybody on such a whimsical journey this year. It has been so wonderful for everybody and really cool for all the people who have the 16 years of angst built up and now they can let it out. That's all great. But here's something that you need to know is fact. You were healthy this year. Nobody else was.
That's a great point, yeah.
You were the only team that had all your guys. And you didn't do load management, which I congratulate you for. I compliment you because you're all 22 years old. Go play. But honestly, Kings, you did it right. You did it right. You did it the way the fans should want you to do it. But Jokic, out. Morant, out. Durant, out. Kawhi, Paul George, out. Steph, Wiggins, out. LeBron, AD, out. Cat and Anthony Edwards, out.
Well, and also,
Zion, out.
They were
Kings
in. They were fueled by enthusiasm.
Yes.
They were also trying to show all season long that they were legit, where the Warriors are like, we'll show we're legit when it matters.
Like whatever. And again, I congratulate the Kings for that. I love that the Kings fans this year, when they bought a ticket to Golden One, they got the show that they were signing up to see.
You're calling them a plucky upstart.
They are very plucky, and I find them to be, gosh, what are some other words that we could use? I mean, I find them...
refreshing?
I find them to be intoxicating.
Intoxicating?
Sure. I'll have a drink during these games. I find them to be, yes, they're intoxicating. And adorable. I'm sorry, that's my word. Rolando and Napa. Hey, you're on with Willard and Kruger. What are you doing, Rolando?
I just finished up on work. I'm got back home and I'm listening to you guys, and I love listening to you guys. Larry, I'm a big fan of yours since day one on the other station. So you guys, I've always been a devoted follower, listener, and I'm so happy to have you on, Larry. And I hope that 95.7 has you more often, because I've always been a big follower of you. I love how you talk, and you always keep it real.
Appreciate you, brother.
Love how you talk. That's a cool one.
Well, that's what we're doing here, Mark. We're talking.
I like the way you work it, Larry. You're adorable. Go ahead, Rolando.
Don't make me a plucky upstart.
So, I know that they're like, I told your screener, like, I think the Kings are just, they're like a little Cinderella team. Yeah, they go throw a little party. Yeah, they make the playoffs, but Warriors are Warriors. They're going to blow them out the door. It's going to be a sweep, and, bye-bye, Sacramento. So that's my feeling. I like I told Larry, I've always asked Larry for gambling advice, because I consider 957 the Sports Gamblers Advice Network. So I have a sports bet, and I need some advice on. So
all right, let's hear it.
Here's the bet somebody proposed. So will either Rodgers or Trey Lance be traded on draft night? Will
Yes.
one or the other or both be traded?
Yes. No doubt. Hey,
wait. When you say Rolando, thanks. When you say yes, you mean at least one, or you mean both?
He said one or the other. Will one or the other be traded?
Rodgers is a Jet. That's already done.
I mean, Joe Douglas, the general manager of the Jets, has pretty much already stated
publicly
that
stated over the weekend. Don't worry, he's coming.
He'll be here, and I expect the Rodgers thing to go down Thursday night of the draft, the 27th of the month.
Yeah.
He will be getting green.
There's no deadline yet. That's why he's not done yet. The Trey Lance thing is completely different, which you should address coming up, because if anybody is, and Rolando clearly, I think he said 57 different ways that he follows you. If anybody follows Larry, you've been blowing into this trumpet for about 3 weeks now.
I've predicted that Trey Lance is going to be traded. I'm not rooting for it.
All right.
There's a differentiation there.
That's a differentiation sensation. We'll let you weigh in on that here coming up. Thank you. In just a few, it's presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. Your phone calls on this one. By the way, I don't think the Warriors just sweeping the Kings. I don't think they're just going to blow them off like, whatever, Kings. I got Warriors in 6. This is a series. It's a series, and then when it's ending, it'll be like one shining moment, and everyone will be like, that was so great what the Kings did this year. It's great. That's how you know they're adorable.
Yeah.
If the Warriors lose this series, people are mad.
People in Sacramento should be mad if the Kings lose. They've been freaking on top all year.
People will be like, that was a great season.
No, they're
Thank you, Kings.
No, they're not.
Yeah.
No, they're not.
That was awesome.
You're saying the Kings are just happy to be here? I say they're not.
Okay. All right. More on that coming up. Yeah, Kings fans, you're just happy to be here. I
like to listen to you talk.
I know you're happy to be here on Willard and Dibs.
Complete your dream outdoor.
This is Kevon Looney. Welcome back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. Take it away, Mark.
No, you take it away from Sabonis. That's your Sabonis stopper right there. His name's Kevon Looney. He plays in all the games.
Yes, he does.
Plays
He
in
rebounds.
all the games. He rebounds. He brings a lunch pail to work.
I was so wrong about him when I saw him in the draft. I thought, man, this guy was never going to be able to stay healthy.
Did you see this? Went viral, or not viral, but it circulated maybe a couple of weeks ago. I hadn't watched Kevon in college a whole lot.
He's totally lean,
dude. Not just lean. He
was a shooter.
Yeah, he's coming off screens and doing fall away threes, and I'm like, I knew he could shoot. He has a good release. He can shoot.
He had an 18-footer at UCLA.
Kevon doesn't do it because why would you do it on this team? Why would Kevon shoot an 18-footer when there's hang on, let me count. There's Steph, then there's Klay, then there's Poole, then there's Wiggins.
DiVincenzo.
Then there's DiVincenzo. Yeah. And we can go on and on.
Moody.
So he doesn't do it, but he can. He can. And then obviously this was pre all the hip injuries and stuff. So he's built differently now. But yeah, man, he looked like a completely. You go watch UCLA stuff of Kevon Looney. It'll take you a minute to be to even believe that that's Kevon.
Yeah, so it's wild watching him too because he is one of the few guys that understand. And one of the things I think Kerr loves about him, he understands to a master degree level the spacing between still being inside and then being able to close out on a perimeter shooter. This guy can close out because he's got just ridiculous length, and he positions his body in the exact spot where he's got coverage on both sides. He can be a rim protector, but then he can close out on a shooter. He's invaluable. The guy, he's no wasted movement. Guy really has a high basketball IQ. The guy really is good.
Huge IQ, period.
Very underrated. One of the most underrated players in the league.
No doubt. And let's not forget what Kerr talked about at the beginning of the year, that Kevon Looney was actually singled out as the guy who got that locker room through the punch. Singled him out and said this was the guy that became our moral compass, our leader in this particular time, which is super surprising with all the personalities you have in that room. But when the biggest voice then was the number one offender in that particular case, you needed somebody else to sort of step up and be like, look, this is not how we're going to do it around here. And surprisingly, Gap-Tooth Loon was the guy. Who knew?
Yeah.
So awesome. We're all huge, huge fans of Kevon Looney. I think you just tapped into something here, though. You asked me if I think this, and yes, I do. Yes, I do. And Kings fans, you will not admit this. I know you won't like this, but I know this. You lose this series, you're going to be fine. San Diego State.
That's from afar. You're saying they're just happy to be there.
Totally.
The Kings fans are happy to be in the playoffs, but you think the Kings, who have been in that 3 seed,
Larry,
are just happy to be there?
My man. And I'm going to forget her name again because she was on our station last week. The
Katie Christensen?
The color analyst for the Sacramento Kings on TV. She does a wonderful job. She was crying when they made the playoffs, which again is it's adorable, but
genuine emotion, Mark.
Yes, which is
genuine
wonderful.
Emotion.
You can't tell me that you now have championship dreams if you're crying.
Well, how crying?
When you she was talking for 2 minutes.
Crying like she couldn't formulate words, or crying like you just saw a tear rolling down?
No. Like wavering emotion words like Dick Vermeil for 2 minutes. Which, again, it was amazing. She's talking to Mark Jones.
It's been a long walk through Arden Fair Mall.
Yes, but you cannot do that and then tell me, yeah, man, we got that dog in us and we're winning the whole thing.
But
no, you're not.
You're also talking about somebody who's, younger in her career probably, and, come on, and she's maybe emotionally invested in the whole thing, and maybe she thought that that's what the audience wanted. That doesn't mean that's the way Sabonis feels. That doesn't mean that's the way Mike Brown feels. These guys, hey, come on, wait a second. The Warriors lose, it's the end of an era. If the Kings lose, they're still, even though they're not Vegas favored, it's still a huge disappointment. They've been standing up, light the beam. I had guys on my YouTube channel saying, "Oh, when the Warriors beat them, you beat our B team." They think they're pretty damn good.
All activated. Of course, they're all activated. But how can
I get a little beep for that?
Yeah, would you please? Seriously. We're like, thank you. Yeah.
You drop your YouTube page in here, then we'll give you a little water.
Look at that. Look at that.
You're wearing are you wearing that shirt all week, or do you have 5 versions? Are you just doing laundry every night?
I've got 5?
How many shirts? How many shirts do you have?
I got about 400 of
You
these
get
things.
400? Selling like
somebody?
waffles, not selling like hotcakes?
Well, we got.
How come I haven't got one yet?
I'll bring you one tomorrow.
Will
What
you
size?
please?
What size?
Large.
Large?
What?
You're not even going XL. You're a man.
I'm size large. What do you want from me? What do you want me to eat more donuts? What do you want?
You large?
Large.
Really?
Look at this.
What if after you wash
Is
it?
this shirt that I'm wearing right now fit? Yes or no? Does it fit?
Yeah, I guess.
Does it fit?
Yeah, it fits.
Or you must have
Is it
quit.
large?
It's a size large.
All right.
It's size large.
I'll bring you a large.
Hey, Larry, I am who I am.
I gave my 13-year-old a large, but I'll bring you one
Well,
too.
maybe your 13-year-old should, go for a run. I don't know. I mean, I haven't seen your 13-year-old.
He's a lean, mean
Yeah,
kid. He plays
listen.
second base in Little League. He's very
I'm not apologizing for this.
juniors, I should say. Not Little League.
Yeah, I did a workout with my 9-year-old this morning. He made me do. Thank you. Actually, it was a work. It wasn't supposed to be a workout. I thought we were just going to the park to shoot hoops.
What kind of workout? I mean, you talking about
The
lifting?
kid no.
You throwing on plates? Couple plates?
I don't do that.
You don't-
I'm not trying to prove anything to anybody. What am I doing?
Wait, weightlifting is some of the best things you can do for yourself.
I didn't say it wasn't good for you. It's not my thing.
So
and
what
I'm
are
not
you
trying
guys
to,
doing? Ice skating or how you?
My doctor. This was years ago. I was doing
a walk.
No, well, no. We do. He goes, Dad. He set 9 spots around the 3-point arc. He goes, you start on one end, I'm starting on the other end, and it's a race. And if you win, that's 1 point. We're playing best of 5. So you had to do it at least 3 times.
So 9 shots, you're rebounding for yourself.
You're rebounding
and
for
then
yourself.
you go to the next one whether you make it or not?
No.
Oh,
you
only if you
cannot
make
move on until you make that shot. And you're chasing the ball.
How long does this thing go on?
Oh, my God. You miss one shot and it rolls off into the bushes and you're over there like cleaning yourself. It was ridiculous.
Yeah.
We both it's warm outside today. We both came home with buckets.
Do you bring secondary penny or do you?
No. I chase a dog in between 3-pointers.
Well, I know you're a multitasker.
It was embarrassing how long it took, to be honest with you. But I was like Mark Cuban. I was tanking a little bit.
Okay.
Because I was, I swept the
You're
kid.
kind of like the Warriors in
I
the
swept
regular
the kid. It was
season.
like,
maybe.
yeah, he's like the Kings. He's over here.
He's like the
adorable.
Kings. He's adorable.
Yeah, he's over here. He's shooting. He's got hair flying everywhere.
Now, if he had beaten you fair and square and you tried as hard as you can, wasn't so adorable anymore, huh?
No.
Suddenly
it wouldn't be that adorable.
Will you be calling the Kings adorable if they
But-
smoke Golden State like a macanudo from your golf bag?
Want to know what happened when I beat him 3-0? He looked disappointed.
Probably because you were talking trash.
But he also realized
Dad's older.
I'm up and coming, and I'm going to have more shots at this guy. So it's okay. Let's go have lunch.
Well, I think that's probably the answer.
So Sacramento King, I'm sorry, I mean Jude. Sure, let's go get a bagel. Make sure you have some fruits and vegetables as well.
Will Joe Lacob be paying for the King's lunch? You paid for Jude's lunch.
I mean, are we at Chase Center? Sure. Does a great job with the food over there. Absolutely. I did pay for Jude's lunch. Anyway, my good friend who I do the get the thing ready again. My good friend who I do the national radio show with every Sunday.
San Diego State.
Ephraim Salam, San Diego State.
San Diego State, yeah.
San Diego State.
I was going to say BYU, but San Diego State.
So he is a massive, obviously it's his
Person.
alma mater. He's a massive person, but he's a hoops fan. Hoops is actually his first love.
I heard you guys one day, and I'm like, what is? Did I tune into the? I feel like is this Ireland and Mason? I mean,
about what? What do you mean?
You guys were all Lakers. It was it was a gigantic Laker conversation.
You want to
and
know?
this was literally like a couple weeks after the deadline.
Okay.
So the Lakers were still way out of the
two
playoffs.
things. First of all, he's a massive Laker fan, and second,
Okay.
I'll bring you behind the curtain on this one. Fox Sports Radio, which is based in L.A.,
right,
and the exact same
supposed
boss,
to be national, but yeah,
it's national. But the boss who runs Fox Sports Radio is also the program director of the L.A. flagship. So
When I turn in ESPN radio, I'm not hearing about UConn every day.
What did you do? You turned us off? Is that what you're saying?
No, actually, I thought it was good. It was
Thank
good
you.
stuff. But
Thank
I was
you.
sitting there, and my kid's like, "Dad, why are they talking so much about the Lakers? Is this an LA station?" I'm like, no, it's actually national syndicated radio.
It's kind of both. And oh, by the way, the Lakers are still a national brand. But anyway, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. But the reason I bring that up is Ephraim has been following San Diego State all over the country the last 2 weeks. He went to Houston for the Final Four. So Saturday night, they get the buzzer beater. They're going to the national title game. Sunday night, we do a show, and I asked him. I cornered him, and he was honest. I said, Ephraim, how will you feel if they lose to UConn?
He said, I'll cry.
He said, man, can't be mad. It was a great season.
What's San Diego State? They've never been to the Final Four, ever.
And go on. What's the comparison we're making? Go on.
What, you're saying they're just happy to be there?
San Diego State has, never been there before. Kind of like, go ahead, say it out loud.
The Kings.
Thank you. So, yeah, you're just happy to be here. Yes.
Darian Trammell, by the way, saying Nations Wildcat. Go Cats, get them Cats, go get them Cats.
Marin City. Grew up in Marin City.
There you go.
Yeah.
And then knew that the best high school in the Bay was St. Ignatius. So he said,
you know what?
I'll bus in over there.
We recruited him over at San Mateo. We came in second. Anyway.
Go Cats, get them Cats.
Listen, of course you're not going to admit it. You're not going to get a King this week to be like, yeah, we're just happy to be here. But the bottom line is
Matthew is guaranteed the series.
Good for him. The bottom line is you mimic right now what you think a fan base does the second the series ends and their team lost. If it's the Warriors, we are talking about a massive end of an era, an overhaul. All conversations are on the table. Who's getting traded? Who's retiring? Who's opting out?
You don't think there's going to be any faction of the Warrior audience that's going to say, you know what? It's a great run, man. That was a great run.
Great run in terms of the 10 years.
That was a great run.
Yeah, of course.
You don't think there's going to be a lot of people going, yeah? You know what? I remember Chris Porter. I remember Bimbo Coles.
We're already there. We're already there.
I lived through John Starks, Terry Cummings, over to Chris Mills.
I think we said that the second we were in the parade last year. I mean,
I think there'll be a lot of Warrior fans going, it was a hell of a run.
Yeah,
man.
of course.
It was a hell of a run.
Of course. But you're also talking about an overhaul of the roster. A Sacramento Kings fan, you don't need to admit it. I don't care. I already know the answer. If the Kings lose this series in 6 games, standing O. Let's go.
But I mean, here's the one thing about
we've come a long way.
I know, but the one thing about the NBA is it's a process usually. The Warriors didn't really go through that process, but it was the Bulls did.
They
the
did
Pistons
a little bit.
did.
No, but they took a minute. They lost in the playoffs first. That's kind of my point.
But usually it's a multi-year process where you get to levels. They kind of burst onto the scene right after that.
I think they jumped it by a year.
Yeah.
You're right. Like the first title was like, oh my gosh, this year? I thought maybe next year.
So I remember the 87 Giants. Do you remember the 87 Giants?
Of course I do.
Their end of the year video was, this isn't the best time in Giants history, but it's about to be. And it was true because 89 they went to the World Series, and that same team in 93 won 103 games, and a lot of the same guys. So I get it. And maybe because the window is opening for Sacramento and Sabonis has professed his love for staying in the market, and they've got some young pieces. They like Monty McNair.
They got something.
They like Mike Brown. They've finally, kind of got the thing going in the right direction. They've got the beam. They got the new arena. They've got the revenue that it's attached to it. So I can see where they'll be happy about where they're going. But you don't think there's going to be colossal disappointment and people calling up 1140 and Sac saying, we should have won this series.
Nope.
You don't think so? I think you're wrong.
They're the underdog. They're not supposed to win this series.
They're the 3 seed.
They're the underdog.
I know. That's Vegas.
I mean, they're the underdog.
I don't know that
you don't freak out when your team is supposed to lose and loses. I mean, the only time
supposed to lose is according to Vegas, but I don't know.
The only time that happens. Okay, Seattle Seahawks. They come in here. They're up by a point at halftime. What do you think Seattle radio sounded like the next day?
Yeah, Well, and they thought they were going to be in a nightmare situation. Geno developed. They had a kind of an upstart year. They were plucky.
Oh, wait a minute. So you're saying that
they were a plucky upstart.
You're saying that the Seahawks, by the end of the year, people were like, wow, they're better than I thought they would be this year.
They were almost like, they were talking about getting like a high pick and getting a quarterback in the draft going into the year. I think the whole thing kind of surprised them.
I get that. Right. But this did too. Nobody thought the Kings were going to win 48 games this year. I didn't think. Did you think that?
No.
Draymond he should get a pat on the back. He has that clip from the shop with LeBron where they were talking about the bad teams, like how do you get up for playing this team? And one of the people in the room was like, yeah, the Sacramento Kings. And Draymond circles back a minute later. He goes, they might actually be good this year. He knew that maybe they were going to be good this year. But the only way you get to the end of an experience like this, I think, and you're like fighting mad, even though you were the underdog, is let's say you are this year's Dallas Cowboys. Now, they were supposed to lose to the 49ers, and they did. And their fan base is fighting mad. Why? Because they've been at this, the same group, for how many years? And they're the Dallas Cowboys. They haven't been to the Super Bowl since whatever, 1990, whatever.
And it's football and that franchise in that state.
These are the Kings.
Yeah.
This is amazing. People are toasting and crying and hugging. And
okay, they're still going to look at it. There's still a huge portion of their fan base that's going to look at it like a missed opportunity. They were one of the better teams in the West all year long. It wasn't like, they were the 3 seed, and they were, as you said.
Okay, so
now there's only 4 games separating, but
that person would say this afterward. You lose the Warriors, they'll be like, damn it, I wish we had gotten the Clippers. We could have beat that team. That's what they'll say. I would be shocked if a Kings fan's going to be like, if the Warriors are still the Warriors, and they show it by winning this series, you're telling me a Kings fan's going to be like, we're better than that team.
I think it's predicated on this, how the series goes.
Okay. Yeah.
Sacramento wins game 1 and game 2, like Steiny kind of suggested.
Sure.
Then you're going to have this.
I'll agree with you there.
Mike Brown blew it.
I think that's inherent. If you win the first 2 games in a series and you lose it, you blew it.
Yeah.
But come on, man. You just got here.
I know.
How can you be fighting mad after this season if you're a Kings fan, no matter what happens here?
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's a missed opportunity because you really don't know how long you're going to have any of these guys. I mean, the one thing about pro sports is the dial's turned up fast. So it's like if you're on top, you're not going to be on top for very long. If you're not on top, you're not going to be down for long. So everything's about making it happen right away. You had a tremendous year this year. I guess you're probably right in that they'll be somewhat satisfied with the general direction of the team. But if they go 2-0 and then they get whitewashed in 4 straight, there's going to be a lot of, Carmichael, make me feel good.
If they get to I actually think the key number in this is 6. The key number is 6. Here's why. If you lose it in 5, you got steamrolled. You lose it in 4 or 5, you got steamrolled. If you lose it in 7, it means you lost game 7 at home, which is always a tough pill to swallow. Ask the Houston Rockets. They never got up off the mat. Died and all the players are gone. So, but if they lose it in 6, that's a long series. You lost at Chase Center to a dynasty. You won 48 games. You lit the beam. You took us on a great ride, and we're set up for the future. Bravo.
What if they lose
job,
in a sweep or a gentleman's sweep where they lose 3 in a row and then get that one game because it's like
kind of feels like you were a paper tiger then.
Yeah.
It'll feel like are we just a regular season team? But maybe that's what they need, or maybe they are more ready than we realize. But my guess is Mike Brown knows that this team needs something different defensively if they really want to succeed. And so maybe they lose in 4 or 5. That's the wake-up call that the organization needs is okay, we built something. Now we got to go. Now we got to go start tweaking this defense because this ain't it.
I think Sacramento's bench is a little short. I mean, look at Golden State's bench. Look at Sacramento's bench. To me, that's one area where I think Sacramento you might be looking back at this series and going, well, man, we need to add to our bench. I mean, they got Malik Monk, they got Trey Lyles, they got Davion Mitchell, who from time to time, he gives you a lot of good defense, but his offense kind of wavers. That's about it. I mean, who's coming off their bench that's really scaring you?
I mean, they've got. When I say they've got depth, they've got a number of different people who are capable of really putting up a night. Do you know what I mean? Like they've got depth in name value. They don't have superstars, but when you get past Fox and Sabonis, to still have Herter, to still have Monk, to still have Murray, to even HB, like they've got players. They've got players. But yeah, it doesn't go down to the bottom of the bench. But then again, who does in the playoffs? Do you know what I mean? Like nobody's going 12 deep.
No, I mean you're usually going to 9. I mean some teams will use 10. But the nice thing to me, if you say why do I feel good about the Warriors beyond this series, I feel good about the Warriors because of how their bench has evolved as the season has gone on. Kuminga, DiVincenzo, the addition of Payton, Poole, the way he's playing lately. Heck, even Moses Moody in the last couple of games, I think is starting to fire and kind of make his statement to Kerr that, man, I can play. I maybe could deserve a few more minutes. So I think Golden State's bench is starting to round into form. The big question for me is just Wiggins. It's like, how many minutes are you going to play Wiggins? How's he going to play? He's been off for 7 weeks, and he's not going to be rusty. And Kerr made it seem a couple weeks ago like he was working out, and obviously he wasn't. So
or was he?
Yeah, I don't know.
They slow play everything with returns.
Yeah,
right. Remember, we were all worried about Steph Curry last year. Oh, he didn't play in the end of the regular season. Boop. It just turned it on.
What are you expecting from Wiggins? Are you expecting him to play significant regular minutes, or do you think he's going to? Will they slow play him into the lineup and play some of these other guys?
I think he's going to start on Saturday night.
But how many minutes do you think he's going to play?
I mean, they may siphon that out. They may keep that below 30. They have that luxury. They got enough guys to do that. But I think he starts. I think they try to bottle that dang thing up. That starting 5, which is the best by metrics team in the NBA.
Right.
Like, I think they try to get some of that, to start that game. And if it doesn't go well, then even all the more so, then you start to sit him out a little bit. Okay, we'll take your calls coming up next. Bobby, stay right where you are, 888-957-9570. We've mentioned this stat before, but I want to share it with everybody coming up next because it'll open your eyes on something Sacramento Kings related. We'll give you that next, the Trey Lance stuff. The Dodgers are in town. How about that? I went to the game on Saturday. I want to tell you something that really just jumped off out of the stadium. First time I went to a game in the pitch clock era. It's all sponsored by calhope.org. Larry is in for Dibs. It's Willard and Dibs. This is 95.7 The Game.
Life is uncertain.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
But not today because Larry is in for Dibs. Hi, everybody. Glad you're with us. Twitch, YouTube audience. Keep doing what you're doing. Thank you for watching the show. We are streaming on YouTube every day. You can go to youtube.com/957 The Game. That's all you got to do. It's free. Go over there. Check it out. Watch us live. Maybe get a cuss word if you're lucky. Like and subscribe for all of the 95.7 The Game content on YouTube. It's interesting because we're just thinking about that. It sort of came up organically. But I do really firmly believe that. Like, I don't think that, our friends, D-Lo and KC in Sacramento, I do not think that 2.5 weeks from now, they are going to be petting and coddling listeners in the fetal position who cannot get over the fact that the Kings won 48 games, went to the playoffs, and lost in 6 games to iconic global superstars. I don't think that that's the way that this plays out. I think people in Sacramento will go, look, that was a bummer, but great year, set the table nicely.
What if it's 2-0 and they go down 6 games? What if they're up 2-0? What if they go down? What if they go down in 4 straight?
Those are a little different.
See, if they go down in 4 straight, I think there's going to be a lot of people who are very unhappy.
4 straight feels like, wait a minute, back to the drawing board. Maybe we're not as far along as we thought. 6, after winning the first 2, feels more like, okay, that's where our experience really got us. The Warriors, right, like experienced us to death. Yeah, there's all kinds of different scenarios.
What about outcome? What if these games are not close?
I find that hard to believe.
I do too. But what if
the Warriors are not sweeping this series? They're not sweeping this series.
I don't think so
the Warriors
either. But here's the
They're
thing.
not dominant enough for that.
I know. But Golden State has not played to their potential all year, partly because of injury, partly because I think they're just not all that motivated for regular season games. What if they do legitimately flip a switch and they're coming with all kinds of energy and focus, and they bring, because you got to remember this too. Golden State's got some age on their roster, especially in the backcourt. They may look at the regular season, or the postseason, I should say, as let's see how few games we can actually have to play.
That would feel a little presumptuous, wouldn't it? Can the Warriors at 44-38? I know that they're confident, but can they be that confident? Where they're just like, we can kind of mess with the
maybe not when the series starts, but once if they won the first couple games and they won convincingly, I don't think they want to go extend it in this playoff run.
By that, they'll get as much rest as possible. But.
Steph and Klay are both, they're in that mid-30 range. So maybe the number of games they play does really matter.
Well, and again, you got no more back-to-backs. These kinds of things really, there are a lot of games this year where we're assessing what we see in Warrior basketball, and they're at the end of a road trip, or they've played 2 in a row, or they've played 3 and 4 nights, or all of that. Well, you won't have any of that now. You won't have any of that, especially in the early going. It's like you play a game, and it's like, all right, go sit in the corner for 3 days and come back. That helps the Warriors. There's no question that helps the Warriors.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, but I'm just thinking if they can take a couple games early in the series, they may just be sitting around going, you know what? Let's not waste any time here. Let's not waste any time, especially if they're going to wait around. If they're going to wait around between, the first, whoever they're going to play in the second round maybe goes longer, and now they're going to be sitting around. I don't think they're worried about that. I think they're worried about potentially playing a game that that they don't need to be playing, and maybe getting somebody hurt in that game.
Has the NBA?
That's my biggest concern, by the way, Mark, is that Golden State had this, turn the switch off. Now they're flipping the switch. Well, that may benefit them initially, but when you're an older team and suddenly you start expending energy, there's always the chance for injury. And if you'd asked me 3 weeks ago, how's the playoff run going to go? I predicted this. I thought Golden State will destroy whoever they get in the first round. They'll have an injury at some point, and then they won't be fully loaded for Denver, and Denver will smoke them.
Well, that may well be the way it plays. I mean, you don't need to tell a Warrior fan about injuries in the postseason in both directions, right? From Kevin Durant and Klay Thompson feeling like one championship got derailed to all of the injuries that have happened to Warrior opponents in the years that they've won championships.
Chris Paul.
Oh my gosh, we could go on and on. Starting with Kyrie and Kevin Love and then Kawhi with the Spurs. I mean, it's happened over and over and over again. Ja Morant last year. It happens a lot. So yeah, they've got to stay healthy. I promised you that number.
Yeah, let me hear the stat.
Well, okay, it's not some sort of a deep dive, but defensive rating. I want to give some context to where the Kings sit. Everybody knows. I think it's common knowledge. They're like, oh, they're not very good. We've literally had a national conversation over the last week about how pathetic the Dallas Mavericks defense is. And when they traded for Kyrie, that's essentially what they gave up. They gave up their defense. And they were a joke defensively, and it ended up with them not even making the playoffs, which is kind of funny. I mean, not even the play-in tournament. 20 teams. The Dallas Mavericks were not one of the top 20 teams. So the Dallas Mavericks defensive rating this year is 116.1. The Sacramento Kings, 116. That's how bad they are. It's not, they struggle defensively. They're terrible.
The worst of any of the playoff teams.
They are legitimately terrible defensively. They are 24th in the league, only better than the Mavs, Pacers, Pistons, Blazers, Rockets, Spurs. And if you've watched any of those teams recently, if you're a Warrior fan, you know there are gaping holes every possession. That's who this team is. And I don't understand how anybody thinks that team can win in the playoffs. You can't win in the playoffs doing that stuff.
Well, and that lends itself right to, I think, what Golden State should do, and that's try to make them expend some energy on the defensive end of the floor to slow them down offensively. If you can make Sacramento, and when I say Sacramento, I'm speaking specifically of De'Aaron Fox, you can make him chase Steph all over the floor on that end of the floor, now he may not roll downhill like he has all year. I mean, really, since opening night, Mike Brown just said, De'Aaron, here's the ball, and he is just gone, and he's electric. But if you make him expend energy on the defensive end of the floor, I think that's your best chance to slow them down offensively.
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense, and that's the kind of stuff like the Warriors you would think have a heady advantage over the Kings, thinking stuff out like that. Now, Mike Brown's a really good coach. He knows the Warriors very well. He's going to have some things on the other end, but I don't know that he's getting the players to fully understand how to do this stuff yet because he's not been able to. He's a defensive coach, and he's not been able to get them to play defense. So the Sacramento Kings have all kinds of young, energetic offensive talent. Tell me one other thing they do well or one other thing that gives them an edge in this series.
Sabonis leads the NBA in double-doubles.
Right, but, I mean, that kind of all fact. That's what I'm saying. Like, they've got dynamic, young offense. So, okay, edge Kings.
Yeah.
What else?
That's you could argue they're collectively they've got fresher legs, and this is a battle of attrition. I mean, that's the one thing these teams have been playing regularly since Halloween. You know, it's middle of April, and by the time if it goes deeper, you're talking about June. So yeah, I think they're. I mean, that's the one thing you wonder about Golden State. How fresh can they be over? You know, as the playoffs start to continue to unfold, how fresh is Golden State going to be? Well, how the Kings, because it is their first go round, they are being fueled, I think, by their enthusiasm to some degree. I gotta think that they've got fresher legs.
Draymond's beat up. There's no doubt about that. Wiggins will be fresh. Wiggins should be real fresh.
I'd be rusty. So
maybe. Bobby in Los Altos. You're on with Willard and Larry. Hey, Bobby, what are you doing?
Hey, just listening to you guys. Look, as the playoff picture became more clear, the scenario I did not want was Sacramento versus the Warriors, mainly because I'm a Warriors fan, but I was born in Sacramento, so I've always had a rooting interest for that terrible franchise. But look, they're not going to be, even if they get swept, right? The fans are not going to be inconsolable. But it really depends on whether the Warriors win the playoff series or the Kings lose the playoff series. If the Warriors win, I think, there'll be some regret and disappointment, but they'll be able to build off that. If the Kings lose, then I think there'll be quite a bit of consternation, and the joy of making the playoffs will really be that shine will be dulled. And I kind of make it equivalent to the Vikings. The Vikings had a magical regular season. They broke so many NFL records in terms of one score wins, and the greatest comeback in the history of the NFL. But at the end of the day, it was just a completely disappointing season because they lost the playoffs. I mean, they didn't even win their first game. So, look, I'm rooting for the Kings, to be honest with you. I mean, why wouldn't you? They had the most pathetic team, right, in the history of the four sports in terms of playoff drought. So I really hope they do well. But if they get beaten by the Warriors, I don't think there's anything to be disappointed about.
Thanks, Bobby. The thing about that is, doesn't every fan thinks their team blew it when they lost? Like, it's very rare.
I think what he's referencing there is that it would have to be blatant, like Mike Brown made a bad decision,
I guess,
or somebody swallowed the olive at the line.
I know, but it's a 7-game series. Like, yeah, maybe you blow a game, but do you know what I mean? Like, every fan thinks at the end of a close game, we should have won. We had it.
Sure.
Right? Like, if we just do this and the other side thinks that too. So I guess what I'm saying is it's kind of hard to get to that answer. Did the Kings lose it or the Warriors win it, if it goes that way?
It could be argued either way. It is interesting how he compared the Kings to the Vikings, another defensive challenge team. I mean, I think the Vikings might have been like 31st or something like that in the NFL.
They were brutal.
They were they just gave up everything. I mean, it was like it was a total matador, nothing, just defense. So, and defense is so much about desire and want to, and to me, it's like, how hard does Sacramento play? I mean, does Sacramento have an ability in this series because of the stakes, because it's the playoffs, because they're focusing on their opponent, to ramp up their defensive effort? Can they actually show defensive improvement from the team that basically played no defense in the regular season? I mean, we know Mike Brown is a defensive coach who knows defensive principles, and that's just a matter of how good are they defensively? How committed are they? How tied together are they defensively?
Right, but it's not just want to. It's also that cohesion. It's that, like you said earlier, like this buildup of time together and understanding the tiny little things. You talked about Looney earlier and his total understanding of different angles and the way to approach certain players. And there's so much in the Warriors' brain that's not even occurred to the Kings yet. That's all it is in my mind. When we talk about experience, people are like, oh, that's overrated. Like, and you're right, it can be. Could the Warriors get athletically overwhelmed in this series? Maybe. I'm open to it. Like, maybe, yes. Maybe the Kings are too athletic and too young and too bouncy and too all of those things. Maybe that overwhelms the Warriors. But they know more. They've forgotten more about basketball than the Kings have ever learned.
Yeah. I wonder how much of the Kings' bad defense is about Mike Brown making a conscious decision at the beginning of the year to put the ball in Fox's hands and take advantage of what he's best at, which is baseline to baseline. I mean, this guy can go 92 feet with anybody, right? I mean, this guy can get up and down. And maybe he just said, you know what? Look at my personnel. Because Mike Brown's a defensive coach. Mike Brown understands these defensive principles, but he might have looked at Fox and said, look, I don't just empower him to really just be the ignition here. This is not going to work out. So we're going to play up tempo and fast, and numbers be damned, defense be damned. We're gonna do what's right for De'Aaron offensively, and we'll live with the results. I guess the question is, how bad are they defensively?
That'd be surprising.
Is it tied to their pace?
Well, sure. I guess to a degree, yes. I mean, they're one of the top. They may be even the top scoring team in the NBA. So sure, that's a piece of it. but it's not all of it. And I feel like the answer to your question is probably not, due to the fact that in recent weeks I've heard Mike Brown playing reverse psychology with post-game press conferences. This is somebody who started calling out his team 2 weeks ago. Like, okay, that's great, right? You press clippings, you've won a bunch of basketball games, but did you see what we didn't do tonight? We do that in the playoffs. We're going to be out. We're not a tough team. We're not a this. We're not a that. He started doing all of that, which suggests to me that he feels either he's not fully being listened to, or he feels like the Kings are starting to get impressed with themselves in the regular season.
How bad? Who would you say is the worst defender on this team? Is it Sabonis? Because Sabonis is a tremendous player. He's an all-star player. He's a rebounder. He's a distributor. He's a scorer. Defensively, he's just not much defensively. He doesn't offer you a whole lot defensively.
I don't know who I would say is the worst defender. I think a better question is, give me the players who are good defenders on the team. Who's a great defender? That's the thing.
Davion Mitchell.
Yeah, Mitchell. I look at the Warriors, though, and you say, okay, who's a good defender? Even though they've not been great this year, I get to 6 names. Easy. I get to 6 names who have like a defensive resume in this league. From GP2 to Draymond to DiVincenzo
Klay,
to Wiggins to Looney. Klay maybe doesn't have as much of it anymore, but yes, he certainly used to be. Like Kuminga now, building a resume there. Like there are players who have that mindset for sure on the Warriors. I don't know how many of them there even are on the Kings.
Yeah, I mean, when I think of their team, I think of Keegan Murray, offensive player. I think of HB as much more of an offensive player. I think of Sabonis as an offensive player. To me, their backcourt could play a little defense, but Monk's clearly an offensive player. Fox is an offensive player.
Offense. They're all offense.
Yeah. I mean,
that's what they are.
Yeah.
Yeah. By the way, is this true for all the NBA series? Nobody's announced the date of Game 2 yet, right? We have the weekend. We know what Saturday is. We know what Sunday is. No Game 2s have been announced on the schedule as of yet.
I haven't seen it.
Yeah. No, I'm looking at it right now. Every game after Game 1 is TBD. It's all TBD. The reason I'm looking at it is this first round is when it is at its most spread out. And I think that is another factor in this series that really helps the Warriors. As you said, this is the older team. It's not just like they play Saturday, so they're probably going to play Monday. They're probably not going to play Monday. They're probably going to play Tuesday, actually would be my guess. This gets all spread out, and the Warriors have an hour-and-a-half bus ride for all of it. So, like, what their bodies will potentially be able to do in this series, not only, I think, helps them in this series, it could help them in the next one if there is one.
Yeah. My only concern for Golden State is the guy like Wiggins, who hasn't played. You look at some of the age on their team. How do they respond? Because it's not just how many rest days you have, but it's the intensity of these games and how many minutes you're playing in these games. If Golden State has to really stretch themselves and play their key guys more minutes, and if Wiggins somehow, now depending on how Kerr uses him, but let's say he gets a full complement of minutes right away after not playing for 7 weeks, does he get some kind of a nagging injury? That would be my biggest concern for Golden State. Obviously, they've been there. They have knowledge of what it takes to do it in the playoffs that other teams just kind of don't. But it's just about, will they start to break down as they play intense games, especially since they've I don't want to say they've been soft on themselves this year, but if they've had an injury, that guy sits. They haven't really pressed the issue with any of their guys. Does that benefit them here? Or after 2, 3, 4 intense playoff games, do you start having little nagging injuries and guys aren't 100%? Now you get into round 2 or round 3. The thing that scares me the most, I'd love to sit there and say, oh, you know what, the Warriors are going back to the finals and they're going to have this great run. When I watch them against Denver, I'm looking at Denver's team. Denver's got an entire team full of guys in the prime of their career.
Yeah.
The Warriors have some young guys, some old guys. if you said how many guys are truly in the prime of their career on this team, Dante DiVincenzo, Andrew Wiggins.
Poole, I don't think is there yet.
Yes, I mean, you got some really young players. You got some older players. You only have a couple players in their prime.
So Steph's not in his prime except for prove it to me. What in his play suggests he's not playing as well as he's ever played?
Yeah, no, I know he's playing well.
You know what I mean?
But like, there is age there, and that's real. I don't know if and there is age there with Klay Thompson and with Green. And you kind of obviously there's a couple other guys that are too young. Kuminga, Moody, some of these guys are pretty young. You mentioned Poole, but I just really think forget basketball for a second. Just pro sports. Who typically wins? It's the team that has the most number of the best players, but also the most that are in the prime years of their career.
Sure, yeah, no doubt. I also think about this. We think about what it looks like when dynasties come to an end. And it's very rarely, I would say, like incredibly abrupt. I mean, there's been all the comparisons of this to The Last Dance. Let's also even think about when the Laker thing came to an end. And yeah, it was surprising that they lost to the Detroit Pistons, but it was in the NBA Finals. And they needed that, like that sort of shook their cage. Like, they got all the way to the NBA Finals. Everybody thought. I mean, I went to all 5 games of that series, and everybody thought. Thank you. Everybody thought after every game, tonight's the night that the Lakers actually show them who's boss.
Was that the Isaiah injury series?
No.
Where he had 25 in the fourth.
No. This is way later. This is post Isaiah. You're talking about Kobe. This is Shaq. Kobe and Chauncey Billups and Rip Hamilton. I'm
confusing my Pistons.
All the Wallaces. Yeah, don't confuse your Pistons now. That can get you in a whole lot of trouble. But that series, the Lakers won game 2 on a Kobe buzzer beater off the backboard. It's the only game they won. But I mean, until the fourth quarter of game 5, everyone's like, Lakers are going to flip the switch here any minute.
It just never happened.
It turns out they got blown out in the series in a huge gentleman's sweep, and that was it. Phil Jackson gone, Shaq gone, goodbye, it's over. But I have a hard time believing that this thing is going to come to an end in round 1 of the NBA playoffs.
Not when you have as many dominating defenders as Golden State potentially has. I mean, they got some dominant defenders.
It's all brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. Plenty of time and room for your calls. 888-957-9570. All kinds of stuff still to get to coming up next. More on the Warriors. We need to dive into this prediction you have about Trey Lance for sure. Plus a surprise starter in tonight's game for the Giants with the Dodgers in town. We'll get to all of that coming up next with Larry Krueger, who is in for Dibs. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Complete your dream.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All kinds of stuff that we want to get to still. I was just thinking, this is just random thought of the moment as we're sitting here with one of the TVs here in our studio has the WNBA draft on. And young lady just got drafted to Indiana.
Right.
And she heads up on the stage. She's holding up the jersey. It says Indiana. And what goes through my head is I'm like, congrats. You now live in Indiana. And I don't know where she's from. But drafts.
You ever been to Indiana?
I have.
Okay.
I've been in Indianapolis, yeah. I've been there for a Final Four, actually. But thank you. What a weird deal. Can you imagine, like, we always talk about relatability in sports, and if this were happen, right, if I punched someone in my job, what about a draft? Can you imagine going through that? You're just like, okay, I graduated from college. Today's the day. I'm going to go sit in a room, and some city is just going to tell me, all right, you're moving here. You're going to Florida. You're going to Texas. Now you live in Arizona.
You're going to live outside the country,
What
maybe.
a weird, right. Toronto just drafted you.
Stevie Francis, remember when he got picked by the Vancouver Grizzlies? It's like, and Vancouver's a beautiful city, by the way.
Oh, it's a beautiful city.
Beautiful.
But what a weird deal.
Yeah.
And then you get traded.
And you got a half hour to go.
10 minutes later.
Gather your stuff.
Oh, my gosh. What a weird deal. Right? Like, go back to Hunter Pence. Remember when he, showed up in that car at the ballpark from the airport? What a weird deal. And then he, never left. And now he's, the mascot of San Francisco. It's such a weird, I don't know. It's just a random thought.
No, it is weird because you're sitting there and you're going, okay, I'm from Hunter Pence. He was from Texas.
Right.
Right.
And he's playing for Houston.
He's playing for Houston. Then he was playing for Philly, right?
Right.
And it's like, okay, I'm going to be a Giant. Or Steve Kerr talking about, the trade deadline. Do you talk to your guys? And it's like some guys it probably doesn't bother. If you're in the league for a bunch of, I guarantee you it didn't bother Ty Corbin where he played in the NBA. Guy played for every single team in the league.
Right.
But there's guys who are like, hey, my wife, my girlfriend, they're reading the rumors. I'm just playing every day, but she's wondering, are we going to be here? Where are the kids going to go to school? Am I going to have to switch schools? Do we live apart? Do we live together? That's the other one too. It's like, do you wind up moving your whole family every time? Sometimes players do, but sometimes they don't. Robbie Gould, he had his family in Chicago for years, and the guy's played 18 years in the NFL.
And that's wild because how long has he been with the 49ers now?
Well, he's no longer with them. We'll see. We'll see.
Well,
There's a lot.
yeah,
that's a lot of speculation.
That's another
too.
odd one.
I would say 4 or 5 years.
It's at least, right?
Yeah.
But I mean, some guys, especially the journeyman player, you never get more than a 1-year contract ever.
Yeah.
So why would you move your kids anywhere? You're like, we're just going to have to move again next year.
That's why a lot of players will pick either Florida or Arizona because they know it's 50-50 on spring training.
Right.
So,
did you guys hear Darren Waller got married to Kelsey Plum, who's a star in the WNBA for the team in Las Vegas?
Okay.
Of course, Darren Waller, a Las Vegas Raider. He just, days after they got married, got traded to the New York Giants.
To the New York Giants, yeah.
Splitting them up.
Somebody put out on Instagram is that their wedding present? That the Raiders' wedding present?
Right.
It's like, your wife's in Vegas, now you're in New York. See ya.
The ultimate irony. You go to Vegas to get married, and then stuff happens.
Yeah.
All right?
But it's also kind of like nobody wants you. I mean, most people, you can look at it the other way, like, hey, somebody else wants you. And I know I've talked to a number of baseball players who are like, you know what, that's all we focus on is like, hey, look, somebody wants you. Don't worry about the fact that somebody doesn't. Yeah.
Well, I don't know. That's kind of just life. Somebody always doesn't want you, right? I think there are a lot of people who don't want you. I think there are a lot of people who don't want you, Larry. I hate to, even with that T-shirt on.
Really hurts
I know you got a T-shirt on with your name on it and everything, but I bet there's a lot of people who don't want you.
Yeah.
I bet that's
guarantee
true.
you. I guarantee you.
That's fine. Is it Shraz? Am I saying that right? Shraz in Palo Alto. Oh, Shraz. Shraz, you're on the show. What are you doing? Do you want Larry?
Well, so you guys are talking about draft in sports versus what if that happened in real life. And I don't know if you guys are aware, but in medical school, I'm a physician at Stanford, am in medical school when, we enter a match system and we select programs that we think we might want to go to, and they select us. So when you finish medical school, you don't really know where you're going to go. You don't know which program you're going to train at for residency. It could be anywhere around the country that you've selected, and they select you. So everyone gets a match day. It's kind of like a draft day where you go up and you open an envelope and they tell you which program you're going to match at.
That's just wild.
So what does that feel like when you're opening that envelope then?
Well, it depends on which program you get. Sometimes it feels really good, and sometimes not so much.
No, but I mean like before you even see it. Like how nervous are you when you're opening that envelope up?
Oh, it's wild. It's the emotions are just all over the place. And my wife is also a physician, so you could I've been on both sides of it. I've been on the side of the actual physician, opening the envelope, trying to figure out where you're going to go, and I've been the other side of it, where my wife is figuring out where she's going to go, and we hope it's going to be in the same city.
Where did you end up going?
So I'm actually a pediatric cardiologist, so I train in pediatrics and then in cardiology. So for my pediatrics, I matched here at Stanford. And then for my cardiology, I matched in Houston, Texas, and trained in Houston and we lived out there for 8 years. And really, luck of the draw. I could have trained in Houston. I could have trained in Philly. I could have trained in California. And just because that's where I ended up matching, that's where we lived for 8 years of our life. We had 2 of our kids there.
Houston, Texas, which I think, I've traveled all over the country. I would say that's the worst climate I think I've ever experienced.
Tough. It's tough. How come this is not on TV, Shiraz? How come it's not like with the 13th pick in the doctor draft? Thank you. Houston selects Shiraz from Palo Alto.
That guy doesn't even know a scalpel.
That guy looks terrible in a coat.
He wouldn't recognize a kid if he saw one.
Yeah, it should be. It'd be a high drama, I tell you what. For sure.
You have no
live skit, actually.
You had no recourse? There's no recourse? So
yeah.
If you had clout, if you're graduated top of your class, do you as like number one pick, could you say, you know what, I ain't going there?
No, but you match. So you don't rank a program if you don't want to go there. So I ranked, 5 or 6 programs.
Oh, okay.
Right,
so these are a little different.
Yeah, okay. So
I thought, could you Eli Manning the doctor draft? I'm not going to Houston. I'm gonna have my doctor agent put that out to the public ahead of time. But you list these places ahead of time.
Yeah, you list them ahead of time. You interview ahead of time. So you have, some people only rank one program. And they're like, I'm not gonna be a pediatric cardiologist if I'm not gonna do it at Stanford. And other people rank 3 or 4 programs. Some people rank 20.
Wow, that's fascinating. All right, Shiraz, thank you, man. That's a fun story.
You guys, so Grandy Beep gave him the what's the sounder? What is that, by the way?
Whoop.
Yeah,
that's a drip.
You didn't.
That's when you name drop something.
You didn't do it when he said he went to Stanford med school.
I
already did it to him twice in the interview or in the little conversation.
I thought that was one of those things that you drop into the conversation.
There's one thing here. There's a lot of things I like about 95.7 The Game, but when I'm driving around, it still cracks me up almost every time. We have decided. I don't know if the audience knows this. Anything you say is a drop. It doesn't matter if you're so I went to lunch the other day. There you go. So, big boy went to lunch. Huh? You had food. Look at you, Mr. Fancy Pants.
Well, my friend Ephraim Salam,
says the guy wearing a T-shirt with his own name on it. This
my
guy,
YouTube channel.
You're a walking drop. Look at you. You're doing.
It's a billboard.
Thank you. Which should be your nickname.
I could pop it. I could pop my jersey.
Oh my gosh. If you wear that shirt, are you wearing it all 5 days this week?
No, probably not. I wanted to throw it in your face a little bit, but then
I really appreciate that.
But then tomorrow I'll bring you your shirt,
size large,
and then size large.
Size large.
I got a few for the kids, so size large. When you wash that thing, I want to see. I mean, it's going to be tight.
Dude,
after
I'm going to look like Dwight Howard by Thursday.
Yeah.
It's going to be amazing. I'm going to be rocking that thing. The Krug Show.
The Krug Show.
Big old microphone on my chest.
Oh, yeah. Stole his dog name. Now I'm wearing his shirt.
Oh,
I saw, and there's be somebody who's going to spot you in Marin. Go, I saw Krug walking through Marin.
Yeah.
No, I heard him say his name was Penny.
Yeah, exactly.
No, I know it was him. He was at a
You're
Krug Show shirt, and his dog was Penny.
I'm totally eating it, pig in a pickle. Yeah, like all that stuff's going to be going on. No,
where's the drop on that?
I'm going to go get a shirt made this week. I'm going to go, speaking of, right, I'm going to go to the mall. I'm going to get a shirt made. And it's just going to say Mark Willard.
Mark Willard.
No, that's it. No microphone, no podcast.
No
No show.
podcast.
Just Mark Willard. That's it. And I'm
Dibbly.
going to wear it every day for
And
the
on the
rest of my
back, it
life.
should say Dan's better half.
No, you're not allowed to call him Dan, Larry. He gets very upset.
Oh, really?
Call him Dan. Yeah.
Daniel? Did you want Daniel?
Yeah, like it feels like he's got to go to his room if you use,
No.
Yeah, you call him Dan. He gets all like uncomfortable.
What does he want to be called? Dibs?
Yeah. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
You can't say, hey, Dan, how you good to see you, man.
You look at you and be like,
good,
what?
Good
like,
take, Dan. Yikes.
That would.
Remember the lady
That
from
would-
in the movie where the Glenn Close boils the rabbit? Isn't the guy's name Dan?
Oh, God, I don't know.
I don't want to be ignored, Dan.
Dan. Yeah, no, if I were to say Dan, he'd be like, ooh, what did I do?
That's stupid. Don't say that again.
Yeah, what's about to happen next? That's a little scary.
We got this 408 says, Larry, give Mark an extra medium. I didn't even make medium.
It's called a medium. Yeah.
Smedium.
I'd like a medium T-shirt if you have one. Thank
I
you.
actually asked somebody about a T-shirt like 6 months ago. And they're like, can you send me a small? I'm like, a small?
Yeah. Some people are little, Larry.
Small T-shirt,
Some
though?
people
Who wants
are
a small T-shirt?
Some people are wee little people. There's like, I don't know if
But nobody ever. Have you ever seen anybody and you saw them in a T-shirt? What's worse, a T-shirt that's too small or a T-shirt that's a little bit too big?
I know you have a podcast in your basement, and I know you have a tube that goes to 49ers camp, and that's the only two places on earth you ever are. Have you ever gone outside and seen there are people of all different sizes?
I know, but I mean, I've
like,
never.
There's like some people are 6'8", and then other people are 5'2". Have you seen that before?
Yes, I have.
Yeah, so like
I'm keenly
or
aware.
Maybe someone was like my wife would like one, and she's 4'11". Who knows? I don't know.
I always, I don't know. I remember my girlfriend in high school always wanted to wear my jacket. She wasn't sitting there going, "Oh, I want a small jacket."
Well, that's because girls want to,
No, what's the drop on that?
No, that you had a girlfriend.
Oh,
yeah.
Ridiculous.
Mr. Fancy Pants had a date one time, huh?
I had a little pig in a pickle for lunch the other day when I was walking with my wife, and then I called Will Clark on the phone, and
it's true. You did. You want to tell everybody?
I was down at spring training. I was talking to Gabe Kapler in the dugout. And then here came Marty Lurie by.
I am very, very accessible. So, look, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Hey, let's go a different direction for a second, because I've been waiting for this.
Okay.
Why do you think Trey Lance is getting traded? Explain this.
Well, I think he's getting traded because I think the 49ers love Trey Lance. John Lynch has stated a couple times that Trey's got to play. And yet they made it perfectly clear, John did, Kyle did, Jed did, that their first choice is Brock Purdy. So I think their professional evaluation of the quarterbacks is that Brock Purdy is their best quarterback. And when John comes out and says Trey's got to play, that to me, he's setting up a scenario that it's like saying that a certain player's got to play when he's not going to play. Well, then you're basically saying you're creating a problem, and then the only solution is that you're moving off of the player. I personally think that they've made the valuation that Brock Purdy's their guy, and that's the way it sounds. And I just think that then when John said, Trey, he was asked about Trey, and he's like, we like Trey on our team right now. I mean, that's if I said to you, do you like being at 95.7? You're like, you know what? I really like being on 95.7 The Game right now.
Right now.
The right now part says I want to get the hell out of here, right? I mean, otherwise you would just say, you know what? I love being here. You kidding me? I love that place. It's awesome. The people here are gold. And if you go, hey, I like where I'm. If your girlfriend says, someone says you run into somebody, she runs into a friend, and you're with her at the mall, and she says, oh, you guys dating? Yeah, I'm dating Mark right now. You're gonna get in the car and you're gonna say, "Hey, babe." Hey, babe. Just a one quick thing.
Most guys would be like, "That's great. That's awesome."
I'm dating Mark right now. That sounds like
some guys are Mr. Right and some guys are Mr. Right now.
Are you happy there? I'm happy right now. I guarantee you, if somebody's asked me if I was married and I said, yes, I'm married to this woman right now, my wife would slap me. She'd be like, what do you mean right now?
Married to her right now. It's a true statement, though.
Yeah, so that one, but I just also think that the 49ers understand that they can't just keep Trey Lance's career hostage. They can go with him or they can go with Purdy. And they didn't have to say they were going with Purdy. They could have just said, hey, we love our quarterbacks. But they've made it perfectly clear that Jed did, John did, Kyle did. Brock's our number one guy. Brock's the leader in the clubhouse. Now, I know a lot of the Trey fans are like, they're going to have a competition. Do you really want a competition? Do they want a competition?
They're not going to have a competition.
I don't think so either. I think they've also evaluated Trey and feel like something has happened that we're not privy to, and I don't know what it is. But to me, I'm just reading the tea leaves and then looking at this and going, well, is Trey Lance the ideal backup for Brock Purdy? No, he's not. He's a 23-year-old kid who needs to play. He's not. An ideal backup would be somebody,
I don't know, like Sam Darnold.
Well, that's the other angle in this thing. Why is Kyle Shanahan describing Sam Darnold as he has as good a skill set as any I've seen? And, so he's talking up Sam Darnold. John sounds like he's over Trey. It's clear that Brock had this great run last year. I don't know that it makes sense to trade him logically because we don't even know if Brock's healthy, but I'm reading the tea leaves and that's my assessment. My assessment is that they'll trade him. They'll probably trade him on draft day. But I also think they're not going to give him away. So they're saying to everybody, hey, we really love this kid, and he's a great kid, because that's true. But do they love him as a player? I mean, we know they can compliment players. They compliment Brock and Darnold. They haven't complimented Trey. I mean, I haven't heard one real compliment about Trey Lance coming from the 49ers other than he's a great person. Okay, but is he a good passer? Is he a good runner? Is he great? What does he do great at quarterback? And I haven't heard anybody say anything like that. So I'm just putting two and two together and thinking he's way too valuable in a league where there's, Tanner McKee is going to go in the second round of the draft probably in a couple weeks. Trey Lance is better than all these guys. He's better than Jay Kaner and Tanner McKee and all these secondary quarterbacks. So I just think the 49ers are probably willing to take. It came out yesterday. Now it's an unsubstantiated rumor.
That was just a rumor, but
yeah, but and who knows if that guy's right or wrong, or who knows if that guy's sourced or not. But that guy said a 2 and a 4. Well, a 2 and a 4 sounds about right to me. If you said what's he worth, I'd probably say about a 2 and a 4.
I agree with that.
So it just makes sense to me.
I'll tell you something.
And I'm not the only thing that bugs me about the whole conversation, Mark, is that people can't decipher between I'm predicting it's going to happen.
You hate Trey Lance.
I want it to happen. I'm rooting for it to happen. Wow. I'm the guy when I was across the street leading into that draft who said, I believe in Trey Lance. I think they ought to go with Trey Lance. I still think Trey Lance is going to be really good. But I get the feeling that they don't. And maybe I'm wrong, but I get the feeling that something's changed along the way here and that they are going to move him. The other reason, you have Darnold, and you signed him early in the free agent period. Like you ran to Darnold on the first day of free agency for some really complex deal with all these incentives. And there's a lot of good quarterbacks day 2, day 3. And if you want to get one of them, you easily could replace Trey. So if you trade him for a second and a fourth, maybe you get a player that you had down in the first round that falls to the second. Maybe you replace him by taking some quarterback in the fourth round. Especially, and then Kyle said is going to go with 2 quarterbacks. Now you've got Brock coming back and you've got Darnold. I'm not saying it's a guarantee. I don't think they'd give them away for nothing. But I think that their price tag, what they would ask for, and what other teams would pay, jives. You know what I mean? I think other teams would pay us 2 and a 4 or something in that neighborhood. And I think they'd probably be willing to move him for something like that. So I think we'll see it.
I tell you what, I don't think that your argument is crazy. I don't. Here's another question about the Darnold thing. Why did he say yes?
Why? Why would a guy who just played the best ball of his career as a starter sign up to be number 3?
Why did he pick the 49ers?
Right. And also, if you're going to go with 2 quarterbacks on your active roster, how are you going to make this work? How are you going to make this work if you have Trey Lance, Sam Darnold, and Brock Purdy, and you really only want to go with 2 on your active roster and 1 on the practice squad? Who's going to be on the practice squad? Darnold just went from end-of-the-year starter with Carolina, played the best 4 games of his career, and now he signs up to be a third-string practice squad guy. I mean, I know people want to play for Kyle and want to play on this Niner team with these weapons, but he could have gotten easily a job where he's competing to be a 1 or he's a solid number 2 on a number of different spots, and he's running over here to be their 3rd.
Look,
somebody told him something.
This might be a little bit more simple than even you realize, because you're like, look, something changed. Yeah, something changed. They picked someone else to be their starting quarterback. That's all that changed.
And maybe they weren't ever really truly committed to Trey. Maybe they were more committed to having a quarterback on a rookie deal so they could build around that.
But they still have that. And
now they have that without Trey.
Yeah, the point being is Trey Lance was the starting quarterback, and now they have chosen someone else. And at the end of this, you just don't do that to people. You don't do that to people. It's not smart business. I don't think it's smart for the player. And when I say you don't do that to people, I mean, how many times in the NFL do you see someone or a team go, this is our starting QB, but we also think that guy can be our starting QB, and we're just going to keep him right over here.
It's not fair to either guy.
You don't do it. You're right. You don't do that.
Or to all 3 guys. It's not really fair.
And you can go, but there was smoke last year. I mean, I thought this at the time. They brought back Jimmy Garoppolo because they weren't totally enamored with everything that they were seeing with Trey Lance, and that was before Brock Purdy was even a thing. So,
and also, I talked to a quarterback coach the other day who knows mechanics on this pretty good. I won't name him, but I talked to a quarterback coach, and he's like, Krug, what's the most laughable thing is this video that came out this week.
Oh, gosh, it's ridiculous.
About, how look how different his motion is. And
I will say,
people,
it is impressive, Larry.
But the guy said to me, he's like, there's still a ton of work that needs to be done on that motion. There's all kinds of inconsistencies there. And what you're seeing from A to B was slight differences, but there's all kinds of, all kinds of development that needs to be.
I don't know that many quarterbacks that can actually throw a ball in slow motion. I thought that was really cool. And to be able to do that, if we could do it the other way and speed it up really, really fast, then maybe that would be hard for defenses. But, yeah, I love it. Like, slow the whole thing down and turn Trey Lance and his throw into an adult film and just put some music behind it. And everything slows down. And here comes his arm. And then he threw the ball. And it was a spiral. Oh, my gosh. He's going to start. No, he's an NFL quarterback, and he threw a football. And someone filmed it. Like, what on earth was that?
I know.
That was the weirdest thing ever.
The other thing that really got me, and I was probably a little snarky on Twitter on this, which is unlike me. But
Twitter in general to have snark.
But
I don't know.
There was people showing it side by side, saying, look at the differences. And the differences, there were some differences, but they were slight differences.
Yeah, his arm was like a little bit more overhand than it was before.
Slight
That's about
differences.
It. Yeah.
But it's just like the idea that, like, I'm noticing these slight differences that the rest of you aren't noticing.
He's been reborn.
The same people that noticed these incredibly slight differences also didn't notice that Brock Purdy was a pretty good quarterback, and we're saying that Nate Sudfeld was going to obviously make the roster because of a $2 million roster bonus. So now we're supposed to believe that these people that couldn't recognize the difference between Purdy and Sudfeld now see this huge difference in just one throw against air in a controlled environment in the offseason. And now that means
without
everything.
A uniform. Well, remember, Patrick Mahomes was there, too.
Right. So now he is Mahomes.
Oh, exactly.
I mean,
we got a little bit of that.
Yeah.
He came off in the fumes, and he broke.
He's Mahomes, I'm telling you.
He was breathing that stuff in.
But I'll say this. I would be deathly afraid, Mark, if I was John Lynch or Kyle Shanahan, to trade Trey Lance, because Trey Lance, I believe, does have some things, some basic skills and some traits that I would not want to give up on. You know what I mean? He works hard. Football's important. He's an athletic kid. He's a smart kid.
I would wait one more year, but I say that now without knowing exactly what Purdy's going to be, his health, what he's going to do. But you're right. It's frightening. It's frightening to do that because he was the guy you moved heaven and earth in order to get him and all of that stuff. And even Purdy, as good as he was, it's been 8 football games, and I think that's awesome that they believe in him. But, I mean, as much as you say you better be right when you move up to get Lance, boy, if you're going to move off of him, you better be right as well. The parallels between Trey Lance and James Wiseman are real.
That was the other one.
They are very, very real.
The Warriors, the way the Niners, and that's probably actually a key factor in my prediction.
No question.
The way the Niners have discussed Trey Lance sounds very similar to what Steve and Bob were saying about James Wiseman 2 weeks before he was a Piston.
And if you wait too long, and I would argue that the Warriors, I don't know that they could have done it any differently, but in the way it worked out, they did. They waited too long. You get to a point where his value ends up being next to nothing. So the reason I give some credence to what you're saying in the end is if you end up having another season, and let's say Purdy stays healthy, and Trey Lance does not play, or let's say Purdy's not ready by week 1 and you choose Sam to start week 1 instead of Trey, you have immediately stripped more value away from that trade package because you're presenting him to the league as a backup.
They're already presenting him. That was the other thing. The way they're presenting him now, they're presenting him as nothing's changed since we drafted him. It's all situational.
Mm-hmm.
He got hurt, and then we had this happen, and then Brock stepped in, and look at the way Brock played, and now this. So in a way, they're arguing, we love the guy. Nothing's changed. Jed's like, hey, he may still be a great quarterback, and Kyle's like, hey, I haven't changed one thing about how I feel about Trey. Those are the kinds of things that you say when you are going to shop them and you want a good offer. The other thing is, why did they go to the combine and say that they're going to listen to that we like our quarterbacks, but we'll listen to offers? If you like an employee of your company, you say, you know what, we love him. He ain't going anywhere. And that's end of discussion.
Exactly what they said about Deebo Samuel.
Exactly. But when it came time to talk about his quarterbacks, he said, we like our quarterbacks, but we'll listen on anybody. Yeah. And they're not listening on Brock, and they just brought in Darnold. Yeah. Trey's the only one left.
It's interesting. You make a compelling case. I will give you that. And I do think, as you said, kind of a lot. There have been parallels all along with James Wiseman. Speaking of the Warriors, let's rock and roll. 888-957-9570 with this series that now starts on Saturday, and you will have the coverage wall to wall, not only all week long, but the games right here on 95.7 The Game, the Warriors and the Kings. I think that the NBA has lucked out and ended up with a first round in the Western Conference that's about as good as it gets for the first round. Let's be honest. The regular season is often, as you said, blah. Teams kick it. There's load management. Then you get all the way to the playoffs, and then you get the first round. It's like, okay, cool. The Pacers are playing somebody or whatever happens. And it's often a fait accompli. Not this time. This first round in the Western Conference, I could argue, outside of maybe the Nuggets taking on, I don't know, is it the Pelicans? Is it the T-Wolves? The T-Wolves, by the way, if you missed the breaking news about an hour ago, they did suspend Rudy Gobert for the play-in game, the first one. They're in L.A. tomorrow to take on the Lakers. Gobert will not play. We know that Jaden McDaniels will not play. He broke his hand punching the wall on the way to the locker room at halftime yesterday. So those two players, who, by the way, are Minnesota's 2 best defensive players, are out against the Lakers. I think the Lakers are going to roll the T-Wolves. We'll see who ends up in Denver. They probably won't put up much of a fight. But the rest of the series, Memphis probably against the Lakers, the Warriors favored against the Kings, and then are the Suns ready to look like the team that we all think they should be on paper? They've barely given us a sneak preview against a total wild card in the LA Clippers. This is a delicious first round, about as good as we get here in the Western Conference, and that we are lucky enough to sit here and have this geographic rivalry that also has a changing of the guard potential feel, and light the beam versus is the dynasty over? The whole thing to me sets up perfectly. And this Warriors-Kings series, to me, I don't think it's necessarily going to be a classic. It's really going to boil down to, do we actually see what we believe is the truth? Because if I were to define both basketball teams, the Kings, an adorable regular season story, but does the slipper fit? Probably not. And are the Warriors the opposite of that? A regular season that frustrated everybody, but inside you, are you still you? And if the answer to those two questions are what we think they are, then the Warriors win this in 6 or less.
I think it's an emotional series for the Warriors and Kings, because I think, it'd be one thing if Sacramento lost, but to lose to your regional rival that you've been better than all year, that's going to be emotional. I think it's going to be obviously emotional if the Warriors check out, because a lot of people will be saying, oh, yeah, it's the end of a run. I think there's a lot of emotion that we're going to see starting game one.
Well, game one, look, the Warriors, I have every confidence in their ability to handle this, but this is going to be an unbelievable environment on Saturday. Now, does it rival Game 4 in Boston last year? Maybe not. But, I mean, how can you not have – they've got pent-up emotion for 16 years. It's all going to come out in this game. And you're right, the Warriors are the perfect opponent for that anger. They're the perfect opponent in two ways. Like, the Kings feel like the whole world has patted their head and called them little brother. I'm at the front of the line.
Yeah, I was going to say,
I'm patting your head, and then who shows up? Oh, Big Brother.
Yeah.
Big Brother
if it was an interview,
shows up.
If it was an interview, you'd be like, that's a great question, Sacramento.
Oh, gosh.
That's a great question.
It is. No.
A certain manager used to say that all the time. Great question.
No.
Great question.
Well, who's that? Who's that little kid that interviewed Devontae Adams after the Raider game this year and it went all viral? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
That little kid. Yeah. I like that. That's how I would answer questions if Sacramento was interviewing me. I'd get down on one knee. I'd get down on their level and just be like, hey, that's really good. Yeah,
that was an awesome
question, Sacramento. Let me tell you what my answer will be in a voice like this, and then when I get to the end of it, I'm going to wish you luck in your future career.
I hope I'm going to take a picture of you this week. I'm going to send it to all my friends in Sacramento and say, drinks are double. Keep this guy out of the restaurants. I mean, you're going to be persona non grata. In the capital city.
I mean, Instagram is where you put cute things. And so you'd take those pictures and you'd post them because that's what you do. Just like you do with your dog.
There you go.
Dog, dinner, and the Kings.
I don't do a lot of pictures. Do you take a lot of pictures of food and put it out there?
No, I don't do food. I do some dogs. I put Penny on Instagram today. She's on my IG story right now.
How big is Penny, by the way, these days? Last time I saw her, she was small.
She's topped out now. I think she's 65 pounds.
So she's a medium size.
She's
not a big gold.
She wouldn't wear an XL t-shirt. I know that. But, she wear a large, medium.
She's a German Shepherd, right? Medium?
No,
or a mix,
not a German.
Right?
She's a
she
Shepherd
looks
mix.
like a German.
She's a Shepherd mix, but she's not a German. I think she's a Belgian Malinois. Oh, do you know what that is?
No.
Yeah, neither did I. But then everybody, how there's dog people.
They came up to you and said, do you know what you have?
Seriously.
Really?
Like you go to the dog park and you know the dog people.
Yeah.
The dog people who come up and I mean, I swear I'm just like, it's the first time I had a dog. They're like, what is it? I'm like, it's a dog. I went to a rescue place and I got a dog. And then you go to the dog park and people will come up to you like you're holding a 4-leaf clover.
Who are you?
They start to talk like this.
At least you had the right answer. You said you went to a rescue place. Yeah. I went to a breeder.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Oh.
Now
we know which Penny people like better.
When I mention that to people, it's like,
oh yeah, you're gross.
You're like, you went from like an admirable person to like You're the scum of the earth,
yeah,
man.
it's like telling people you throw your aluminum cans in the trash. I mean, it's like, oh gosh.
I mean,
what's the matter with you?
you
What,
went
do you
to a
hate the
breeder?
planet or
I mean,
something? Yeah, come on, man.
You went to a breeder?
I have a heart.
Yeah, good to see you.
You're one of those people.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. I went to a rescue place in
Really?
Richmond. Yeah, I don't know the name of the place is blanking right now. I'll get it in a second because they were
See,
great.
but
I'd like to give them a little pub.
I asked the people. I'm like, because I went to ARF. I went to ARF looking for a golden retriever. She's like,
LaRusso's place.
We never have golden retrievers. Never. I said, really? Wait. You never have golden retrievers? No, never. They're never here.
How do they know?
I'm like, well, so what?
It's
They
a
don't
rescue
get rescued?
Yeah. What do they look like? Well,
He's
we
like,
can't
well, if
rescue
we
that one,
have
it's a
them, they're
retriever.
gone immediately.
Oh, okay.
Because they're,
Well, Penny would have been too. Anyway, the Milo Foundation is where I went. It's called the Milo Foundation. I want to give them pub because they were fantastic. They were fantastic. But yeah, I noticed it. People will talk to you. Their voice changes. Hey, is that a Belgian Malinois? I'm like, what the hell did you just say to me? What'd you say about what?
You start looking at your watch.
Well, the first guy that said it to me,
it's actually a Breitling.
First dude that says it to me goes, "Hey, is that a Mal dog?" And I'm like, "Did you just ask me if I have a bad dog?" Like what?
It's a very Mal dog,
So I
and
just looked at
sometimes
him.
it's extremely Mal.
Well, the beautiful thing is it's a rescue, so I could just look at everybody and be like, I don't know.
I
I haven't
Not
done
really
the DNA
sure.
test, but I went home and I Googled Mal dog because I'm like, what the hell is that? And then I started doing research, and yeah, Belgian Malinois. I think her dad was a Belgian Malinois and her mom was a lab mix.
Wow.
Anyway, she's an awesome dog. She's beautiful. And she's on my IG story.
There
MT
you go.
Willard, knock yourselves out.
Oh, I'm going
You
right
go take
now.
it.
I'm going
Please
right
do.
now.
And
Let me
give
check
the-
it out.
Thank you for dropping my Instagram label. But anyway, if I'm a Kings fan, that's what I'm. There's on my list of things that terrify me.
Breeders.
What's that?
Breeders.
Breeders, people who don't recycle, mal dogs, and the refs.
Oh yeah.
The refs. Like,
You're worried about the refs?
Of course I'm worried about the refs.
Come on.
If I'm a Kings fan.
If you're a Kings fan.
Yes.
Because
PTSD.
you've built in that like built-in excuse. Like, we can't possibly lose. The refs will have to take it from us.
Listen.
I don't like the built-in excuse. I
No,
really don't.
no,
If
but
there's
you
some
need it.
massive story, then fine. You want to go refs, you want to play that card, I get it. Fine, you got history on your side, the whole deal. But if without a major story and you're just like, the refs don't want us.
Yeah, but this is the way.
That's loser
but
talk.
Of course it is. That's exactly what the Kings are going to do. They're going to lose this series. Like, that's the whole point. The NBA is always like this. I remember this whenever remember when LeBron was just a pup in Cleveland? I don't know why everything's going dog talk now.
They spread the floor and Mike Brown had him at the top of the key. He was going one-on-one.
And they made the finals, and they were an underdog in the Eastern Conference Finals, but they made it, and I'll never forget. I can't remember who the player was, but I'll never forget the tweet, which was just like the NBA got their boy in the finals, which was an indicator. They were saying, look, of course, right?
He was the chosen one.
He was the chosen one. He's the brand. He's who everyone wants to see. And so it doesn't mean that he's right. It doesn't mean that the officials are fixing everything. But do I think that the Warriors are going to win this series and Kings fans are going to be outside Golden One at all those great sports bars sitting there in 2.5 weeks going, man, you know the NBA wanted the Warriors to win this series. Yes, I think that's exactly how this is going to go. That's, of course, how it's going to go.
By the way, since you've mentioned Golden One, have you gone up there?
I have.
So how would you
Awesome.
compare
It's
Chase
great.
to Golden One?
Oh, gosh.
Because the Golden One's got a pretty cool little outside restaurant
they're both,
area.
They're
It's
both
pretty
great
sweet.
arenas. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Like
So
the outside area is kind of nice.
Well, Thrive City though is so is kind of like sprawling, and that area around Chase has become something when it used to be nothing, and so
Chase has got a better scoreboard. I think a better scoreboard.
Well, when I went to Golden One, I didn't go to an NBA game. I was there for a concert.
Okay.
So I've been to Golden One. I've experienced the surrounding area. We had food, and then we watched a rock show. Yes. Then we saw a band. So I have not been there. And yes, do you know what I was in like the 15th row.
What band was it?
Thank you. It was the Who.
Okay.
I saw the
All
Who.
right,
Yeah,
all right.
Thank you. Anyway, people are like, who? No.
Who?
Anyway.
What?
So Golden One is great.
It's nice. It's
they've
really
done a
nice.
Very good
They got a
job.
beam.
They got a They got a light. They
got
had
a
lights
beam.
and everything. They had food. They had seats. It was incredible. No, they did a really good job. You could tell. I like the sight lines, the vibe. the surrounding area, all of it.
But it's not as good as Chase.
Well, but I mean,
Chase is better. Chase is more opulent, I'd call it. It's Chase is a little fancier, a little nicer.
The arenas perfectly mirror the cities in which they sit. Chase is more San Francisco, and Golden One is more Sacramento. That's what I would say.
There's all kinds of things I can say right now.
Whatever you want into
I can
that.
say all kinds of
but
things.
Yes, Chase is fancier. It's schmancier. It's all of those things.
It's a little bit.
Golden One's a little bit more gritty. It's a little bit more. We're right here in the middle of downtown, and just
the K Street Mall used to be here.
Just walk right up. We're just going to park, and the arena is across the street.
Yeah.
Chase, oh my gosh, I've been searching for parking for 14 hours. I haven't found it yet. I have to park.
Go park on Missouri Street and walk.
Right. Don't tell anybody. But anyway, yeah, like I mean, I got the life hack on that now. Not Missouri Street. I'm not telling you where I park.
Pennsylvania.
I'm not telling you. I'm not telling you where I park because I'm not telling the world where those spots are.
There's there's a secret to it.
Yeah. You park and pray. Yeah. That's what that lot is called.
Yeah.
Park and pray.
Go with yeah. Pray it's still there.
Please have all 4 windows left when I get back. But anyway, yeah. Like that's they're exactly what you would expect.
There's nothing worse than paying ridiculous prices to park.
Oh, it's
would you say
worst? Well, there's one thing worse.
I hate paying for parking.
Paying incredible prices for someone else to park for you. That's even worse.
Valet, you mean? To my valet?
Gosh, I don't want to take anybody's job, but I can't stand valet. It's just my whole body tightens up. The whole thing.
It's just
an
it's just a giveaway.
Then
you got to tip the valet.
Right. I'm like, what? How did this start? I always want to interview someone. I want to go back and be like, who was Bob Valet? And why did you even think of this? What occurred to you to be like, you know what people need? They need someone else to get in their car, take their keys, go through their private stuff, and park in a spot that's 14 feet away that I could drive in myself. What are we doing?
Seriously.
It's so, I don't understand
I went to a party one time in Pacific Heights, and they were like, oh, well, we're valeting. I'm like, what? Why? There's spots everywhere. There's nothing but spots all over the place. And so guys like, we're the Flying Dutchman, and we are, blah, blah. And I'm like,
so snooty. Yeah, ridiculous. It's so pretentious. And there's nothing worse than the small places that do it. And you come out of the restaurant or whatever, and you're like, hey, here's my ticket. It's all crumpled up in my pocket. Do you have my keys? They're like, yeah, we got your keys right here. We're going to go get your car. And then they run 13 feet away.
Right.
And bring your, I'm like,
and then you can hear the wheel. You can hear
here.
the wheels screeching in the background.
I'm right here.
Hey, bro.
Just let me keep my keys.
Yeah, I mean,
I'll park my car.
Hey, AJ Foyt, could you, take it a little slower around those curves?
If I ever drive to Vegas, I will go 20 stories up to park my own car. I'm like, get out of my car. I got my car. I'm going to go park my car. So anyway, but yeah, Golden One, you can pull up and you go in the garage and then you come out and you walk right into the arena across the street.
Yeah. The only thing is that there's some of their garages look very similar. And I one time went to Golden One.
Well, sure.
Parked in a garage, went back to the garage, was hunting around for like a half hour, realized there's an identical garage 1 block further the other way.
Yep.
And I wasted like 90 minutes.
Stand in the middle of the intersection, hitting the lock button on your car until you hear it beep.
Where is it?
Beep, beep. Yeah, I do that. Just walk around hitting the button.
I'll tell you the other nightmare parking story. If you ever go to a Stanford football game, you get there, you park like, in the middle of the campus.
On the dirt.
Yeah. On the dirt.
Yep.
But you get there usually, maybe they play at 7 or 6 or something like that, or 8. So you get there in the afternoon, right? Because you're going to pre-party or whatever. And then you go and you park, and it's like 4 o'clock. It's light. You come out. It's like 10 o'clock at night.
Oh, no.
And there's it's hard. The lighting's weak.
Yeah, there's no lighting.
And you're sitting there going, I have no idea. I could be on the other side. I could be on this side.
I hate this joke. I'm very sorry to make it. You go to a college football game in the Bay Area. When you come out, you want to know how you find your car?
It's the only one there.
One car that's right over there. Yeah, that's your car.
What are you trying to say? Not a lot of people like college football?
I mean,
why do people talk about it on the radio?
A lot of seats. A lot of seats lately. Do we even have a conference anymore? Do we got a conference? Do I have a job? I don't know.
My good friend Jamie Zaninovich just left the Pac-12.
I know.
I'm not sure.
I saw that story.
He was sprinting away.
Oh, he's your good friend?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah, where's
there
that?
you go.
Just drop that one right
A little
there.
late on that one, Mark. Yeah, so that's the two arenas, and actually, fundamentally, when you look at this series, that's kind of the fun part of it for me.
Will the officials be a
No.
wreck the Kings day?
I mean the whole Sacramento, San Francisco thing. That's really fun because we're close, and we also couldn't be further away.
Here's the biggest question of it, though.
Could not be
Will
further
the
away.
Warrior fan that, it's expensive to live in the Bay, maybe more expensive than Sac.
What do you mean, maybe?
Well, I'm just saying there's some rich people in Sac.
Of course there are.
But I'm just saying, will the Warrior fans invade Golden One more?
Yes.
Or will the Kings fans
answer is
who love coming down to Warrior games?
Unequivocally.
And also it's new for them. So the Warrior fans have been going all these different rounds and are planning for multiple rounds. Kings fans may, this is it, baby. This might be it.
In 10 years.
16 years
what's the one
of
thing? What's the one thing that most Warrior fans have not done in the last 10 years? Go to a playoff game on the road.
Yeah, but now you can.
That's my point. I think there's going to be way more Warrior fans in Sacramento than there are Kings fans in San Francisco.
I'll say no. I'll say the other way. I think there's going to be more Kings fans because the newness of it.
No,
the newness of it, and they know that they're going to agitate. Do you remember how many? When they were playing in Oakland, I mean, there was tons of Kings fans that would come down. They loved it.
I'm not saying there won't be some fans, but Chase Center especially in recent months, it has become a great home environment. It is loud. I think the Warrior fans have been waiting for this. I think that there is a uniqueness to this particular series. And as you said, getting tickets to a home Warrior game and driving from Sacramento to San Francisco, like you're talking about, you and a friend or you and a family member, hop in a car in Sacramento. Gas is $4.50 a gallon. Hop in a car in Sacramento, drive to the Bay Area, give me 2 tickets. We're going to eat. We're going to park. Then we're going to get back in the car, drive back to Sacramento. You explain to me how you do that for less than $1,000.
I hear you, but I will say this. From going to Sac State, living in Sacramento, there's a ton of people I don't know if it's because their mortgage is less, that own boats and have more disposable income.
Maybe.
Because they're not paying it on mortgage.
I know that this is probably a
lot of people with boats in Sacramento. I'll say that. Lots of boats.
On a boat. I don't know if this is a great precursor or not, but Friday night, Golden One was loaded with Warriors fans.
It was 925 says tickets for Golden One are super expensive, $479 for nosebleeds.
Wait till you see what they are at Chase Center. Where do you think they're going to be at Chase Center? We haven't seen those ticket prices yet. We don't have a game scheduled yet. Like, there are going to be 2 games, but they're not on the schedule yet.
I told you that I bought 3 tall boy beers. It was like $52.
Yeah, right? Yeah. I mean, I'm not telling you that going to Golden One is going to be cheap, but I'm telling you that the Warriors is a much larger fan base, that in general probably has more resources. Right? And Chase Center is going to be at least as much as Golden One to get in. At least as much.
I think you're going to see some purple.
Okay.
I think you're going to see some purple.
And I think you're going to see some blue up there.
I think you're going to see. There's a lot of Warrior fans that live there, though, and they were Warrior fans.
Part of my point.
But there's a lot of rich Warrior fans who left Silicon Valley and said, you know what, I'm going to go live in El Dorado. I'm going to live in Folsom. And they're still Warrior fans because they were Warrior fans all the way through.
Sure. Yeah, that's part of my point. There's going to be some purple here, and there's going to be some blue there. And some men are colorblind and won't be able to tell the difference. Yeah. That's true, too.
More purple in the city, more blue.
I got blue. I got blue in the Capitol for sure. Speaking of ticket prices, okay, Marco and Vallejo. Yeah, Marco, what are you doing? What do you want to say?
Yeah, so I've been checking just for the hell of it to see if I could pick up a couple tickets. And right now in the aftermarket, in Ticketmaster aftermarket, right, kind of certified resale, Golden One is going for like 2 to 2.5 times, which you can still pick up awards, even though they don't have a time yet. There's TBA. You can still buy the tickets, but they are, 2.5 times half of what they are right now at Golden One. And I think there's just a lot of hype.
It's going to change.
The Sacramento area.
Yep, exactly right. It's going to change because the series is going to evolve. The series will evolve. There will be wins. There will be losses. There will be information. Yeah, of course. Like that's
if the Warriors lose game 1 and game 2 in Sac, will Warrior fans say, you know what, we just don't have it, and sell their tickets to Kings fans, and will Kings fans then come down here going,
maybe.
You know what, we're going to boat race these guys. Let's get down there.
Maybe, but I don't think they're going to lose the first 2 games in Sacramento. But yeah, right now, Marco, no doubt, you're tapping into the fact that this is the first playoff game in Sacramento in 16 years. Warrior fans have a playoff game.
And there's a lot of disposable income.
Every Tuesday.
Don't discount
you keep
that.
saying like as if there isn't here. Does
Yeah, but when you're
anybody got disposable income in the Bay Area?
But seriously,
no, not me.
I'm telling you,
anyway.
how many you go through whatever neighborhood you want, Carmichael, whatever, Natomas, Rancho Cordova. You drive through the neighborhoods, you see houseboat.
Houseboat?
Not houseboat, but houses with boats on the side. So why is that? Well, it's because they probably have a little bit more disposable income to spend on.
Or maybe they've got a little bit more space.
They have more space.
You try to do that in the Bay Area, put a boat next to your house.
Maybe everybody's boat here is
shoot up your boat.
Everybody's boat here is not dry docked.
Exactly.
It's you know they got a boat slip somewhere.
Where are you living here in the Bay Area where you can just take a boat next door? What on earth? I mean, what is that?
I know that's true.
I mean, my gosh.
You put a boat next door in Pacific Heights, you know, your neighbor's like calling up.
That's covering 4
Get
houses.
Get rid of the boat.
Yeah, exactly.
My neighbor's got a boat going.
What do you got, Mark?
According to TickPick, which is another sports, ticketing app, Saturday night's Warriors-Kings Game 1 has a get-in price of over $400, the most expensive first-round playoff game on record.
Yeah, well, that's not surprising.
Look at that.
First one. They've been waiting for this.
They've been waiting. They've been waiting.
And they want to tell me that they're not adorable. That's the cutest.
It ain't gonna be so adorable if they win the first 2 games in sack, is
Randy, thank you for that.
That is such a backhand slap. They're adorable.
No, it's the cutest thing. Look at them. They're all
It can be cute if they beat you in the first 2 games.
What? We haven't been to the playoffs. Oh my gosh.
By the way, one more thing. I just learned that we're going to be giving away at some point tickets to Game 3 of the series. So if you want to figure out
today?
No, not today.
Okay, this
coming
week.
up.
This week.
Coming up.
Yeah.
Just stay tuned at 95.7 The Game to figure it out.
I had heard of that possibility.
510 says I got a dock in my backyard. 415, all the boats are in the marina.
Exactly. Bay Area people are looking at everyone's in sack with their boat, and they're like, you know what we do with our boat?
Yeah.
We put it in the water.
It's in the marina. Yes.
The water there, buddy.
Yeah.
Yeah. The difference between these 2 markets is bigger than you realize. Actually, I got a story I can tell you about it coming up next. It's pretty funny. We'll take more of your calls also. 888-957-9570. That is the number. That's Larry. He's in for Dibs. This is Willard and Dibs.
Chance are here. The playoffs.
Our run is
Now down to 4 seconds with 3. Gotta go. Dribble drive. Kuminga goes up and jammed it. Oh my goodness. He jumped off for the broken circle. Just hammered that down to end the third quarter. Are you kidding me?
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
But Larry is in for Dibs. And yeah, a lot of people are saying good sight lines at Golden One. Is that what you said?
Yeah, a lot of people, that seems like a common theme in the text line.
I agree. I'm telling you, like, an arena to me, because sometimes you're like, it's an arena. You walk in, right? The game is in there. Like, it's a good arena if the team is good. But some places you walk in and it's just a feel. I walk in and I'm like, is this all packaged in a way that just pops? Golden One is. It took me 2 seconds Second I walked in there, I'm like, oh, yes, very good. That just feels right everywhere you look.
Where do the Suns play?
In Phoenix.
So they used to play at an arena called. It was called America.
Talking Stick, I think it was for a while.
Well, that's a new facility, isn't it? That's a baseball facility. That's where I talked to you.
Is that with the
Dibs from spring training?
Oh,
I was at Talking Stick.
No, but I thought that they did something with the Suns for a little while. I'll look up their current arena.
They played at an arena, and I went to spring training in the 90s, and they played at an arena. They called it America West Arena. And it was, you walked in there, and you're like, wow, the sightlines were awesome.
It's called Footprint Center now.
Is it the same place?
Footprint Center. Yeah,
because it could be a different building.
No,
altogether.
I think it's the same.
Oh, it's same
building.
Yeah, it was a great looking arena. I mean, seriously, nice luxury suites, good sight lines, really nice.
Yeah, Arizona's got good stadiums now.
I haven't been to the Cardinal facility. Glendale.
No, they've got the Glendale and the Diamondbacks thing is kind of weird.
The Bob or Chase or whatever it's called.
It's strange. I mean, it's got a pool. And they can't figure out if it's inside or outside. So
it's bizarre from the outside. It looks like an airplane hangar.
Correct.
Just a gigantic rectangle.
But it's got a vibe. It's got a little bit of a vibe inside.
I like it. It televises well.
Yeah.
It looks good on TV.
Absolutely.
By the way, the Diamondbacks, bad news for the Giants. Diamondbacks look better than the Giants.
They're plucky.
So you get the Padres, you get the Dodgers, and if the Diamondbacks are better, that means the Giants are fourth.
Well, no, it doesn't mean that yet. That means that's what you think is going to happen.
I feel real confident about that.
They run. The Diamondbacks are fast.
Corbin Carroll, their rookie. Yeah,
here's the problem.
He's quick.
The problem is the Giants wanted to get younger and more athletic, and I think everyone else is still younger and more athletic than they are. Seriously. By the way, I had mentioned earlier the surprise start. Joey Bart is back tonight. Joey Bart is in the lineup tonight against the Los Angeles Dodgers to make his season debut. And Austin Wynns was DFA'd today, thank you. And so the catching situation is
in flux.
Fluid. Yeah.
They're going to trade Joey Bart.
I think they might, but I would predict right now that Gary Sanchez will catch more games than any other player in the second half of this year.
Oh, that's interesting.
Gary is scary.
Yeah,
Gary Sanchez, by the way, over the last 3 years has hit a combined average of 195.
Right.
But I think it might be
Giants don't care about average.
You got to remember who did Farhan draft? He drafted Bailey.
Patrick Bailey.
And I think Bailey is starting to come on with the bat. And Bailey's a nice defensive player with a line drive stroke. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Bailey.
Yeah, I know this for sure, and this actually started all the way back right when he was drafted. This actually predates Farhan. Joey Bart has always been frustrated with the way the Giants have handled him kind of off of the field. I think that that's true. I don't think that he feels like he has been given the treatment that a number 2 overall pick should get in terms of the resources and the time dedicated to getting him to where they want him to be. All these parallels, Bart, Wiseman, Lance. We
were debating who's going to be the best. They're all going to be dealt.
You might be right.
I mean,
you might be right.
I think Joey. I talked to Joey when I was down there, in Arizona.
Thank you.
But I couldn't believe the Giants kind of the way they talk about Joey Bart. Joey Bart has power. He plays a position. He's a good defender, probably as good a defender as they have outside of Roberto Perez behind the plate.
There's something they don't like about him.
There's something they don't like about him because they have basically said, you know what? If this guy doesn't do it, he ain't going to be here. But they don't put that on Wade. They don't put that on Yaz. They don't put that on anybody else. Those guys had bad years too.
But they're not doing the things that he's doing, clearly. I don't know what the metric is, but it's something. Farhan essentially publicly ripped Bart about 2 weeks ago.
Right.
He said if he does this year what he did last year, he won't be here, and that's what got us thinking about acquiring more catchers. Well, I don't know. I wasn't there. I don't know what the follow-up question was. It's one of those moments that I think really screams for a follow-up. What is it that he did last year that you didn't like so much? What is that?
He swings through a lot of pitches.
They all swing through a lot of pitches. I don't know if you've noticed strike out a truckload of times.
Right. He got crossed up maybe 20 times. I mean, so maybe he forgets how many.
Not a bad defensive catcher, though.
No, I mean, I was talking to a Giant person the other day who told me that he was their best defensive catcher.
Well, I mean, who even are their other catchers?
Roberto Perez.
Right, he's hurt now long term.
Austin Wynns, they DFA'd.
Right, Blake Sable's
a
not even
train
really a
wreck
catcher.
as a defensive catcher.
And he's a Rule 5 guy.
Right.
So, I don't know.
But I mean, Joey Bart's got big time bat speed, and he plays catcher. And he was the second pick in the draft. You're gonna give up on him, but it's okay for Yaz to hit 200, 214, 195 in spring.
But they love him. I don't know what. Yaz. Again, the same way they loved Belt. Like there's something. I think it's that. This is overly simplistic, but Bart doesn't have a great eye. They really value walks. They really want you to have a great. Wow. They want you to have plate discipline. They do not want you to go out of the zone. In fact, they don't even want you to swing at the stuff that's in the zone if it's not in the right part of the zone.
Why? Because you might strike out? They're averaging 11 strikeouts per game so far.
No, because you might ground into a double play. Instead of striking out, they would rather you strike out. We know this. That's baseball now. It annoys the hell out of everybody, but that's what they value. Yeah. And so you can have all kinds of issues with that, but that's my guess. Joey Bart is not disciplined in terms of pitch selection. That's what I think it is.
Very interesting. Very interesting. The Giants, of course, lose 2 out of 3 of the Royals this weekend. Cap did not pinch run for J.D. Davis. He's going with Stripling in the 8th inning.
Well, it wasn't even pinch. J.D. Davis also made a mistake by not getting to third. He held up way too long on that hit and only ended up at second. He should have ended up at third, and if that were the case, he would have scored on the hit that came next.
Right.
So it was on him too.
I got you.
Yeah.
Hallberg held him up, though. You saw that.
Yes. No, and he would have been out on that one, but he would have been at third on the previous if he had been running right.
Which Giant team is the real Giant team? Is it the team that looked like a murderer's row of power in Chicago on the South Side against the Chi Sox, or is it the team that looked bad in New York and bad this weekend? I mean, they had 2 hits yesterday in the 8th inning. They won 3-1, but going to the 9th, they had 2 hits.
I know. Conforto's a player now. Like I do think they're going to hit a lot of home runs this year. I think they're going to hit a lot of home runs, but it's kind of like being a 3-point shooting team. Like there are going to be days where you don't get them, and then you're going to only score 0 or 1 run, and you're going to be boring.
It's going to be the all or nothing team this year.
But they are going to have games where they hit 5 of them. Yeah, I think that's going to be who they are this year. It's just a matter of whether they can do that more often than not.
I'll say this. I'll make a prediction. I think they're going to have a rough year at home because you hit the ball over the ballpark, out of the ballpark, that's one thing, but this park is not conducive to hit the ball out. Well, so if you don't hit home runs, can you manufacture runs? And I don't think they can manufacture runs. I don't think there's a speed there. I don't think they have situational hitters. So I think they're going to struggle to win games at home this year.
2 years ago, they had won a $107 and led the majors in home runs, or led the National League in home runs.
Biggest aberration, I think, of my lifetime is that team.
But they hit home runs in that park.
No
you know what I mean? All right, you want to do it again tomorrow?
Let's do it.
Okay, let's rock and roll.
See you tomorrow, too.
Yeah, we'll do it again tomorrow. What's coming up on the game is the best of the game. It's a full hour of 95.7 The Game's best content from the day. I imagine that would probably just be a condensed version of what we've just done over the last 4 hours. That's my guess, but there's only one way to find out, and that's to hang out with Mark Grandy and listen for the next hour right here on 95.7 The Game. For Mark and John and Lucas and Larry, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. That's all you got.
Mom, Dad, Sis?
Here we go again.
Why are you in a suit? Picture, if you will, a world with the best network imaginable. I'm talking about the Xfinity 10G network. Go on. Mom, remember how your reality shows wouldn't load with all of us online? Now you can binge. And Susie, we'll have fast internet in the basement.
Nice.
If you have any questions, here's my card.
This is just your name on a gum wrapper.
Introducing the 10G network only from Xfinity. The future starts now. Now through April 23rd, new customers can get 200 megabit Xfinity internet during our limited time Xfinity 10G network launch celebration for just $25 a month for 2 years. Plus, there's no annual contract required and you get Wi-Fi equipment included. Go to Xfinity.com/10G, call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply to internet service and devices. Actual speeds vary.
There's a reason Golden State has become the trusted partner for professional builders and contractors. The breadth of what they offer is remarkable. Their product knowledge can save you time. They're the largest distributor in NorCal of many of the brands they carry. Golden State's newly refreshed app offers installation guides, building codes, and much more. And the GSTV link on their homepage is a useful resource.